Well, good morning, everybody. What a busy morning it has been already, Ted. And we got a very awesome guest interview that we just pre-taped straight from Syria telling us what's really going on. So I hope people stay tuned for that. That's the main subject today, because I thought we were going to be talking about like the South Korean self-coup, but that fizzled out a few hours later into a big old nothing burger. But we'll talk about that too, I'm sure. But
We will.
Anyway, I am Manila Chan. That over there is Ted Rall. You are tuned into the Ted Manila Information Show, otherwise known as the TMI Show, where we are streaming live Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern. Make sure you guys like and follow, hit the subscribe button. Do the thumbs up, guys. We really need your help with the algorithms so we can grow this little channel. On this channel, we of course talk about anything from news, politics, lifestyle, culture, taboo stuff, the occult, like anything goes. And word of warning, it is not necessarily the most safe for work audio. So if you're on a speaker, make sure you turn the speaker down, because we do allow F-bombs to fly here. And we don't want to offend sensitive listeners. So if you're looking for that straight-laced show, this ain't it. It's all the stuff that you want to hear about and stuff you never knew that you needed to know. Ted and I will tell you. So again, I told you right off the top, we have an awesome interview with a Syrian journalist to tell us everything that's going on over there, and a lot of news to get to, Ted. So anything you want to say before we jump into headlines?
No, not really. I mean, I just want to say, first of all, I'm liking the new look.
This frame right here.
I mean, if you're on audio, it's the same audio. So sorry. So but if you're on video, you'll see what I mean. So
yeah, I think it looks really good. Ted made this new frame for us. This new overlay.
I think it looks a little more professional. But
yeah. What do you guys think? I think it looks good.
Let us know. Yeah, if you're on the Rumble or on the YouTube talk,
you can do this.
Chime in.
Email us. Tell us what you think right there. TMI show question at Yahoo. And send us questions, by the way.
Yeah, don't forget to audio tape your question. If you really don't want to audio tape it, you can send it in text form, like a wuss. We would prefer the audio tape because it's radio, so it's cooler that way. But we will read it that way if you want to send a text, and we will answer your question about literally anything and everything.
Questions, comments, send it right there. TMI show question at yahoo.com. All right, so with that, let's jump into the headlines, Ted.
All right, let's do it. That I find super interesting. A case of 12 New Yorkers ended their first day deliberating the legal fate of Daniel Penny. He is a former U.S. Marine who's accused of putting a homeless man in a fatal chokehold without a verdict. Well, actually, he did put a homeless man in a fatal chokehold. The question is whether he had a right to do that or not. Penny, 26 years old, and someone who looks like he stepped right out of a mid-1970s movie or TV show, has faced a month-long trial in a Manhattan courtroom after pleading not guilty to charges of second-degree manslaughter and negligent homicide. Prosecutors have cast him as reckless when he restrained 30-year-old Jordan Neely on a subway, while Penny's attorneys say that he stepped in to protect anxious riders. After prosecutors finished their closing arguments yesterday, the judge read an hour of instructions. An hour?
An hour? Like, what is that? How?
I've been on a jury. What do they need to know for an hour? I mean, how could they remember?
How are they supposed to remember all that, Ted? If you all these rules, are you just going to give them a fucking book?
Stand up, rub your belly. What? I don't even understand. Anyway,
an hour of directions.
That's ridiculous. Anyway, before sending off juries in the afternoon to reach a verdict, Penny's trial has reignited conversations about safety on public transport here in New York, America's biggest city, and arguably the best city, or at least it used to be, how the local government cares for residents struggling with homelessness, i.e. they don't, and mental health illness issues. On Monday, Stephen Reiser, he's Penny's attorney, asked the jurors to put themselves into Penny's shoes, saying that he and other subway passengers had very little room to move or run when Neely's outburst began. Now, that part is true. This took place on an F train, for people who are familiar with the New York subway system. Those trains don't have exits. The doors don't open to the next car, so you couldn't flee. And also, there's no panic button that you can call in a New York City subway. There's no, like in BART and the DC Metro and other places, there's a button you can hit and it goes to the cops. Nothing like that in New York. And there's not even a camera in the train, so you can't even think that like someone in the transit authority can see what's going on. So that's I want to be clear about that. That's true. Danny acted to save those people, Reiser said. Who would you want on the next train ride with you? Assistant DA Daphne Yoran, meanwhile, told jurors the defendant had used way too much force for way too long in way too reckless a manner, which I would say is also true. The defendant was given all the signs that he needed to stop. He ignored them. He kept going until a man died. He must be held accountable for that. And it is true that there's video that shows some other passengers urging him to let go, saying that that Neely had already passed out and was in danger of death. Penny faces up to 15 years behind bars if convicted of manslaughter. The May 2023 incident quickly became a political flashpoint. Conservatives praised Penny as a hero, predictably, and critics, including civil rights activists, and also just as predictably, said that he acted as an unjustified vigilante when he killed Neely, who is black. This whole case brought me back, Manila, back to the early to mid 1980s, when subway vigilante Bernard Goetz shot 4 kids who tried to mug him on the subway. And there was the same kind of discussions, like, when can you use deadly force? And, when is it justified? For the record, Mr. Goetz was ultimately convicted only of a weapons charge. He had just possession illegally of a firearm, which at the time was not permitted in New York City without a carry permit. And he probably wouldn't have even faced that if he hadn't decided to become such a big mouth, talking to the New York Post and everyone else. And it irritated the powers that be in the Koch administration. And they were like, okay, finally, make this fucker shut up and send him away. But he became a cause célèbre. But he was like a weird, like sort of home electrician, kind of like hobby, like techie guy, and kind of like a strange dude. And it was never really clear. I think the thing that really muddied the waters was when one kid was already down on the ground, having been shot, and Goetz apparently said, like Eastwood, like, you don't look so bad. Here, have another, and shot him again. But, on the other hand, there's the ultimate jury of his peers, which was Goetz's fellow passengers. And they apparently sided with Team Bernard Goetz when the transit police arrived on the scene of chaos, of like abandoned baby strollers and shopping bags and everything. And this occurred on a number 2 train, which does have the ability to escape. And you can only imagine those bullets flying all over a metal car and ricocheting all over the place. What it was like. They showed up and the cops said, "Which way did he go?" and pulled out their guns, and they all pointed north. He had gone south. Tells you what they were thinking.
Ted,
this would be a really interesting case.
There were 40 eyewitnesses that took the stand, and they were all in favor of Daniel Penny. They're on Penny's side. They're saying they all felt threatened. They actually lauded his actions. 40 riders. I can't believe they got 40 New Yorkers to come to testify, but they did.
They must have felt strongly. Yeah.
They felt 40 subway car ride in that car.
I wonder if they can be, I wonder if they're compelled to testify, if they're subpoenaed, if they have to show up, or if they can just say, like, yeah, I'm not feeling it. I'm busy that day.
Yeah, but I mean, the fact that 40 of them showed up and they were all on Daniel Penny's side, I thought there was at least one woman who testified against him. I'm sure there was a couple, but 40 were in favor of him. So that says a lot. Number one, that many people showed up and that many were on Daniel Penny's side. That's
going to sway. I mean, that is honestly going to sway the jury. Having sat on a New York City jury, New Yorkers are extremely common sense based, and they're going to
think this was.
They're going to get in there, and they're just going to say, like, look they were there, we weren't there, and this is what they
Right.
thought. That's
I
literally
don't
what's
think
going
this.
to happen.
I really think it was shitty that the media would jump straight into the optics part and play the optics game of white man choking black dude, you know, but bottom line is,
Weird looking white guy with strange
well,
curly hair.
weird looking dude that's white dude that came out of a 1970s looking porn, and
Yes,
right, like
he totally. Yeah, like
that's
John
the look.
Holmes.
That's the look he's going for. But at any rate, you know, it's shitty that this
I think he's
happened.
gonna walk. And I think
You
it's
think so?
and I think the main, for me, if I was on that jury,
I
the
don't think.
medical
I think it's
examiner's report,
unfair.
the medical examiner's report is inconclusive. The guy
Right.
had drugs in his system,
Right.
and it's possible that a lot of drugs, and that the combination that the drugs. I mean, basically, if he hadn't been on so many drugs, this crisis might not have proven fatal. For me, that's reasonable doubt. For me, and you have to, with reasonable doubt, you have to let the person walk. That's our system. So I personally think that I think he went too far.
Him.
I think he
I
went
agree
too
with
far.
that. I agree with that, but I also think it's unfair that the media immediately jumped to the conclusion of this is a racist Nazi white dude killing a poor
Yeah, there's no evidence of
black
that.
dude that lives on the street.
Yeah, there's no evidence that
evidence
this
of
guy
that,
had like race. Like he was hanging out at the Clavern every day, and this was like, oh yeah, this is my big chance. I mean,
Right, he's just
and
like
also he was a regular
took
commuter.
off his hood and decided to go onto the subway. There's no
This guy
evidence
rode
of
the
that.
subway every day. That also, to me as a New Yorker, tells me a lot. It's like if it was a tourist from someone like I had a friend from Kettering, Ohio, who I went to high school with, and she came to New York, and one time she was just like freaking out on the subway, and she's like, I don't like that something's going to happen. We have to get off. Something's going to happen. I have to get off. Nothing was going to happen. A guy was black, and he was just like being black, and it's like, well,
Right.
Guys are black, okay, and like
Right.
you got to
Some
be okay
people are
with
black.
guys being black, because people
Some
be
people
black.
are black.
Yeah, some people are black, and it was just freaking her out. And so if he'd been a guy like that, like
Right.
like from Kentucky, a Yahoo, I'd be ironically more inclined to think that he might be guilty. But because a New Yorker has, yeah, we know, like, sort of, there's no way you get on the subway. If you get on the subway and you're not confronted with something weird, that's unusual, actually.
Right. Right.
I mean, I'm really not kidding. Aggressive panhandling.
I just think it's unfair that they would introduce that as a part of the prosecution to frame him up to be this racist pig. Like, I think he's from Long Island. I think he was
from
Long Island.
Yeah, he's a Long Islanders. There's a lot of racists on Long Island. I mean,
sure, but I mean,
I used to live there.
He's a guy that lives in the city. He's like he was in the Marines. I think
being in the Marines is not a plus. Not a plus.
Well, I don't know. I would beg to differ. I think a lot of guys in the military, like, that's the first time that for many that they actually do interact with people of other races, like in close quarters. So I think it's actually
a New Yorker. You interact with people with other races every single day.
He's a New Yorker. That's the point. Is he's a New Yorker, so I think it's unfair that the prosecution.
But the military thing might make me think as a juror, like against him, like for him, life is cheap. He's used to, like, someone bugs him, just kill him. So it's like, that's kind of like, I mean, that to me would not be a pro. I'd be like, that's not good. Maybe he thought that he had a flashback to his military service. I don't know. But I still, there's reasonable doubt.
I'm neutral on the military thing.
You always have to go with reasonable doubt. So,
I think the military thing, I think more often than not, people that were in the military are more prone to doing the right thing. I mean, I'm married to a disabled veteran. So I think and I know a great deal. I have, military members in my family. I have a great deal of respect and for the people that have joined. And there's one thing that in a common thread among those people that have volunteered is they do have, by and large, I'm not saying everybody, because I can't know everybody, but at least the ones that I know, there is one common thread, no matter how disparate of where they're from and, how I know them. One thing I know about all these people that from various parts of the country in the military is that they have a very strong sense of being right, like doing right and being chivalrous and, like, actually caring about like safety and being alert and aware for the most part. I'm not saying everybody, but the ones I know, So to me, that's like the common thread. So to me, I would look at it in his favor that he was a military guy. Did he go too long choking him? Obviously, it resulted in death. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. Obviously, he went a little too far.
The dude's dead by definition.
Yeah, the dude's dead. So it went too far. But the initial action,
and chokeholds are illegal.
I think that was a good thing.
Like now, even the NYPD and other major police forces around the country have abandoned chokeholds and instructed police officers not to use them. Yeah, and really, chokeholds should never be used. I would add also that whole thing that we've seen of cops putting their knees and their full body weight on like the person's back of a subject once they've been overcome. Also, people have died that way too many times. That just shouldn't be permitted. I mean, I could die that way. I have asthma. You just can't do that. You can't constrict people's airways.
You can't. Yes, like
that's just how it is.
Don't stop people from breathing. All right. Yeah. Let's go to the next story.
And onward and upward, and less not as depressing, but almost comical. In an unexpected late night speech last night, South Korean President Yoon Suk Yeol declared martial law, banning all political activity, taking control of all media, and suspending parliament for all of a few hours. Now he's facing possible impeachment. Fool! The announcement appeared to come as a total shock to all parties involved, except for the military, with even the head of Yoon's party announcing that he would stop it with the people. Troops surrounded the National Assembly in Seoul soon after Yoon's announcement to preempt resistance, but 190 of the chamber's 300 lawmakers made it inside after midnight, with more held up at the gates. Legislators unanimously voted to order Yoon to lift martial law, and Senator Yoon Son-shi declared the president's action null and void, which, by the way, under the Korean constitutional system, it is the parliament can vote to overturn the declaration of martial law by the president, which is what happened. Meanwhile, thousands of citizens arrived to demonstrate in the wee hours of the night. They chanted, "Abolish martial law and arrest Yoon Suk Yeol." Demonstrators blocked an 8-lane road and began organizing impromptu caravans to bring in protesters from around the country. But by 4 o'clock in the morning, the crowds began to thin. Soon after, Yoon caved in. He got back on TV around 4:20 a.m. to announce that he had called a cabinet meeting and that martial law would be lifted within hours. Yoon, who is deeply unpopular, had been trapped in a stalemate with the opposition that controls the legislature. They've repeatedly tried to launch corruption investigations against his wife, which Yoon routinely vetoes, and moved to impeach government prosecutors while stymieing the president's budget priorities. Still, Yoon's calculus isn't entirely clear, as he wasn't subject yet to impeachment proceedings yet. So basically, Manila, you need 2/3 of the South Korean parliament to impeach a president. His party has about, I think, 103 members, or 108 or something like that. So you would need some defections from his party. Okay. I think, I'm not an expert on South Korean politics. I think, though, knowing something about the Asian desire to not, the Asian culture is against this kind of behavior on his part. I think the opposition is going to get those defections. I think he's going to be impeached.
Really? Well, I mean,
he's an idiot. And basically he made the country look like an international laughingstock.
Yes, like you had a 6-hour self-coup. Like that was just bizarre. Like what a bizarre move. And
I mean, come on, if you're in his party, you're like, this dude's got to go. And there's always other people jonesing for the job. So it's inside the party. So they're like, get rid of this clown. He's an ass clown. He's got to go.
He just made the entire country look like fools. Like this, if you're going to do this, you better dig your heels in, right? Like if you were going to do this, you better dig your heels in, line up the troops, get ready for some bloodshed.
So it was a putsch.
And this dude was like, oh, okay.
So you know what a putsch is, right? I mean, it's a putsch, right? Like a putsch is
not it.
A putsch is less than a coup. The theory of a putsch, which I think is a weak theory in general in politics, the theory of a putsch is that a system is so weak that you can come along, like the most famous putsch of all time. The most famous one is, of course, the beer hall putsch under Hitler. in the mid 1920s, where and basically the idea is the system is so weak that just with a little push, the whole thing is going to coming down. You just go like, and then it's like gone. And it's like, well, it doesn't usually work. Most systems aren't really that weak. What he would have needed to do really is get co-conspirators in the military to
Right.
to flood the zone. I think January 6th, by the way, was also a putsch attempt on the part. It's kind of like one of those. We're not really going to
I don't.
conspire. We're not going to bring the military in or the cops or anything like that. We're just going to sort of go like, whew. And if it happens, it works. It works. If it doesn't,
I don't
plausible
think
deniability. It
that
was
at
just a
all.
riot.
I don't think that at all. I think J6 was definitely just a stupid riot, bunch of idiots, just like most
But
of the idiots,
it wasn't
people,
spontaneous though, right? I mean, we
most
know
of the
that,
people were just trespassing.
but it
This didn't
wasn't.
even that didn't even happen over there in South
Well,
Korea. What
that's
we're
true
seeing is like it was
because it was
just
only him. He had
it
no
was
one
only
else.
him.
Him
And like
him
the
and his.
military,
I'm not sure
the
his wife
military
even
backed off of
participated.
him.
I'm not even
I
sure
don't
his
think his
crazy
wife
wife did anything.
No, I don't think anybody he just like declared it on his own and then, a few hours later,
Maybe he can
it
blame
was
like
over.
he can blame cold remedies or something. Like things got a little crazy.
I've
I
been
don't know.
hopped up on a lot of Theraflu. Like
Yeah. Sorry, my bad.
my brain just went
All
sorry.
right. All
Yeah,
right.
no, he's on his way out. He's on his way out for sure. I don't think there's
He's
any chance that he is going to be president 2 months from now.
I agree with that. All right,
I
let's
think
move
it's
on.
over.
China yesterday banned the export of specific rare minerals to the US that are used for technology and military applications, citing national security concerns. The decision comes a day after the US expanded its restricted trade list of Chinese companies for certain types of chips and reflects an escalating tech rivalry between the world's two largest economies. The banned minerals include gallium. Oh, man, I always love me my gallium. Germanium. Who doesn't want that on a salad?
I don't even know what that is.
And nobody knows what that is. And antimony and other elements needed for manufacturing advanced technologies like semiconductors. China accounts for roughly 63% of American antimony imports, 54% of germanium, and 53% of gallium. China is also the world's largest producer of all three elements, and particularly gallium, not gallium. Gallium and germanium are used to produce things like mobile phones, solar panels, fiber optic cables, and infrared technology, while antimony is used in flame retardants, batteries, and nuclear weapons. Oh, you got to have that. Trade tensions between the US and China have been rooted in national security concerns, a battle for technological leadership, and more. Okay, so by the way, China's also got, like, just parenthetically, they're also rocking the rare earths trade in eastern Afghanistan. They got in early. They got a lot of the mining rights under, ironically, the U.S. occupation for 20 years, which, by the way, what were our companies doing during 20 years? Fucking around with their thumbs up their assholes. It's like we occupied an entire country and we didn't get the stuff out of the mines, but we didn't. And so Eastern Afghanistan has lithium and many other major resources, and rubies and all sorts of other stuff. They didn't get that shit. And it's like, and then the Chinese kind of like, oh, we'll outbid. And like, so basically, who won the U.S. occupation of Afghanistan? China won. We're idiots.
Well, the same thing is happening in Africa. And I mean, that's perfect perfect segue to the next story about President Biden being in Africa. Like, maybe I guess he didn't get lost this time. I guess maybe he had better handlers this time, but he's in Africa to try to secure.
They microchipped him like Clovis.
He's to try to secure these minerals. But like I know of all the other, the big stuff like the lithium and all that, but like China, wow, like they have their own minerals. And I didn't know that they shipped that much to us, that they exported to us. But now, well, not anymore, I guess.
Well, I mean, hopefully that'll be, I mean, look, that's got to continue. Those things are super important.
Let's not know, Ted. Under Trump is the one that started the whole trade war anyway. It's been this frozen trade war conflict. So I don't think it's going to get any better under President Trump. Oh, which, by the way, there's breaking news-ish is that Trump supposedly Pete Hegseth might withdraw.
I was going to bring that up.
Oh, now, yeah, well, there you go. Well, so a lot of shakeups.
So Pete
Hegseth might be gone.
Hegseth, he might pull the Pete Hegseth nomination for Department of Defense,
Yes.
and replace him with everyone's most charming and lovable Republican, Ron DeSantis, governor of Florida.
I was going to say the most high-heeled Republican. No, not.
I think that might be true. Yeah, and so I like how it's so funny the spin, right? The whole spin is
Ron DeSantis might be 4 feet tall, and he's got stilts under his pants.
Might well be. Ron DeSantis. I mean, I will just give Ron DeSantis credit for one thing. I think he had the most amusing teaser campaign when he was about to announce to run for the presidency. His website had nothing on it but just a cute alligator looking and blinking out of the water. Like,
are you serious?
Hey. It was so cute. I was like,
I didn't see it.
Cute little teaser campaign. Cute little gator. It was like, am I not gonna? Am I? Yeah, I probably will.
That's
you don't know.
Weird.
So I love this, the anti-Trump spin on this. I mean, it's very cute. They're basically like, oh well, if he does this, it'll be because he likes to dominate people who used to be his enemies, like Marco Rubio. And so it's like let's sexualize this, right? Like, let's make this like me big man.
Let's make all these guys my bitch.
Whereas when it was Abe Lincoln, as Doris Kearns Goodwin she called it his team of rivals. And Lincoln is given like credit for having brought in people who had disagreed with him as the best possible leaders during the Civil War. So, everything's about spin.
Right. And this spin is about Trump making everybody his prison bitch.
That's right.
So,
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't think these raw materials.
Hegseth is fucked.
We ain't getting them. So
No, Hegseth is
I don't
fucked.
know. Hegseth.
It was always a ridiculous choice. I mean, remember, we did talk about this, about how
he's a lightweight.
He's a lightweight, and DOD is a bitch. I mean, that is a hard fucking job. Yeah, I mean, really, it's hard to. Basically, it's like one of those things. Like, it was like the first time I was ever on the O'Reilly Factor with Bill O'Reilly, and I asked some friends like, and they were like, "Look, if you survive, you've won. You can't win. You can't beat Bill O'Reilly like a drum. Yeah. But if you come out of there and all your limbs are still attached, you've won." And that's like how being DOD chief is. If you come out of it and you didn't fuck up, that's amazing, because it's a hard it's the worst job in the cabinet.
I don't think it's fated for Pete Hegseth. I don't think it's not gonna happen.
I don't know. I mean, Ron DeSantis was, I mean, I personally, I think he has all the charm of an alligator biting your arm, but he does, he's an excellent administrator of the state of Florida, and he has been over and over through the coronavirus crisis, through the lockdown.
And he's reached his term limit, so he's going to be out of a job
soon.
He
needs a gig.
Anyway.
It could also be a good way to maybe tee him up for 2028. I think he would. There are worse choices from Trump's point of view, and this he's an administrator first and foremost, and that's an administrative job. It's not. People think it's a military job. It's not a military job. It's not about fighting wars or anything like that. It's about managing the world's biggest employer.
Yes, the DOD. So yeah, good point.
All right, let's move on. I'm glad you brought that up, Manila. All right, so with 7 weeks left as president, why was Joe Biden in Angola yesterday to meet with President João Lourenço?
Let me just say, Portuguese names are freaking hard. Hoa? Is it Hoa? Hoa?
João. I think it's João Lourenço. So that little C with that thing underneath the C is called a sissadile. That's called a sissadile. And or at least it is in French. And anyway, that's a S sound.
Right, like acai.
Right. So anyway, João Lourenço. Anyway, it's the very first visit of a U.S. president
the Portuguese
to the former Portuguese colony, now a player in global energy markets. More importantly, Biden was following through on a plan to compete more effectively with China across much of Africa. Via its Belt and Road Initiative, Beijing has invested heavily in sub-Saharan African infrastructure, and Biden has long argued that competing for those opportunities is good for America's economy. There's also a security angle. Angola doesn't just have a lot of oil, it also has large reserves of copper and is home to large deposits of critical minerals like lithium and cobalt needed for batteries for e-vehicles. That's an area of intense U.S.-China competition, as previously seen here on the program. The main focus for Biden this week is his proposed 835-mile rail line to connect the cobalt, lithium, and copper mines in the Democratic Republic of Congo, not to be confused, of course, with the Republic of Congo, and the Copper Belt region of Zambia with the Angolan port of Lobito on the Atlantic, from which these increasingly precious commodities can be exported to the U.S. and Europe. Construction of the so-called Lobito corridor is not yet underway. Angola and many other sub-Saharan African countries have an angle as well. Lorenzo knows that competition among China, the U.S., Russia, Japan, Europe, and others for African resources and infrastructure projects can give African leaders leverage that they don't yet have. Lorenzo and Biden can both hope that these incoming U.S. President Donald Trump will see the value of these projects as new investment opportunities that score points against China, always with the scoring points. But, let's just say leverage would be the right word.
Well, so Ted, this is his last few weeks in office, right? So if I am the Angolan president with a difficult name, I would be like, hold on, bro. Hold on. You are in like your last month of office. You have never even picked up the phone to call me. You have never emailed me. You don't even like my Instagram posts. And now you come to my country, your last month of office, to be like, bro, we're besties. I always think of you, man.
You never call. You never write.
But now suddenly we're besties. I've always been thinking of you. The Angolans.
You were always on my mind.
I've meant, the 4 years have slipped by is basically what the Biden administration is doing. And they're like, look, we're going to give you guys $1 billion infrastructure package. Yay! That's how much we love you. That, by the way, is like sidebar to this whole thing in Angola, Ted. Like, people should be pissed right now. Joe Biden just awarded $1 billion infrastructure package to help the Angolans like build up whatever, housing, water, wells, whatever. I don't recall the last time Joe Biden gave hundreds of millions for infrastructure in the United States.
Oh, come on. That's completely unfair. I'm not a Joe Biden fan, but come on. That's his infrastructure is Biden's biggest accomplishment. He literally passed a $700 million infrastructure bill in 2021. It's arguably the only significant thing he ever did in 4 years. I mean,
he passed it.
He signed it, and granted, it was watered down, but it did get done. It's filtering its way through the system. We're going to see things happen. 5 years from now, you're going to be like, oh yeah, that's the Joe Biden Memorial, Quonset hut or whatever on the side of the highway.
$100 million or something like that, like a huge amount of money, was allotted for rural internet infrastructure, and not one bit was built. No fiber optic cables, no new towers, no nothing for like.
Yeah, but you said there's no infrastructure. I mean, come on, Biden infrastructure is the one thing Biden did.
Yeah, he hasn't done it well. Just because
he hasn't done it enough.
He's done it well.
And I gotta say, also, honestly, we got to blame the Republicans here. The Republicans definitely, they always claim to be pro-infrastructure, and I kind of believe them. But because it was Biden in 2021, they didn't want him to have a big success. They didn't let him have the $2-3 trillion deal. And so they watered it down, which I thought was un-American, frankly. We should have had a $4 trillion infrastructure bill that, I mean, according to the engineers, they've been saying for years that we have a C or a D for infrastructure. There's shit that we haven't, fixed up since the WPA in the 1930s. There's that bridge that collapsed in Pennsylvania.
One here in D.C. just a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
It was a miracle that nobody was on it or under it at the time.
Honestly, I mean, this is, to me, Democrats and Republicans both know, and they both say that we need more infrastructure. I would here's what I would tell Donald Trump. we're totally behind you for infrastructure. You can name every single thing after yourself and your family members. It's just, but can we please just do it? Yeah, the Trump Memorial Highway Ice Repair Depot, the Trump Memorial Garbage Scow, like whatever, just like something.
Just get it done. Well, so again, going back to these Angolans, like of course they're going to take the money. Why wouldn't they, right? But
yeah, why wouldn't they?
But the dumb part is, again, the U.S. putting off Africa until the 11th hour of your presidency. You're expiring.
It does look a little, what's that word? Racist? Oh, that's the word. You're
expiring. Your term is expiring. And the Chinese have been investing in all over Africa, like not only like the Sahel region, I mean, all over Africa. You will find Chinese built infrastructure all over Africa for the last like 10 years. So I would say Joe Biden is a Johnny come lately. And I think the Africans know that, because usually the United States, the running joke is when the United States comes, all you get is a lecture. When the Chinese come, you get a new road. Like there's a reason for that, like it's
the Chinese are good at this shit. I've seen it up close and personal.
Yeah, right. So they just built it up out of nowhere. So now this Johnny come lately right here.
Uno mas.
It's not going to be great.
Stay tuned, by the way. Right after this story, we're going to be with our exclusive look inside occupied Aleppo. So keep it right here, which is a story you do need to know about. And it's a big deal, and it's kind of shocking. Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare, was shot and killed by a masked man near a Midtown Manhattan hotel earlier today, just before we went on the air here, according to NYPD. The shooting appears to be targeted, but the police don't know why. Thompson was not staying at the Hilton, outside of which where he was shot. Thompson was in New York City for an investors conference, and his schedule was widely known. So according to the police, the gunman, who was wearing a ski mask, so that's not an assassination at all, fled down an alleyway near West 55th Street and remains at large, police say. Okay, I call bullshit on that. There's no alleys in New York City. Okay, we don't have alleys. There's like 2 alleys in Manhattan. We don't do alleys. This is a city that is alleyless, okay? We don't have alleys. The suspect is described as a skinny man wearing all black. Well, he's a New Yorker. Stands about 6'1".
Everybody wears all black.
Everyone wears all black. I'm wearing all black right now, almost. United Healthcare's parent company is United Health Group, which is the largest health insurer in the world. I was going to sort of try to not joke about how this might be someone who is unhappy with his healthcare provider, but there, I did it. I went there. I had to.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. That's just what a weird story, right? Like, obviously it was an assassination. Obviously.
Yes. Now, obviously, we don't know what kind of assassination, whether this would have been Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield is like, this is our big chance to increase our market share, or is this
let's get this guy,
or is it like a domestic dispute, spurned lover, or someone who just didn't like the cut of his jib? And I will say there are more attractive CEOs.
He's younger than I expected. I didn't know. I was expecting a grizzled, gray-haired,
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So, no, I mean, seriously, it is shocking, right? I mean, CEOs don't really. I'm trying to think, when has a CEO been whacked or attempted?
I mean, does Jamie Dimon just hang out in front of the Hilton in Midtown,
Well, he was obviously, the dude was walking in front of it, right? So the Hilton had nothing to do with it. It's just where it happened.
No, I know, but my point is, if you're somebody important like this guy or a Jamie Dimon type, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you go just hanging out on the streets of Midtown Manhattan at 8 in the morning?
What are you supposed to do? You don't have your own personal wormhole. I mean, when you want to go somewhere.
I mean, I feel like when you're richer than God, that you're not really on the street.
You always have a car. You always have a private car. No, that's not true. Mike Bloomberg famously always took the subway, and probably still does. It's the fastest way to get around New York City, with all the traffic and everything. If you're in a hurry, I mean, these are busy guys and ladies, and they got to get from point A to point B. You're gonna be walking on the street. Of course you are. I mean, you're a healthcare CEO. Who's coming to get you? I guess, until now, that was never a concern. By the
Wow.
way, that Hilton is notable. It's where the Democratic Party always has its victory parties after on the night of elections.
Huh. Go figure. Well, anyway, what a tragic story. The guy was really young. I mean,
Well, he's not dead,
that
right?
sucks. No, he died. He was
Oh,
shot dead.
wait, he shot dead?
He was shot dead.
Oh shit, that's right. Okay, yeah. Wow.
He was shot
Okay,
dead.
that is shocking. Yeah, I mean,
So
it
he's
would be shocking
shot
if he
dead
had.
on the streets of Midtown Manhattan in broad daylight at like 9 in the morning.
That is some freaky shit. All right,
Like,
well,
I
that's
mean,
it for the
9 in the morning
headlines.
is 9 in the morning is rush hour. Everyone's like going to work. I mean,
That's true, to the extent that rush hour still exists. It's post-COVID in New York, but yeah.
oh really?
Well, I mean,
Oh.
literally, you can get a seat on the subway at rush hour now.
Oh.
Not necessarily, but it's possible. Of
That's
course,
not how I remember it.
It used to be sardine style, where the trains would roll in, and you'd be like, I can't get on this one. I'll wait for the next one. I used to ride between the cars. I used to sneak between. Don't do this at home, kids. And and sneak in between, pull the two barriers, and lift the chain up, get in and ride between. Because I had to get to work. I was like, I got to get to work.
Oh my God, it's that packed? No,
it used to be.
Yeah.
One time I was so desperate, I rode on the back of the train and don't do this at home. This is not smart.
All you New Yorkers are super, super weird. All right. So
we're awesome.
Let's hit the jaws.
And then I'll bring us in.
You introduce our next topic.
Okay. Scarcely noticed by most of the world, the civil war in Syria has been grinding out for more than a decade. A proxy war with the central government of Bashar al-Assad, who is a secular socialist leader of the Ba'ath Party, supported by its traditional ally Russia, along with Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon, against an assortment of radical jihadi militias, including remnants of al-Qaeda, supported by the United States. I know it hurts your brain. Under the cover of going after the terrorist group ISIS, the balance of power had remained relatively stable at the front lines despite the threat of total fragmentation as Syria's Kurds seized their own autonomous zone along the Turkish border. All that until a couple of weeks ago when everything got crazy again. Now an al-Qaeda affiliate called Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, also known as HTS, and its allies have launched an offensive that has shocked the world by capturing the second largest city in Syria, Aleppo. The TMI show now brings you an exclusive look from directly inside HTS-occupied Syria with Stephen, I hope I get this right, Sayuni, a Syrian nationalist and journalist in Aleppo. What's it like to live under HTS control? How likely
the flag of a different country.
How likely are they to top the government of Bashar al-Assad in Damascus? What would be the regional and global implications of a radical jihadi state on the border with Israel? The United States has been trying to persuade al-Assad to abandon his allies, Russia and Iran, but has so far failed. Is that likely to change? Can Russia, trying to close the deal in Ukraine, divert resources in order to save the government of Syria? What are the implications for Israel right next door? A lot to unpack, and we pre-recorded this shortly before, just less than an hour before we went on the air here. You're muted, Manila. You're muted.
I'm going to be able to chat with you all as we roll this video. We're going to put it up on full screen. We pre-recorded with Stephen. I've talked to him before. Like he fled Aleppo after the earthquakes, and it was horrible to find out that. You remember Ted, during those massive earthquakes that was like hit the tri-state area, including Turkey, and the shit just came crumbling all over Aleppo. And the United States decided, yeah, we're just going to go ahead and apply sanctions while you're under earthquake rubble, so that way nobody can help you.
We're so sweet.
That's Joe Biden's administration is so thoughtful. That's so nice, and apparently it still hasn't been lifted. So so that was like less than 2 years ago. They're trying to recover from that, and now in Aleppo, and now this. So let's roll it. All right, now you're muted.
This is very important, guys, so stay tuned and watch this. You're going to need to know about this.
He was excellent. Let's make sure this video gets rolling. All right, everybody, the video has begun. The recording has begun. So, Stephen,
right,
I'm going to remove you are a Syrian national. I've talked to you before about, after the earthquakes and all of that and the Joe Biden sanctions and apparently none of that has been lifted. You guys are still suffering in Syria. And now Aleppo has fallen to these terrorist groups. Can you tell us who these terrorist groups are that are taking over Aleppo? And I'm also reading that they're now trying to travel south into Homs.
That's true. This is the same group that's been since 2011, when the Obama administration started this new Middle East and the Arab Spring, and he funded it, and the war on Syria. This group in the beginning in 2011, they were called the Syrian Free Army. Then they changed their name to Jabhat al-Nusra, then to ISIS, then to the al-Nusra Front again. Now it's called HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. They're the same people. They didn't change. They just changed their clothes. They changed their name. And the mainstream media fixes them and makes them look like angels. And we saw yesterday in the Security Council, they call them rebels. Rebels who are from Chechnya fighting in Syria, who are Uyghurs, who are Uzbekistan fighters, Tajikistan fighters, and also rebels, Syrian rebels, who the first thing they do when they enter Aleppo, they lift up the Turkish flag, the flag of a different country, on the symbol of the city, and that's the citadel of Aleppo. That is who took over Aleppo. Also, in the first few hours, the first thing they did is they went into the prison and they let out more than 3,000 prisoners, killers, murderers, rapers, thieves. And today there are groups stealing cars, knocking on doors, attacking people in their house because of those murders. That's who took over Aleppo, and they did not attack in 100 or 200. They attacked in thousands. They attacked the city in the thousands with the support of the Turkish Secret Service and the American Secret Service. The American State Department has been funding them, and they've been giving them the taxpayer money for years. And Trump stopped that. President Trump stopped that. And also, there's reports that the White Wolf group, who's Ukrainian, they're in Idlib, also supporting them and fighting. So this is an intelligent war between the US, Turkey, NATO against Syria, Iran, and Russia. It's much bigger than opposition and Syrian army and government and democracy and freedom.
Wow. Ted, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Stephen, let me ask you about this Turkish affiliation, right? I mean, Turkey, we think of as the ultimate secular Islamic state, ever since Ataturk, and even though there's been a move toward Islamic nationalism under Erdogan, still it's a secular state more than not. Why would Turkey want to involve itself with the kind of radical jihadis that you're talking about? That's the first part of my question. My second part is, what happens if HTS, as they're currently called, what happens if they take over, if they defeat al-Assad and they install themselves in Damascus? Does this essentially turn Syria into an ISIS-like caliphate? Does it turn it into Afghanistan under the Taliban? Is there an analogy that we can look at in order for, as Americans, to understand exactly what the implications would be ideologically and otherwise?
First of all, Turkey always wanted to take over Aleppo, because today Aleppo, even if just 2 minutes, just to say why Aleppo is so important. Aleppo,
please.
It is one of the biggest cities in the Middle East. It is one of the biggest industrial cities in the Middle East. And also in 2010, Aleppo was, the factories of Aleppo was making everything for Syria. Syria went to zero importing. And that is because of the factories of Aleppo. And in 2010, Syria had the biggest industrial city in the Middle East. East, and that was in Aleppo. That's why, and the people of Aleppo, they are known for loving. They've been in business, and their love in business and in industrial, and they've been doing that for 10 years. Today we're talking about the oldest city on planet Earth. He always wanted it. That's number one. Number two, he's been wanting to sit on with the Syrian government, Bashar al-Assad, on the negotiation table. But President Assad's been refusing, and he's saying, I will sit on the table with Erdogan only if you pull your military out. The Turkish army is occupying parts of Syria. President Assad said several times, we will sit on the table, but pull out your troops. So he wants to force the Syrian government to sit on the table under his condition, as they say, negotiation under fire. And that is why, and Syrian government will not accept that, and they will not go for that. And that's why they asked for the help of their allies, Iran, the Iraqis, and the Russians. That's number one. Number two, God forbid if this happens and this HTS takes over Syria, we will be another Afghanistan. But that's the problem, is that the American State Department and the White House, they use these groups in their missions. Any country that says no to the United States or they're anti-imperialism, we demonize them on the media, and at the same time we'll send them these radical groups. They did it to Gaddafi, they did it to Ali bin Abdullah Saleh in Yemen, they did it to Saddam Hussein, they did it to several countries, and also, of course, Syria. If Syria falls, and that's why we see today all of the Arab countries, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Jordan, Egypt, the Arab League, all supporting President Assad. This is the first time it happened in 15 years. We are talking about nations, rich nations and powerful nations are supporting him in fighting terrorism. And that's why I see they will not succeed, because he has massive political support.
What about Israel? I mean, Syria. I mean, it's one thing. Afghanistan is landlocked. Much of its border is with countries the United States doesn't either hates, like Iran, or doesn't care about, like Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan. But Syria is smack dab against Israel. If it becomes it gets ISIS, it becomes effectively a Taliban in the Middle East. Then what happens? I mean, aren't the Israelis can't be happy about that, right? There's got to be a split between Israeli policymakers and American policymakers. They're
very happy, the Israelis.
Really?
Those are their number one fighters. Those are their other army. These groups, in the years back when they were occupying the south of Syria, Daraa, Quneitra, and Swed, and the south of Syria, when the Syrian army used to bomb them and attack them, they used to go to Israel used to take them to their hospitals and fix them. And Benjamin Netanyahu, he went to the hospitals and checked on them. And
like in the Golan Heights, right?
In the Golan Heights. And he went and checked on them in the hospitals, and there's videos of that. It happened in 2013 and 14. And also, when you see the Israeli media concentrating on the research center in Aleppo, non-stop talking about the research center, and at the same time, 24 hours after that, the scientist, he's an Armenian Christian scientist from Aleppo, leaving Aleppo, trying to flee for his life, with a bullet in his head while fleeing. So the only one who wants that is Israel.
But it's insane, right? I mean, from their own point of view, they're complete idiots from their own point. From their own point. I mean, even if they don't care about Syria, it's crazy for them, right? In the long run.
Yeah. Yes, and but also they want to separate Syria from Lebanon, from the border. That's why they want to go down from Hama to Hummus. Hummus, it's on the border with Lebanon. So they want to separate the Syrian government from Lebanon, so Hezbollah does not get any more weapons and support. So they cannot resist the Israeli occupation in the south of Lebanon. So this all turns up in the favor of Israel.
Interesting. Let me ask you something, Stephen, about the timing of all of this. I mean, you brought up the U.S. State Department and what have you, and the Joe Biden administration. He's in his last 5-6 weeks of office, and we saw in the past year or 2 years that the Arab League has now normalized relations with Bashar al-Assad. Why all of a sudden do you think this insurgent terrorist group suddenly appeared in Aleppo? It seemed like for a long time, for the last year since the earthquake, that things seemed a little bit calm. Why now? Why all of a sudden in Joe Biden's last 6 weeks of office this is happening?
This takes us to inter-American policies, and that is Biden wants to cause as much chaos as he can to give Trump as possible. He lit up. He gave the order for the Ukrainians to use long-range missiles. He's lighting it up in Georgia. He lit it up. He's supporting Turkey and calling these terrorist rebels, and he has a big role in these terrorists. So he's trying to cause chaos for Trump as much as he can in different areas in the world, so he can keep him busy for the next 4 years. Because we all know that Trump, he does not want to use the American taxpayer on wars like Middle East and Korea. Sorry, not Korea. So, I mean Ukraine, and using the American taxpayer to war. He wants to use that money for the economy, to rebuild the economy. So they don't, and the Democrats, they don't want that. They want to keep. They love war. They love. Keeping the weapon factories and merchant busy and making money. That's why they're doing it.
Stephen, let me ask you, what is it like there in Aleppo? What part of the city are you in? Have you seen any of these fighters? I mean, having been to the Middle East, I imagine that most people are off the streets, just staying home, only going out the bare minimum to get supplies early in the morning. Shutters are drawn. I mean, is that basically the situation? People are hunkering down with as much as possible. And have you seen any of these fighters driving by or walking by in the streets?
First of all, I'm in Latakia, but I have a lot of relatives in Aleppo, and I'm in contact with them every day and every hour, checking on them. The majority of the citizens, they're staying home. They are trying to. These terrorists, they're trying to, as they say, brainwash these people. They give them a few loaves of bread here and there. They give them a little bit of gasoline. They're trying to brainwash them to say, oh, look, we're good. But in reality, they have much bigger goals than other goals. Like, for example, they went to the Christian neighborhoods and they took off all of the Christmas trees and and forbid them because they're Islamic terrorists. At the same time, one of my relatives, he was driving a car and he had a cigarette in his hand, and they screamed at him and they almost beat him because he had a cigarette. And to them, cigarette is illegal.
It's haram.
So it's haram. Also, the same thing for a woman with a scarf. A woman cannot walk around with a scarf. So all of this, that's why it's scaring the people. Like, there's a lot of people, the naive, the simple people, they'll believe in that, giving them a few loaves of bread and some gasoline. But there's a lot of people that not believing it because they know them. These same groups, these same terrorists, just 3 years ago, they had Aleppo surrounded and forbidding water and food from them. Also, years ago, 2-3 years ago, these same terrorists, they were launching missiles on the civilians, and they killed hundreds of civilians in the past years of the war.
What about hospitals and stuff, Stephen? Hospitals, schools, stuff like that? Is civilian infrastructure still in place with the terrorists taking over Aleppo?
Schools and colleges are shut. The hospitals are still going, but there's a lack of equipment and lack of doctors, because about 2 million out of 6 million, 2 million fled the city. And if the doors were open, much more could have fled.
What does it? I mean, the reports that we're getting is that the central government of Syria did not defend Aleppo. They basically ran away, right? I mean, they claimed that even by their own account, they quote unquote dozens of Syrian soldiers were killed, dozens, to defend such a huge city, and were lost in this. I mean, what happened there?
Were they just unprepared for this attack?
First of all, we're talking about a government military of a country. We're not talking about a militia. So after 15 years of war, it's any army will be tired. Any army will cannot go on stay on alert for 15 years straight. This as we all know, we're talking about a government military. At the same time, there was a deal between Turkey, Russia, and Iran, the Astana meeting, for decreasing tension. The Syrian army, so that's why they were not on high alert, because there was an agreement for decreasing tension. And at the same time, as I told you, the Syrian army, after 15 years, they did everything. They did everything possible that they can. There's hardly any more men, because, as I told you, because it's been 15 years, not one or two. And also, a lot of the allies of Syria went to South Lebanon, like we're talking about Hezbollah, went to the South Lebanon. The Iraqis, they went back to their countries. They saw the situation decrease. But as always, and as Turkey stabbed in the back, they stabbed Russia in the back, they stabbed Iran in the back, and of course they've been stabbing Syria in the back for decades now.
Stephen, let's talk about Russia. Syria and Russia are close allies. They have been for a very long time, since the Soviet period at least. And it would be a tremendous loss of prestige for Russia to lose Syria. What do you think? I mean, can President Putin send enough resources? I mean, he's trying to close down, and he's close to victory in Ukraine. So he wants to finish that war, obviously. What is it likely that the Russians are going to deploy more resources soon in order to come to maybe liberate Aleppo?
Today, now, since the battle started, the Syrian Air Force and the Russian Air Force have been targeting these terrorists. They've been already killed over 1,500 of these terrorists already in the city of Idlib, Hama, and the suburbs of Aleppo. So the Russian help and the Russian support for Syria, if it was politically or militarily, Syria wouldn't have survived and stood up on its feet without the Russian support, starting from September 2015. Today, who saved Syria? It's of course the Syrian army and their martyrs, that's for sure. But if it wasn't for the Russian support and the Russian help, it wouldn't have. That's on one side. On the other side, today, Russia today is a superpower, growing superpower, standing in the face of the United States. There are a lot of competition, militarily, politically. There are alliances of Russia, China, and Iran. So Russia is trying to build their allies, make their allies strong, and increase where they're at. Like we're seeing in Africa. Politically, I'm talking, and economically, and we're seeing in Syria. Today, Russia has 2 military bases in the coast, and that is to save and to keep the interest, the national security. Today, Syria is the national security of Russia. If, God forbid, these terrorists take over Syria, then they'll go to Iraq. They will go to Iran. Then they're on the borders of Russia, and the Russian government, they know that and they understand that. That's why they're standing with a secular Syria and a Syria with no terrorism.
And what about the Arab neighbors? As we mentioned earlier, in the last couple of years, the Arab League in particular, after isolating Syria from basically the family, we can call it that, right? For more than a decade, the relations are now thawed. Do you foresee any of the members of the Arab League also stepping up and coming in to help the Assad government?
Big supports coming, political support. I'm talking political support, and that's even sometimes much more important, because what's happening today in Syria, it cannot be finished militarily. It can only finish politically. But it's going to wait until who wins more on the ground so they can be stronger on the table. But today, when you see Saudi Arabia and the UAE supporting President Assad, we're not talking about poor countries or weak countries. We're talking about countries that the superpowers they listen to, and the superpowers they take by their advice. And today, when we hear Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and the President of the UAE, Mohammed bin Zayed, saying we support President Assad in his war against terrorism, that's mean they support. There's big support. And also the Arab League. The only Arab country who's not standing with Syria is Qatar, because Qatar have alliances with Turkey, and that is because Qatar and Turkey are Muslim Brotherhood, the terrorist group called Muslim Brotherhood. They have that ideology.
Normally, Stephen, you would expect the UN Security Council to go into emergency session over a development like this. That hasn't happened yet. There's just been sort of some quiet expressions of alarm. Why do you think that is?
Because what's happening, it's in the fear of America and what America wants. If it was something against America or America was losing, then you will see the National Security meeting, the Security Council meeting. Then you will see the mainstream media calling him a dictator, calling the Syrian government dictators and killing children. And you don't be surprised if they'll use the chemical attack Syria again. They will use that when they start losing. But as long as they're winning, the Americans are winning and they're in a powerful, you won't hear any condemning or any meetings to finish this.
Stephen, there is a report in this morning's New York Times that the quietly behind closed doors, in the mindset of American policymakers, a lot of this has been about trying, believe it or not, to get al-Assad to move away from Iran, Hezbollah, and Russia toward the United States. They think that they're pressuring him to join some sort of, I don't know, alliance or friendship or frenemy status with the U.S. I mean, is that true? And if it's true, what exactly are these Americans thinking? I mean, it's not exactly a good way to make friends.
The war on Syria started because of that. They launched this war on Syria in 2011 because of that. They wanted Syria to leave Iran and Russia. Because, as you said, Syria has old ties with Russia, going back all the way to the Soviet Union. And if you read Syrian history, it will go back even in history when Russia was still an empirism. Syria, there was good relationship between Syria and Russia. So in historical, they've been close. The United States, they want to get the Syrian government and Syria away from Hezbollah and Iran. They've been doing that for decades. They're unable. And that's why sometimes the American, they do mistakes. They don't learn from their mistakes and they don't learn from past lessons. We're talking about President Bashar al-Assad and his late father, Hafez Assad. They have the same mentality and they have the same foreign policy. They don't go under pressure. No matter what happens, they don't bow down. That's the Syrian foreign policy. And that more important than that, Syria doesn't stab their allies in the back. Because in 2010, there is reports that the old crown prince, the father of the crown prince, the father of the crown prince now, his father came and met with the Syrian president and told them they want to put a gas pipeline from Qatar to Syria to Europe to cut the gas off of Russia. Syrian president went to Russia and showed this. That's what the U.S. wants. So Syria doesn't stab back their allies. If they accepted that project, Syria wouldn't have this 15 years of war. But because of Syria is loyal to their allies, to Iran, to Hezbollah, to Russia, they're loyal to China, to their allies, and I'm talking in the East. That's why they're paying this big price, and they destroyed our country completely, and we've been suffering for 15 years because of that.
And and lots of countries have been that have been between great powers have seen that the United States is a feckless ally and not really to be trusted anyway.
So true.
Yeah. Last thing I'll ask you, Stephen, is what about Bashar al-Assad's position in the country? Does he still have wide support within the civilian population across Syria?
Yes, because especially after this happened, he does have wide support in all sects and all religions in Syria. He does have wide support because look, let me just one thing. After 15 years, the Syrian people are tired. They're tired from everything. They just want to finish. They want the situation they finish. They want to go back to their jobs and factories. They want to go back. They want electricity all the time. Like now we're getting 45 minutes of electricity now because the terrorists in Aleppo, because the terrorists in Aleppo have shut off the electricity off of the rest of the country, off of the electric plant in Aleppo. They gave it only to Aleppo, besides giving it to the whole country. So we're having half an hour of electricity, hardly any more gas and fuel. The same people are tired. And at the same time, they don't want to live under extremists. The same people have never been extremists. Syria is over 10,000 years old. We're a secular country. There's 18 different sects in Syria. There's churches, mosques. There's even some Jews. And we all live in peace until 2010, until the Americans interfered.
It's a beautiful country.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about what's going on there.
Well, we're praying
and it will
for
be
your
again.
family in Aleppo.
I hope so.
Thank you so much.
One quick
Stephen.
question: how's the cell phone service? Is that 24 hours? I mean, in Afghanistan under the Taliban, they shut it off at night.
They started now in Aleppo. They started shutting it off, and now they're putting their own cell phones. So the cell phone connection is very bad.
Wow. Okay.
They've been shutting off the Syrian cell phone, and they're putting their own cell phone, and Turkish also.
Wow.
What a strange situation. 2 million people basically held hostage in a big city. It's just very, very strange. So we're obviously paying attention. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Much more than 2 million.
Much more.
Aleppo 7 million. Aleppo 7 million. 2 million fled Aleppo. Yes, 2 million fled Aleppo, and there's still about 4 to 5 million.
How many HTS fighters do you think there are in Aleppo occupying Aleppo? I mean, that's a big city.
As I understood, when the big first attack, there were between 20 to 35,000 fighters.
Wow.
Yes.
So it's in war, it's hard to occupy a big civilian population like that for any length of time. I mean, if this were to continue, I'm sorry, very quickly, could you imagine there being a civilian resistance cropping up?
Actually, it's already started. There's small clashes, and there's a lot of the militants being found killed. And no one, the terrorists are not understanding how or who or why. So the civilian resistance already started in Aleppo.
Do Syrians have guns?
Until 2011, no one had gun, only the police. Now, almost everyone. I don't, but almost everyone.
Gotcha.
Wow, I feel like we're witnessing, like you said, this small clashes, people secretly attacking the terrorists. Like, it's like private civilians. If they see an opportunity, they just take them out. That's like a movie.
But all Syrians believe that this is the last battle. Like, this is the last battle, then the crisis is over. Then there's a political solution. So all the Syrians are, for sure. That's why they're being patient, because they know this is the final battle.
Why do they think that? Why are they convinced of that?
Because of the international how the international politics is going, especially with Trump coming in. Really? Trump and Russia are close to each other for several reasons, and also at the same time as the Arab support. We never had that Arab support, so the situation politically is changing. So that will affect Syria to better.
I hope so. I hope you guys, I hope Trump comes in and drops these Biden sanctions, and hopefully other, help can be on the way. Thank you so much, Stephen. So. We hope you can join us again to keep us updated with everything.
Please stay safe, and for your family too.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right. So we're back to say goodbye. Ted, by the way, you're muted. It's kind of shocking to hear from somebody that's in Syria. He's got family there in Aleppo still, how terrifying that must be for your family, just what a wild, I don't know. And that they're hopeful because Trump is coming in. I don't even know what to make of that. Can you hear me, Ted? You're on mute. Ted's muted. I can't unmute you. Whoa, Ted. Ted's on mute, and he can't unmute. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed that conversation with Stephen. I think Ted's got to reconnect back on. There he is. Let's
much better.
There you are.
Much
now
better.
You're working. Yeah.
Sometimes you just need to reload, and that's it.
Yeah, great conversation with Stephen. Appreciate him taking what, with the rolling blackouts that they're being subjected to right now, that he would be able to save up some of that internet and power for, telling us what's going on. But I guess because you got to tell the world. You got to tell the world what's happening. And I find it fascinating that he says that the Syrian people are optimistic about Trump coming into office. Don't you think that's weird?
Yeah, I mean, why do you think it's weird?
Because Trump was the one that's like, oh, can't we just steal their oil in the East? We're there, we're illegally occupying, let's just take the oil.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, there's a general view, and I think it's not unfounded, that Trump is generically not predisposed to militaristic adventures. Right. That he views war as a waste of resources and lives, and that these are resources that would be better.
What's it good for?
Exactly, and he's not wrong. He's not a pacifist. I mean, obviously we know that from his first term, but certainly he has been far less bellicose than Joe Biden has been, and that certainly Hillary Clinton would have been. Oh, so, I think that's the sort of view there in the Middle East is. And even the fact that this is happening now as part of the last gasp of the Biden administration, and it seems to signal to a lot of observers, including in Syria, that, this is like the last gasp of a dying democratic regime, and this is happening precisely because they're on the way out, and they just have to, and that sanity will, to some extent, will be restored after January 20th. Now, I don't for 1 minute believe that Donald Trump is going to get on the phone with al-Assad and say, I love you, man. We're bros. No. I don't believe that. But I do think, I can't imagine that the next time a covert shipment of arms for, the HTS or the Free Syrian Army or ISIS or Al-Qaeda or whatever the fuck they're calling themselves at the time crosses the president's desk under Trump, that he's going to be quick to...
I feel like it's one of those multi-level marketing
right
teams. Hello, this is HTS calling.
Like Amway. Are they gonna is he likely to sign that? Probably not. And I think that's what they're kind of thinking, that the weapons and money flow to these insane jihadi organizations is gonna slow or stop. That's probably true. And it's pure madness, right? The U.S. does this constantly. The most famous and best known example was the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan, when the Carter and then the Reagan administration financed and armed the radical mujahideen in Afghanistan against the Soviet occupation. I want to be really clear. If we hadn't done that, the Soviet-backed government of Afghanistan would have remained in power. Today, women in Afghanistan would not be in burqas. They'd be in the government. And they would have seen rapists, not in the government, but in jail where they belong.
Wait, Ted,
so, the point is that
are you saying that we made things worse?
And we set up 9/11 for ourselves with the ultimate example of blowback. And, the Taliban rule over Afghanistan from 96 to 2001, but also the preceding civil conflict. It fueled, radical Wahhabi jihadism all over the Middle East and Central and South Asia. So, this really bit us in the ass. Mika Brzezinski's dad was the biggest dick of all time. And Jimmy Carter, who's going to die any second, he started this, okay? It's the worst thing that he did. He voted
Kamala Harris. We saw him on the stretcher. They pulled him out on the stretcher so he could vote.
That's what he wanted to do. The point is, and we've done this over and over, and it's kind of like, believe it or not, back in the 80s, the logic of this was, they really, really believe in God, and we, like right-wing Christians, really, really believe in the same God, so we're kind of on the same team. No, you're really not. You're really not.
Yeah, I feel like the only positive I can think of with Trump is, I'm not going to say he's totally anti-interventionist, because he's not,
No.
but he's not a pacifist, and he's not he's not Ron Paul, right? But it
No.
is promising to me that he has invited Ron Paul to become an advisor. So maybe
Isn't Ron Paul super old now?
Yeah, I actually just met him right before, like 3 months ago, right before my mastectomy, at his conference that he had here by Dulles Airport. And he's super old. I think he's like 98, I think.
Okay, so he is super old, yeah.
He's super old, but he's doing a lot. He looks and sounds a lot better than Joe Biden. I can tell you that much.
That's terrifying.
It's like, I mean, he's got the little old man shuffle, but his brain is still sharper than me.
If you're standing up and shuffling at 98, you're rocking it. I mean, really.
I mean, he was still giving his speeches, at the conference and cracking jokes. And I mean, he is sharper at 98 than I am in my mid 40s with, a bad cold and some Theraflu. He's a lot sharper than me.
I just want to say
and
that
if he is advising Trump, that gives me a little bit of hope that maybe the foreign policy, little bit, that maybe we'll be less interventionist in the next 4 years. Maybe.
This Syrian thing is a huge story to watch, and I'm really glad we had Stephen on.
Yeah, it's just very sad, everything that's been happening in Syria the last decade, and a lot of it it's all fingerprints back to the State Department.
Yeah. All right, we should wrap it up.
That's gonna do it for us. Make sure you guys, if you guys are on YouTube watching us there, it costs you nothing to hit the subscribe button. That will help support this show. It'll help the algorithms and all that, so we can finally get to the monetization level, and we can make a living. And if you are on Rumble and you're following us there, if you're on the .com, please help support the channel by hitting the subscribe button just below the chat. You can become a $5 a month subscriber there. If you would like to continue doing this for you, for us, again, so we can make a living from doing this. If you're enjoying what you see, you find value in this, then please help us stay independent, and then we can keep doing it. So to all of those who have already supported, thank you so much. We're trying to make ends meet, and we appreciate it. And who knows? We don't know what's going to happen in January. We don't know if we're going to get our jobs back. We don't know anything. So until further notice, this is it. So Ted and I are doing this. This is it. So make sure you hit that the thumbs up button, to help support the show, and it'll help us grow, because the algorithms really, really do rely on the likes, apparently, on both, on YouTube and Rumble. So thank you all for being here. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you all for being here. Hasta mañana, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
We will.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Bye, Manila.
Bye. Hello. Good morning, everybody in streaming world. I am Manila Chan. That over there is Ted Rall. You are tuned in to the Ted Manila Information Show, or TMI for short, where we bring you way too much information, because we believe you can never have too much of it, right? Anything from news, politics, lifestyle, culture. Today, we're going to wade into the very treacherous world of LGBTQAI plus I literally don't know.
LMNOP.
No longer is it even an acronym anymore, Ted, if it's not short?
And
Like,
it was never a good acronym. Good acronyms stand
No.
for something. You know what I mean? Like they make a word. And
right.
LGBT,
Like
I mean,
NASA.
LGBT was always awkward. I want to say, by the way, I'm not imagining this, right? There was a period when it was just LGB, right? I'm pretty sure. In
Yes.
the 80s, and then the T
Yes.
got added, and then
Yes.
Q. And I'm always like confused by that because I'm like, Q has like some Venn diagram overlap with the other ones.
Right.
And
Because of
then
queer.
and so does I, and then yeah. What's the A?
Yeah. I don't know.
And then
Ambiguous. I don't know.
and then one of them is asexual, believe it or not. And
Yeah,
I
I
did a
don't know
cartoon
anymore.
I did a cartoon about like how there was an asexual movement, and like how people who are asexual wanted to be recognized for their rights. And I'm like thinking, but you're not in this game. Like by definition,
Right.
you
Right.
don't have a
Yeah.
sexual orientation. They're like, asexuality is a sexual orientation. I'm like, no, it's not.
No.
It's the
That's
absence of a sexual
celibacy.
orientation.
Right. It's like,
I mean, I'm kind of jealous because it gives you a lot of time to think about other things. But like, you're just not. It's like me. Like, oh, what's your favorite football team? Well, I don't have one because I don't follow football. Yeah, but
right.
so like, well, where's my role in football? I don't have a role in football because I don't follow football.
Right. You're not taking part. So I don't know.
I'm not part of it. Why does so? Yeah, but the asexual community got really mad at me, and they have all these discussion groups. They called me an anti-asexual bigot. I guess that makes me a pro-sexual person, which
yes.
I'm guilty of.
Okay. Yes.
I am
Yes.
pro-sex for sure. So for me and for
Yeah,
everyone else.
I really don't know what to make of that, but we're going to attempt to wade into that because there are there's a state lawmaker
These are
that's been
shark-filled
reelected.
waters.
It is. We're going to try to be careful. And then there's the first openly trans congressperson coming to DC in the new year. Maybe you've heard about the hubbub, but that's where, the topic that Ted and I are going to talk about. We're going to try to flesh it out. No pun intended, because we don't really know if, the flesh parts, what's involved, because we never really asked them. But anyway,
Right.
if you're looking for a straight-laced button-down show, this is not it for you.
Obviously.
We're going to warn you now. Turn the volume down if you're at work. Put in earbuds or something, because we're probably going to offend some of your coworkers. It is all
or
the
if
stuff
you're looking for a way out of your job, this might be your big chance.
This might be it. Ted and I will help get you fired.
Yourself, yes.
We'll help get you fired by offending all of your colleagues. Yes. So obviously, it's stuff that you want to talk about that you wish you could talk about at the water cooler. So Ted and I will talk about it for you.
Mm-hmm.
We're live Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern. Be sure to like and follow the show. If you are watching us on YouTube, I don't know how much longer we can stay on YouTube, because if it gets too spicy.
Come on, we got to stay on YouTube. YouTube is 90% of the market. We got to stay on
I know, but I'm saying for today, if it gets too spicy, we might have to jump off the feed before we get a strike. But if you're watching there on YouTube, please remember to hit the like and the subscribe button, because that is free. That'll help us get to our monetization goals once we hit those certain levels of follow or subscribers rather, and then we can become monetized. And if you are, of course, watching on Rumble, which is my preferred platform, you can help support the show by becoming a $5 a month subscriber. If you're in that financial position to help us out, go into the chat area at the bottom of the chat, hit that white subscribe button. That'll get you to the $5 a month thingy. And there's other ways we're developing to, actually grow the program into a more robust show, right, Ted? That's probably a good adjective for it. Robust, where we're gonna have like
more bells, more whistles.
Yeah, like once we get everything going, like interviews that we'll only share a portion of.
Right.
Well,
that makes it sound like it's going to get, I always want to caution, how like you'll be part of something early and then like you get punished as it becomes successful. And then they it's like, oh, it's freemium and like all the stuff that you got for free. So it's not going to be like we're going to take away what you're currently getting, but we're going to add some additional stuff.
There's going to be extra stuff. Yeah. We're trying to flesh out those ideas as well.
For paid people.
Yes, for our paid members, but we're not quite there yet. because we're still obviously just barely past a month into our inaugural show.
I know, I can hardly believe it, really.
I know. It feels like old hat, Ted, because obviously you and I had our previous show. So, it feels like...
although the format was definitely different. I love the headlines. I love this approach to headlines. I've always thought that headlines should be handled this way by other shows that I enjoy. And I kind of don't know why they don't do it this way, but fuck them. We've got this. So
right, where the hosts actually like go through the topic and give their 2 cents.
Yeah. Instead of having the headlines read and in a straightforward way, and then you do analysis and commentary afterwards. Why? I mean, it's sort of like the human brain's is quicker than that, and not to mention when you're doing the analysis, you don't remember all the details. It's like
as
school.
You go, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like like oh yeah, that's right. It's dumb.
Yeah, no, this is much more fun. So
this is the Mystery Science 3000.
So
approach.
If we want to weigh in, we weigh in. Whatever, you'll still get the actual facts, but then you'll also get Manila and Ted commentary along the way. So that's what we're going to do here. So we already spilled the beans what the main topic is going to be. Ted and I are obviously not a member of that rainbow flag community. So
how's this obvious? You don't know that. I mean, I could
be
gay. I mean, when I had open mic Fridays in my old show in LA, I could easily be. A lot of the top question in LA was always, ask anything. Was like, are you gay? And I didn't know, and I kind of would refuse to answer that question back then. You
reek straight to me.
Thank you. I mean,
you reek of straightness.
What I meant by that, you know what I mean. But I mean, I am straight. But I mean, it's like and I would, I've often kind of thought like if I were more open-minded, I should be at least bi. I don't know why I'm not. I'm just not.
Right, me neither. I'm just not. I'm not interested in girls.
I think in Southern California, there's this very butch culture, and like people are sort of like, if you don't have this. If you don't sound like, I don't know, like if you're not like surfer guy, or to me,
hey,
that's kind of gay, but like, yeah, I remember
look, Ted, I'm Asian. How do you know I'm not a lady boy?
Well, in Thailand, you could, actually, but lady boys are more girl than girls.
I know.
I'm
probably too butch. I'm too butch to be a lady boy.
Our trans women usually don't succeed in really looking like hot women, but the Thai lady boys are hot women.
I know. Yeah. I'm very ashamed sometimes.
In a country with hot women, Thai women are hot. So
where I'm like, I'm ashamed. I'm like, oh my God, you're a dude and you're so much more pretty than me. Like, why are you so much prettier than me?
Well, they're raised that way. It's an art. It's like it's not just sort of like, hey, I'm slapping on some makeup. I mean, it's like, yeah. It
really is an art.
Yeah, it's an art.
Yeah, so we're going to wade into that. That's the main topic of today after we get through the headlines. Ted and I, of course, being what I presume are two cis straight people. But
heteronormative.
I know, but nobody ever fucking asked me, Ted, if I wanted that label.
Well,
of
the
cis
thing
or whatever. Like, nobody asked me.
Like, yeah.
I'm just
I don't know.
normie.
Yeah. Well, we'll get into all that.
Okay. All right. Let's do that. Let's jump into headlines. Let's hit the jaws.
Okay, straight to the headlines. Breaking news right now. President Yoon Suk Yeol of South Korea has declared emergency martial law. That just breaking minutes ago. He's accusing the opposition of plotting insurgency and trying to overthrow the free democracy. This is the first time a South Korean president has declared martial law since the military dictatorship ended in that nation back in the late 1980s. Mr. Yoon, who was elected president in 2022, keyword elected, but I guess he thought, I'm stepping it up now, has been in a near constant political standoff with the opposition, which controls parliament. In a nationally televised speech on Tuesday night, local time, that's, of course, it's Tuesday morning here in New York, Yoon denounced the opposition for repeatedly using its majority in the National Assembly to impeach members of his cabinet and to block the passage of his government's budget plans. This, he said, has paralyzed his administration. The National Assembly, which should have been the foundation of free democracy, has become a monster that destroys it. Manila, this is extremely disturbing and frightening news. I remember in the 1980s when South Korea was a brutal dictatorship that really cracked down on dissidents violently and viciously. And we think of South Korea as a democracy now, but it's a new democracy, and it was a very fragile one. And apparently, democracy has just come to an end there. Now, obviously, this state of affairs could come to an end. A state of emergency doesn't have to go on forever. Martial law can be declared and it can be lifted. But I have a bad feeling about this. I think that we're about to head into the old days, and the United States is going to find itself in an extremely uncomfortable position. South Korea is a close U.S. ally. It was during the Cold War. It was a major bulwark against China and Russia. And the U.S., to its shame, supported the dictatorship in South Korea. And now the U.S. is going to find itself in the same position to do that again. I'm sure Trump would be likely to continue that relationship, but it's a bad look for the United States.
Yeah, I think it'll be status quo for the U.S. relations with South Korea anyway, but I feel like what's happening in South Korea, this seems random to me, Ted. I haven't heard of any hubbub coming out of South Korea at all, like in the past several weeks. So this is kind of a shock. But at the same time, I feel like President Yoon Suk what is his name? Yoon Suk
Yeol. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yoon Suk Yeol. President Yeol is just following the new modus operandi of protecting democracy by suspending democracy, the model that is taking place right now in Ukraine. That's how you defend democracy, Ted. You gotta break it apart and kill it so it can be born fresh, and maybe just call authoritarianism or totalitarianism democracy, because I feel like that's what's happening. Because remember, there's no elections or anything in Ukraine either, right?
Mm-hmm.
Little Zelensky there, his term expired in May, and he's somehow still the president. He should have ceded power to their version of the Speaker of the House over there. He has not. He hasn't quite. I don't think he's quite declared martial law.
He has declared it is martial law. You will, if you're in the streets, you will be shot and killed by the authorities. The parliament has been taken over by the military, and streets are blocked. People have been ordered to remain in their homes indefinitely for the foreseeable future. Pedestrians,
except for when they come kidnap you to go to the meat grinder.
People are very, but apparently Koreans are very on the streets of Seoul are totally perplexed. They did not see this coming at all.
That's what I'm saying. Why?
Look, this strikes me as it's a coup. It's an internal coup. It's weird.
By
because
who, though?
Normally by the president himself. It's kind of like if Trump had succeeded on January 6th in remaining in office and had stayed past his term, that would have been an internal coup. You don't normally see that sort of thing. Normally we think of a coup as a putsch, an attempt to overthrow a government from the outside, or maybe a palace coup, like another faction tries to overthrow, like in Nepal when the royal family was massacred by their own guards, and then another faction tried to take over, that sort of thing. It's an unusual situation. It's kind of like you're taking over the government, but you're the president of
you
the
are
republic.
the government. Yeah,
you are the government. Yeah. So I think what's going on here is he just wasn't much liking the fact that that Congress wasn't the parliament wasn't getting along with him. So he's like, maybe I don't need that parliament. Fuck them.
Well, I'm very perplexed. There's not a whole lot of
By the way,
information
this would be a
coming
good
out.
place for Antony Blinken to get on the phone and say, no. I mean, I don't think he'll do that, but that's what he should do.
Yeah. this is supposed to be, an old U.S. ally. I don't know. There's
By the
just
way,
not enough
he's taking
information.
advantage. He's taking advantage of the presidential transition here in the United States. There's confusion. We effectively don't have a president in the United States. Biden is not there. The elevator's not going to the top floor. We're between presidents. And there's no telling. We don't really know what foreign policy vis-a-vis the East is going to really look like after January 20th. And he's like, this is my big fucking chance. Big Papa,
Look,
Big
call me
Joe
crazy.
is not paying attention.
Call me crazy, Ted. I really feel like just my reporter spidey senses tell me that I feel like President Yol is gonna link this somehow to the North Korean soldiers in Russia right now in Kursk.
Ooh,
I don't know why.
I
feel like there's something there. I don't have any evidence.
He did blame North Korea, but North Korea hasn't really been up to anything other than sending those garbage balloons, right? That's about it.
And yes, I have no evidence for this. It's just my reporter spidey senses. I feel like there's going to be something there, and later on he's gonna say later today or tomorrow, because it's the middle of the night there right now. I feel like tomorrow he's going to come out and say something about the North Korean threat in Russia or something like that. I feel like that's what I smell, and I smell the finger. I can kind of see vague fingerprints that match Tony Blinken and Tony Blinken and Jake Sullivan that are going to say something about preserving the democracy in Asia and the soon Chinese troops. I feel like this is another inch towards World War III. I have absolutely no evidence as to why.
We're reduced to speculation because this literally just came out of the blue.
It literally just happened.
Although I'm sure Koreans would say that's not the case. He's been unpopular throughout his entire tenure. Don't forget, back in 2022, you might remember in the Halloween crowd crush incident in Seoul.
Oh, yeah.
That was under his watch, and he got criticized. Pretty much that was the beginning of his term. There was a big medical crisis in South Korea earlier this year. That was also, he's been taking shit about that. He apparently has been cracking down on journalists. He's been vetoing pretty much everything that crosses his desk. And he's been making a lot of favorable references to far-right historical figures in Korean history, and including the military dictatorship that followed World War II. So,
hey, maybe he'll unify the two Koreas, because if he's lurching to the right, hey.
Yeah, but North Korea is far left, so
Well, at some point the Venn diagram overlaps, because it's a 3D diagram at this point. It's no longer that model of left to right is not. I don't believe that anymore. I believe it's like this 3D model, and there's a Venn diagram there, and some of it overlaps. And who knows? Maybe this guy's going to surprise everybody.
I think look, honestly, I'll put my cards on the table. The Yoon family is a very storied political family in South Korea.
And this guy is part of that.
And they're
always family.
And they're always, he is, and they're all assholes. So it's kind of like they're like Cheneys in Korea. And like if there was a new Cheney you'd never heard of, like Chet Cheney, you could pretty be like, fuck Chet Cheney. He's going to be a dick because he's a Cheney.
Because he's a Cheney, yeah.
That whole family should just be like put on an island far, far away. Okay. So let's move on here.
Yeah, that's we don't know enough because it literally
we'll bring you more as we learn.
Just happened.
The surprise offense against Aleppo by Syrian rebel groups has left the United States in the difficult position of not fully supporting either side, while also retaining nearly 1,000 troops in Syria as part of the completely illegal ongoing mission to quote-unquote fight ISIS, even though we're also supporting them. Major General Pat Ryder, Pentagon press secretary, distanced the U.S. from the offensive last week, in which rebel groups quickly advanced on and took Aleppo. That's Syria's second largest city. It's in the northwestern part of the country, near the border with Turkey, for the first time in years. Let me be clear that the U.S. is in no way involved in the operations you see playing out in and around Aleppo in northwestern Syria. Translation, the U.S. is totally involved, which, as you know, are being led by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, a designated terrorist organization. He said in reference to a group known as HTS, He says the U.S. wants de-escalation. The dilemma for the United States is further put into focus by Jake Sullivan, NSA. He's the National Security Advisor, who told CNN on Sunday that HTS is a terrorist organization. So we have real concerns about the designs and objectives of that organization. At the same time, of course, we don't cry over the fact that the Assad government, backed by Russia, Iran, and Hezbollah, are facing certain times of pressure, he said. So it's a complicated situation. It's one we're monitoring closely, and we're staying in close touch with regional partners about it. You know, Manila, this is very reminiscent of the usual, enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing that we see. Like, we'll back some radical jihadis in places like the Mujahideen, like in Afghanistan in the 1980s. What could go wrong?
Because it always works out so well when the U.S.
Syrian
does
Army, Al-Nusra Front in Syria. Again, what could go wrong?
It always works out well, Ted.
We may have someone in Aleppo tomorrow, right? Joining us here on the show.
Yes. So hopefully the connection works. I have a journalist friend there in Aleppo to tell us what the hell's going on. Luckily, he says he and his family are safe. I don't know how anyone can remain calm when 90% of your city has been overtaken by these insurgents, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you would think, like, where are the Assad troops? Where are the government forces?
Well, they ran away. I mean,
I know there wasn't enough of them. Like, where are they?
Well, they dissolved, right? And it's not like the Afghanistan thing where they surrendered to the other side. They just skedaddled. Now, I want to be clear on the geography of Syria. I mean, Damascus is it's hundreds of miles away from Aleppo. It's far. It's not like, they're right next door and they can just hop into Damascus and topple Assad. This is the big challenge here is for Russia. President Putin obviously would like to finish the job in Ukraine. I'm sure it's so close he can taste it. And so I'm sure the last thing he wants to do is pull resources away from the Russo-Ukrainian conflict. But he can't let this go. I would say the smart play here is to bring in Wagner from Africa to help support al-Assad, and maybe redeploy some Russian troops from Russia. I mean, Russia's got a huge standing army, but it would be a huge blow to the prestige of the Russian Federation if Assad's government were to fall.
Yeah.
Not to mention, it would be very bad for the world to have Syria become a jihadi state.
Yeah, Syria's not, up until about 10 or 12 years ago, Syria was fairly stable as far as Middle Eastern countries go. And it's not like what Trump would classify like a shithole country.
Not at all.
I mean,
no.
It's like the standard of living. Yeah, standard of living is very Western, and like Westerners would go there.
Very secular.
Like, rad. It was a totally nice, functioning Middle Eastern city before the United States decided that they didn't want Assad in there 13 years ago.
It's literally trying to repeat what they did to Iraq. They didn't succeed.
Or Libya.
They want to reduce it to a failed state. Although, what I'm really wondering about, Manila, in all this is, where is Israel? I mean, okay, so Israel, I'm sure, doesn't love Assad, but they're not stupid, right? Like, the people in Shin Bet and all that, they're looking at this as like, who do they want on their fucking border? Assad or these people? You tell me.
Right, which is it's not strange, I guess, if you really think, because Ted, you and I have talked about this. Genociding is a very daunting and heavy lift. So you're kind of busy. If you're Netanyahu, you're kind of busy. You know this, Ted. You and I have talked about this. We've entertained the idea of genociding and how much time it takes, how much brain power, right? Like you're getting your vacation home along the beach bombed. Like, you got shit to worry about. How can you even begin to worry about your neighbor in Syria with the jihadis coming in, backed by your own Western backers in the U.S.? Can you really worry about that when you're busy genociding? It's kind of like, it's tough, It's,
well,
you got to have priorities.
I mean, the Israelis have certainly proven throughout this latest conflict post October 7th that they know how to multitask, right? I mean, they've been cracking down on internal dissidents. They decided to bomb Iran a couple of times.
Yeah, but when you just decide to fire off a couple rockets and
They
missiles,
started a
like
war in Lebanon,
that's
another
different.
one. They bombed
That's-
Syria a few times too.
Yeah, yeah. But that's just like lobbing off some bombs into some random places in Syria. This is something like this is an active hot zone now. This has become an active hot zone. So I don't think Netanyahu is prepared to respond in any meaningful way because
I don't think response is really the issue, but I think the question is he on the phone? I'm sure he's on the phone with Blinken, and I'm sure he's got to be saying like, guys, I know you love your jihadis, but these jihadis are right up our ass, right?
Like, bro, can we finish our genocide first? Like, I know you're up against the clock. You got 6 weeks left in the Biden administration.
Gazans aren't going to kill themselves,
Like, bro, you got 6 weeks left in office. Can you give me just a couple more weeks to finish the genocide? And then we can try to, you can do your thing in Aleppo.
Although then,
can't wait.
But you got to realize, I mean, the question for the Israelis, right? When they finish up Gaza and they kill everyone or drive them out, are they then going to move to like the reconstruction and exploitation and ethnic cleansing and the annexation, or are they going to immediately turn to the West Bank to get that part done too?
I don't know, but I know there's real estate sales that are already
true.
Pre-sales that are already happening in Gaza.
Yeah.
Isn't that awful?
Yes, and everyone involved should be sent to The Hague. All right,
they are pre-selling.
Let's move on here.
It's like a concert, Ted. Like those that really, really love the band, you can be a member. You can be like a Zionist member, buy membership, and then you can buy the pre-sale to the Gazan real estate. Same type of thing for the concerts. Same thing. You can buy it first before it's open to general population.
It's exactly the same as like the Germans who bought like houses from the German government that had been seized from Jews who had been sent to Auschwitz. It's like, how lovely you are. Anyway,
nice. What a good deal.
Beautiful. All right, more chaos, this time in France. French Prime Minister Michel Barnier faces a no-confidence vote as soon as tomorrow after he invoked a constitutional provision yesterday to push through a contentious budget without a final parliamentary vote. The former Brexit negotiators' move upset lawmakers in France's so-called hung parliament, and that doesn't mean like they're all like packing, where no party holds an absolute majority after President Emmanuel Macron called snap elections in June. Opposing parties, including a left-wing alliance and Marine Le Pen's conservative populist National Rally, filed motions yesterday for no-confidence votes, potentially jeopardizing the center-right Barnier and his cabinet. At some point, we should have an explainer about parliamentary democracy. I always think when I was younger, I didn't really understand how it worked, and there's different formats, and we should have someone come in and we should do an explainer for Americans who don't understand all these like no confidence votes, snap elections, how the parliamentary system works. Anyway, if Barnier gets thrown out, his government will be the first to fall in a no confidence vote since 1962 and the most short-lived since the current system, the Fifth Republic, began in 1958. By the way, the Fifth Republic is a really interesting story, the way that it started. My mom was living in Paris, and we think of France as a democracy, but it really kind of is. It's like ish. So the reason I say that is because General de Gaulle basically launched a coup in 1958, and my mom was an office worker at NATO in Paris. And one morning she goes to the metro, tries to get her newspaper, and the guy's like, no newspapers have been delivered this morning, ma'am. I don't know. And so she goes to work. Everyone's like, yeah, no, I didn't have any newspapers either. She goes back home, turns on the radio, and on every channel, every station is only playing the Marseillaise, the national anthem, in rotation. And then she had a neighbor at a television, and same thing, only there's the French flag waving with just the Marseillaise playing over on loop.
What?
3 days, no newspapers, no news, nothing. And then finally, there was a speech from the nation from de Gaulle. He said, "I've taken control of the government. I've overthrown the government." And they created the Fifth Republic out of that.
Interesting. I've never.
People don't know this episode. Anyway,
No, I don't.
the 2025 budget seeks to shrink France's deficit, and it includes $42 billion in would-be spending cuts and $21 billion in tax increases. In other words, it's austerity. It's faced something French people do not like. It has faced widespread criticism from lawmakers as well as the public. Amid the impasse, France's financial markets have reeled, while the country's borrowing costs have increased to the same level as Greece, which,
Wow.
financially is a shithole country. Not in, on the ground. On the ground, Greece is an awesome country. I'm going to say that no confidence vote. Macron is likely not to succeed to. He's not. I mean, Mrs. Macron's dude, right, is not likely to pass to get through this. Barnier, and it would be a huge crisis inside the French system, which has been relatively stable since 1968, since the May 1968 uprising that almost caused a communist revolution in France. That was basically the last time you've seen this level of instability. So France is on the ropes.
Well, I mean, I would say that this kind of unrest happened during the Yellow Vest protests before COVID, right?
Mhm.
The year before COVID. So that would have been 2019?
Yeah.
There has been financial turmoil there ever since then. That was the whole point of the Yellow Vest protests, which, by the way, are back. They're back on the streets protesting again, because COVID, the lockdowns and Emmanuel Macron's whole COVID vax passport thing was in place, and so the Yellow Vest protests kind of went away in that time. But now they're back, and this is what we're talking about here, right? Is that the financial situation is really bad right now in France. And I think that is embodied in how much power that woman right there, Marine Le Pen, is she's the embodiment of that, about the rejection of this neoliberal structure that has, I feel like, worsened the financial situation for most supposed Western democracies like the United States as well, where everyone's upping the retirement age. We're borrowing from the future, and I think a lot of people are pissed off about that. And nobody gets more pissed off than the French. Ted, you know this. They're like the opposite of the British. Like, they will take to the streets and burn shit down.
They don't stay calm.
Any fucks.
And they don't stay calm, and they don't carry on.
They don't.
It's always en grève, which means
that's right,
to the barricades, on strike.
That's right. You got to give it to the French. Like, they give no fucks. Like, they will get out there.
Cities, you increase the college tuition by $200 a year, cities will burn. Like,
the French do not care. They will hit the streets and destroy everything. They're like the opposite. They're like what you think the United
honey
States
badger
was.
Don't care is what they are.
That's really it. They're what the U.S. looked like in the 1960s, right? Like during the Vietnam War. That's them for everything. It was like,
all the time.
What?
And by
You're
the way,
giving us a 7-cent tax on gas?
The French were more extreme than we were in the 60s. They were far crazier. God.
I can only
imagine.
To overthrow
the government. I mean, honestly, like, in Charles de Gaulle's memoirs, he had been returned to the presidency at that time, and he described he was on the roof of a government building one night during the communist uprising in May 68, and he looked down the street, and there was a mob of people coming towards his building. They had a helicopter on the roof, prepared to evacuate him and the government to go to Bonn, to go to Germany, into exile. And he and basically it all came down to which direction down these little tiny Parisian streets will this mob go? And they decided to, and he said they hesitated at the corner, and they turned down a side street instead of coming towards him. And he said it was 50-50 for the survival of the Fifth Republic based on which direction they were going to go.
Well, Marine Le Pen, I think after she's been a has-ran, like how many times? I can't even count, right? You would think she'd go in the way of Hillary Clinton, but it's been the opposite for her. Every time she's been a has-ran or an also-ran, she has gained more and more and more power. She's like the opposite Hillary Clinton. So I feel like
she's like that mathematical. You know, there's that mathematical conundrum. Like, okay, so walk halfway across look at a room, walk halfway across the remaining distance across the room. So you walk halfway across. Now do it again. Walk halfway across. Do it again. You never really quite touch the other floor, the wall ever. You never quite get there. That's kind of like where she's been so far.
Well, I feel like this last election, putting this guy on the ropes, everybody's pissed off. I feel like there's something big brewing by this summer, because we're seeing a fall return of yellow vest protests already. I feel like when the summer or the spring months come, when it's warm outside,
this is
I feel like
beyond yellow. This is beyond yellow vest.
This
will be a mass movement.
Yeah.
Yellow vest has had a conservative tinge.
I think this is going to be a mass populist pushback against Emmanuel Macron's government. He managed to survive his own no confidence vote just barely, right? And he's a lame duck as well. He's got a couple years left on his term. But the French are very unhappy. And this has been, it was brewing a long time ago before COVID. We had to hit the pause button because of COVID, and nothing has been bettered since. The only thing that's changed is that now the populist movement from Marine Le Pen's party has grown exponentially. And not only that in France, but if we look over in like, what is it? The Netherlands, the guy with the crazy hair, what is his name? Guilt. He has a strange Dutch name that I can't pronounce, but Wilders, I feel like. Oh, you're on mute, Ted.
I think Wilders.
The guy with the crazy like Mozart hair. That's how I remember him. He has like this Mozart hair. There, you're seeing a populist, right-leaning uprising all across Europe. It is not isolated in France alone anymore. So this is going to be very different.
The real story, I mean, that's all true. And the real story, though, is that there's no center anymore. So there's still a left. It's not as big as the right in those countries. La France Insoumise. I mean, think about it. Right now, Marine Le Pen leads the biggest party in France.
Right.
The second biggest is the far left. Like, not like what Fox News calls the far left. The left. People who like their hammers and sickles served warm. And that's La France Insoumise, which is France Unbowed. That's the party of Jean-Luc Mélenchon. And I think between those two, look, if there were ever an alliance of convenience between the far left and the far right, for sure, it would be unstoppable.
Yeah, I think we're about to see that happen. You just wait. You just watch this space in the spring, because nobody wants to go out and freeze their ass off, Ted. It's holidays. Like the French know how to celebrate also. Like, I love the holidays in France. It's so beautiful with all the lights, especially in Paris, right? Like, no one's going to do that. Everyone's going to enjoy. Because the French know how to enjoy.
Cold in France.
Yeah, but my point is, the French know how to relax and enjoy. So they're not going to do that during the holidays. After the holidays, that's when the summer of discontent will be showing itself. Not during the holidays and Christmas. They're going to live and be merry for right now, because that's what the French do.
That is usually what happens. That's true.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on here.
That's all I'm going to say on that.
We're running late, man. One of these times we're going to do this on time. Researchers at EPFL and Lausanne University Hospital, led by professors Grégoire Coultine and Jocelyn Bloch, have achieved a major milestone in the treatment of spinal cord injuries, also known as SCI. Oh my God, I've got
You got a cough?
Cough. Oh my God. Here we go.
I know. Well, you're telling me.
By applying deep brain stimulation to an unexpected region in the brain, the lateral hypothalamus, the team has improved the recovery of lower limb movements in 2 individuals with partial SCI, greatly improving their autonomy and well-being. Wolfgang Jager, a 54-year-old from Kappel, Austria, has been in a wheelchair since 2006 after a ski accident left him with a SCI. Participating in the clinical trial, he experienced firsthand how deep brain stimulation could restore his mobility and independence. Last year on vacation, it was no problem to walk a couple of steps down and back to the sea using the stimulation, he shared, describing the newfound freedom that this has given him. Beyond walking, the therapy has improved everyday tasks. I can also reach things in my cupboards in the kitchen. DBS is a well-established neurosurgical technique that involves implanting electrodes into specific brain regions to modulate neural activity. That is cool. Traditionally, DBS has been used to treat movement disorders like Parkinson's and essential tremor by targeting areas of the brain responsible for motor control. However, applying DBS to the lateral hypothalamus to treat partial paralysis is a new approach. By focusing on the lower hypothalamus, the researchers at NeuroRestore, that's not a dystopian sounding name at all, tapped into an unexpected neural pathway that had not yet previously been considered for motor recovery. In the study published in Nature Medicine, not only did the DBS show immediate results to augment walking during rehab, patients also showed long-term improvement that persisted even when the stimulation was turned off. These findings suggest that the treatment promoted a reorganization of residual nerve fibers that contribute to sustained neurological improvement.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say about how amazing all of these developments are, Ted, in just the past 10 years. I have a family member who's a quadriplegic from a bad accident, a sporting accident. And I mean, it would be amazing to see this sort of movement. There's the guy, the participant, Wolfgang Jaeger. So he's like an older man. Well, he's not old, but he's an older man, right? And wouldn't it be something in his lifetime if he were able to, stand and be mobile again? There's so many people like
It's very cool.
It's a weird part of your brain that this is not my world. Obviously, I'm very interested in this sort of science.
It's like
I
the
don't know
Elon
enough.
Musk. It's like the Elon Musk, the thing that he has, right?
Right.
Neuralink.
Right. Like there's so much to learn still about the different parts of the brain that haven't already been examined. And I feel like we need to put more money towards this because
Of course we do.
We instead of going towards war and stupid bullshit that cause people to be in a state of paralysis,
That too.
how about fixing it? So I feel like this is something our government should absolutely give more money towards.
Absolutely.
Because there are so many people, their lives could be bettered. And if you're, worried about like financially, it would be more advantageous for the US government to spend money in research and development, the R&D of helping people like this than it does for the Medicare and Medicaid. We spend way more money if people are worried about this financially. We spend way more money on the care for people with these types of disabilities in Medicare and Medicaid than we could or would if we put money into the research in fixing them to begin with. Because once you get there, if you can help them and resolve some of these problems, then the long-term care would no longer be needed. But it's a long-term investment. Right now, we're just like, okay, well, they're on Medicare and Medicaid forever, and they're not going to have productive lives, and we're just okay with that. That's okay. We're just going to keep them in their chairs and not care. Just they're alive. It's fine. That's kind of how we treat people.
Listen, and just a reminder, what is today's cutting edge medicine is tomorrow's normal, totally affordable, scalable, accessible to everything medicine. I mean, think about like anti-HIV, antiviral drugs in like the early ones, like AZT in the early 90s. Now PrEP is totally accessible and people take it prophylactically.
Right.
There's a lot of stuff like that. I could easily see these becoming standard anti-Alzheimer's kind of treatments in the future. It's not just like very serious, extreme cases like this guy Wolfgang. I mean, the brain stuff. It could also be used to treat clinical depression, all sorts of issues that afflict, tens of millions of Americans and people around the world, and it will. I mean, so right now, this is how it works. When you start with a new technology like this, it's expensive and hard, and it doesn't affect that many people, but it spreads, and then that's just how it works. So obviously, this is a huge thing, and I just hope they should just go fast. They should go fast. They should go hard.
Ted, you know what else doesn't affect that many people, but it's like we're drowning in the news about it? All the trans stuff.
True.
It's true.
I
think there's probably more people that are affected by these sorts of spinal cord injuries than there are trans people.
Yeah, well, that's a good question. When trans stuff started to pop into the news in a big way, a few years ago, I have never been able to find truly reliable information or statistics about what percentage of the U.S. population self-identifies as trans. I've seen as high as 5%. I'm like, that's bullshit.
No way.
You're telling me 1 out of 20 people is like self-identifies as trans? Like, that's not even possible. And then I've seen these days, it's like sort of the number that's kicked around is 0.5%. I mean, we don't really know how many gay people there are, right? I mean, it's like we don't really know, and for obvious reasons. But it definitely is a smaller number than it's a small number, right? I mean, how many trans? I mean, I live in New York City, right? How many trans people do I know personally? Handful, I mean, it's like it's out of the thousands of people I know. And I would imagine if I lived back in Dayton, Ohio, where I grew up, it would be fewer.
Right. I'm from Los Angeles. I spent 30 years in Los Angeles before I moved around everywhere else. One trans person. No, plenty of gays, plenty of lesbians. Friends with plenty.
Yeah, well, I lived in a girls' dorm at Barnard, so ask me how many lesbians I knew.
So
all right, last story.
One more thing.
You brought this story up, and I found it.
Yes.
I found it completely fascinating. Another development in the Hana Kobayashi case. She's the Hawaiian woman who had been thought to be missing in Los Angeles. Well, I mean, she was missing. She crossed the border into Mexico, as it turned out, of her own accord 4 days after arriving at LAX. The LAPD, always the most reliable source in the world, says she has not been the victim of any crime. To date, the investigation has not uncovered any evidence that Kobayashi is being trafficked or is the victim of foul play. LAPD Chief Jim McDonald says detectives reviewed her social media accounts and found a desire expressed to step away from modern connectivity. This is like a pretty extreme way
going
to
off
take
the grid,
to take a break from your TikTok. The investigation discovered that while Kobayashi initially checked her bag through to New York City, she later instructed that it be, I love the way this is written, she later instructed it to be sent to her in at LAX. All right, hey bag, I want you to go to LAX.
Come back to LAX.
You bag, where she retrieved it on November 11th. She later used her passport and cash to buy a bus ticket at Union Station to travel to the San, I don't know how to pronounce this, the San Ysidro border crossing. Ysidro, okay. Where she entered Mexico via tunnel on foot. Who doesn't do that? At 12:13 p.m. on November 12th. LAPD has not pursued the investigation further into Mexico because that would involve making a phone call in international, and that could be expensive because it appears she is not the victim of any crime, and also because they're lazy. If she returns to the U.S., law enforcement will be notified. We've basically done everything we can do at this point, McDonald said. No, except for making that phone call to your Mexican counterparts. She's left the country and in another nation now. Yeah, I'm aware that Mexico is another nation. You fucking genius. Kobayashi.
Thanks, LAPD.
I guess you could bring the FBI into it. Kobayashi flew from Maui to LAX and you're going to ask why should the FBI be involved, and I'm about to tell you. Kobayashi flew from Maui to LAX on November 8th. She was supposed to catch a connecting flight to New York a short time later. She missed the flight, and after a few cryptic text messages, blew off her family within a few days. Family members have traveled to LA to search for her, one of whom was her father. Keyword was Ryan Kobayashi was found dead last weekend in a parking lot near LAX. The LA medical examiner says the cause of death was suicide. So let me see if I get this. So basically, this dingus girl, flies from Japan to LA to
No, from
New York.
Maui.
Sorry, from Maui to New York via LA. She blows off the second leg of her trip in LA, decides to go off the grid and go on a vacay to Mexico, dumps her socials, and her dad is so distraught that he fucking kills himself. Nice job, lady.
And she still like, the weird part is she hasn't reemerged to be like, oh my God, my dad is dead.
My dad.
My dad died because of me. Like, I was missing. He was distraught. Like, what the hell? Like, there's no word from this woman. It just all sounds very suspect. How did they not know? You cannot escape LAX. Like, there are cameras every square foot of that place. Mm-hmm. Like, how did this woman escape LAX, somehow manage to go downtown to Union Station to the bus station?
Lots of cameras all over LA.
That's 20 miles to go downtown. That's 20 miles.
That's true.
How did she get there?
And those are 20 hard miles for people who live in like Indiana. Yes. That's like 200 miles where you are. Okay.
She's like walking through the hood.
It's hard. Yeah.
And there's literally
Metro. She must have taken an Uber, right?
She took an Uber. Like, where is that information? How did she disappear from LAX? There are literally cameras covering every square fucking foot. If people think I'm joking, like, I'm not exaggerating. This is not hyperbole.
Of course, that's true.
It's every square foot of
it's
LAX.
A huge international airport. Yeah.
You couldn't get away with stealing a pack of fucking Mentos, right?
No
at
way,
LAX.
No way.
They will catch you. How does a whole grown ass woman disappear out of LAX? Nobody can find how she got anywhere. She disappears 20 miles down to downtown LA. And now she's at Union Station, also full of cameras everywhere, and gets on a fucking Greyhound to get to San Isidro Pass.
I'm guessing she took Metro or the bus over to Union Station.
But again, cameras everywhere. How has she managed to evade?
Especially on Metro and on the bus.
There's story, like, this story doesn't line up.
Well, they have the picture. They have the picture of her entering the tunnel, right? I mean, that international border crossing. She took so she must have taken some form of mass transit, a bus, I imagine, just to San Diego.
But what else is wrong with this woman mentally, Ted? That she knows that her dad, she had to have heard the news. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe she disconnected. She said she's off the grid now.
Yeah.
Don't you think if the LAPD knows?
And why not reach out to the Mexican authorities?
Wouldn't they have told her, like, hey, do you know your dad offed himself?
I mean, given the drug trade across that border, and not to mention all the issues with migration and everything, don't tell me that the LAPD doesn't have their counterparts in Tijuana and these other places on speed dial, right? I mean, come on.
This is
be
too many holes, really weird holes in this story, and I just feel so bad for her family, her remaining relatives. You know, her mom, the other sister, like their dad is dead. Their sister has lost her fucking mind and disappeared into Mexico. She and hasn't said anything about their dad dying. Like, what the hell?
I know.
Something went berserk in here, and I would like to know. She caused literally a nationwide woman hunt to find her, and now she's just like, oh, I'm chilling on the beach in Rosarito. I'm going off the grid. I'm having some margaritas here in Rosarito.
I mean, okay, so I'm going to say, the French expression, cherchez la femme, like, when in doubt, look for the woman. Okay, in this case, cherchez l'homme. Was there a dude? Like, in other words, like, is it like a illicit romance that her father might not have approved of? So she's like, oh yeah, I'll meet you in LA and I'll throw him off the scent. And so, like, I'll pretend like I'm going to New York. She gets off the plane and she's like, I'm gonna skip lag this shit. I'm gonna get off in LA and go like on a fun Mexican vacay, have sex on the beach. It's gonna be awesome. Do you think it's like that kind of scenario?
I think this is just a chick that lost her marbles.
mean, she doesn't look crazy in the pictures. She looks completely normal.
That was before she snapped. I think she probably just snapped and was like, I'm going off the grid. Because, I mean, any sane person, even if you have like bad relationships with your parents or whatever, any sane person would at least, you've caused a nationwide manhunt and now
she
your
might,
dad
like
is
you said,
dead.
she may not know.
Or yeah, but if LAPD has made contact with her, which it seems like they have, if they know that she's safe, I feel like some authorities
No.
would
There's no
contact
evidence.
her.
There's no evidence that like they talked to her or anything.
But they're just like basing it on video. They
They're
saw
basing
her
it on her social media. Like, yeah, that's what I did a whole cartoon about this, about like how that's what detective work is now. Like, instead of like, like a 70s police
going out there.
procedural. Yeah, instead of leaving your fucking desk, their fat donut asses sit
You're
on the
just
desk and they're like,
looking at social media.
Yeah, they like, oh, look, me see this. And then like everything's, they had facial
Oh,
recognition
case
software. They had facial, dun da da dun da dun da da.
Can you imagine the new Columbo episodes now?
Oh, totally. Yeah, no, he's totally like, and it's like just like you just hear the clicking of the keyboard and you see
Like,
the mouse
what?
moving around. And so, yeah, I mean, who would ever
I
want to
don't
become a detective now? It would be so boring. It's like
You're
there's no
just surfing
instinct
social
involved.
media.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't
big
know.
deal.
This story's just weird.
They uploaded her photo into the cloud. They matched it up to all the zillions of cameras in the Southland. They got a bunch of hits, including in that immigration tunnel between Mexico and the U.S. Bam, done. She went to Mexico. She
Like,
wants to go off the grid. Done. Case closed. Next.
I'm gonna put this message out there. Hannah Kobayashi, if you're listening, can you hook a sister up with some Mexican antibiotics?
Yeah, and a bro.
There's a whole network over here on the East Coast that'll pay good money.
Yeah, we'll stop talking shit about you, about the fact that you murdered your father, you idiot. We'll stop talking
like
about that.
hook us up with some Mexican antibiotics, because it's like an illicit drug in America. You can't get those anymore.
Much easier to get anything else, really. I mean,
I could score an 8-ball like right now. I could have a dude here probably in 30 seconds.
I would take that right now to stop this coughing if it would help.
I would. Oh my god! I so badly want. No one will give me antibiotics because everyone's like,
we're
just
so
gonna wait.
I can't believe we spent an hour on headlines. We're like,
I know on just headlines, but there's just so much shit.
Although
we are
with the South Korean thing, it's pretty crazy. All right, let's go ahead.
Okay, let's hit the jaws. I'm gonna get rid of the headlines, and so here's what we're gonna actually be talking about. Like, some trans lawmakers come to DC, and SCOTUS is weighing trans intervention for kids. Is it today or just this week?
It's tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
I'll bring us in.
Okay. So, well, let me introduce a couple of things. I'm gonna let me toss this in.
There's 3 main stories, but 2 big ones.
Okay. Wait, let me remove. Hello. Brain not working. Too many OTC meds that are not good. The good Mexican.
God, antibiotics. Yeah, please.
My God, like, come on. Give me some antibiotics.
Do you want to do this, or do you want me to do it?
I want to do it because there's a couple sound bites that I want to pop up here, Ted. So as you guys know, or maybe you don't, for our international viewers. So this last election, there was a lot of talk about, obviously Orange Man is so hateful. Orange Man hates the rainbow people. Orange Man, whatever. And then you have these biological women like Nancy Mace or Marjorie Taylor Greene, who are also both of them Republican, but they're haters on each other. They don't really get along. Because I think Nancy Mace versus MTG, I think they want to see who's like going to out crazy the other in the Republican Party. But here they overlap, where they agree that they don't want the incoming Congresswoman from Delaware, Sarah McBride, the first openly trans Congressperson, to share the bathroom, the ladies' bathroom, with them on Capitol Hill. Like, this is all kind of crazy to me, but okay. So I got a couple of sound bites, Ted, because again, I feel like and by the way, you're on mute. I want to play these sound bites from people who are actually from the LGBTQAI plus community, because neither you or I are a member of that community. So maybe there's more legitimacy. I don't know if you're already from that, like, like if we're talking about Asian stuff, like I feel like maybe there's more gravitas coming from me than it would you, because I don't know, I'm part of that community.
Sure.
So, okay. So here's just let's hear one first about everybody saying how Trump coming into office means all gay rights are going to be just gone, just completely disappeared. Coming from a member of, or many members of that community.
But by the way, before you do that, we really should talk about the Supreme Court case.
Yeah, well, I was going to go one by one.
All right, let's go ahead. Rock and roll.
So first, let's do that. We'll talk about Capitol Hill, and then, of course, the Supreme Court case. About that one is, of course, about should there be an age limit for transing the kids? But there's a reason I want to do this, because the gays, as it were, in these videos talk about it. They talk about it, and they make a lot of sense to me. So we'll have a listen here.
Listen, I'm not afraid of losing my rights, because I understand that Donald Trump is not interested in taking any rights away from LGBTQ adults, but rather he is ready to wage war against these adults who have been harming and indoctrinating this country's children. How about you?
Oh, me? No, I'm not worried, because when he was president, he stood up at the UN and demanded that homosexuality be decriminalized worldwide. Didn't they tell you about that on CNN? No? Oh, well, yeah, that happened. What about you?
I'm not afraid for my gay rights, because Trump has already been our president. And last time he was our president, he had Republican control of the House and the Senate, and he still didn't do anything to our gay rights. How about you?
Yeah, no, I'm not worried about losing any rights under a Trump presidency as a gay woman. How are you going to tell me he's against gay people when he literally had a gay wedding at his own house? How about you?
I'm not afraid for my rights under Trump's presidency, because President Trump appointed Richard Grenell, who became the first openly gay man to hold a cabinet level position. I wouldn't consider that taking rights away. I think that's providing opportunity where it's never been given before. How about you?
Did y'all forget that he was the first ever U.S. president to enter office? Actually, even before he was entering the office, to be pro-LGBT.
Yeah, we're good. Listen, I'm not.
Okay. So those are all members of the rainbow flag community that you and I are not a member of. And to be fair, Ted, in this election, we have actually seen a lot of gay folks, queer, all of that. I'm just, for the sake of covering everybody, I'm going to say the rainbow flag. All those people, there's been a huge shift of people that identify under the rainbow flag voting for Donald Trump for the first time.
That's true.
Like that's just never happened, I would say, in the latter 20th century. And this
now, in fairness, there's I think we have to air the Thomas Frank argument, right? What's the matter with Kansas, which is, it is possible for people to vote against their own self-interest. People can be stupid. Jewish people could have voted for Hitler. Probably a few did. It's just like, it's entirely possible for gay people to support a homophobic asshole or a transphobic asshole. So in the form of Donald Trump, I just want to say, just because you can find a percentage of some population to say that they support something, doesn't mean that they're that like they're right, that they made a rational or correct decision. Just want to, I want to throw that out there.
That's fair, but I feel like there is something happening out there, because you and I already know.
Like I would say that about many Democrats voted against their own self-interest in the last cycle, and they should have voted for the far left, for example.
So like the mainstream media, though, has done such a number on well, first, if we attribute this, Ted, the left has done a much better job of moving the line of scrimmage left, right? And the Republicans have been chasing the line of scrimmage for 40 years. The Republicans, most Republicans, I will say, are perfectly fine with gay people getting married, gay people doing whatever, going about their lives. Most Republicans do not care. The Cheneys, Dick Cheney, one of his daughters is a lesbian. I don't know if you know.
And
you know
Liz, the evil one, gay bashed her own sister.
I know, to score points.
The one that Democrats like now.
Right, which is bizarre. Liz gay bashed her own sister, whereas Papa Cheney was showing love for the gay sister. So, again, this is all kinds of topsy-turvy world. So we're seeing this with the gays and a lot of the gays. A lot of gay people I know, people would say they're.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think I'm looking right now at Pew Research poll. I like their polls. They have a state by state view of how Republicans look at gay people, and for example, Alabama, very, very conservative state, 62% says that homosexuality should be discouraged. Arkansas, 59% of Republicans say homosexuality should be discouraged, as if we're supposed to be like, hey, stay away from that other man's dick.
Hey, you don't want to do that.
Stop that, you. Mississippi, 63%. Now, okay, conversely, in New York, more liberal state, 58% of Republicans say nothing wrong with being gay. 52% of Wisconsinians who are Republican say the same thing. In Connecticut, 59% of GOP nutbag staters say that it's okay to be gay. So I'm just saying that there's still, like, homophobia is still a big thing in the Republican Party, and it's certainly bigger in the Republican Party than in the Democratic Party. Right?
But compared to what it was 20 years ago, right? Like in the early 2000s.
Okay, there's been improvement. Yeah.
The needle has moved a lot, like a lot. So to say that, progress hasn't been made, if you want to,
progress has clearly been made.
It's very clearly been made.
The Supreme Court has legalized gay marriage. I mean,
right.
Yeah.
So then you have this one on Twitter. Okay. Oops. Let me share this. Okay.
And I think that, frankly, I would be surprised if me and Trump won.
Volume's really low.
Yeah, I can't get that. That's what she said.
You're safe, Jeffrey. He's not talking about you. I think he's talking about me, well, normal gay girl, and other people like me. The LGB part. Because the LGB part is tired of y'all in the TIAQXYZ. Because about 2015, we got marriage rights. That was all we needed. That is all we needed for equality. People were dancing in the streets. We were excited. And no one gave a shit about us. It's only been about the last 5 years that people have given a giant shit about us, and homophobia is on the rise. People don't like us again. Why is that? What changed? Do you think that people just woke up one day and became more cruel? No. People like you, Jeffrey, and the rest of the TIAQXYZ came out and said, cool, now we're going to involve children. Cool, now we're going to have our teachers teach woke gender ideology, and you have to be okay with it. Cool, now we're going to push for children to be able to reassign their gender, and you just have to accept it. The world is not accepting of it. The world is accepting of the LGB and even some of the T if you want to mind your business as an adult, not push those ideas on anyone else, and just be a person like everyone else. That is what the world accepts. But this new woke ideology y'all have going on when, remember when that trans person went to Disney and talked about his jingle balls in front of children? Yeah, that's what people aren't cool with. So look around, because JD's right. The gays are turning red. Look on just this platform how many gay people are voting red for the first time. Because y'all, we are tired. You guys ruined it for us.
So, I mean, I know that's just one lesbian woman's take on all of this, but it's not just one, is my point. Is if you look on gay TikTok, It's a thing.
No,
If
I
you
know.
look on,
I know it's not one, but I mean, look. The thing is, look. Obviously, there's divisions in any kind of diverse community like the LGBTQIA community, and even if we go back to when it was just LGB, I remember my gay friends were like, "Fuck those bisexuals! Like they think they can fuck anyone. Like like choose one. Either just
right, I
choose
remember that
men or
argument.
choose women. Fuck those greedy." Insolent bisexuals.
You want to bang everybody.
I still know gay people like that who hate bisexuals. And then it's like, and so obviously you're going to find divisions between like the OG, like this person, the OGL person, and like the OG, and like the T people who have emerged from the shadows only really in the last 20 years in a meaningful way. And like you're going to find divisions because they don't have the same interests. But I mean, I think to be fair here, it's kind of like, oh, all we needed was gay marriage. Well, I think you need a little more than that, right? And it's like, there was a lot of pushback against gay marriage. Remember the whole stupid argument, like about the sanctity of straight marriage? The sanctity of marriage would be ruined. Like my marriage to my wife would be destroyed if the dude down the hall, two dudes
Right.
In my apartment in the same building, they're married and fucking, that like fucks up my marriage somehow. I guess
Right.
like,
I don't.
in the ether,
don't
like
get that.
their gay fumes come through the vent system and fuck
Right, I
up
don't get
my
that.
perfect marriage, which by the way ended up in divorce. Right? Like, so what? Really, truly, what? I mean, it was a dumb argument. I mean, politics change. I mean, we may look back in 20 years. Transgender stuff may be boring and not like at all unusual, and be widely accepted, and we'll look back and be like, I can't believe we ever argued about this shit.
No, I don't know. I think that just like this gay woman here, I don't think she ever states her name, but I think her handle is I lift for donuts. That's pretty funny. But I agree with what she's saying, is that nobody, like once gay marriage passed almost 10 years ago, America ceased to care. Nobody cared until you started talking about transing children. Nobody cared what bathroom people used 10 years ago. Like, I used to run into trannies in the and back then we used to call them trannies, right? In the bathroom.
Yeah, it's not
in
allowed
Los
now.
Angeles all the time. All the time.
Well, sure, in New York as well.
Like, I mean, this is like on Santa Monica Boulevard in West Hollywood. I used to go hang out at gay bars with my gay and lesbian friends, and there were a couple trannies would come and go, like, and they were so much fun, and it was never, it was never a thing because nobody made it central to their existence. They just were. Like, that was just their idea. Like, that's just how they presented, and it wasn't central to every fiber of their being.
It's been a very different approach. Like, I think a bunch of things have happened here. When you look at liberation struggles, like, think about this. Most of them have been much slower than the transgender one. I mean, it took hundreds of years for women to get the vote in the United States.
Sure.
Then the civil rights struggle effectively, starts in 1619, and you could argue that it's still going on every time a black dude is pulled over by the cops in the middle of the night. It's like you just go in each of these struggles as we move through into like the gay, think about like where gays were in like 1950 in the old Revolutionary Road days, as opposed to where they were, say, by the time that Biden, as vice president, accidentally said that he supported gay marriage, and then that led to the Supreme Court, legalizing it. What was that, 2011 or something like that, around that time, and that was a huge slow thing. The transgender thing politically is different. First of all, in a number of ways, it's much faster. So the idea, most Americans never gave trans people a passing thought, and then suddenly it's like, oh, okay, we have to think about this, and then it's
it's also plastered everywhere. It's crammed down everyone's throat.
And transgender activists, their approach has been much more assertive than previous liberation struggles, which were asking for equality or equity. Here, it's kind of like, we're loud, we're proud, we're trans, get used to it, fuck you. And by the way, not only do you have to recognize our pronouns, but you have to identify your pronouns, and you have to be cis and to identify so that we're not the weird ones as being normal. You're normal and we're trans.
Right. You're applying the whole cis label on the rest of us.
So what they're saying is
we have never asked for that.
And so I'm sure I could see the advantages of it, as a radical in class and other political stuff. I can really sympathize with a radical, assertive, aggressive approach, but it does have this backlash effect, that it provoked
and I think
a backlash.
That's what we're seeing. I think that is what we're seeing. Like, okay, let me ask you something, Ted. So when
also the other difference is, when the gay marriage thing, when Americans really started thinking, like after Ellen DeGeneres came out as gay on her show and all that, Americans started thinking about it and talking about it a lot. And I mean, by Americans, I mean like straight Americans. And everybody thought, when they thought about it, even if they lived in deep red rural areas, they realized like, oh yeah, my mechanic, I know he's gay, right? Like everybody knows gays and lesbians, everybody. I mean, and it's like, so that's different. Most people don't know transgender people at all, or even see them. And I think that's also, there's a psychological sense of the other that's very disconcerting and disturbing for some people.
So here's this weird thing about the bathroom, right? And
well, let's talk about the controversy, right? Like,
so it really is the bathroom uproar.
And it's been lately epitomized by this trans woman, Sarah McBride. She became in the last cycle. Isn't she from Vermont? Oh, from Delaware. She's the first. She will be on January 1st. She'll take the oath of office and become the first transgender individual to serve in the United States Congress. Speaker Mike Johnson, at the request of several of his members of his caucus, has acquiesced to a ban on transgender women like McBride from using the women's bathrooms in the Capitol. Now, I've heard some mixed reporting on this, Manila, but I want to just say it's worth noting that according to the reporting I've read, the bathrooms in the Capitol are oneers.
No.
That's what I've read.
No, I'm sure there are some like solo bathrooms, but all the bathrooms I've been to are traditional.
The solo bathrooms
stalls.
are also off limits to her.
Huh?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that part I don't know.
No, that's fucking stupid.
I've never myself used the solo bathrooms. I'm sure they exist. I don't know. Every time I've been on the Hill and all the different buildings, like the Rayburn building, the Longworth building, like they were normal like bathrooms with stalls and men's and women's bathrooms. So I mean, and they're old and creaky and like, I mean, it matches the age of those buildings.
Yeah.
It matches like everyone that's there. They're old and dark and kind of dank. I mean, they're clean, but they're old.
Yeah.
And they just have stalls and like any other public bathroom anywhere.
I mean,
nothing impressive.
Let's get into it. I mean, like, okay, so what really are people worried about? Like, what is what is Marjorie Taylor Greene really worried about when she goes to use the ladies' room? I mean, what's the implication? Mace. The implication is
Nancy Mace brought the bill.
Trans women are not real women, and therefore the implication is they're really a dude, and so like, and this dude might want to rape me, right? That's basically the implication. Now,
I guess.
But a cis dude could sneak into the ladies' room just as easily and rape her just as easily.
I'm not.
What's the diff?
So like, for me, as a woman,
is a trans woman more likely to rape someone than a cis straight male?
I would say highly likely no. Me personally, this is just as Manila. And maybe it's because I grew up in Los Angeles and we see people that look like that, right? So it's never been a thing for me. Like I don't feel awkward around gay or trans people. But that's because of early exposure as a youth. And when it comes to the bathroom, let me ask you this, Ted, as a dude, and me being a straight woman. I've been to concerts and wherever, like big events, where I look at the women's bathroom line and I'm like, fuck that. This is an emergency. I have gone into the men's bathroom and I'm like,
I've been there when ladies did that.
I do this. I kind of look down and I cover my eyes a little bit. I go,
well,
I'm sorry. This is an emergency.
We're using the urinals when you do that.
Right.
And we're there like, we're literally caught with our, situation
with your pants
in our
down.
hands. Yeah.
And I'm like, sorry. Like, this is an emergency. I have to go to the stall. This is an emergency. I mean, we're talking about not a pee emergency where it's like, I'm not going to shit my pants. I'm going to go into the men's bathroom because I ate the nachos at this Lakers game. So I'm going. And I've done that, right? Sorry. So when that happens, when you see a straight woman like me walk in going, sorry, it's an emergency. I have to go. How do you guys feel?
Well, I can't speak for, maledom writ large, but, am I a little annoyed and uncomfortable? Sure. Because it's like, this is a male space. Like, what are you doing here? Don't be here. Like, that'd be awesome if you were, not here. What's funny though, is if I'm not really worried about being violated. And by the way, the irony here is like, a gay rapist could be in there totally legally, no problem. Right. And like, then I'd be fucked literally. So, I guess it's like, in those situations, I just sort of roll my eyes and I'm like, whatever. Look, I think, back in the 1980s, I was a club kid. And like most clubs in New York, like Studio 54, Area, Danceteria, all these clubs, they had single-sex bathrooms, and both bathrooms were open to everybody, and people just like came and went, and then I went to I lived in a girls' dorm that became co-ed, and we all used the same bathrooms, the same showers, and like it was fine. Really, truly, it was fine. I think all bathrooms should be single sex. It's stupid that one bathroom has like an empty stall while people are lined up, usually women, at the other one. Right. It's just dumb. It's a resource that's going wasted. So, and I also don't know necessarily that like a bathroom is a particular rape zone. Like,
I know.
I mean, it's kind of like you're more likely to be raped in any number of other places. Well, usually on a date by your date
anywhere other than a public bathroom.
Yeah, public. I mean, I'd be far more scared about like in a dark park in the middle of the night.
For me, I'm not worried. More than likely, the dude that's in a dress wants to behave more feminine than me, a biological woman, right? I'm not likely gonna be assaulted by a dude in a dress that identifies as a woman. Like so for me, I'm not bothered by that. I know
certainly if you are, you will have very little trouble describing them down at the police station.
Right. So
it's like
the actual threat.
It just looks like it's just a dude. Sure. No features. Oh well, there's the lipstick and the long hair. Oh, right. Oh, that.
So I don't get, and there's so few, like the bathroom thing isn't a thing for me. Where I am bothered with the whole trans thing is like the Title IX sports stuff and what SCOTUS is going to look at tomorrow.
Let's get into that case, right?
That's the part that bothers me. Tomorrow, is when you start fucking with kids and you start fucking with our sports where you're erasing our biology by dominating our sports with your masculine hormones. You're taking away all our scholarships.
Barely dominating. I mean, how many people are doing this? This is not an issue.
But, I mean, barely.
99% of competition.
No, I agree. It's few and far, but it still shouldn't happen at all. Like that's the only time I'm bothered by any of this is when women's spaces such as sports, Title IX, and when all children, that's the part that bothers me. Is
let's get into that.
If you are not old enough to get a fucking tattoo or buy cigarettes, you should not be able to go to a fucking doctor and say, cut off my little tiny peen before my balls have even dropped.
First of all, I want to I take issue with that. It was not tiny when I was under 18.
Oh my God, Ted.
So
Oh my God.
when they put my son's ultrasound up on the screen, I was like, "Oh, could you tell us if it's a boy or a girl?" And she goes, "Oh, it's a boy. It's definitely a boy." I was like, "Yeah." anyway, so tomorrow's case is United States versus Scrimeti. So the United States is the Biden administration, and Scrimeti is the state of Tennessee, which has instituted a ban on puberty blockers and hormone therapy for transgender children, and would punish doctors who provide that care with civil penalties. The government says that transgender people are covered under the Equal Protection Clause of the U.S. Constitution. However, the defendants, if they prevail, would not only get to keep that ban in place in the state of Tennessee, would likely spread into other red states. But if the state of Tennessee were to win, that would likely set a precedent that in whole or in part could lead to other restrictions on whether they can use public restrooms, as previously discussed here on Lost, or play sports on teams corresponding to their gender identity. So that's the big case tomorrow, and it's going to be probably the most high-profile case about transgender issues. And so the question is, is Tennessee right? Should children have access to puberty blockers and hormone therapy or not? There's a lot of controversy here. I personally don't think so. I agree with you. Look, if you're under 18, you can't drive, you can't have an alcoholic beverage, you can't enlist in the United States military, you can't buy a vape pen, you cannot purchase a car. There's a lot of things you can't do, and you can't get married in most states. And so you really should not be able to cut off your dick. But this is not about cutting off your dick. This is about puberty blockers and hormone therapy. But fucking with your hormones at that age is a big deal. I mean, I was thinking, so this is kind of a funny story, right? But everyone's familiar with Clovis, my gorgeous cat. And, and I remember when I got him as a kitten, I wondered, is it really necessary to have him fixed? And so when I looked into it and did a research, they said, put it off as long as you can. You do have to do it,
Yes.
otherwise they'll start spraying. But put it off a year if you can, because it allows their muscles to develop better if they have all the adrenaline in their system.
Correct.
And then also their bones set better.
Bone
and
density.
They won't have as many problems when they're
That's
elder
the
cats.
same thing. Same thing for my English bulldog Harley. I've twice had English bullies. I love them. I've told you this, Ted. The smashy face dogs are just, that's the way to my heart. They snort and grunt and fart and eat and love.
That's why you're so mad at the pug fucker.
Because I love the fuck
If
that
it was a
pug
pointy
fucker.
snouted nose, the dog, you'd be like,
I'm like, yeah, like, all right, like, it's fine. But these smashy face dogs, so specifically because English bulldogs are, even though they're relatively compact in size, like height and size wise, they're considered a large breed dog because they're over 60 pounds.
Wow, they weigh 60 pounds, those little things?
Yeah, Harley weighed like 60. He weighs like 64 pounds or something.
So they're like basically made of lead.
They're just like this solid, like just this brick of a dog, right? Like compact brick of a dog. So they're considered a large breed dog. And so for all large breed dogs, the same thing goes, is you should wait to snip their balls until after they've gone through puberty. For all of those reasons, is because Harley needed his balls to drop, so that way he can get all the hormones that his body needs, like especially
to develop properly.
Bone density, for hip dysplasia, to prevent that. If you snip them too young, English bulldogs are already fraught with all kinds of health problems to begin with because of their smashy faces and the way we bred them, the way us cruel humans have bred them. But if you want to prevent some of those health problems, like it says so, like in the veterinary white papers all over the place, you should wait until they're close to 2 years old before you snip them, because English bulldogs actually mature a lot slower than other dogs, than other breeds. So you wait till they're about 2 years old before you snip them. because as a biological male animal, his body, his adorable, furry, fat little body needs the perfectly designed hormones from nature to help him survive and perform at his best, and for him to live longer and be healthy and have less chance of like, I'm going to call it like dog snap, like mental dog snap, because if you snip them too young, they don't get those hormones. They have a problem. They're like trapped in adolescence, and they won't mature and be calm and be, like they're trapped because you kind of, it's like arrested development for them because they're lacking.
Really, cats are different because psychologically cats are basically domesticated cats are kittens psychologically their entire lives.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dogs go through a maturity like humans. They go through a stage of maturity of where they're hyper and rambunctious when they're puppies, and then as they age,
cats do that
they're
too,
calm and
but mentally
mature.
although they're still playful. Even older cats can be very playful.
I mean, it goes dog to dog, but for the most part, that's the advice from American veterinary white papers all over the place.
Yeah,
right?
no, I think look, these are mammals.
Why is
and
the
like,
same not
mammals.
applied to children?
It does. I mean, like the fact is, anybody who says that does not have some, I guess the question here would be, can a physician, is it acceptable to say that whatever benefits would come from puberty blockers and so on would outweigh the potential negative ramifications physically to having those things done? I gotta, look, it's really, these are novel procedures. I mean, they haven't been around for very long. I feel like maybe if there had been like a history of experimentation and and a lot of peer-reviewed studies, and then it's like, okay, well, we've now done this with like 200 people, blah 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 blah. We think it's okay. I'd have a different opinion about it. But basically, we've turned into a nation of beta testers, and we just said like, okay, we'll just do it. And like, and I've heard of kids as young as 5 years old being, telling their parents, oh, I want to transition. I'm like, I'm sorry, you're 5. I mean, when I was 5, I thought I was going to be an astronaut. Okay.
I thought I was Wolverine.
Okay.
At 5.
Right. So you're 5 years old. You're like, it's like you're 5, and like you don't get to make these decisions. And like, if you really still, if you grow up to be 18, then you can go and try to join NASA and become an astronaut. But like, you're not an adult. I mean, you're just not in a position. Even 18-year-olds aren't that mature. This is a big fucking decision. But
yes,
I mean,
it is.
The problem is,
Ted, here's the problem: is a lot of these parents that, if you look at the statistical numbers, Ted, sure, of course, you can find all the numbers you want about the parents who disapprove of their kids that are trans or whatever, right?
Sure.
But many of the kids that actually undergo the transition stuff have these parents that also have their own, their own ideological left-leaning whatever, and they fully support it because they want to wave that flag. That's part of their identity.
But that's the thing is that's what makes me so uncomfortable about this issue, right? Is that basically, if we were really like an intelligent society, we would just say like, okay, all right, so there's this proposal, let's study it, let's figure out the pros and cons and figure out in the aggregate if it's something we want to go with. Instead, what you have is crazy people like you described, these parents who are like, it's totally cool, like, if my 6-year-old wants to be, like, well, she doesn't like to play with dolls, so she must really be a dude trapped inside a girl's body. That's stupid, okay? And
that was me.
And conversely, it is equally stupid to have these people on the far right who are, like why is it Tennessee that passed this ban? Because they're a bunch of homophobes and transphobes. They're a bunch of right-wing assholes. It's not because they care about kids or they care about these people. They're trying to get votes. So everyone involved are a bunch of shitheads. And I hate all of them, really. I mean, trapped in the middle are these confused, sad people who aren't sure whether they're having a psychotic break or whether they genuinely were born they're suffering from gender dysmorphia and they're trapped in the wrong body. The whole thing is fucked up.
So like I was telling you and our producer, 20 plus, I guess at this point, 25 years ago, God, 25 years ago, there was a class in college that I took in California at a public college in California, paid for by US tax dollars, therefore, sanctioned and agreed upon by the state of California. It was called abnormal psychology. And in that class, it covered, this is 25 years ago, right? So a quarter century ago, they covered all, people that were what we would now call trans, and how this was, all a part of gender dysphoria, and this is a real condition, and blah, blah, blah.
Well, it's
And
a real
some people,
condition.
it is. And that some people, like, this is just their psychological thing. This is how they deal with it, and blah, blah, blah. And it was, just stuff I learned in school. And then somehow, with the minute fraction of what these people are in the United States, a fraction of a percentage point, I would say, like, even if we're being generous, let's say it's 1%, 1% of the United States population. One, how overrepresented is that 1% in our media world, in our media space? There is more representation for this trans ideology than for someone like me who grew up, with not seeing any Asian faces on TV, right? There's less Asian representation on TV than there is trans or gay or whatever on TV. And it's way overrepresented for the amount of people that actually exist in that community. And it makes it seem like that community is so much bigger. Like everybody's trans in the United States. Everybody's gay.
I mean, but obviously we're naturally drawn to a lot of issues that only affect a small number of people. And that's okay. I mean, a lot of people are fascinated by serial killers. The truth is there's hardly any serial killers.
Sure.
Right. So, but, we think
we've talked about this, how we miss a good serial killing.
Yeah. I mean, so, and the other thing is, like, okay, so obviously to people who are older, who are unfamiliar, who, haven't grown up with transgender people being out in the open this way, they think it's and having been raised like with classes that you described, where it was described as abnormal psychology, a lot of this is very disturbing. And like, look, I'm sorry, it is. There's no other word for it. It's weird and disconcerting, and there's an uncanny valley effect when you look at many transgender women, for example. And it's like, I see male features there, and it's like, but she's wearing long hair, and she's kind of like a girl, and it's like, what? That said, the DSM, I think the DSM-3 used to classify homosexuality as abnormal, and I guess the question is, what is abnormal, right? Like, if out of 1,000 geese, one goose is supposed to be black, then or swans, one goose is supposed to be black, then it's abnormal to find 1,000 geese, 1,000 swans that are all white. So it's like, there's a distribution curve, and like in the United States, let's say it would be abnormal to randomly select 1,000 Americans and to find no gay or lesbians in that community. That's abnormal. So abnormal and average and median are not the same words. They're not the same thing. And I think we conflate them. That's a problem. So I just think there's a lot to unpack here. And I really hate the fact that we don't just sort of say, okay, so there's some people have this issue, and we've got to wrap it up. We've gone so long, but like, we've got to figure it out, and we should all come to it with good intentions. My problem with this whole thing is there's a distinct paucity of good intentions here. We have like right-wing people who are trying to score cheap points against LGBTQIA people. And then there's like woke lefties who are basically like, whatever they want, it's fine. And taxpayers should pay for it. And it's fine. If they want it, they should have it. That's also
most
stupid.
Most of America doesn't exist there. Most of America exists kind of where you and I are, Ted. We're like, me as a woman and as a mom, I don't care if I see a trans man, you know, that a woman that has now, no, the other way. If I see a trans woman, a man who used to be a man, now a woman, in the bathroom with me taking my small child to the bathroom, I'm not that bothered. I'm not likely going to be assaulted by that person, and my kid's not going to be assaulted by that person. More than likely, not going to happen. If I see regular old Ted Rall in my women's bathroom, you know, at the museum, that might cause me to, you know, start screaming and yelling like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah.
But that's a whole different situation. I'm more likely to be mugged, raped, whatever. My kid kidnapped, snatched off the street on a hiking trail, you know, than by some random straight person, probably a guy, than one of these rainbow people. So I'm particularly not bothered by any of this stuff. And I think the bathroom thing is just kind of a mean girls session that we're seeing between Nancy Mace and Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's just kind of mean girls. I think it's catty and stupid. Like, let them use the bathroom. Like, it's one person. Like, who fucking cares? There's a lot of bathrooms on Capitol Hill. Let me just say, a lot of bathrooms. So I'm not bothered by that. If you're going to fight about this thing, fight where it counts. Fight for the children to not have their balls cut off when they're young, or to have hysterectomies before they even have their first fucking period. This is crazy.
It's sick.
If you're going to fight it, if you're going to fight this fight it where it counts, not in the bathroom. That's stupid. Nobody's going to do anything to you in the bathroom. Like, it's not going to happen, especially a dude in a dress. A dude in a dress is not going to hurt you in the bathroom. Where it counts is probably not.
Anything
where it
can happen.
counts,
All right,
where
we
it
should move.
counts
Let's
is
move it
the
on.
surgery, is the drugs for the children, and protecting Title IX for young female athletes in college. That's where, and high school, that's where that matters, not in the bathroom. And I felt like there was one more thing I wanted to say about this, but I don't remember. But yeah, I'm not bothered.
Antibiotics should be freely available. That part.
That should be too. We have all kinds.
Yeah. Think about that. Yeah, you shouldn't be able to.
Dude, I can get a trans surgery easier than I can get antibiotics, Ted.
Yeah, me too. That's fucked up. All right, so listen.
It's really fucked up.
Everybody, we want to answer your questions on the air. So record it in a 1 or 2 minute audio. Attach that sucker to an email. Send that email to TMI Show question, no spaces, at yahoo.com. TMI Show question at yahoo.com. And we'll answer it on the air.
Yes. Last week was great. Thank you, Vintage Lefty, for sending that awesome first audio message. Message.
It was so good. That's a hard act to follow, but I'm sure you guys can do it.
Yes, but so now you have the idea. Follow Vintage Lefty's precedent there. Send us a nice little audio recording.
About anything. It can be literally personal to Manila and or myself. It could be about the show. It could be about politics, South Korea, trans issues, Clovis, like Ted, anything.
Throw some chum in the water. Ted just revealed to me and the producer that he's never chewed gum before.
That's true.
What? What even is that?
Well,
what?
I'll answer that if someone asks us.
If someone wants to know that there's some chum in the water. Ted tried to explain, and I just don't get it. I don't believe him, and I don't get it, but he swears he's never chewed gum.
100%. I would bet everything I own, everyone I know. I'd bet everything.
Crazy.
I'd bet the universe.
I can't. That is something my brain can't wrap. My brain can wrap around, men identifying as women going to my bathroom. You not chewing gum is like, I don't know. I don't get that one. Never gum. Never gummer.
Bring us out.
All right, that's gonna do it for us. This is like
can't do any
tomorrow.
More hour 45-minute shows. We're doing an hour tomorrow.
I know. Tomorrow we're supposed to, if the connection works, we're supposed to have a friend of mine, a journalist in.
I hear ISIS provides an awesome internet connection to Syria.
Oh, that's not funny. That's mean. I hope, geez Louise, I hope that they, internet connection is not cut off in Aleppo. But anyway, tomorrow, hopefully, if everything works out, then a journalist friend of mine in Aleppo can join us to tell us what the hell he's witnessing and seeing out there in Syria. So make sure you guys please subscribe. If you're on YouTube, hit that black subscribe button, thumbs up, like us. If you are on Rumble, follow us. thumbs up, smash that like button, as Jamarl Thomas would say. And if you're in the position to, please hit that $5 a month subscribe button below the chat to help support the show. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and the weird conversations that we're having here every morning, that $5 a month, at some point we get enough people, this can be a actual functional paying job for Ted and I, who are newly unemployed, thanks to Joe Biden. Maybe that'll change, Ted, in January. I don't know. So I don't know. We're going to try to keep going fully independent if we can. So we will see what happens. So that's going to do it, guys, for Manila and Ted Manila Information Show. We'll be back tomorrow with some probably more serious stuff. And hopefully Ted, you're looking so much better than me. I'm still like gross.
Yeah, well, the antibiotics started to kick in.
I need an antibiotic hookup. All right, guys. That does it for us. Adios, amigos. See you tomorrow.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for listening to the TMI show. It's me, Ted Rall. Unfortunately, Manila Chan is, oh my God, I've got like an echo coming from the other room that's driving me a little bit insane, and I'll have to deal with that a bit later. But anyway, you are listening to the Ted Manila Information Show. Unfortunately, Manila is out sick today. Robbie West will be filling in. He's our producer, and he will be well suited for the topic that we're talking about. TMI is TMI for short, where we will bring you way too much information. Everything from news, politics, to lifestyle, culture, fad diets, what the kids are up to, the taboo, the occult, anything and everything goes, because we believe you can never have too much information. If you're looking for a straight-laced, button-down news program, this show, as Manila likes to say, is probably not for you. It's stuff you need to want to hear about, and maybe some stuff you never knew you needed to know. And hopefully we'll have a few laughs along the way. We're here every Monday through Friday at 10 o'clock Eastern time, 10 o'clock in the morning, that is, every Monday through Friday. So please be sure to like and follow the show, subscribe on YouTube and Rumble. On YouTube, it's free. On Rumble, it's free or paid. That's entirely up to you. But even if you don't pay, it's really, really worth doing. It helps us out in a big way. All right. On today's show, we are going to be talking about the shocking assassination of Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare here in New York City. Turns out that people don't really seem to care much that he's dead. So let me bring in Robbie here. Robbie, thank you for sitting in for Manila. And just say something for about 15 seconds while I go mute my other computer so I don't hear this 10-second delay that's making me insane in my ears.
Sounds good, brother. No, Ted, thank you very much for letting me come here. So I am the famous or infamous, depending on how you're looking at it, Putin bot gaming. So that is me. And like what Ted was talking about, if y'all can smash that like button, and if you're on YouTube, click that subscribe button. It costs you nothing. We are more than halfway to get to the 500 subscriber mark. If y'all do that, then people can actually start donating to the show over on YouTube as well. I can tell y'all firsthand, Ted Manila do a ton of work behind the scenes, and right now they ain't getting paid for it. So if y'all can do that, that will just help them out immensely. And that ain't misinformation. That is 100% factual.
That is 100% factual. All right. So normally, I know Manila will be sad about this, but normally we would have the jaws. So like, just imagine like.
Well, here. What we got?
All right. That's what we got. That's it. Now let's go into the headlines. Okay. So after less than 4 months in power, French Prime Minister Michel Barnier's government has lost a no-confidence vote in Parliament over a Social Security budget dispute. On Wednesday evening, 331 French legislators from left and right-wing parties, out of a total of 577, voted in favor of removing the EU's former Brexit negotiator and his administration, that's Michel Barnier, in France's lower house of parliament. Barnier, 73 years old, was due to officially present his resignation to the president of France, that's Emmanuel Macron, this morning, local time, so presumably that's already happened. The last time a prime minister resigned following a no-confidence motion was back in 1962, the year before I was born, when Prime Minister Michel Debré, something about guys named Michel, who served under Charles de Gaulle, the founding father of the Fifth Republic and the president of France, resigned over the crisis in Algeria. Algeria was, of course, the Vietnam War for France, and it tore the country apart. Barnier's resignation not only throws Paris into political turmoil for the second time this year, but it also leaves the country without a federal budget for 2025. A statement from the Élysée Palace, that's the seat of government, the equivalent of the White House in France, said President Macron will address the nation tonight about what happens next. Robbie, I mean, people might be asking why they should care about this.
Well, I think it's two things. One, I think it is the Zelensky curse, because it seems like every time Zelensky goes up in his janitor suit and he puts his arm around somebody, something always bad seems to happen with their government. So there is that. Second thing, I think that just people are just getting sick and tired of their governments caring more about foreign populations, foreign countries than about them. I know I am here in Montana. I'm really kind of get pissed off about we can't have nice things because we're too busy supporting a genocide. So maybe some of that's bleeding over in France. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, certainly, the French are, I think, mixed about the rest. The government supporting Ukraine. And there's a mixed bag there. I mean, there's certainly some sympathy for Ukraine, and there was, especially at the beginning of the conflict. But as it's ground on, I think, the French are, they've caught on to what kind of person Zelensky is and what kind of government Ukraine actually has. And they've become far less sympathetic. And not to mention, as I mentioned early on, when the war started, France and Russia have long historical ties. Sure. There's a lot of sympathy between them. And there's a lot of ethnic Russians who live in France. So it always struck me as a little strange that so many people were ready to side with Ukraine. That said, I think the situation in France is very interesting because what it's about the neoliberal order trying to say, we can, do whatever we want. We can govern however we want.
Well, it's not just Ukraine, because, think about all the interventions that France is doing in Africa. How many African countries is France going to get kicked out of?
Oh, I know. It's pretty embarrassing.
It's just, so I think Ukraine is more of a symptom of a bigger problem, and the French people are frankly just fed up with it, and they're looking for their own version of Donald Trump.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see soon is an alliance of convenience, possibly. I'm not 100% sure about this, but more likely than not, there's going to be a sort of temporary alliance of convenience between the far left and the far right. They have enough seats between the two of them to form a government. So you could get in the snap elections that were held earlier in the summer, the far left won. It was Jean-Luc Mélenchon and his France Insoumise, France Unbowed party that came in first. And then right afterwards was Jean-Marie Le Pen's party. Marine Le Pen's party. I always think of her father. I'm that old. And her National Rally. And that party is second. So, the two of them, I think the big story here is how in the United States and in the West writ large, the center just doesn't hold. There's not really much appetite for like old-fashioned corporatist neoliberal centrism.
Yeah. Well, one thing I want to say real quick, thank you to Well Dressed Nerd for the $5 donation. Appreciate that. That helps. That help make sure that we get to stay in French fries and other kind of consumables. So thank you. But no, I completely agree with you. Look at us here. You're to the left. I'm about as far right as you can get. I'm probably to the right of Jesus.
Wait. I think Jesus was a big lefty.
Well, it depends on who you ask, right? But the point is, like, I want a government that is so small I can drown it in a toilet. But you and me can both agree that the people in the three-piece suits are screwing us both. So
No question
I have
about it.
I have no problem. And this is probably like it is in France. I don't care if you're a black nationalist. I don't care if you want to walk up and down the main street flying your rainbow flag, or if you want to have if you're going to wear a white bed sheet. If you will help me fight the man, we can settle our problems later. You let me have my fully automatic rifles. I will give you Medicare for all. And
100% you can have your rifles.
Yeah, 100%. And let's just take on the guys in the middle who are just screwing everybody. So
no, I think that is true. And I think it's super interesting. All right, let's keep going. More news. Okay, so the fatal shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson outside a Midtown Manhattan hotel on Wednesday morning was a shock to the city and the nation. But as the cops hunted for the missing gunman in what they called a premeditated, pre-planned, targeted attack, social media erupted with contempt for the healthcare industry he represented and his company in particular. Saw mainstream news coverage about the killing of the CEO of United Healthcare on TikTok, and I think political and industry leaders might want to read the comments and think hard about them, wrote political activist Tobita Chow in a post on X. In screenshots that he shared, TikTok users reacted to the story with blistering references to the costly and often unnavigable for-profit U.S. healthcare system. Sending prior authorization, I love this, sending prior authorization, denied claims, collections, and prayers to his family, wrote one. Yeah. As someone covered under United Healthcare, I can completely understand the actions taken, wrote an X user. Replying to a news link about Thompson's murder being investigated as a possible hit, according to a statement from law enforcement. Did he have a pre-existing condition? Asked another. And under an ABC News TikTok on police officers' efforts to find the killer, one user asked, why are they even investigating this? Oof. Got a push notification to exercise caution because the United Healthcare shooter is still at large, noted stand-up comic Samantha Ruddy in her own X post. I personally do not feel like I am on the shooter's radar because I am not the CEO of a highly divisive, multi-billion-dollar insurance company. Thompson's violent death outside a hotel where United was hosting an investor conference didn't just prompt scathing jokes, but heated criticism of the insurer that he was in charge of since 2021. One image that made the rounds online was a chart from the personal finance website Value Penguin, which finds that United denies 32% of all in-network claims relating to individual health care insurance plans, twice the industry average, which, by the way, the industry average is way too high, too. Some pointed to headlines describing how United has used an allegedly faulty AI algorithm to assess claims and deny care for seriously ill patients on private Medicare Advantage plans, as described in an ongoing class action lawsuit brought by the estates of two dead people who were denied coverage for their care at an extended care facility. Among those who amplified the story was right-wing podcaster Tim Pool, suggesting that Americans across the political spectrum can find rare consensus when it comes to disdain for their free market healthcare system. It's actually kind of touching that the one thing that can bring together our fractious and disunited country is celebrating the assassination of a health insurance CEO, wrote University of Virginia historian David Austin Walsh.
Yeah, I shouldn't be laughing, but I've got to admit I am, because he's 100% right. I work in healthcare. I see this crap every single day. That's my main job, and it frankly sucks. And I'll tell you right now, Ted, as someone who I see this crap every single day, and I cannot tell you just how much, just the letters I see whenever someone gets denied for a medication or a surgery, the appeals that the doctors have to send, and then the letters that the patients send along with those appeals, especially from veterans. Supposedly, the United States values its veterans. It doesn't. My son, he's thinking about joining the military. I'm doing my best to talk him out of it. Why would you go fight for a country that's more like a corporation that's going to break you mentally, break you physically, and then crap on you whenever you need help? It makes zero sense. Don't do it.
Robbie, this is one of those left-right things. I told my son, it's like, you can become transgender, you can be gay, you can like do anything you want, you can have a dumb fucking job. But the one thing I will not let you do is join the military for the exact reason that you described. I mean, if you go back to the earliest foundings of the Republic, veterans have been screwed beginning from the very beginning, right? Like, sure, all the Revolutionary War soldiers were promised a land grant in what was then the West, and the only people who got them were officers and and well-connected people. War of 1812, same thing. There was the bonus army right after World War I, where the vets were supposed to get a bonus, and then when the Depression hit, they were all broke. So they formed a tent. They created a tent city on the Washington Mall.
Yeah, and the army attacked them.
The army went and killed them. They massacred them. Basically, and then of course after the Vietnam War, when they all came back crazy and fucked up because of their training, mainly, the don't think, shoot, kill. That's a whole topic. They ended up littering the streets of our cities. And being completely insane because they were thrown away. So it's not like ancient Rome, which at least had the idea like, okay, fighting's hard. You fight for the empire, though. You come back, and then we give you a farm, and you can spend your later years tilling the soil in peace. It wasn't like that at all.
No, and one of the things, most people, I imagine they do now because they hear my accent. I'm from the South, live in Montana, but I migrated because I got tired of mosquitoes and hurricanes. But the South gets a lot of crap because what we call, especially the war between the states or the war of Northern aggression, but Yankees like to call it the Civil War. Where I'm going with this is that after that war ended, the Southern states actually set up a pension system based off of property tax where the state governments actually had pensions for their veterans. There was nothing like that in the United States. So we just got screwed. That's just, I don't know where I went with that, but there it is. I guess because I'm a history nerd like you are. So we'll just go.
I love that. All right. And we're going to be getting into, that's going to be our topic. Just in about 15 minutes, we're going to delve into the killing of Brian Thompson and, more to the point, the reaction to it. And the fact that it seems to be the most popular murder in American history, as long as I can remember. I think more people are happy about Brian Thompson being dead than Osama bin Laden being dead. This guy could probably run for Congress and win at this point. All right, let's move on here. Okay, and he'd be nominated by both parties. All right, here we go. President-elect Trump is not working the phones for Pete Hegseth in his hour of need, leaving the embattled nominee for Department of Defense to press his own case to skeptical senators. I don't think it's going anywhere, one senator told Axios. Why it matters? Trump is on path to lose his third nominee in 2 weeks, and this time he's leaving his candidate out to dry. GOP senators took Trump's handling of the Matt Gaetz nomination as a sign that he's open to changing his mind, and he's not that serious about fighting the Senate on rules or procedures just yet. Trump waged a phone campaign back in November before telling Gaetz to drop out. Before he announced Gaetz, he demanded consideration of recess appointments, but the pipeline of backup names for defense secretaries are now floating to the press, including Ron DeSantis of Florida, the governor there. And this signals that Trump could be open to switching things up again. Hegseth, of course, if you haven't followed this, has been accused basically of being a lush, living at the bottom of a bottle, and being abusive to women. And adding to that whole fiasco was an email that surfaced from his mom to him that was somehow then copied by his mom to his now ex-wife in the middle of a messy divorce. And that got into the hands of the New York Times. And it doesn't paint a pretty picture of Mr. Hegseth, although I'm not sure really what what this has to do with his qualifications or lack thereof for being defense secretary. But, it's an interesting story. Anyway, his meeting did not seem to go very well with Senator Joni Ernst, his top skeptic in the Senate. Joni's a combat veteran and sexual violence victim. The Iowa Republican issued a bland statement saying that the conversation with Hegseth was frank and thorough. Hegseth has said that women should not serve in combat, so that might have been a little bit of a chill on the conversation. And he also faces sexual misconduct allegations, as just noted. Hegseth promised to stay sober in the job. Oh, that's a low bar. A promise that he made both to Megyn Kelly and during the meeting with Senator Roger Wicker, Republican of Mississippi, after unflattering stories about his use of alcohol. Hegseth pled with House Republicans to publicly endorse him and said that Trump is still on his side after the two talked, still looking for his meetings with those moderate Republicans in the Senate, Susan Collins of Maine and Lisa Murkowski. Murkowski says that she has a lot of questions for the nominee. I would say this is probably as dead as a doornail. And, especially there's two things about it from Trump's point of view. Apparently, Hegseth didn't come clean when he in part of the vetting process and say, hey, listen, a few things might come up that you need to know about Donald. And Donald, understandably, doesn't like that. Nobody would. And also, famously, Donald Trump's brother died when he was 44 years old. And Donald decided to never have another drop of alcohol pass his lips ever since. He hates drinking. He thinks it's really, really bad for you. And it's not like drinking at all is something that would be a problem for him in a nominee. But alcoholism, I think, is just a deal breaker. So I'm guessing that Hegseth is pretty much dead to him at this point.
I think that you're probably right. And, one of the things I was going through and I was reading about him, and it kind of goes back to I talked about the military. He said, Hegseth said that the reason why he was dipping in the bottle so much is that he was self-medicating from his combat experiences, in the military. Well, if we had a functional medical system or a functional VA system, maybe you wouldn't have to self-medicate, by turning your liver into a sponge. I mean, just call me crazy. Another thing I just want to kind of point out, we're able to go and find an email that the Hegseth's mama wrote to his ex-wife, but we still don't have the Epstein client list. So how the hell does that even work?
It's a good question. I mean,
priorities.
I keep hoping that my old buddy Jason Leopold, who used to work at Vice, who is the master of FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act, that if anyone's working on getting that Epstein list, it's him. And if anyone can do it, it's him. By the way, you shouldn't. He's like a FOIA whisperer. When I had my whole, when I sued the LA Times, I had to, get my files out of the LAPD locker. I could have never gotten them under the Freedom of Information Act just by writing a letter saying, in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act, I'd like to get this. The letter has to be massaged in a certain magical Jason Leopold kind of way, or it doesn't work, which is, by the way, what's the word I'm looking for? Bullshit. That's not what the law says at all.
Well, now I've told you and Manila both this. I love having two friends, not just one, but two friends who are editors. Because if any of y'all ever see the correspondence that goes on behind the scenes, they're like, Robbie, you misspelled this. Or Robbie, this is not grammatically correct. And I freaking love it because I'm learning so much crap. But to your point, why does something have to be massaged and laundered and fluffed up by someone with 6 or 7 acronyms behind their name? It's nothing more than a barrier to entry from people like me. Just be able to send an email, say, hey, give me my records. What's going on?
It shouldn't be. And it really shouldn't be. And the law is very straightforward. I mean, the law is it doesn't say anything about format. Literally, you should be able to write to the CIA and say, hey, my name is Robbie West, or, here's my full legal name with my middle name, or, it's Robert West, all the permutations. Got anything on me? That should be it.
Well, Ted, I'm going to tell you right now, if I'm not on at least 4 or 5 lists, I'm going to count it as a failure on my part because I need to be on those lists. I'm trying to build up my bona fide as a propagandist or a radical because I married one woman. Yes, I do know what a woman is. No, I'm not a biologist, but I live in Montana. So we get to see nature and all of it. And I mean this sincerely in all of its glory and how procreation works. And so in today's climate, that makes you radical. And let's see, the well-dressed nerd, he just did another $5 donation.
Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nerd.
So Ted Rall and Putinbot, Has the public sentiment finally reached eat the rich levels, or are we still nibbling on the appetizer? I think it depends on where you are. Here in Montana, we're flying the middle finger all the way.
Yeah, I mean, so I think that's the thing that's interesting, right? I mean, like the last election seemed to signal that a lot of Republican voters, Trump voters, they're angry at elites, right? And the question is like, what is an elite? Who is an elite? Is it someone like me who's left-leaning, who lives on the west on a coast, and lives in a nice apartment, and maybe someone like me, because I don't really go to the opera or anything like that because I hate that shit. But for people who do, is that an elite? For some people, it is. I went to an Ivy League school on scholarship, but still. Or is an elite someone like Brian Thompson, who was just shot down in the street, who actually lived in the Midwest in flyover country, but made $10 million a year of blood money off people who are sick and dying. I mean, define your elites, right? But I mean, in terms of Nerd's question, I think we're generically as a country, we're nibbling at the edges. I think this is an important moment, and I had an idea that's kind of pertinent to this for a graphic novel several years ago, where basically a group of basically vigilantes who are assassins, like the OG cult of the assassins in Central Asia in the Middle Ages, they targeted evil CEOs, and basically they put the word out, after they'd kill them, they'd warn future ones, change your actions or we're going to kill you too. And if they got ignored, they'd kill them. It's just to basically see if they could change the behavior of corporate America. If this started to be a thing, it would be fascinating.
Well, that's just the thing. And to answer your question about what is an elite, I obviously can't speak for every redneck in Middle America, but I do know quite a few of them, and I am one. I'm a card-carrying member of the Redneck Club, and so the definition that I hear most of the time is people who have these elite degrees who have never done a manual job in their life, who look down their nose at people like me who don't have a college degree. I've never been to college. So I'm one of those uneducated people that Trump loves. That's me. You look down our nose, and since 2016, calling us a Nazi, calling us uneducated, bitter clingers, and just look down on us, crap all over our culture, tell us how backwards we are, start lecturing us about how I don't want some dude going to the bathroom with my daughter, telling me how much of a bigot I am because of that. And then you wonder why I don't like you. I mean, it's pretty straightforward, I think. If you keep calling me a Nazi, racist, bigot, uneducated, homophobe, snot sucker, who's a deplorable, or a piece of garbage, Joe Biden looking at you, and then you wonder why I'm not going to support your candidate or I'm not going to support your policies, well, there you go. Here's your sign. I will fight you every step of that I can. And I don't care how much money you make. It's an attitude.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with that. I think elitism is an attitude. It's about whether you think you're better, more important than anyone else. And I don't think that has anything to do with your accent or even your income level. I mean, maybe it does. I mean, look, if you make $10 million a year, you're an elite. Even if you're the coolest person in the world, you're an elite, though.
But you can be an elite, but without being a dick.
Yeah, it's possible. I think it's definitely possible, but I'm going to quote scripture here. I mean, it is, about it easy. It's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. Yep. I think it's very hard for a wealthy person to have good values. Money is really corrupting.
No, I completely agree. But one thing I'll tell you is I've never got a job from someone that's poor. So it's, right. I mean, it works it works two ways. That's what I'm saying. I'm friends with you and Manila. You live in New York City. She lives in DC. I live out in the middle of nowhere in Montana. And y'all are both welcome to my house any day of the week. It's
I'm gonna
not
come.
a problem. You're more
welcome. I can't wait. Yeah.
Now there's this putz who I know lives 5 miles away from me. I would not pee on him if he was on fire today because of his attitude. He's in the same boat that I am, but he is such an elitist sack of crap who just keeps on telling me how backwards I am and how I need to go on the program. And it's just like, yeah, no.
What
sorry.
program? What's his deal?
Well, his whole thing is again, for people who don't know, my wife is black. My 2 kids are mixed. So he's always telling me he keeps trying to tell me how oppressed my wife and my kids are. Sorry, my wife is a coder. She has a good career in medicine. Both my kids are enrolled in public education. My wife, they're not out picking cotton, or here in the case of Montana, out shoveling cow crap from dawn till dusk. They're getting education. My son's in the debate team. My daughter, she's involved in sports management. There's no oppression here. Stop telling me that I'm a victim. More importantly, stop telling me that I'm oppressing my wife because of my whiteness or that I'm colonizing her. So that's the attitude that we just have to deal with. And it's these assholes that are coming from California trying again to tell me how backwards we are. If we're so backwards, go back where you came from.
Fair enough. All right, 2 more headlines. Timing is everything. Just as Apple's adoption of RCS. You know what? I'm going to skip this. Actually, it's boring. Sorry. All right, next. Fine. All right, I'm going to roll my elite card here. All right,
do it.
Amnesty International says that it has gathered sufficient evidence to believe that Israel's conduct during the war in Gaza amounts to genocide against the Palestinian people. Charge, of course, that the Israelis vehemently deny. The 296-page report details evidence gathered over the last 9 months, outlining numerous instances in which Amnesty says Israeli forces and government authorities have committed 3 of 5 acts prohibited under the United Nations Genocide Convention, including the mass killing of Palestinian civilians, causing serious bodily or mental harm, and deliberately inflicting on Palestinians in Gaza conditions of life calculated to bring about their physical destruction in whole or in part. Month after month, the report says Israel has treated Palestinians in Gaza as a subhuman group unworthy of human rights and dignity, demonstrating its intent to physically destroy them. Amnesty International Secretary General Agnes Callamand said in a statement. Amnesty said that Israel is responsible for extensive and often indiscriminate aerial and ground attacks. That's obviously true. Widespread destruction of civilian infrastructure, also obviously true. The forced mass displacement of Palestinians across the enclave, and the obstruction of humanitarian aid, all undeniable. There's only one reasonable inference that can be drawn from the evidence presented, the report says. Genocidal intent has been part and parcel of Israel's conduct in Gaza since 7 October 2023, including its military campaign, the report states. Israel launched the war in Gaza after Hamas militants carried out that attack on October 7th, blah, blah, blah. In a little over a year, more than 44,000 people in Gaza have been killed and 104,000 injured as a result of the ongoing military onslaught, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health. But the real number is obviously hundreds of thousands. Israel's military called Amnesty's report entirely baseless. I don't think you know what the meaning of baseless is. Baseless means that you've got nothing to go on at all when you come up with a conclusion. I mean, you could say it's unfair, but it's not baseless. Instead, it failed to account for both the operational realities faced by Israeli soldiers within Gaza. The report's allegations of genocide and intentional harm are not only unfounded, but ignore Hamas's violation of international law, including its use of civilians as human shields and its deliberate targeting of Israeli civilians, the IDF said, adding that the military tries to mitigate harms to civilians. Not trying hard enough. While Amnesty says that it recognizes that Hamas has put Palestinian civilians in danger by operating from or in the vicinity of densely populated residential areas, the organization asserts that this did not relieve Israel from its own obligations under international humanitarian law to spare civilians and avoid indiscriminate or disproportionate attacks. I mean, I'm sorry, that's some weak tea on the part of the Israelis. It's like Gaza was a very densely populated place. It was almost a cliche for years to say that it was the most densely populated place on earth. I think that turned out to be a little bit false, but it's very densely populated nevertheless. A good comparison is it's the same size and it has the same population as Manhattan. So if you think about that, Manhattan is densely populated. Imagine if you had a group like Hamas that had offices and other bureaus in Manhattan. Where are they supposed to put those offices in a place that is not near civilians? I mean, it's Manhattan. Everything's near civilians.
What I don't know. I mean, it's crazy because the inability of most Americans to look at a map, I don't understand it. Because I mean, if you pull it up, Gaza, in my opinion, is the most densely populated prison on the planet.
Well, that's
I mean,
for sure.
it's so people keep saying, and I get into this kind of row at church. I go to a small independent Baptist church, so Zionist all the way. I'm the odd man out. I'm like, no, screw Israel. They're like, oh, God bless Israel. I'm like, nah, screw them. And so that leads for some interesting conversations. But one of the things I always hear is, like what I just now said, well, Hamas is hiding behind civilians. Like, well, no crap. Look at a map. Where else the hell are they going to be? I mean, seriously, where else can you be?
Well, it is, and look, the thing is, Amnesty International is highly reputable and very mainstream, and so I mean, it's bad for the Israelis. I mean, obviously, this is just an accurate assessment, and it shouldn't really be daring to just say what everyone can plainly see. It's not like these. I mean, who do the Israelis think they're fooling here? When they're claiming that they have the most moral army on earth, that like they try to protect civilians, that they're letting food into Gaza. I mean,
do they think
we're all fucking idiots? I mean,
yes.
What's the story? Yeah.
Yes, that they do, because I mean, now here's the thing: what they're doing, they're playing for the boomers. That's what they're doing. They're putting out this Zionist porn, for lack of a better word. It's red meat for the Zionists, for the old crusty white guys who are on the Republican end. It's like, okay, the Bible says, incorrectly by the way, that God's going to bless those who bless Israel. Doesn't say that, but that's what they go with. And then they try and also go for the lefty Jews who vote overwhelmingly Democrat. And elections are typically pretty tight. And so they're just trying to play that margin. I don't think Israel really cares so much about what the rest of the world thinks. I think they care about what the U.S. Congress thinks, because America is their shield. Or more to the point, I kind of got into it with the deacon at the church. I said, America is Israel's bitch. So
true.
That's what they're playing for. Because so long as the United States is able to go up and veto UN resolutions, nothing's going to happen to them. Right. And so this is just a play for AIPAC, just political cover.
Yeah, well, I completely agree. All right, let's go ahead. We have no Jaws, but let's go ahead and get into the Brian Thompson story. So
good shooting.
All right.
Let's do it.
We've done that now. Right into it. Okay, so let me bring us in here. Yesterday morning, the 50-year-old CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson, was shot to death on the sidewalk in Midtown Manhattan. That's about a 20-minute subway ride away from me on West 54th Street by an unknown assailant. Even including the reaction to the death of Osama bin Laden, it's hard to think of another high-profile murder that has been greeted with as much glee and schadenfreude by the American public. Comment sections in news stories and social media were filled with comments about how Brian Thompson had it coming. Hopefully that this is the first of many, and countless jokes about the bullet that killed him being a pre-existing condition. Almost no one expressed sympathy. And so we wanted to dig into this. United Healthcare is one of the most hated big companies in the United States, in large part because it denies its customers claims at a higher percentage rate than any other insurer, and they all do it. Thompson, paid over $10 million a year, was a poster boy for an industry whose profit model relied upon making people sick and dead to maximize their earnings. The hatred was internal as well as external. Even as company executives raised their own pay, they laid off thousands of their own workers. Adding to the intrigue, Thompson was being investigated by the Justice Department over a $15 million sale of United stock suspected as insider trading and which caused a sell-off. What was the motivation behind the assassination? Will other healthcare executives reconsider their business model? Or will they just hire additional security? Could this help to spark a national conversation about for-profit healthcare? One thing is for sure, it's 100% clear that Americans of all political stripes hate the healthcare industry. Because in America, whether you have insurance or not, you don't get healthcare. And I wanted to put that in there, Robbie, because I think that last line is really important, right? Yeah. We often focus on the uninsured, people who, just they don't have healthcare. I think, but what's appalling is that the people who do have healthcare, whether through their employer or paid through the Affordable Care Act / Obamacare, you're like, I should be covered. I pay for this. Sometimes quite a lot. I mean, I've paid as much as $1,200 a month for shitty healthcare. And you're like, I pay $1,200 a month. I don't smoke. You know what I mean? I'm in good health. Why am I paying $1,200 a month and nothing's covered? There's always these deductibles. I know the ACA got rid of the pre-existing conditions thing. There's the pre-authorizations, right? In my view, when the doctor says you need a test, an operation, a referral, the doctor is the emperor. The doctor is the boss. If doctor says you need it, you get it, period. And the insurer's job is to pay for it. Right. That's it. And there should be no arguing whatsoever about that. And I think most Americans probably agree with me. By the way, one little note, it's a thing worth noting for people who, by the way, if you're just joining us, you're listening to the TMI show, and Robbie West, our producer, is filling in here for Manila Chan. Hopefully Manila will be back tomorrow. She's out sick today, not feeling well at all. She's in the bowels of the healthcare process right now, even as we speak. She's living it. I'll be curious what exactly they made her pay. I was in the health, anyway, the three bullets that were recovered and the casings that were recovered at the scene, apparently were inscribed with something that appears to refer to the title of a book called Delay, Deny, Defend by Jay Feinman. The subtitle is Why Insurance Companies Don't Pay Claims and What You Can Do About It. The words weren't exactly the same, but they were analogous, very close. So it seems like this was a political statement, and it was a personal act. And I think everybody's got horror stories. I'm going to tell some here of my own, but when I was in 1985, I drove a taxi. I had a bad accident. I rolled the taxi over a few times and took out a couple of parked cars. And at the time, the ambulance showed up, and they said, "Oh, it's going to be $295 just to get into the ambulance." Now, bear in mind, this was 1985, so that's like $1,200 or $1,400 now. And I was like dirt broke. I was like, "Well, I forget it. Go away. Go home." So a year later, I finally get a job that has health insurance. I go to get a full workup, and they're like, "Hey, did you know that you broke? Did you know that you had broken your knee? And also that you have a fracture in your skull?" I'm like, "No, I didn't know that." And they're like, "Yeah. That's right." It's like, so you had to so basically I didn't seek medical care. That's a standard thing, right? For people who are poor. And even when you are insured, I'll just tell a bunch, I could just go on and do this for hours. I won't. But 3 years ago, during the middle of the pandemic, I had a hernia. I got, I know how evil health insurers are. So I got a pre-approval code. I go in, I wait 4 hours for my operation. They wheel me in. I'm under the big giant light in the operating room, and they're like, "Oh, actually, your insurance company, they changed their mind. You're not actually covered for this." And I'm like, "Oh, what do you want me to do?" And they're like, "Well, you can just go home. Or, you can put $4,000 on your credit card right now." So literally, I'm like, "Okay, well, can you go get my wallet from the prep room, and I will now." And so literally, I'm on the operating table signing my name for this insane, stupid fucking thing. Oh, and so I wrote to them. And by the way, if you have a bill like this that's not covered, you can write to a hospital, and sometimes they'll give you what they call financial aid. The total bill was $12,000. So I wrote to them and they said, okay, yeah, no problem. We're knocking it down to the $4,000 you put on your credit card. So did I ever stop getting the bills for the remaining $8,000? I still get them. I have sent in a copy of the letter that says you've got the financial aid 14 times. Nothing ever happens. The bill never goes away. I mean, this is just one of zillions. I mean, and I didn't die. Nothing. People do die.
Yeah. I mean, but you know why that happened, don't you?
Tell me.
So what it is that you get a bill for facilities. Then the physician works for what's called a physician group. Then that physician group does its own separate billing. Then you get billed for the supplies that are coming in. So basically, it's not just one bill. So it's additive, and so every different section, every different piece goes into this. Like my full-time job is medical records. So what I do is I build charts. And I do it for two reasons. One, make sure that the real Ted Rall is getting the right type of blood for a blood transfusion.
Sure.
But the other thing is for billing, because everything goes to that documentation. And then it's all distributed out through all of these different segments, all these different pieces of it. And then the hospital will send off a bill. The insurance company at that point, if they approve it, they then will say, okay, well, we have a maximum of this that we're willing to pay. Then the hospital then either has to write off the remaining balance, or what they do is that they then bill that out through their different subsidiaries. So that's why you're getting all these different bills. It's all bullshit. It's all crap. I deal with this mess every single day. And like I said, I'm a right winger. I want a government that's so small I can drown it in a toilet. However, that being said, I fully support Medicare for all because the system's already socialized anyway. I mean, it's a bastardized system. So it's people try to say we have a free system, free system healthcare. We don't. It's a controlled monopoly that is crony capitalism. So it's really fascist in nature, in that the government and the corporations are married together. That's why you can't have insurance from out of state cover something that's done. Like I guarantee you, if you bought, say, Blue Cross Blue Shield from Montana, it would be cheaper than what you're paying for right now
I'm sure.
in New York. But you can't do it. It's against the law because it's a government controlled monopoly.
Right.
It's all crap.
It's all, yeah. It's even by county, right? The rates in the Affordable Care Act system.
Depending on where you are.
Yeah. And no, I mean, I mean, the thing is, I know, look, having insurance, as someone who's had insurance pretty much consistently for decades now, I still don't seek care because I know it's going to be like, I'll get screwed. I'm 61 years old. I had my first colonoscopy just a few months ago. And, you're supposed to start when you're 50. I didn't do it because my ex-wife got one on my old plan. And I was worried and I checked everything. But then I got hit by a surprise $12,000 bill for the out-of-network anesthesiologist, which there's no way to know that they bring in the anesthesiologist, at the last second. You're not told who, this is, it's like the thing is, what you said is right. I mean, not only is it a monopoly and it's a cooperation between government and it's a partnership between government and big business. But on top of that, they have a product that you can't refuse, which is healthcare. It's like, oh, do you like having a broken arm, or would you like us to fix your broken arm? I went in with I broke my wrist a week ago. I go to the doctor's the doctors. I check my little. I call up there. Do you take my insurance? They take my insurance. I go over there. Oh yeah, actually we don't take your insurance. And they're like, I'm like, what do you want me to do? I'm about to get on an airplane tomorrow. They're like, oh well, you can just go home. I'm like, okay, or I can pay out of pocket. How much? And so I ended up paying just shy of $600. And I'm going to now, of course, I'm going to go for a follow-up visit, right?
Yeah.
Well,
and you're unemployed.
And I'm unemployed. Am I going to go to am I now going to go to to a different doctor get them up to speed, get new x-rays taken. No, I'm going to go to the same guy because I actually liked him and I can afford it. But why should I? I mean, my feeling as a socialist is that anything that is an absolutely required service, and there's food, healthcare, shelter, transportation, I would include in that, but education, those things should be free. They should be provided by the government. And I don't know. I mean, it's obviously, I keep thinking about how the current system is a reaction to the way there was a lot of healthcare fraud in the 1970s. 60 Minutes always had exposés about it. Doctors writing scripts, by the zillions to non-fictional patients or patients who didn't need it, and then getting kickbacks from the providers and the labs and all that. But the thing is, this solution is worse than the problem that it purportedly solved. And these health insurers, they're not providing a service, right? They don't help you. All they do is they stand between you and your doctor to deny care. That's it, and extract money.
Well, now here's the thing. I work with doctors as part of my job. I can tell you as an absolute statement of fact, and don't take my word for it. Those of you watching me online, you don't know me from Adam. Next time you go to the doctor, ask them, how many support personnel do you have working just for billing for every nurse that you have working for you? I guarantee you, for every nurse or medical or medical assistant they have working for them, they've got 3 or 4 people working behind the scenes just for billing. I guarantee you that's the case because I'm in it. I'm part of the reason why your healthcare sucks. That's just that's the reality.
Well,
I build your chart and then I make sure it goes to the coders. The coders go through, they build all this stuff out. And then there's different guidelines that you have to go through based on the documentation that the doctors write out. And then you have different kind of visits that charge different, that you're billed for depending on what it is. And that's one of the reasons why our healthcare system sucks. And that's one of the reasons why I'm saying I don't know who this guy is that killed this Thompson fella, but Trump should pardon him right now and make him the head of the Department of Health and Human Services.
Well, that job's taken. He'll have to share the spot with RFK Jr. But
that's okay. Do it.
Yeah. I mean, so let's get. I mean, so really, truly. I mean, you're a Christian. I mean, I was raised Catholic. I mean, we believe in forgiveness and grace. Is it? Are we? Have we? What does it say about us as a country that so many of us, and us too included, right? Yeah. We really just don't give a shit that this guy's dead.
Not one bit.
And we don't really care about. His I mean, it's sad for his family, blah, 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 blah. But I mean, his wife said, oh, he was a good person. I'm like, by definition, he was not a good person.
No.
I mean, he couldn't have been a good person. Mr. Insider Trading, Mr. $10 million a year. I mean, can a good person have a job like that? I don't think so.
Well, it just depends, right? I mean, like, could you be a good person and be involved in the slave trade?
Right. Exactly. I'd say no.
Because you are
dealing with
human bodies, right?
Can you be a good person?
That's the business model. I am buying and selling a human being.
Right.
Now, one is chattel labor. You can be out there with a dirt farmer, like where my family comes from, picking cotton, or my wife's family. Her great grandfather was a slave. They worked on the same freaking farm. But I mean, so you have this dude who owns another person. So I guess that you can make the argument that the health insurance company doesn't own your body, but the system does.
Yeah, well, literally. I mean, I gotta say, there's something absolutely fucking insane that we don't talk about this, right? That someone who's never laid eyes upon you at some insurance company in Hartford or Minneapolis or wherever, they determine whether or not you should get. Your mole removed, or whether your colonoscopy should be covered, or whether you need that test or whatever, physical rehab. Do you qualify? I mean, that's sick, right?
I completely agree. And this dude, I was watching the security camera footage, and it looks like when he went to shoot the CEO, it looks like the first shot jammed. I mean, this dude, he took the time. He knew what he was doing. I shoot a lot. live in Montana. It's
Yeah.
kind
So
of
what
just a
happens when the
requirement.
gun jams, right? Like, what does that mean? Like,
Well,
like,
as
where
a
did it
stove,
jam?
well, as a stovepipe jam. So with a semi-automatic gun, if you go to shoot, if there's not enough powder in the primer, and the case doesn't eject all the way, it'll get stuck. It'll get stuck in the action. So you got to clear it again. If you don't know what you're doing, no, you can panic. You don't really know how to clear that jam.
You might make it worse, right? You might jam it in there tighter.
Well, if you really can't jam in there tighter, what'll happen? They just click on the trigger, and the gun doesn't shoot anymore.
Nothing's happening.
Now, this dude, like he knew how to clear the jam. He did it like a pro. He just went in, just nailed him 2 more times. Just like this guy, it was personal. I mean, he took the time. He knew where this guy was going to be. He was going to make sure that it was him, that this guy was not going to walk away. And so he took the time to learn his firearm. He knew how to shoot. He had a good stance. I mean, props to the guy. I mean,
well, no, I know. Well, I was also thinking this is someone who either lives in or knows New York City pretty well, because he knew to just get on a bike and just head for Central Park, which is an area that doesn't have a lot of cameras. You disappear into the park, go into one of the many like wooded areas, ditch your bike, or don't ditch your bike. But, he had that backpack. That backpack had clothes in it, right?
Oh, of course.
No question. He changed clothes somewhere in there and then just walked out, right? And lots of people are walking in and out of Central Park every day. Initial reports said that he had taken a city bike, which is a bike share program managed by Lyft. But that turned out not to be true. It looked like it was a individual bike. So I'm curious if the cops ever found the bike. He seems to have made one big mistake, and I'm wondering what your thoughts are on this. He went to Starbucks, which seems foolish because now we have images of his eyes and nose. Right. So there's some facial recognition software possibilities there, but that's not even what I'm alluding to. He got a bottle of water and a coffee, and he threw them both away. The cops have those.
No, so they have his DNA then.
There's DNA, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, even if you're like me and you've never done 23andMe, but if he has any relatives who have, like the Idaho, the guy who's accused of the Idaho serial killing, in the dorm, right? I guess you could say the college house. They can nail you down with that stuff, right? So, I mean, why would you do that? Well, I mean, that to me just seems like that's a rookie error, no?
I would think so. And, I don't know the guy, obviously.
Why not take it with you, by the way? Throw that in the backpack.
Well, that's what I was about to say. I mean, if I was going to go waste somebody in Manhattan, I've never been to New York, but I know a good friend of mine who lives there. It seems like to me, if I was going to go to one of the most heavily surveilled cities on the planet with cameras everywhere, I don't think I would go to a Starbucks. For one thing, as a conservative, I try to stay away from Starbucks. So I would just take my own, just stand.
As someone who likes coffee, I try to avoid Starbucks because their coffee is not that good.
But it's more like syrup. I mean, I've had it before, wasn't impressed. So, if I have a celebratory to drink a coffee, I'll just take a thermos. I'm just saying. Sure. So the only thing I can figure is that this guy, he must, in the back of his mind, know that eventually he's going to get caught no matter what happens. Mm-hmm. And so he just does not care. He's sending a message. And I think that maybe when this thing all goes down, they'll find out that after he made sure this guy was no longer a network, then he decided to just opt out on his own and just leaves a manifesto. Or when he does get arrested, he wants to make sure that he is able to tell the whole country why he did what he did. That's the only thing I can figure is that he knows he's going to get caught, and he's going to either leave a postmortem manifesto, or when he gets arrested, when he goes to trial, he's going to tell you, me, Joe Citizen, everybody else, this is why I did it, and you should do it too.
Yeah, no, I mean, and I guess the question is, could this spur, I know it's kind of like gay to think this, but could we end up with a V for Vendetta kind of scenario where other healthcare and other perhaps evil CEOs, like maybe defense contractors or people like that could end up having to watch their backs?
At the hospital, Ted, we have trainings 2 to 3 times a year. This is in Podunk, Montana, where I am. Teach you how to de-escalate people if they come in pissed off because of a bill or because of bad treatment or something else like that. And they're always worried about the cowboy snapping and coming in here, with his AR-15 or AK-47 shooting up the hospital. And is that a consideration? Sure. I mean, this is America. Nothing's more American than mass shootings and apple pie. Let's just be honest. So, I mean, is that there? But to go to your point, I think there's just so much anger. There is so many people are so pissed off.
Yeah.
And most people, they know that the person who's screwing them over is not the clerk behind the desk. It's not the doctor. Typically, if he screws up, maybe.
No.
It's
if the
not.
doctor screws up, that's a human being making a mistake.
100%. But so, I mean, I think that what it is that I think that you touched on earlier is that the real fear is that people are going to start going or just going to say, screw it, the system sucks. There is no solution. I'm going to burn it down. And I think that's the problem. I think that's the risk. That's where your beef for vendetta thing comes in. There is no justice in this country. I mean, my second highest bill is health insurance after my rent. It just is. And there's not a lot of money here in Montana. And imagine this that way pretty much all over the country. So my healthcare plan, like yours, is don't get sick. Well, what happens if you get sick? You're then at the mercy of some business where you are nothing more than a number on a spreadsheet, where you have to beg to get a service that you have paid for. And
they play games, right?
Oh, 100%.
They routinely just issue denials, even though all the paperwork is perfect.
Yeah.
All the codes have been entered correctly.
Yeah.
And United Healthcare, as we talked about in the intro, literally has deployed AI to automatically, without even a human being there, never mind a human being who knows you personally, to automatically deny claims by elderly patients.
Yeah, I'm about to tell you one of the dirty little secrets about healthcare. If you work for an insurance company, you have a quota about how many claims that you deny a month.
Wow.
You have a quota about how many claims it is that you have to deny, even if the claim is valid. Let's just say if 90% of the claims that you got are all done right.
It's like the police, right, with quotas for tickets.
It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. And my wife, who's a coder, has to deal with this crap all the time. You have to go through, you have to submit appeals, and insurance is only good for up to a year after it's initially been submitted. Well, if you drag that thing off long enough, you're out of the time frame, in which case you cannot get the service that you paid for. It is complete crap.
Yeah.
And that's where the left and the right can do like this. And be like, screw these guys.
Well, look, I don't think this is going to happen, but Donald Trump, big disruptor, president-elect, he could score some major points. I mean, he does pay attention to social media, as we know. He's very well aware of this story. Interesting, he has not had a thing to say about it on Truth Social. No comment, not like, pity to see that this guy is dead. So I wonder, if this is kind of like, wow, this is a good issue for me. I mean, that would be massive. You know how in politics, the big moments are when someone goes counter to brand. Richard Nixon goes to China. Those are the big moments. And for a Republican president to do something about healthcare would be massive, and Democrats couldn't stand in the way, right? Because this is supposedly their issue, even though they haven't done shit about it, really.
Yeah. Do you think RFK Jr. can or will do anything?
Well, I think he can if he's got the support from the White House, from the president, and from a sufficient number of senators. I mean, it depends what the solution is. The Affordable Care Act, you could probably sort of duct tape it together by adding a public option. But we'd still have the underlying problem that we just described with, all these denials and such. I mean, we need a sweeping series of regulations on this completely unregulated, out of control business sector that is screwing tens of millions of Americans every single day.
Yeah, my solution as a small government conservative is to put every insurance company out of business and nationalize healthcare.
Well, I agree with that.
Done.
Completely. All right. Well, as a lefty, obviously, I can't but say no. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for listening to another episode of the TMI show. We seriously hope that you will be back tomorrow, and we certainly hope Manila will be back tomorrow. Please subscribe here on Rumble as well as on YouTube. On Rumble, please become a paid subscriber, or please consider becoming a paid subscriber. It's $5 a month, so that we can, keep doing this show. If you enjoy what we're doing and find value in what we're doing, you got to help support it. That's how these things work. We're fully independent completely, and we rely on you subscribers to keep this going. So please click on that button right below the Rumble chat to support the show. Thanks to Putinbot Gaming, who's that guy, for your support and moderating the chat. And please go check out that gaming channel, Putinbot Gaming. And also over on
such a troll
on YouTube. Please subscribe. And if you're listening on the audio, I mean, we shouldn't forget that lots of people don't watch, but they do listen. Please add us to your regular subscription list. That's greatly assisted. None of this costs you anything except for the $5 a month. So, and that's only an option that you can avail yourself if you want to.
Thank you, Will Just Nerd, for the two donations today.
Much appreciated to Mr. Nerd. And you can check out my other stuff at rall.com, RALL.com. Robbie West, thank you so much for filling in for Manila today. Manila,
happy to do it.
Please get better, and we hope you're back tomorrow. But if not, maybe Robbie will be back here sitting on the right side of your screen. So bye, everyone, and take care. Good morning. I am Ted Rall, and Robbie West is filling in for Manila Chan. You are tuned in to the Ted Manila Information Show, TMI for short, where we always try to bring you way too much information, everything from news to politics to lifestyle to vigilantes, offing CEOs, culture, fad diets, what the kids are up to, the taboo, the occult, anything and everything goes, because we believe you can never have too much information, particularly about Clovis the cat. Well, we're not talking about him today, but
and sometimes weather.
We should do the weather too. And traffic, weather, news. If you're looking for a straight-laced, button-down news program, this show is probably not for you. The F-bombs are going to fly fast and furious, but we try not to do that in the first 15 minutes because of not the FCC, which is not part of this, but we have other YouTube to worry about. It's stuff you want to hear about, and maybe some stuff you never knew you needed to know about. And we like to laugh along the way because, after all, since we're all going to die, let's have fun and smile and joke about it on our way to the gallows. We are live here every Monday to Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, and we stream anytime, including archived episodes. So you can check us out here on the TMI show on Rumble and YouTube anytime you'd like. You can also go to my website, rall.com, and find the links to the most recent episodes and old ones as well as my cartoons and essays and other propaganda. So, and my other show, the DMZ America podcast, which I do with Scott Stantis. But anyway, right now we're here to do the TMI show. Please be sure to like and follow the show and share on social media. You can subscribe on YouTube. You can subscribe on Rumble. On Rumble, you can be either paid or unpaid. All of it helps us out. Please support us. Please support anyone whose work you care about. This is the new media environment. This is how it works. On today's show, we're going to be talking about healthcare horror stories. Joining us at the bottom of the hour will be my old co-host on the Final Countdown, Steve Gill. And I'm looking forward to talking to him and hearing his perspectives from the other side of the political spectrum, from yours truly. I'm
looking forward to that because I'm a righty myself.
Yes.
I'm way to the right. And so it's going to be interesting to see where does Steve fall on this versus me.
Yeah, no, I'm wondering about that too. I mean, I'm wondering. I really seriously could not begin to guess what he's going to have to say about this, whether he's going to be on Team Luigi or not. So there's one way to find out. Stay here until 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, 7:30 on the Pacific, and the how to extrapolate in between. So do all that. We won't talk about Atlantic time up there in the maritime provinces, because nobody ever talks about that. Let's get into the news. I have to change the banner to the appropriate banner for the headline news. Okay, here we go. And Manila Chan, by the way, is still out sick with pneumonia and pleurisy. Apparently they gave her some, it's kind of appropriate too, this conversation.
It ties right into the story.
Yeah, they gave her some wimpy antibiotics, right? They gave her like a Z-Pack. And this is pleurisy and pneumonia at the same time. I mean, you need the hardcore antibiotics.
Yeah, but she has no immune system. I mean, she's recovering from cancer surgery. So
yeah.
I mean, this fits the model though, right?
So she's just been lingering. She's just been lingering, basically not getting worse, not getting better, just feeling like crap every single day. So Manila, hang in there. I hope that she was able to get like Cipro or something like that yesterday. If she did, she's going to start to feel better really like right away. I know, because respiratory crap is my Achilles heel. I've had pneumonia, probably 8 or 9 times. I had swine flu. I had COVID early on in November, December of 2019. I've had COVID probably 4 times. So bronchitis, I couldn't even count all my life. So I know how I'm going to die, gasping for air. That's in the mail for me. Anyway, so not that I'm whinging about it. It's just the reality. I'm not looking forward to it, but maybe I'll get one of those like suicide things in like Holland or something. Anyway, let's get into the news. In his first comments since Luigi Mangione was charged with second-degree murder on Monday, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg said he was confident that the 26-year-old would quickly be extradited to New York, where he will be held accountable for gunning down United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. We will get the defendant here and bring him to justice through our court proceeding, Bragg told ABC News, saying that Mangione could face additional charges beyond the second-degree murder charges he currently faces. I don't know, double parking or littering or something. As we learn more about motives and other things like that, there may be additional charges, Bragg said. Mangione's attorney, Thomas Dickey, in Pennsylvania, said his client intends to plead not guilty to the charges, claiming there's no evidence linking his client to the crime. Bragg said he was confident Mangione is the person who fired 3 rounds into the torso of Thompson last week, killing the healthcare executive and setting off a firestorm of vitriol online and offline too, I can say that. Bragg's comments came the first day that the New York City Police Department offered the first forensic evidence actually linking Mangione to the alleged crime. According to Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, fingerprints from the crime scene have been matched to Mangione. I'm wondering if that's from the water bottle that was left behind and the coffee cup. I would kind of think that he'd be wearing gloves, but anyway. And 3 shell casings recovered following the Midtown shootings were matched to Mangione's 3D printed handgun. Bragg's office said his office has focused on combating so-called ghost guns since the beginning of his tenure as district attorney. A ghost gun is, of course, a gun that doesn't have a serial number. It's something that we're seeing more and more in use, speaking generally. It's also something we've seen people who are younger and younger working on, Bragg said. Bragg has found himself at the center of multiple high-profile cases, including his conviction of former President Donald Trump and recent acquittal of Marine veteran Daniel Penny. With the Mangione case, Bragg faces not only a high-profile prosecution, but also a groundswell of public support for the accused murderer. I have spent time with homicide victims, with survivors of violent crime, Bragg said. That's the centerpiece of our work. And to think that there are others celebrating this conduct is beyond comprehension to me. Alvin, is it really beyond your comprehension? Is it really? I mean, I don't know that Alvin Bragg is really the brightest guy ever in New York City, but I'm not sure he's really that dumb.
I don't know. I mean, here's how I'm looking at it. They're talking about how they're going to be bringing all these charges against Luigi. Personally, I am Team Luigi. Full disclosure, if I had a Luigi hat, I would be wearing it right now.
You can buy
right
one.
There with you. I've thought about it. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's just, they're talking about how they're going to be bringing all these charges against Brad or against Luigi, right? Well, here's my question. When did the charges against the health insurance companies, when are those going to start coming out? When are they going to start being held accountable for all the people that they have bankrupted, that they have killed, that they have ruined their lives, all the lives they've ruined? When are they going to be held accountable?
Well, that is a damn good question. There's been interestingly, some of the progressives like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Elizabeth Warren in Congress have asked questions like that. I could see making the case that you kind of don't want to legitimize murder by having the conversation that you would not otherwise have had after the murder. I get that. But on the other hand, I don't think there's, any kind of way to have the murder, to have that conversation any other time, right? It's kind of like when someone famous dies and they say, oh, well, now's not the time to criticize their life. It's like, well, it's actually the only time, right? Like, right, Jimmy Carter, when he dies, I'm going to have lots of things to say about his presidency that are negative. And people are going to say, it's not the right time. Well, if I tried to do it right now, no one would care. People are going to be talking about it then. That's when you assess someone's life. It's the news peg that puts this in the news. Unfortunately, it's not really news when people are just suffering at the hands of the health insurance industry. That's just
business.
The air.
Yeah, that's business. I mean, this is how we talked about last week. This is one of those issues where the left and the right can reach across the aisle and shake hands. And that's what scares the crap out of the elites. They don't want a redneck from Montana talking to a cartoonist in New York saying, hey, you're not my enemy. I'm not your enemy. It's that bastard in that suit who's screwing us both. Let's go after him. That's what they don't want to have happen.
They like the divide. They do like their divide and conquer, don't they?
They do.
They definitely do. One of the things I liked about studying the French Resistance was that, like, all these factions who didn't agree on anything, they all could agree, like, these Germans have got to go, right? Like, they had monarchists fighting side by side with communists. They had devout Catholics side by side with people who were militantly anti-clerical, because Nazis had to go. That was the priority. These guys in the suits, they are our Nazis. I've been having that conversation with friends. Like, in World War II, is it wrong to kill an SS officer? No, it's not. And a guy like Brian Thompson was an SS officer, basically. All right, let's move on. President Joe Biden is commuting the sentences of about 1,500 people who were already released from prison, placed on home confinement during the pandemic, and is pardoning 39 Americans convicted of nonviolent crimes. It's the largest single-day act of clemency in modern history. Hashtag not true. Jimmy Carter, as soon as he took office, pardoned all of the draft dodgers from the Vietnam War. That was a lot more than 1,500 people. The commutations announced Thursday are for people who have served out home confinement sentences for at least a year after they were released. Prisons were uniquely bad for spreading the virus, and some inmates were released in part to stop the spread. At one point, 1 out of 5 prisoners had COVID-19. That's insane.
That's wild.
Obviously, there's no air circulation in those places. Biden said that he would be taking more steps in the weeks ahead and would continue to review clemency petitions. According to this article, which is wrong, but the second single day act of clemency was Obama with 330 shortly before leaving office in 2017. If you're President West,
I get assassinated.
Well, probably President Rall would too. Do you think there would be any? Who, if anyone, would you pardon or commute their sentences?
Oh gosh, John Kiriakou first off.
Mm,
100%.
I'm with that.
And then what I would do, I would all the nonviolent January 6 people. Yeah, Snowden. I would actually hire Snowden to be my press secretary.
Chelsea.
I mean, that's what I would do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would go all the way down that list, and basically, if you're a political prisoner in the United States, you're getting a pardon. And I'm going to invite you to the White House, and I would personally apologize to you on behalf of my nation.
There's a lot of nonviolent offenders who are in jail. I mean, our terms are way too long. And, people are like, oh, you'll hear a sentence like, it was 4 years. 4 years is nothing. Really? 4 years is nothing. No, it's not nothing.
It's almost like we have a for-profit prison system.
Almost as if
it's almost like that. That's so weird.
I would like to see, I don't expect this because Biden hasn't been very good about doing the right thing in many respects. But I would like to see a lot more pardons and commutations. And of course, generally prison, criminal justice reform. That's also something that left and right could agree on, I think.
Yeah. Right. 100% with you. And
people are redeemable.
One thing I would do, I mean, if I was a president, I would go through, I would do everything that I would not need Congress to do. And I would just start closing military bases all over the world. And I would put every soldier on the military base. I would put the entire army on the Mexican border. Say, there you go.
I think closing those bases would be a real way to make America safer, for sure. No question. All right, let's keep going. FBI Director Christopher Wray is going to resign before Trump takes office next month. But Trump had already said that he was going to fire him. Wray announced at an internal FBI meeting yesterday that he decided to step aside after weeks of thinking about it. Trump has already nominated Kash Patel, who has called for dramatically limiting the FBI's authority to lead the agency. Speaking at the FBI meeting, Wray said, "I've decided the right thing for the Bureau is for me to serve until the end of the current administration in January and then step down." Trump appointed Wray to lead the FBI after firing his predecessor, James Comey, following the FBI's investigations into alleged contacts between the 2016 Trump campaign and Russia, which of course we know didn't happen. When appointing him, Trump said Wray, a Yale Law School graduate, is a man of impeccable credentials. But in recent years, Wray fell out of favor with the president-elect after the FBI assisted with a federal probe into Trump's handling of classified documents, a case that has since been dropped. Trump greeted Wray's resignation news as a great day for America. I don't know if you've heard this, Robbie, but it seems that what's really going on here is that Wray's decision means that since he would not be replaced after Trump took over, that Trump is going to have to get Kash Patel approved through Congress through the regular confirmation process through the U.S. Senate, which it's not really clear that that'll be smooth sailing.
I would expect a fight. I mean, the deep state is going to do whatever it can to defend itself and to put its tentacles around Trump everywhere that it can. Call it state blob, whatever it is you want to call it. They're not going to go without a fight.
No, they're not. And the thing is that people always say like the deep state has become like a term of, it's a conspiracy theory. It's something from the far right. I'm going to be really clear here. The origins of the term actually really go to other countries. In particular, Pakistan is really where this term originated. And it refers to the government that basically stays in power through no matter who wins elections, right? No matter who the prime minister is, no matter who the president is, these deputy assistant undersecretaries of whatever, these tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of bureaucrats and their bosses. These are the people who, when the president comes into power, they're always there, right? They're Democrat or Republican, they're always there. And the deep state is a real thing. It's not a conspiracy, but the mainstream press has been characterizing it as, it's true that conservative media has adopted the term, but it's a term that actually precedes the American conservatives using it. And it actually was developed by sort of liberal historians and political analysts from other countries like Pakistan. It's not some weird right-wing conspiracy.
Well, it's just like the very term conspiracy theory. The CIA marketed that after Kennedy was assassinated. So just because they say something does not mean that there's not any truth in it. They're just trying to discredit you by not even acknowledging the argument.
That would be correct. All right, let's move on. And we're going fast today. About 6 months ago, Trump was sitting in a courtroom in Lower Manhattan listening to a jury make him the first former president ever convicted of a crime. Today, he will ring, I guess he already did this at 9:30 a.m. local time, the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange, blocks away from the courthouse, and he's been recognized as Time Magazine's Person of the Year. The honors for the businessman turned politician are a measure of Trump's remarkable comeback from an ostracized former president who refused to accept his election loss to a president-elect who won the White House decisively in November. Sam Jacobs, Time editor-in-chief, announced on the Today Show that Trump was the 2024 Person of the Year. Jacobs said Trump was someone who, for better or for worse, had the most influence on the news in 2024. This is someone who made a historic comeback, who reshaped the American presidency, and who's reordering American politics, Jacobs said. It's hard to argue with the fact that the person who's moving into the Oval Office is the most influential person in news. Although the person who wins a presidential election is not routinely always the Person of the Year for Time Magazine. Yeah. I don't think a lot of people really understand what the person, or sometimes it's like the object of the year or the event of the year. I don't think people really ever understood the Time Magazine. It's not really an honor. It's not like really like we approve of this person or thing. It's supposed to be about the most influential and important person or thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I've kind of say this a little bit delicately because of the our wonderful friends over there on YouTube. But there was a certain Austrian painter that had a very unique mustache who was also Time's Person of the Year.
Yeah, that's true.
So just because you're, just like what you said, just because you are on that cover does not mean it's a ringing endorsement of this person or that person's policies. It just means that person has shaped, for better or for worse, the world events for that year, either politically, economically, or whatever else.
Yeah, I know Osama bin Laden was on the short list for 2001 Person of the Year for Time Magazine, or back then, it was probably still Man of the Year at the time, before they decided to go with Person.
Now, me personally, I was really hoping they'd have Zelensky on there again, maybe this time wearing his tights behind a piano. That would have been awesome, because, I mean, anyone that's able to make hundreds of billions of dollars working from home, I want that secret. Mr. Zelensky, let me know your secrets, because here at the TMI show, we could use that expertise. So please let us know. Let us in on the grift. Kind of show us how it's done.
And that is a grift. Yeah. That's indeed.
Maybe, Ted, maybe that's me and you, we need to do the show in tights. That's what we need to do.
You think
maybe
that's what it
sparkles?
I mean, I'm wearing a pretty tight shirt. Check it out, right? I mean, pretty tight. Yeah. You can almost see my nips. I mean,
it's cold here in Montana, so I'm wearing the flannel shirt. I mean, it's freaking cold today. It's not winter yet.
Yeah, you said 18 degrees?
Yeah. Send us up some of that global warming. I want some.
Today's supposed to be relative. It's 37 degrees here in New York City, going down to 27. That's the coldest it's been in a long time. But that's not really historically that cold for New York City at all.
Gotcha.
Obviously. All right.
That's a pleasant spring walk.
It is. It's not too bad. Not too bad at all. All right. So let's move on. Last story here before we get into the horror stories from the healthcare industry. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has finalized a rule that would limit overdraft charges at big banks and credit unions. This is a move that the Fed say could help save Americans billions of dollars in junk fees every year. Whether or not this new rule stays in place after Trump takes over is unclear. This rule caps fees that customers get charged when they spend more money than they have in their bank accounts. Federal officials said that big banks would have several options to comply. They can cap their overdraft fees at $5 or set their fees at another amount that covers their costs and losses. Alternatively, they could treat overdrafts as a line of credit and provide similar disclosures, including applicable interest rates, While a lot of banks have moved to reduce their overdraft fees already, some charges still average about $30 per bounce or overdraft, according to a recent survey by Bankrate. The rule would apply to institutions with more than $10 billion in assets. That includes about 150 of the nation's roughly 9,000 banks and credit unions. This takes effect next October. Banking trade groups, of course, predictably opposed this change in regulations. Some in the industry are expecting the Trump administration, which took a friendly approach to banks during his first term, to try to roll it back. Yeah, Robbie, I'm genuinely curious. I mean, what you think about this? What do you think Trump will roll it back or not? And I got to say, it always bugs me. I'm very obviously, I'm not in favor of overdraft fees. I mean, I used to be a banker. I know it's total bullshit.
Right. I was about to ask you about that.
Doesn't cost the bank anything. It's not like inconvenient to them. It makes no difference at all. It's just like zeros and ones moving through a computer system, and just an opportunity to ding people. So I think this is a great thing. It annoys the shit out of me when an outgoing administration waits till it's got days left and then decides, okay, yeah, we're gonna like not actually impose this while we're still around. We're going to hand this off to the next administration. Actually, Trump kind of did this to Biden with the withdrawal from Afghanistan, right? He negotiated it. Then Biden had to decide whether or not to pursue it. Now, I want to be clear here. I was very much in favor of the withdrawal from Afghanistan and Biden's decision to go through with it. Obviously, the execution sucked. Yeah. But the idea of it was a good one. It's like this. Obviously, the Biden administration wasn't very serious about doing this. They dragged their feet until after the election that they lost to push this through, and it takes them. But I mean, I'm just wondering, what will Trump do? Do you think with this? I mean, do you think he'll be like? I mean, it will be unpopular if he rolls back this rule. That's why I think he's unlikely, and it's not coming out of his pocket, so he might just let it lie, right?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say, right? Because Trump he's almost like a autistic bipolar toddler. So if populist Trump comes through, and if he listens to his base, if he listens to his people, probably the only group of people in the country that are hated more than the insurance companies are the banks. So anything you can do to screw the banks, that is going to be like a huge rah for Trump, and that'll carry over to Vance in the next presidential election, because they can actually say, middle America, you're hurting, you're getting screwed. I fought the man for you. If he did that, it'd be huge. And if the Biden administration, or Harris, or whatever you want to call it, if they had actually done 10% of the things that the people wanted, I think Trump would have lost. But they didn't. I mean, they are wholly enslaved by the bankers. All Harris had going for was, I will let you kill your babies, and I don't even let the federal government pay for it. If she had come out and said, hey, the banks are screwing you with overdraft fees. The reason why you're getting the fees is because the cost of living is too damn high. The cost of food is too damn high. The cost of rent is too damn high. You're not getting pay raises. And the banks are going to spank you for the $35 per charge every time you get overdrafted. I'm going to screw them for you.
Yeah, by the way, there are things, when you were mentioning the rent being too high, there are definitely things that, the Democrats kept saying there was nothing that they could do about that. But there are things that the federal government could do in terms of tax policy, right?
Sure.
They could definitely provide a tax incentive to landlords who reduce their rent below a certain amount. They could increase tax rates on those who overcharge. I mean, they can use the tax code.
Yeah. And to me, that would make sense. And like here in Montana, they actually came through Governor Gianforte. Loved the guy. I mean, he literally slams fake news. I voted for him twice. Love the guy. The reason why I brought that up is that the Montana legislature, Montana has a surplus. It's one of the only states in the union with a surplus in the budget. And they pushed through a tax cut, just like we used to saying, for landlords for their primary residence. I wish they had done that also for the houses that they rent out, because that would have done so much more to help the cost of living here.
So with that, let's get into our next topic. We don't have our guest yet, though, which is a little bit annoying. We normally go over, and so we have 2 minutes before Steve Gill joins us, but that's okay.
Well, I actually have a question for you if you have time.
Please, let's do it. We got time.
What has the reaction been with the acquittal of that Penny fella who did the chokehold on that dude in the subway? What's the temperature? Yeah, what's the temperature there in New York? Have you heard anything over there?
Yeah, I mean, basically, it seems it's not like a racially tinged thing. Obviously, there's some people, including people of color, who are unhappy with the verdict. But I think the general feeling in New York was that the witnesses who were in the subway car, who were all experienced veteran subway riders, and said that they were scared to death by the actions of Jordan Neely. Jordan Neely came into it's very important to paint the picture here. He enters a locked subway car. It's traveling between stations. Doors are closed. There's no way to summon the police. Your cell phone doesn't work to call 911 between stations. There's no panic button. And some subway lines have doors that open to the next car, but not the one where this happened. So people are locked in here with this guy. He was running around, yelling, spittle flying out of his mouth, right up in people's faces. And he screamed, "Someone's going to die. I don't care if I go back to jail. I don't care if I go back to Rikers." That's absolutely bone chilling. As someone who's ridden the New York City subway pretty much daily, most of my life since 1981, I can tell you it's unusual not to see crazy homeless people in the subways on your ride. You will see it. But that level of aggression is really unusual. You just don't normally see it. And so that sounds terrifying. And I think the vibe was probably what happened here. Daniel Penny choked him for 6 minutes, ironically using a chokehold that is now prohibited by the NYPD. So as a civilian, he walked for doing something that a cop could go to jail for. Very strange. But I think the general feeling is he should have let him go before he died. I mean, 6 minutes was too long. You should have let him go after 3 minutes. But I think there's also sort of a sense that, we're going to respect and I think the jury and New Yorkers by extension tended to respect what the eyewitnesses said. Bear in mind, all of these 20 witnesses, the other passengers on the train, they were all prosecution witnesses. And for Alvin Bragg, they all basically said, "I was scared to death of this guy." Gotcha. If I was a juror, I would have strongly questioned why, when the train stopped at a station and the doors opened, at that point, why did he not get out of release Mr. Neely and then run for the door, as everybody should have? I mean, I do have a personal story. Back in 1984, it was, 1984, in the winter of '84, I was riding a downtown C train in the winter, and and a guy came up to me and pulled a knife and tried to mug me. I was scared to death. Fortunately, there was without getting into all the details, he was bigger than me. I'm 6'2". This guy must have been 6'4". He was a big guy. And fortunately, I was able to get the better of him because the train lurched and I kicked him in the balls as hard as I could. And he went down. The guy smashed the back of his head into the corner of the conductor's booth. And I was wearing steel-toed boots. I was a punk rocker at the time. And I will not lie, I just started kicking him. I wanted him to stay down. And I didn't stop kicking him because I didn't want him to get up. If he got up, I thought I was going to die. I just did that. But I will say, when the train pulled into 59th Street Station at Columbus Circle, as soon as those doors opened up, and by this point, my right eye had been split open. I still don't really see that well out of it. I was covered with blood, dripping all over, on all fours, hands and knees. But I got off that train. Because I was like, the door's open. That's my way out. I'm not staying. And I just wonder why obviously, and I also am not a huge fan of the fact that Daniel Penny referred to the victim as a crackhead. That seems like, the reaction I would have liked to have seen would have been something more along the lines of, like, I can't believe it. I didn't want him I was scared. I didn't want to kill him. I can't believe he's dead. But instead he's very glib about it. Right. But I think the bottom line is, this is the way our system is supposed to work. Was there reasonable doubt? Yes, there was reasonable doubt. If there's reasonable doubt, you have to let the defendant walk. I think in the end, that's what the jurors did. I think probably what anybody would have done.
I mean, back when I was a teenager, I grew up in the South. We used to, if you have disagreements with somebody in the schoolyard, you just go out and you just settle it, And the last real fight I ever got into was before we moved up here to Montana, and it was not long after my wife and I got married, and this dude came up. Back home, it's very unpopular for a white guy to be with a black woman, and in this case, it was a black dude who was really pissed off with the fact that there's a sister with me. And long story short, we got into a fight. And I can just tell you, it was the adrenaline starts going. You lose all sense of time. And in Penny's case, I have to wonder, did his military training kick in? Because if you're trained to be a sheepdog, you're going to act like a sheepdog. And I just wonder if that played into it.
That's possible. And I see Steve there waiting for us. Steve, as we see you, we're going to bring you in a minute. I'm just going to answer that. I want to allude to that. There's a guy named Robert Grossman. He wrote a book called On Killing. Fascinating book. He's a former member, an officer in the U.S. Army. And basically he talks about like how the Army trains and other branches of the military and around the world train soldiers. And he indicated that during World War II, someone at what was then the War Department assessed that most ammunition was fired over the head of the enemy. It was not fired at the enemy. And of course, the Defense Department viewed that as a waste, and they wanted to train soldiers to fire at the enemy. It's something that they changed the training in between the Korean and the Vietnam Wars to do that. And the numbers flipped. By the Vietnam War, 90% of ammo was fired at the enemy. And the way they did that is basically like you've seen the training range, right, where the figures pop up. Don't think, shoot. Don't think, shoot. Now, up until World War II, they did think before shooting. And it's like there was an assessment, like this person could hurt me, this person could hurt my comrade, so I'm going to shoot them. And World War II veterans, most of them did not come back insane. But at the end of the Vietnam War, we had a lot of veterans who never got to process on the battlefield what they were doing before they did it. They processed it afterwards, and maybe some of them were spinning out and never were able to process it. And there's a lot, and Grossman argues that that's not proper. It would be better to go back to the old training ways where the soldier is not like an automaton. The soldier thinks about what they're doing first. I think with Danny Penny, it's entirely possible that you're right. He's just locked up. He basically is like threat, kill, done. Yep. And like maybe he's going to be processing this the rest of his life. I mean, I hope not, but I really can see that.
I mean, it's hard to say, and I know that Steve's coming in. I'll just say this real quick. But one of the reasons why the military, they still train with bayonets, especially in the Marine Corps. When you train to fight with a bayonet or a knife, it reinforces that aggressive tendency in that person. That's why they do it. It's a psychological tool.
All right, let's bring in Steve Gill. Steve Gill, thank you for joining us here on the TMI show. It's like old times. It's like Steve is my former co-host on my old show, The Final Countdown.
By the way, on the last points, I wonder how the next generation of young warfighters who are training from 12 or younger until they go into the military on Call of Duty, and the point and shoot kind of mindset that puts in place. Now, again, you can't put the reset button when you get shot and killed like you do on Call of Duty. But I know that in the military, they're finding that people are coming in with no previous weapon skills who have great capacity to point and shoot and use weapons, even though they never touched these weapons because they've literally learned on Call of Duty and these other first-person shooter games. So what does that do to a mindset of point, shoot, kill rather than point, think, shoot, kill?
Well, there's also, Grossman in this book that's now kind of old, right? I think it's like 20 years old. So I'm sure the training has evolved that much further. But he said that even back then, there was a partnership between a lot of gaming companies and the Pentagon. And the Pentagon was using video games to help train soldiers in this sort of like very quick, don't think a lot about it, just like boom. I mean, obviously you want to distinguish between civilians and adversaries, but still, it's like, I worry about how that's processed. I mean, my grandfather was in the French Resistance, and he lived at the bottom of a bottle the rest of his life after World War II, even though he was a hero, because, he killed people, and it was hard. Killing people, about 98% of people aren't good at it. Psychologically, they're not really built to do it.
It's interesting when the first time I embedded in Iraq a couple of times and with military troops, and one of the first times I went through a training session of kind of clearing the room and going through one of the mock towns of kind of how they go through what they do before they go into actual combat, and in this training session, this kind of clearing a house, they were using airsoft guns, but they were using the metal ones that had much more of the feel of real weapons rather than sort of the plastic ones that that kids were using. So I'm going through this room, and there's balloons set up, and there's hostages, and man, I'm popping through there with my airsoft guns, knocking stuff out, killing the balloons, not the hostage, killing the terrorist. And one of the military guys goes, "Man, are you prior military?" It's like, no, I've got teenage boys. We play airsoft in the backyard almost every day. So those training exercises do come in handy sometimes.
Now, my daddy, kind of like with your granddad, similar story. He was a Korean War veteran. He was in the Navy. He was in Seoul when the North Koreans went across the border. Long story short, he was a gunner on a cruiser. He ended up getting up with a bunch of Marines because he got left. And the Marines ended up keeping him because if you grow up shooting squirrels with the 22 in Northwest Florida, shooting a human with M1 Garand is not that much of a stretch. So the Marines actually ended up keeping him. So that's, to your point, that haunted him for the rest of his life. But he was very good at what he did, but it broke him mentally.
I think that happens a lot. So anyway, speaking of things that could break someone mentally, or maybe in this case may have been broken earlier. So the suspect, who appears to be probably the shooter, right, Luigi Mangione, 26 years old, has been arrested in Pennsylvania, in Altoona. He's awaiting extradition to New York City to face charges by Alvin Bragg, our very famous DA here. He's going to be charged with the shooting of Brian Thompson, who was the CEO, 50 years old, of United Healthcare. And obviously, I think it's fair to say that no high-profile death or murder in the United States in recent memory has been greeted with so much glee, jokes, happiness, positivity than this.
That's
and
crazy.
Depending on your point of view, either that's a sick indictment of our society and its coldness and callousness to a loss of life, or it's a reflection of the incredible hatred and frustration Americans from left to right have with the health insurance system, or maybe it's both, or maybe it's something else entirely. Steve, what's your take? And then we can get into the legalities.
I think it was not surprising at the outset that the speculation immediately was that this had something to do with a denial of claims, and this is even before they found the bullet cartridges and those sort of things. I was telling people immediately that this hit had all the appearances of somebody that had a real problem with the insurance company. There wasn't some spousal issue or just some random act. And I think that's been borne out. I think the interesting thing is what turned this guy. And again, was it the medical condition? Was it something that changed his mental state after he suffered from both the surgery and the medicines? When you've got all these medicines that he would have been on, the contraindications, if you take this and this, and it does something literally to your brain in a way that would convert this kid from, by all accounts, kind of an outstanding all-American kid, who had the world at his fingertips in terms of wealth and prosperity and prestige. Something happened to change his brain. And again, whether it's the medications that he was on, whether it was the pain that he suffered because of his back injury, I think there's a lot still to be answered here. But I agree with you, Ted. The laughter, the humor, the joy at anybody being gunned down who's simply a corporate CEO. He's not there stamping denial on forms. He's not the one making the decisions. And so much of what happens in the insurance industry is dictated by the rules and regulations that the federal government puts in place. It's no different than what you see, whether it's under Obamacare or anything else. There are limits to coverage. There are limits to what we can afford as a country. We don't see people getting really intense surgical procedures when they're 92 years old and they have 4 or 5 complications. We're not spending money to spend the last dime to save every last person. So there are decisions that have to be made, and many of them are economic. And it leaves people, feeling like they're confused and that they're being, disregarded and treated in a contemptible manner. So it's not surprising that there are these sorts of responses from time to time by those who are victimized by the system. What shocks me is those who are simply cheering the assault on a human because they felt like they might have been denied a claim at some point, or the confusion of having to fill out these forms. We've just gone through the Medicare renewal plan where you're getting your supplemental insurances. I was telling my insurance agent lady how do poor dumb people do this stuff. I'm educated and I don't have a clue what we're doing. There's all these different options and changes, and do you buy this, do you buy that, do you get this coverage? It's confusing even on the front end of picking whatever plan you're gonna pick. Not much less when you start getting bills from the hospitals, and your doctor charges this, and then the radiologist charges this, and then there's another charge for this, and again the $20 aspirins that show up on your bill. It is a broken system, but it's still in many ways, and Ted and I may argue about this, what a better system than what we see in other countries. Where in England, you go to the emergency room and you've got an 18-month wait before you get to see the doctor in the emergency room. It's cheaper there because you're dead before you get the coverage. So there's problems with all the systems.
Well, Steve, you gave me a lot to argue with there. So, first of all, I'm going to just say it's not like there aren't long waits here in our system. I got to tell you, more often than not, one of the reasons that urgent care has become so popular is because, you can actually see someone, on a Sunday, let's say, and you can see someone pretty quickly. It might not be the best doctor, but it's a doctor, and you can do it. If you need to see a specialist, it's hilarious sometimes where it's like my pulmonologist sometimes isn't available for days. And it's kind of like, so if I'm having trouble breathing, do you really think I can wait till next Thursday? Probably not, and if I can wait till next Thursday, I probably don't need to come in and see you. So it's, and certainly, I think I take your point about federal regulations, but when you look at a company, and United Healthcare is the biggest, and they're the most prominent because of the story, but any of these companies, they do make decisions about what percentage of claims they want to approve and which ones they don't. United Healthcare and other companies have actually been accused of using AI bots to deny literally a claim faster than 1 in a second. Now, I'm sorry, I don't really think that some bot can carefully consider whether your claim is valid in like 0.8 seconds. And I think, basically people, you're already sick. And when you're sick, it does affect your mental state, even if you just have a cold, right? And so you're sick, you don't need any extra nonsense. And, insurance companies provide you with a lot of extra nonsense. The forms you alluded to,
right.
But the routine denials, like where literally they'll deny you and they know it's a valid claim. According to reports, anywhere between 32 and 38% of in-network claims by United Healthcare, in-network, right? These are their trusted doctors, the doctors that they like, the doctors that they've approved of, that they've checked out, and they reject their claims 1 out of 3. That's wrong.
There's no question that the system is set up, deny everything, make people challenge so that they eventually get it, or
So they
maybe
give
it gets
up.
written down a little bit. And then it's also forced doctors into the game playing of, okay, I'm going to write this code, even though
Right.
that's not really what I'm doing, in order to maneuver and play the game to get the coverage done. I recently had a health issue involving my heart, so I've been assigned to cardiac rehab to go in and work out, with monitors on 3 times a week for 36 sessions. Interestingly, only about 8% of people who get assigned to cardiac rehab complete all 36 sessions, which is what the insurance companies and the hospitals and the doctors recommend to make sure that you go through all of this process, you get your heart healthier and strengthened. And yet I was just informed yesterday when I was at cardiac rehab that, oh, by the way, we're going to come into a new year. So you're not going to get all of your 36. You're going to have to talk to your insurance company. You're going to be reset under your insurance plan. So starting in January, whatever your deductible is starts over, and these sessions cost $300 a session. So basically it's like I should have had my heart attack earlier, so I could have got my 36 all in before the new year. But it's these kind of things, and then we add in. I mean, Ted, we've talked in the past, and Robbie on other shows, that the 3 big problems we have in this country, and I'm going to go beyond just the big insurance, but you got big pharma, you got big food, and you got big military, big defense, and all of those 3 contribute to most of the problems that we have as a society, as a country. Big food creates the problems that big pharma tries to fix, or not fix, put you on medications rather than some of the other options. So, again, we've talked, Ted, in the past, that as a lawyer, one of the biggest problems with our medication cost, and the reason it's cheaper in Canada and other countries, is 25 years from now, after an FDA drug has been approved and has been used, they find a problem with it, even though it was approved, went through all the process, and these companies can still get sued. Whereas in Canada and other countries where you don't have this kind of looming threat of litigation decades later, the drugs are cheaper because they're not having to build in a profit with a relatively short patent period, or the threat of 30 years later somebody saying, did you use this particular drug 30 years ago? Contact Dewey, Cheatham and Howe today, and we'll sue them on your behalf. So they're having to stash cash to deal with litigation that may come 30 years down the road. So we've got a lot of problems in the healthcare process, but people still come here from all over the world because we've got the best procedures, the best processes, and the best doctors in the world, apparently.
If you can afford it. If you can afford it. Because kind of like what how you just talked about with the claims, my wife is a coder. So you're talking about the codes. I mean, she is neck deep in it. With my day job, I go through and I build the medical charts. So we're just kind of both in this world. And what most people don't realize is that the insurance adjusters, they have quotas about how many claims they're supposed to deny that are in network. Like it is a quota system about how am I going to screw my paying customers? And to me, I mean, that is sickening. For example, if I work at a hospital here in Montana, if I slip on some ice, which could very well happen, I'm in Montana, it's 18 degrees outside, it's colder than a witch's tit. If I go outside, if I slip and break my arm, then I should, the pre-authorization goes in. If I go see an orthopedic doctor who works at the hospital that I work at, under no circumstance should that claim ever be denied, because I'm already paying for a service that through my employer, I should have it. But that's not how it works. And they just drag this stuff out. And, especially in rural areas where you got to figure, am I going to pay this medical copay, or am I going to buy groceries this month, or am I going to pay my utilities, or am I just going to put up getting sicker and sicker and sicker? Most people are just going to unfortunately, they're going to let their health take a back seat and just keep getting sicker until it gets more and more expensive.
By the way, Robbie,
the entire system is corrupt.
Talk about false advertising. Have you noticed that Yellowstone never shows the brutal, harsh winters in Montana? It's always the green fields and beautiful pastures. They never show the harsh winters in Montana on Yellowstone.
Funny story. I met a Californian who came up here because of that show yesterday at Wally World, and me and my family kind of stick out because my wife is the only black woman here in town. So we were talking, going shopping, and this person came up and said, "Oh, are you visiting here?" I said, "No, we live here." And he heard my accent. Said, "Well, where are you from?" Explained it to him. So, how do you live here? It's so cold. I'm gonna go back to California. I said, "Please do." Please do. Montana's full. Go back.
Montana's not really full, but okay. All right. Well, we'll go with that. So, guys, we went online here on the show and we solicited healthcare horror stories. And I just want to play one an audio of a guy who it's worth listening to. And then I want to hear what your take. This is his personal healthcare horror story, and it's up close and personal at the scene of the shooting. Here we go.
And we're just a product. Here in New York City, I gotta wait 6 months just to get a physical from my own doctor. Wow, look at all these nervous executives. 6 months I gotta wait. This is my own doctor. Why? Because it's a volume business. And even then, they didn't catch my PSA level rise for 5
sorry. I mean, I got it. Why is he at the beginning?
years.
It's not at the beginning.
That looks
That's
pretty
annoying.
serious, right? Maybe I should have been reading my own numbers.
Here we go. Let me play.
I'm at the site of the shooting of that healthcare insurance executive when he was attending an investors conference. Pretty messed up. But then again, when you think about healthcare and investments, it makes you feel like this is a volume business and we're just a product. Here in New York City, I gotta wait 6 months just to get a physical from my own doctor. Wow, look at all these nervous executives. 6 months I gotta wait. This is my own doctor. Why? Because it's a volume business. And even then, they didn't catch my PSA level rise for 5 years. Look at this graph. That looks pretty serious, right? Maybe I should have been reading my own numbers, but let me repeat, I'm not a doctor. What do I know? That's their job. But how can they do their job when so many patients are forced upon them? So they did nothing about it until it was too late, and they actually had to take out my prostate. And then 3 days before my surgery, my insurance company says, "Hey, we're not covering you. Your doctor's out of network." Who needs this kind of stress 3 days before my surgery? A $250,000 surgery. And this is after a $7,000 MRI, a $68,000 PET scan, and a $12,000 stress test. Let me tell you, I failed that stress test. And these hospitals still need money from people like Ken Langone. They named their hospital after him. The founder of Home Depot. Makes sense. No wonder I feel like such a tool. The insurance companies and the hospitals, they work hand in hand to maximize their profits and minimize our humanity. And these doctors, who are mostly good people, they're kind of stuck in the middle because the insurance companies tell the hospitals you can only have a certain amount of time with each patient. So even though they're doctors, they're still working for the man, just like you and me. I don't think anybody should get shot and die just for doing their job. But by the same token, no patient should die because they can't afford a shot. This is your healthcare system. This is your healthcare system on drugs. I'm at the site of the shooting.
All right. I think that was pretty compelling.
Yes. Ted, I have to say, I've gone through some healthcare issues recently, and I've made the worst mistake I could have done. I started binge watching episodes of House. So now every day I wake up thinking, oh, I've got a little bit of a headache. I think I have a tumor complicated by African sleeping sickness. Do not watch House if you're having any healthcare issues, because you're going to be a hypochondriac thinking about 40 different things you could have every time you stub your toe.
Yeah, Dr. Google will do that to you too. It's like, oh, do I have disease X from the Democratic Republic of the Congo? Sounds like it, maybe. Here's the thing. We have a new president coming in, a new old president. And I'm really curious, Donald Trump is not really shy and retiring about commenting on matters of public interest, yet he's had nothing to say about the shooting of Brian Thompson, allegedly by Luigi Mangione. Luigi Mangione's biggest problem might be like all the women trying to break in to get him and take him away with them. Trump has to be taking note of the fact that Americans are really, really, really pissed at the health insurance industry. Do you think there's any chance that he's a lame duck basically. He doesn't have to worry about, in a way, he's got remarkable freedom. He's 81 years old. He doesn't owe anything to anyone, right? He can do whatever the hell he wants. Trump's 78, right? But anyway, the point is he's free, right? He could try to fix this in a way that no one since Harry Truman has tried to fix it. Is there any chance that that'll happen?
I think part of the reason that Trump has not commented is that this is the new Trump 2.0. He has not been given, giving these hour, off book, speeches. He's only given a few short comments, 10, 15 minutes, kind of at the max. I think when he did the Fox News Patriot Awards, he only spoke for about 15 minutes. He's tweeting some, but he's not even doing I've got to comment on everything all day, every day. So it's a more restrained and more focused Trump. So I think, part of it is that he's not commenting on everything or going on these kind of expansive, here's what I think we should do about everything. By the same token, I think that between what RFK Jr. is going to be doing with Make America Healthy Again, you will hopefully reduce some of the claims, some of the pressures on our healthcare system. Again, we're putting poison into our foods and then eating it, in massive amounts. The diabetes numbers, the obesity numbers. We are so unhealthy in this country. If we can get healthier and also fix the healthcare system and the health insurance system, I think those all kind of go hand in glove. And it'll be interesting to see how they navigate all of those different pieces, moving forward. And I think, first of all, getting America healthier is going to be a big step in the right direction.
So I have a question, because you mentioned Trump 2.0. The Republicans came in. Trump won, and the Republican Party also won by a pretty resounding mandate, in the last election. Do you think that there would be any action to break up the monopoly? For example, if I'm here in Montana, I guarantee you or Ted to be able to buy cheaper insurance here from Montana than what y'all can in New York or Tennessee. Why is it that the government has these government protected monopolies that by definition, why wouldn't the party that says it is in favor of free market capitalism and small government break up the monopolies that by definition infect the government?
Yeah, this is back, Ted and I, when we were still doing our show together, we're coming up with all these great new business ideas, and the Ted, Robbie, and Steve health insurance company, if we could reduce some of the regulations and find a way to do it differently, maybe another opportunity. Look at what you have with these kind of Christian coalitions that have started, where you basically pool your money and then you contribute to the system, and then it pays your healthcare costs. Those have been able to kind of navigate outside the scope of regular insurance. I don't know how well they're doing. I don't know how well those coverage payouts are taking place. But I think more innovation, more creativity is good, when we're talking about anything virtually. Sure. And hopefully they will start to break up some of these monopolies. You've got some states where some of the big health insurance companies are dropping off. Okay, we're not going to do business in that state anymore, which again reduces the coverage, reduces the opportunities that people have to get health insurance. But keep in mind, Robbie, insurance is always a gamble. It's a bet. Sure. They're betting that you're going to pay a lot of money and not get sick. You're betting that you're going to get sick and it's going to cost you less because you have health insurance than it would if you were just out there naked with no coverage. The same way with car insurance. They're betting you're not going to have a wreck, and you're betting you're going to have a wreck. So again, it's all a gamble and a bet, and they're trying to calculate what's the teeter-totter effect of where do they make money versus losing money on who they're gambling against.
But I'm here in Montana. And I'm here in Montana. I'm just north of the Flat Indian Reservation. I know all about gambling. All right. That's what we got here. At least if you're going to gamble with insurance, like any kind, the house always wins. That's fine. But you can at least go to the house that's going to give you a free buffet ticket, maybe have a cute waitress blow in your ear and give you a cold Coke instead of just bend you over against the table. Let me pick my treatment.
Well, I got to say, Steve, the thing is, like with auto insurance, right? Like that's, I've made claims to to my auto insurance company, which is Geico, and they paid. I think that's the difference, right? Like if I go to like Harrah's, and I happen to have that full house, and I win, they give me my chips. You know, the problem with like companies like United Healthcare is, oh yeah, we know you're sick, and technically we lost that bet, but we're gonna be like la 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 la, we can't hear you, and they play all sorts of games. Like for example, they deliberately have like, okay, when I first moved to New York City from Eastern Long Island, I got a new health insurance company because health insurance in this country is by county under the Affordable Care Act, right? I'm in a different county, in New York County, in Manhattan. And so I immediately need a new PCP, personal primary care physician. So I go on to the Fidelis website, you know, type in my zip code. I get like a list of like 50 doctors. I call the first one. No, we don't take United. Second one, we never took United. Third one, oh, the doctor died like 6 years ago. Fourth one, the practice no longer exists. No, we no longer carry it. Literally, I went through the entire list of every single physician in Manhattan who was listed on the website. None of them took it. And it turned out that the list hadn't been updated and probably never really was correct, but it hadn't been updated in many years. I mean, it seems to me like, look, I want socialized medicine. I want like to go to a government clinic with like a hammer and sickle outside where everybody, the doctors and the nurses are all working for the government. But until we get that, can we get some basic reforms? Like if a doctor's in network, you got to pay. If the doctor is overprescribing and stuff, that's not your problem. That's between the insurance company and the doctor. And the insurance company wants to kick them out of network, they can do that. If the doctor is listed as in network on the website of the insurance company's got to pay. They got to keep their list up to date. You know, which they also they gin up these lists of fake doctors that are network to screw over other doctors who are in their network to say your rates have to be lower because there's so much competition in your area, even though it's fake competition and it's not real. So, I mean,
and
they've got to be reined in.
You've got a lot of doctors that are not accepting Medicare or Medicare Advantage,
right?
Because they slow pay the doctors. So it's like, dude, I got to pay my nurses, I got to pay the light bill. You know, I can't wait 90 days till you pay me when I've got to pay stuff before then. So again, you know, as Robbie pointed out, I mean, the whole system needs an overhaul. And again, with Trump having only a one term, he doesn't have a second term looming potentially ahead. He's got a narrow window of opportunity, about 18 months, to get stuff done. So he's got to hit the ground running. He's got to do everything he's going to do because everybody's going to focus on midterm elections in about 18 months. They're already focusing on presidential election 4 years from now. So I think he recognizes he has a narrow window. I think the people he's assembling recognize that, and they're going to come in and try to get as much done on all fronts right from the get-go. I had a chance to have dinner with Tom Homan last night, the new border czar, and he made it clear. I mean, they're planning shock and awe from day one to deal with the cartels, to find the 350,000 missing children, to lock down the flood continuing to come across, and again to deal with the fentanyl and the sex trafficking that the cartels are operating in Mexico and bringing into our own country. And you know, he indicated that he believes Trump will declare these cartels to be a terrorist organization, to free up the military to go after them in Mexico and anywhere around the world. And really, again, that shock and awe will begin from day one.
Would the Mexican government, I've got a lot of questions about Tom Homan, would the Mexican government allow the U.S. military into Mexico to assist with that? Or I mean, obviously, we're not going to invade Mexico again.
Well, the problem with Mexico is it is a cartel, corrupt run regime, both financially and politically. And we're starting to see the same thing, no pun intended, bleed over to our side of the border as the cartels are here. And they're going to law enforcement saying, look, accept our money or we're going to kill your whole family. And not surprisingly, some, you know, border sheriffs and police are saying, yeah, I'll take the money. You know, Mexico's not going to willingly say, come clean them out. And it's interesting, you've seen kind of a flip-flop back and forth with the president of Mexico when she's, you know, was suddenly claiming, okay, we're going to, you know, deal with Trump and the tariffs and we're going to stop the flow of illegals. And then apparently the cartel called and said, oh, wait a minute, ma'am, we still own you. So she backed off of that. I'm not sure they'll have much choice because economically, she'll either get destroyed by the cartels or destroyed by the U.S. She doesn't have really good choices.
Let me tell you how President West would handle this, because Ted may be president at the top of the show. Here's how President West would handle this. President West would round up every illegal migrant he could find. He would deport every last damn man, woman, and child of them, every single one. You're gone. And if a country will take them back, you cut off all their foreign aid, you end all remittances, you crush them economically, and then that money then put that into Medicaid, so that way American people could actually start getting health care. That's America first. Screw the rest of the world. Take care of your own.
It may be close to that. I think one of the things that he made clear last night again at dinner that they're targeting the criminal illegals, those that are creating the violent crimes, the hundreds of thousands that are here that have committed crimes here and abroad. The also hundreds of thousands are kind of next on the target list of those who have been ordered to be deported and have ignored the laws and the deportation orders. They're going to be looking for them next. They're not looking for people who've been here, 20, 25 years that have been operating as good citizens throughout that time. They are going to be looking at the millions that have come in the last 3 or 4 years and booting them out, not the ones who've been here for a long time.
What about the ones who've been here for 3 or 4 years? What about the ones who've been here for 3 or 4 years but haven't committed any crimes, have just worked hard and followed the law?
Well, except for the crime of being here illegally. I think they are going to target those, but I don't think they're going to drag them out of schools and workplaces. I think what they're going to do is focus on, you're not going to get any benefits. You're not going to get any economic assistance. You're not going to get food stamps or anything else like that. And basically, if we find you, and you've just come in the last 3 or 4 years, if we find you after January 21st, you will be deported and you will never, ever, ever, ever be granted the opportunity to come back into the U.S. as a tourist or for a green card. But if you leave on your own, we're going to set up a better system for people to apply to come in legally.
Is there any distinction between asylum applicants who followed who went through the app system, presented themselves to the Border Patrol, and then were admitted, or any distinction between them and what they call the gotaways, or are they all kind of being lumped together into the recent arrival bin?
I think they're going to be lumped together as the Biden bogus asylum claims of, they were given a script of what to say, none of which may actually be true. Some of these people who are claiming asylum because they had to leave such terrorist, horrible places have gone back to their home countries as visitors and guests. I don't think they're really afraid if they've gone through 12 different countries to get here. And I think, again, the focus on those and the bogus claim system that the Biden administration set up is going to be retracted pretty quickly.
Wow. Do you know what kind of powers so let's just say Trump does what you said. I mean, he declares the cartels to be terrorist organizations. Maybe he declares a state of emergency on day one. He said that he would do that. I don't know if he would or not. But how much power legally, how much leeway does Tom Homan and the Trump administration writ large have to conduct mass deportations on this scale? That's question one. Then the political question, what about the optics? Some of this, there's going to be women and children screaming, being loaded onto vans in cities. It's going to be ugly. Some of it's going to be on TV. Will the administration press forward regardless of the heat that they take?
Can I answer this real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell you how I handle these optics, because you're right. I mean, the media is going to play it. Here's how I would do it. Okay, so you got these people here who are here illegally. They broke the law to come here. The way that President West will handle this, and I'm hoping this is how the Trump administration does it, I would then take cameras to the homeless American women and kids living in cars, living under bridges, and say, why are these people worth less than some schmuck who came across the border? Sorry, you take care of your own first.
Well, and why are we putting people up in New York City hotels, 14,000 of them at $392 a night? I did an interview the other day with one of the local stations here in Nashville, and the reporter was pressing, saying, well, it's going to destroy the hospitality industry and the construction industry. Who will pick the vegetables? I said, the 14,000 guys living in Manhattan in hotels aren't picking a lot of vegetables in Manhattan. So those are the first 14,000 that need to be deported immediately back to whatever country they came from. Ted, I think you're right, Ted, that the focus is going to be A, through executive orders, B, through the self-deportation. And keep in mind that President Obama, President Biden have deported millions of people. So the idea that the media is going to go, ape shit crazy over Trump doing the same thing, probably in less numbers, is just part of what the media is doing. But keep in mind, about 70% of Americans want all of them deported. So the media is going to be on the wrong side of that edge. So somewhere between 70% of Americans wanting all of them deported and getting rid of the criminals, the violent ones, the ones that have come in here recently that have really broken the rules. I think it's going to be an easier job.
What's going to happen? And I'll make this the last question and let you go, Steve. And this has been great. Thank you for coming on. I got to ask you, what's going to happen when some people are deported back to their countries of origin, and they're killed by like a cartel, or they were a political dissident in that country, and something happens to them, they're tortured or killed or whatever. Those reports are going to be widely disseminated. As you say, the media doesn't have a lot of sympathy for the Trump administration. They're going to play that up. I mean, there's going to be heat.
Oh, I agree. And again, I think those are going to be the highlighted stories, but the death toll of Americans at the hands of these illegals far outnumbers the one or two that are going to be legitimate asylum seekers from some country where they have been politically oppressed. Most of them are here to get jobs, to get freebies. And again, when you look at what's going on in Europe and other places, they're dealing with it aggressively because they're getting the same pushback from their citizens. And I think that Trump's going to get massive support from those who will understand we've got to do two things. We got to stop the flood coming in. If my pipes burst, I don't start putting up new wallboard and painting. I stop the flow of water first. So we got to stop those that are coming in now. Then you start, extricating those who are violent, those who are serious criminals, those who've lied in order to get into the country, those who've ignored deportation orders. And let's go find those 350,000 kids that the Biden administration has admittedly lost.
Okay, Steve Gill, thank you so much for joining us. So great to see you and talk to you again. Steve Gill is a conservative talk radio host based in Nashville, currently doing TV and radio commentary in the U.S. and internationally. Steve attended the University of Tennessee, where he got an undergraduate degree in history and a JD. He served as Director of Intergovernmental Affairs for the U.S. Trade Representative in the Executive Office of the President under both the Bush and Clinton administrations. So great to see him. It's I'm skeptical that this administration will go as far as they say, because every politician overpromises, underdelivers.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I mean, and I'm also wondering to what extent liberals will really care. My mom and I have had a conversation when Bush started using drones in places like Pakistan, and I was appalled. I said, people are going to freak out. You're using, killer robot, toy robots to blow people up. And she said, they're not going to care. No one's going to care. These are brown people. No one cares. And I suspect, I keep thinking that might be the same thing here.
It's hard to say because I love candidate Trump. President Trump, though, has sold us out so many times. I'm talking as a MAGA conservative, right? 2016, I was his biggest supporter. Now it's just like he's just more of the same. Trump says the right things. The problem is that he is owned by the special interests. He's owned by the people who want to keep wages low. Well, how you keep wages low? You import migrants. Well, then what do? How do you get the right and the left to start fighting each other? It's just like we just now heard. You have people who are like me, like I want to deport every last man and child of them, get them out, and then all of a sudden,
what about the dreamers? Would you do that too? Like people who basically came as luggage 16 years ago. They're 16 years old. They can't speak the language at all. Yep. They're basically American. They're as American as you and me, culturally.
Yep. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, my whole thing is like, nope, sorry, you're gone. And then what you do is that you start paying Americans an actual wage that is sustainable, because how you talked about how inflation is going to keep going up. It's never going to go back down.
Yeah.
Well, that means you've got to actually start paying people what they are worth, because if you don't, what's going to happen is that the working class people, they're like ground into dirt, And until you start having more Luigi's coming out, you're going to start having more and more and more friction. You're going to start having more and more breakdown of society, because people, when they get to where you have to decide, am I going to go to the doctor because I have pneumonia, or am I going to buy dinner, or am I going to buy groceries for the next week?
Yeah.
That's an unsustainable model. And
I mean, the
I
thing
hear
is,
you.
but Robbie, we've talked about, I mean, the thing is, we've talked about the birth, the fertility crisis, something
Yeah.
Elon Musk has talked about. He's not wrong. He's doing his part. He has 10 kids.
Yeah.
But we have a fertility crisis in this country. Now, obviously, if I had my druthers, we'd have a communist system and we wouldn't have the following issue. But in the capitalist system that we have that's based on consumerism, the GDP has to increase about 2 to 3% per year in order to just sort of not to avoid a recession or a depression, right? So the economy has to constantly expand every year. Now, if you have a big leap in technological efficiency, like let's say AI, that'll get you through some of those low birth rates period. The economy will expand regardless of a shrinking population. But most years you don't have that, right? Most years you have the same thing you had last year. And so if you have a fertility rate of 1.7 when you need one of 2.3.
Well, yeah, you fix that, right?
Well, the U.S. You can get either get people to have more kids.
Yep.
You can incentivize that, or you import them. Those are the only two ways that you can increase your population, right?
Yeah, I'm all about option number one. What you do is that you ban abortion. Again, I'm a right winger. I'm telling you, I am a right wing Christian. I believe that life begins at the moment of conception. We are a child of God. Abortion is murder. That is my stand. That's
all right. But then
that's a hill I will die on.
But still, even if you eliminated abortion and had all these unwanted babies, I don't think you're going to get to 2.3 that way, right? I mean, you're still going to need. So I think the system is set. I mean, I think it's insane. I think personally it's insane that the system is set up that you need to constantly expand the economy. It's why we're always selling more shit to people that they don't need.
Well, here's my question, and I'm going to show my ignorance here because I don't have your background. I don't have your education. Why is a recession a bad thing? Why is it that having a lower cost of living, how is that bad? How's the cost of my rent or my utilities going down bad? Sure, it's bad for the shareholders. Screw them. They do nothing for me. It's these bankers who are screwing me. So I don't mind if they take a haircut.
Okay, the real problem. Okay, so the main problem with a recession or a depression is that you end up, basically the economy seizes up and you end up with widespread unemployment, right? So, for example, when at the time that FDR became president in 1932, the unemployment rate was 25%. So, basically people couldn't eat. They couldn't, there was that's the problem, right? If you have widespread unemployment, I mean, I don't have to explain why that's bad, right?
Sure, that's very bad. But here's my question though. It's going to happen anyway, right? I mean, with automation and AI and more and more working class jobs going away, one day that's going to happen regardless.
That's
because
true.
Those jobs are going to disappear. So why not just?
That's already happening quietly.
Of course it is.
There are people who are unemployment's already going up, but basically they're not counted because they're not counted as being part of they're not part of the worker participation rate, right? By the people, the statisticians in the federal government. So basically the number of people who participate in the workforce is dropping. Effectively, they're unemployed or they're in the underground economy, right?
Yeah, so then why do you need a population that's always growing if you're bringing in more people that jobs by definition are not going to be there for? What's the point?
That's a good point. I mean, I personally believe in a universal basic income because the U.S. can afford it and it buys social stability. Pay people to stay at home. Also, if you pay people to stay at home, some of them are going to become entrepreneurs. They're going to be bored. They're going to start their own businesses, open their own stores, start new lines of work. It's going to be better for everybody. But
I agree.
I think we talked about the perils of attaching healthcare to work, something that was stupid going back to the 1940s. Attaching income to work is no longer relevant because of what you're saying. I mean, if we have robots doing things for us, shouldn't we be happy about that, celebrate it, and change the system accordingly?
Well, I mean, that's the way I look at it. But what the hell do I know? I mean, here in my town, we don't have the traffic problems that you have. The traffic problems,
sure.
The traffic problems we have are cows blocking the roads because they're being herded and they decide to stop. So it's first world versus third world problems, right? But at the end of the day, though, if you have a consumer model, but the jobs that are making the crap that people buy are being automated out, why then do I need to go bomb the crap out of Nicaragua for whatever reason, import a quarter of their population to come do jobs that, quote, Americans won't do because robots are doing them, or because Americans are not getting paid enough money to afford the crappy health insurance, so that way when they get sick because they're shoveling cow crap in Louisiana, I mean, who the hell would do that? It makes zero sense.
Well, look, I agree with you on that. So, all right, we're gonna have to leave that there because we're running late. Yeah, we did, and that was. I'm glad that Steve talked a little bit about about his meeting with Tom Homan. I'd like to hear more about that at some point.
Me too.
But Tom Homan's a true believer. All right, so anyway, thanks everyone for joining us. Thanks very much to Putinbot Gaming, aka Robbie West, guest co-host today and all week long. Thank you for your support. Thanks for moderating the chat. Please go check out Putinbot Gaming, the gaming channel. Please subscribe on Rumble, either paid or unpaid. If you're doing it on the paid, you got to do it while we're still live. So hurry up and do it now. Don't dawdle. Please subscribe on YouTube and follow us.
For less than the price of a cup of coffee, you can help keep the show viable.
And it'll probably keep you at least as awake. If you enjoy what you see, what you find value in what we're doing, please help us continue. So blah, 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 fully independent. And we rely completely on you guys. So subscribe. Oh, please.
Let me say something real quick. One thing I'm going to let y'all know that we have a library. I'm going to be dropping a lot of the old segments, a lot of the show hits. They've already started hitting now. They're going to be going on YouTube first because I'm trying to build a subscriber base because I want money to be able to pay for my crappy health insurance. And then they'll be going on Rumble a day later. So keep an eye out for those.
Okay. All right. And with that, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Robbie. We'll see you guys all tomorrow. And thanks again. Bye,
yeah, thank you all.
Everyone. Good morning. Good morning. I am Ted Rall, and that over there is not Manila Chan. That is Robbie West, our producer, sitting in. Manila Chan is out again today. She's really sick as a dog. So it sort of fits in with the theme of today's show, which is about health insurance horror stories, and we'll be getting into that. But Manila, for those who are wondering, and she's going to hopefully be okay. She has pleurisy, which is a very painful infection of the area between your lungs and the sort of muscle lattice that protects your lungs, as well as pneumonia. So it's like, a pair. Hopefully it won't become a trifecta, but she's finally on some antibiotics, and hopefully those will do the trick. And maybe with some luck, she'll be back on Monday. We're just telling her to sleep very well. You're tuned in, of course, to the Ted Manila Information Show, TMI for short, where we will bring you way too much information. Everything from the news, politics, lifestyle, culture, plants, animals, what the kids are up to, insurance, non-insurance, subways, buses, the taboo, the occult, cats, dogs, anything and everything goes, because we believe you could never have too much information. If you do want that straight-laced button-down news program, go away. We don't want you. This show is not for you. It's stuff that you know you want to hear about, and maybe some stuff you never knew you needed to know, and hopefully we'll have a few laughs along the way. We are live here Monday through Friday at 10 a.m. here in the Eastern time zone. But don't worry, you can stream us all day long, all weekend long. So it's, don't get confused by the whole live thing. I think people don't realize that these live shows are also available. This is not just ours. They're all available for streaming later. Anyway, the Ted Manila Information Show starts now. Now, we at this point, we would normally have the Jaws, Robbie, but we don't have the Jaws. We are going to be talking about health insurance horror stories. So if you are in the Rumble or the YouTube chat and you have a health insurance horror story, hey, come on, you do, because you live in the United States, probably, if you're watching us. Put it in succinctly and clearly, and we'll read it and react to it on the air here in just about 25 minutes or so. So it gives you a little bit of time to get your writing chops up, and away we go. All right, so let's do some headlines here. All right, so it's headline news. Okay, first of all, following up our story from earlier this week, South Korea's ruling party leader says President Yoon Suk-yeol needs to be removed from power. That's for trying to impose martial law for about 6 hours, increasing the pressure on him to quit, even though members of his People Power Party late Friday reaffirmed its formal opposition to his impeachment. On Saturday, lawmakers will vote on the main opposition Democratic Party's motion to impeach. Yoon, of course, shocked the nation on Tuesday and late at night when he gave the military emergency powers to root out what he called anti-state forces to overcome obstructionist political opponents. Yoon rescinded his declaration about 6 hours later in the middle of the night, 4 o'clock in the morning, local time there in Seoul, after the parliament, including some members of his own party, voted against it. That's in the Korean constitution, that the president's martial law order has to be approved by parliament. The conservative PPP vowed to oppose the impeachment bill, a position it reaffirmed on Friday following a lengthy meeting of its lawmakers, at least some of whom would need to back it for the motion to succeed. Acting Defense Minister Kim Seon-ho said reports that had swirled throughout Friday that there might be another attempt to impose martial law over this coming weekend are not true. PPP leader Han had earlier added fuel to those rumors and suggested the party's stance on impeachment might be shifting when he said there was a high risk of extreme actions, such as this emergency martial law being repeated while Yoon remains in power. He also cited credible evidence that Yoon had on Tuesday intended to arrest and detain political leaders at Gwacheon, that's just south of Seoul, and called for Yoon's immediate suspension. He did not explicitly call for impeachment or respond to reporters when asked for clarification. Robbie, I'm not an expert on South Korean politics, but I don't think, as Bob Dylan said, you have to be a weatherman to know which way the wind is blowing. And I think it's pretty clear that, he's toast.
No, I agree. And one thing is kind of throw this out there. My dad was a Korean War veteran. He was actually there in Korea through the 3 years of that particular conflict. And, as you know, the entire purpose is to defend South Korean democracy from the dictatorship of North Korea. And after the Korean War, South Korea promptly became a dictatorship of the South Koreans. And so my dad was just kind of like, I really don't know what we were doing fighting for. It made no sense to me whatsoever.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting question. Well, it wasn't about freedom versus a dictatorship or authoritarianism, as we're so often told, right? Very clearly, it was about, socialism versus capitalism.
Sure.
And, nothing terrifies, or at least during the Cold War, I mean, I think it's still true. I don't think really anything's changed. I think what terrified the powers that be in the West and in the United States in particular about socialism was the idea that here, in the form of communist China and the USSR and all of their allies, Cuba and so on, was this idea that the world could be a different place, that it could have a completely different model where, the elites would truly be working for the people, or at least that would be the theory, right? That's what we hope happens. And that it would be and that we would have a society where the ideal is that everybody's created equal, and like if things get corrupt, they get corrupt from there, as opposed to the capitalist system, which is you start with the ideal that we are all unequal and don't deserve the same things out of life, and then it gets corrupt from there. I would argue, as a lefty, of course I'm biased here, but I would argue that the socialists have the better ideals. Even now, you can talk about execution. That's a different question.
Sure. Well, I mean, no, I think that's completely right. I mean, even in the founding documents of this country, I mean, the entire concept is that all men are created equal, and the man who penned those words owned human beings who are less than human. So, I mean, there's always some kind of hypocrisy that's always baked into anything that people do. That's just, I don't know. I guess just probably a part of the human condition. And just kind of going back to my dad real quick, not long before he died, I had the chance of going back to Pensacola and visiting him, and we were at McDonald's, talk about the nice capitalist system, that model, and we were sitting there and we were having a breakfast, and this little Korean lady came up. She was maybe 20. She's in her early 20s, and my dad was wearing a Korean veteran hat. And one of the times I ever saw my dad cry, she came up and said, "Sir, may I give you a hug? Thank you." And so, I mean, that was, for him, I think that helped solve, I think that helped him kind of just smooth over some of those rough patches. Because when you're told you have to go fight, you got to go fight the other person over there, or you be fighting them over here, and then you see what happens. But then you actually have just a normal person come and say, "Hey, thank you." That, at least for him, that helped him a lot.
I mean, that's a cool story. My grandfather, who was in the French Resistance, I was with him when a Jewish guy approached him in the streets of Paris and thanked him for saving his life too. That's amazing moment. The Korean War is a super interesting conflict. I mean, aside from the TV show MASH, it's kind of like totally falls between the cracks of our popular consciousness, right? We don't talk about it really much at all. And yet it's so important because it's sort of the template for all, World War II being the quote unquote good war, where certainly we may not have set out to do a lot of good, but we did do some good inadvertently by liberating, Western Europe and so on. It's after that, kind of every war that follows is like Korea, right? It's like we go somewhere very far away where really there's no threat whatsoever to us. Yep. We get involved in a culture in a political situation that we don't know much about. We choose sides. Maybe it's the right side, maybe it's the wrong side. The war ends ambiguously without a clear victory. Means literally, technically, North and South Korea are still at war legally to this day. I don't think it's safe to say that America won that war, really. We didn't lose it either, but sort of you'd have to ask, well, what was the point of this? I think you'd be hard pressed to find even a Korean War historian who'd be able to tell you that it was anything other than just a chapter in the Cold War. And it's a proxy war. It's a classic kind of in many ways, how is the Russo-Ukrainian conflict really different from the Korean War? They're kind of very similar.
Well, it's not. They're trying to make Ukraine, by their own definition, trying to make Korea into trying to make Ukraine into Korea 2.0, trying to freeze a conflict, trying to just control it there. And a lot of people don't realize World War III almost started in Korea. I mean, MacArthur wanted to nuke the Chinese. Yep. So I mean, it was just. It could have been really. It could have been a lot worse than what it turned out to be.
Well, that's for sure. I mean, there was after the Tet Offensive in Vietnam in 1968, General Westmoreland wanted to nuke Hanoi, and until it was pointed out to him that would probably be a bad idea because North Vietnam, had a mutual defense treaty with the USSR, which would have required the USSR to attack the United States with nuclear weapons in such an event. So it would have been unwise.
No, completely agree. And okay, just real quick. One of the things I think that Trump really did, that I don't like Trump. I'm far to the right of Trump, But whenever he went to North Korea and actually tried to make peace, I mean, massive kudos for him on that.
Oh, I agree with that. I mean, I don't understand this whole concept that seems to be mainstream in American diplomacy, particularly on the Democratic Party. That it used to be the Republicans who talked this way, but now it's the Democrats. That like talking or diplomacy is like a reward for quote unquote good behavior. No, you talk in order to talking is, as Churchill said, better to talk to jaw than to war. It's like you talk because that's smart, and you should always have, we should have open relation. Well, that's right. We should have open lines with every single country and every entity on the planet. Believe it or not, I think it would be a good idea for the State Department to have a line to ISIS. I mean, we should be talking to everything and everyone all the time.
Yep, I'm right there with you.
Okay, speaking of which, they took Aleppo in less than 3 days. Now the city of Hama, a crucial point on the road to Damascus, and the regime of President Bashar al-Assad has also fallen. Who are the Islamist rebels of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, the driving force between a lightning offensive that has caught the Syrian regime so utterly off guard? The Organization for the Liberation of the Levant, by the way, is the area which currently comprises Syria and Lebanon, more commonly known by its initials HTS, was the Syrian branch of Al-Qaeda before dissociating itself in 2016. By the way, before that, that was ISIS. The group owes much to its strategically minded leader, Abu Muhammad al-Golani. This Syrian fighter, a former member of the Islamic State in Iraq, which later expanded into the Islamic State group, aka ISIS. ISIS stands for Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. Founded the al-Nusra Front in 2012 before pledging allegiance to al-Qaeda in 2013. The two groups reportedly severed ties by mutual agreement 3 years later. You do you, we'll do us. On January 2017, the former al-Nusra Front began trying to remake its image, declaring that it had undergone an ideological transformation and adopted its new name, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. The group also began to rid itself of some of its most radical figures, or not. At the start of 2019, HTS fighters took control of most of Idlib province, that's in Syria's northwestern part of the country near the border with Turkey, to the detriment of other rebel groups active in the area. In a 2013 interview with France 24's Wassim Nasser in Idlib, the leader Abu Muhammad al-Golani said that he was working to ensure that the areas under his control wouldn't be used as rear bases for preparing any attacks against the West. Abu Maria al-Khatami, one of the group's leading figures, also interviewed in Idlib, said that the group was doing all it could to stop the youngest men from joining al-Qaeda or ISIS by showing them that another path was possible with what had been put in place in Idlib. Not only has the HTS group broken ties with al-Qaeda, but it's been fighting al-Qaeda and the Islamic State group on an equal footing for years, Nasser says, describing HTS as a rigid, conservative Islamist group. It was even their fighters who killed the Islamic State group's fourth caliph, Abu al-Hussein al-Husseini al-Qurashi, in August 2023, he says. Speaking on France 24, Arthur Kesnay, PhD candidate in political science at Paris's Pantheon-Sorbonne University, says HTS, which is now almost all Syrians, had become a group that is fighting a war and to wage a global jihad and strike at overseas targets, but is here just to take Damascus. According to Nasser, al-Golani maintains that he has put global jihad and international terror behind him, believing that these things bring nothing but destruction and failure. For the Islamist leader, his group has no problem with the West. His problem was with the Syrian regime of Bashar al-Assad, as well as the Iranians and the Russians that support it. HTS and its leader are still designated as terrorist organizations by the UN, the US, and some European countries, which of course puts a crimp into al-Ghani's ambitions. One of his objectives is to be taken off the international list of terrorist organizations so he can travel and become a leading Syrian political player. This story is very interesting for a number of reasons. But to me, it's very analogous, going back 24 years, to the situation in Afghanistan, when after 9/11, the United States attacked the Taliban. And the Taliban much like HTS, claimed to have absolutely no interests in international affairs whatsoever. They said, all we want to do is rule Afghanistan. This was Taliban 1.0, who ruled from 1996 to 2001. The US, the Bush administration, claimed not to believe that. They said that, you guys harbored Al-Qaeda, you harbored international terrorists, you had training camps for radical jihadi groups like radical Uyghurs, like the East Turkestan Islamic movement, which was active in Western China, the Islamic movement of Uzbekistan, which was active, to be confusing, in Uzbekistan as well as Tajikistan. And the truth is, the Taliban were pretty much telling the truth. When we invaded, there were fewer than 100 members of Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. All of the training camps were closed. The training camps that still existed were in Pakistan, not in Afghanistan. So, I mean, what basically the US was describing a Taliban from 1998, but it was 2001 and things had changed. How likely is it that, this guy is going to get, is HTS is going to be able to convey their message, hey, we just want Syria, is that cool, to the West, or is it likely to fall on deaf ears again?
It's hard to say, right? Because, I mean, from everything that I have seen, everything that I've read, they are getting support from Turkey, which is a Western ally. So, I mean, that is a statement of fact. And so you got to be able to kind of just see who's writing the checks to see what ambition it is that they're going for. I think that the reason why they're making this play over Syria, I think it's twofold. One, I think that Israel just really wants Assad to go away right now. And whatever Israel wants, Washington, D.C. does. I mean, let's just be honest. That's just the fact. I think that they would very much like to have a Islamic religious regime in Damascus. And as a Christian, I got to say, personally, I am opposed to that because Assad, like him or hate him, he has done more to protect my brothers and sisters who are Christians than anywhere else in the western part of the Middle East. I mean, that's just a fact. And I think really what this is they're just trying to put pressure on Russia, which kind of leads to the question, where is the Syrian army? I mean, they do have one somewhere. I don't know where it is.
They did have one. They seem to have gotten lost.
Yeah, I mean, did they take a left turn? They're at the 7-Eleven or what? I mean, what happened? Where are they?
It's a good question.
So I don't know. It's just weird. But I mean, to your question,
by the way, what's up with the Israelis? I want to follow up on your question. I mean, are the Israelis fucking stupid? I mean, it's like, literally, I think Bashar al-Assad is like their best friend, and they don't they don't appreciate him. They should appreciate what they have. The last
they
thing
like him so much that they bomb him.
Yeah, but I mean, they should. Are they? I mean, they're idiots, right? I mean, they're not going to be. I mean, their security situation, which is of course what they're obsessed with, is like it's going to deteriorate radically if HTS comes to power.
I think that what it is, and I don't have any proof to back this up, it's just my gut from studying the history of the region. I think that they want this HTS group to go in, take out Assad, kick out the Russians, and then I think that what Israel has have happen, because they have such good relations with the Kurds, I think they're going to try and make Syria into a Kurdish state. I think that that's probably the math that they're going with. The HTS and Syria are going to weaken themselves enough, kick the Russians out. The Kurds will be able to come in, pick up the pieces, and all of a sudden say, hey, look, we have Kurdistan. We have our own Kurdish state now.
I mean, but the thing is, there's not enough Kurds to make that work, right? I mean, in Syria, they already have like an autonomous zone, sort of a de facto autonomous zone that's being propped up by the West.
I wonder if the idea could be then, like in your situation, if you're right, because, after they finish the genocide in Gaza, they're going to do something about the West Bank. Might be pretty easy just to move those Palestinians up to southwest Syria.
Now that sounds more like it, right? Because obviously part of the ethnic cleansing of Gaza, which we had talked about on our previous show with Sputnik. It looked like they wanted to. The Israelis planned to expel the Palestinians out into the desert in the Sinai, but the Egyptians aren't having it. They refortified the border. They've made it very clear, like, we are just not taking these people in. We're not going to validate what you're doing. We're not on board with that. Doesn't work for us. You're going to need to come up with something else. But I agree that they're going to turn their. I think under the Trump administration, the Israelis are going to be. They're going to have to wrap things up in Gaza. Trump does not want this hot war. So now the West Bank is already carved up into cantonments. Right. So that's a whole different matter. I mean, you kind of don't have to bomb the hell out of the West Bank in order to annex it.
Yep, and that's I agree. And one of the things I was thinking, here's a little bit of a curveball for you. Since the U.S. is playing these games that is in Syria, do you think that Russia could start trying to play nice with the Greeks, playing with that tension between Greece and Turkey to try and distract the Turks?
Maybe. I mean, I keep thinking that, man, that is such a incredibly long-standing conflict. And,
they hate each other.
Thinking the Turks are going to want to bring it in for a soft landing, but it never goes away. Up until fairly recently, I've really been impressed with Erdogan's leadership, and I felt like I'm not a huge fan of the idea of Islamic nationalism in Turkey, but overall I felt like he was a pretty canny leader. Now I'm not so sure. It seems like things are a little wobbly.
Yeah, I think that he is. He's looking at the collapse of his currency. He's trying to play the fence. He's just trying to straddle it, trying to have his cake and eat it too. I mean, he helps the Israelis attack the Armenians. Then he plays this crap over in Syria, and meanwhile you got the Greeks sitting over here off the west coast of Anatolia. And if I was Putin, I'd be looking like, "Hey, Greeks, how'd you like to get Constantinople back? Let's see what we can do here. Let's see if I can escalate vertically, just like what the United States is trying to do right now in Syria."
Yeah, no, fair point. All right, let's keep going here. Nearly 100 former national security officials signed a letter to Senate leaders raising concerns about Trump's nomination of Tulsi Gabbard to serve as Director of National Intelligence. She's, of course, a controversial pick. Her biggest controversy was her 2017 trip to Syria when she hung out with President Assad. She subsequently declared that Assad was not the enemy, which, of course, what are the words that's true. In a letter addressed to incoming Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republican of South Dakota, and current Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Democrat of New York, the officials said that they were alarmed by the Gabbard nomination. The former officials urged Thune and Schumer to hold closed-door hearings to review all information available to the U.S. government about Gabbard. Several of Ms. Gabbard's past actions call into question her ability to deliver unbiased intelligence briefings to the President, Congress, and to the entire national security apparatus, the letter says. The letter highlights both the trip to Syria as well as her statements about Ukraine. Her sympathy for dictators like Putin and Assad raises questions about her judgment and fitness, the letter says. As DNI, of course, she would be in charge of 18 agencies, including the CIA and the FBI. The former officials add that, if confirmed, Gabbard would be the least experienced person to hold the position since the role was ever created. Well, the role has only been created fairly recently, I think under Bush, if memory serves, noting her lack of executive branch and managerial experience. I always feel like I'm living in bizarro world when I look at the way that the nominations are being responded to. For the mainstreamers, people like Marco Rubio, that's a reasonable choice. Or Ron DeSantis possibly stepping up to be the DOD head. That would be a reasonable choice. Sure. But they're both crazy warmongers. I mean, Ron DeSantis apparently sat in the room and laughed and smirked while watching rectal feeding at Guantanamo. So to me, I'll tell you, that raises questions about the fact that the guy's a fucking psychopath.
Agreed.
Okay. So, but then like Tulsi Gabbard, or like for that matter, RFK Jr., the ones that the mainstreamers are so obsessed with being like, well, those can't go through. Those are the crazy ones. I'm like, no, those are the sane ones. So Tulsi Gabbard, I mean, isn't she like a major in like in the military right now? I mean,
she is.
So if she's a threat to the national security of the United States, why is she a high-ranking officer in the military?
Well, my whole thing is, the last time that you and Manila talked about Tulsi and just all this hubbub, I pointed out that they are accusing her of treason, which is a death penalty offense. I mean, what they are accusing this woman of, they can literally hang her for.
Right.
And so, I mean, I'm going to show just how ignorant I am, being just a dumb inbred redneck. My family tree goes straight up. It doesn't have any forks. I know all the jokes, right? If going and talking to someone and trying to figure out a way to stop a war is unreasonable, then in this this Orwellian world we live in, that means that I have to go to Israel or go to a weapons plant in Alabama, sign an artillery shell, and then that's a reasonable act. I mean, that is completely upside down. Assad is not my enemy. If Assad is my enemy, then Mr. Thune, why is it that you're not asking Congress to declare war? It's Congress's purview.
Right. I have to thank you for bringing that up, Robbie. It's always been something that bothered me. The way that the casual way that the word enemy is tossed around, both in the media and by the foreign policy establishment of this country. And I'm talking about both parties. I mean,
sure.
Like an enemy, like you said, an enemy is someone that you are literally involved in an armed conflict with, and a legal one, right? Technically, even if you have a covert war, they're not really the enemy, or at least you're not supposed to admit it. These are, basically, Assad's not even an adversary, right? I mean, Syria is not an adversary of the United States. I mean, what are they on? What are they trying to do? How are they are in our grill? They're not. I mean, you could say Russia's an adversary, although that's completely in your mind. They don't have to be. I mean, during World War II, they were an ally, and they should be again. It's just like, it's very, very messed up. By the way, as one of the Rumblers points out in the chat, Tulsi Gabbard is actually a lieutenant colonel in the military. So
gotcha.
So she, I mean, this is absurd, and I love the fact that she, they did the same thing to Jill Stein, right? Like Jill Stein attended an event where she sat at the same table. I don't even think she sat next to, but she was at the same table as Putin. It's like sitting at a table next to someone does not mean that you're like butt buddies. Okay,
Yeah.
It just doesn't.
No, one thing I want to point out is, for those of you who are watching, I'm sharing a screen with Ted. Ted is a communist. I am not. So, I mean, it is possible to have a conversation with somebody and not be just joined at the hip with them.
Right. Exactly.
It is possible.
It is possible. Donald Trump shook hands and talked to Kim Jong-un. I seriously doubt that Kim Jong-un's communism rubbed off on Donald Trump. I wish it had. That would have been awesome if it worked that way, but it doesn't.
Have you ever read the little booklet by Smedley Butler, War is a Racket?
Mm-hmm. I sure have.
That's what this is. America is not on a gold standard. It is on a lead standard. And the only thing that America has going for it economically is the exportation of war. And that's one of the things. Like every Friday I go to my local church and we get together for an hour and we pray. And they're talking about how great it is that these Islamists are pushing south against Assad because he's our enemy. And I had the tenacity to ask them, how has Assad ever hurt you? And the Christian minority in Syria, who's been protecting them? It's not the Islamists. So these people, they're so mentally retarded. If you can say that word, maybe that's insensitive. It's a case of cranial rectal infusion, just pure stupidity. I mean, these people will applaud. Well, it's kind of like what you said yesterday. you got these Zionist Christians who will come out and applaud the person who's putting a rope around your neck because Fox News tells you that they're the good guy, and it's sickening.
It's very strange. All right, let's keep going. Life expectancy here in the United States is expected to go up for the first time in a while, from 78.3 2 years ago to 80.4 in 2050. That, according to forecasting models from the University of Washington's Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation. The analysis, published in The Lancet, assesses the impacts of hundreds of diseases and other health risks in the U.S. as well as in the individual states, and compared them to a set of 200 other countries. They found that the U.S. lags in life expectancy gains, putting the country behind most other high-income nations and some middle-income nations. In terms of overall life expectancy, the U.S. is expected to fall to number 66 out of 204 countries assessed in 2050. That's down from 49th in 2022. Life expectancy among women is predicted to improve less than men's, shrinking the gap in life expectancy by gender. The U.S. would drop from 51st to 74th in life expectancy for women in 2050, and from 51st to 65th for guys. The slight increase in life expectancy that's forecast for 2050 is driven by a predicted decline in mortality due to a few causes of death: heart disease, stroke, and diabetes. But addressing a few key risk factors could make even more significant improvements, according to these forecasting models. Lower rates of obesity, smoking, and drug use disorders could each lead to about half a year increase in life expectancy by 2050. In spite of modest increases in life expectancy overall, our models forecast health improvements slowing down due to rising rates of obesity, which is a serious risk factor to many chronic diseases and forecasted to lead to levels never before seen, says Christopher Murray, director of the IHME and co-author of the new research. The rise in obesity and overweight rates in the U.S., with IHME forecasting over 260 million people affected by 2050, signals, wait, what? 260 million Americans out of 330 million total of the population would signal a public health crisis of unimaginable scale. I should say so. GLP-1 medications are booming in popularity with promising outcomes. We're talking about like Ozempic and stuff like that. But the future of uptake remains uncertain. And IHME does not include a scenario that includes these treatments as a factor. Recent data from the CDC also suggests that drug overdose deaths have started to decline after peaking out at record levels, but the group notes that the levels of drug overdoses remain high and will likely continue to go up over the next few decades. It estimates that the rate of age-standardized mortality due to, that's going to be the name of my new punk band, age-standardized mortality, due to drug use disorders in the US will be the highest in the world and more than twice as high as in Canada at second highest. Canada and the United States, both in North America. What's the difference between them? Don't know. What, don't they? They have a different approach to healthcare to ours, right? Oh, but they have to wait in line sometimes to get an appointment. So that's why we're willing to die earlier or something.
Well, I mean, to kind of paraphrase Sarah Palin, I can see Canada from my house. So it's, I don't know. One thing, I have a question, and maybe Ted, I don't. Whenever they're doing these mortality figures, do they count everybody that's here or just American citizens and not illegals?
I don't know the answer to that question, but it would seem to me that you would just count people, right? I
would think so. But
one interesting, I used to work for the traffic engineering department of my city in Ohio, and one of the things that you try to do for traffic is ideally you drive down the street and and then the light will turn green as you arrive, so that you're not constantly stopping and starting. That's the ideal traffic engineering standpoint. And I was fascinated when they trained me. They said, we went with a radar to figure out how fast cars were actually going. I said, well, shouldn't you do it to the speed limit? Because, we're the city. So shouldn't you calculate it so that if someone's going 35 and a 35, they hit the light perfectly? And they said, no. We want to know what the real world conditions are. And if people really go 42 and a 35, we want to have them hit that light at 42. That's the real world, right? I suspect if you did this correctly, you would go with the real world. You'd have to count undocumented people as well.
I would think. I just don't know.
No, I mean, I would definitely think so. I mean, the obesity thing. Look, we come back to those Trump nominations. I'll repeat this. I'm going to say this millions of times. If RFK Jr. succeeds in bringing EU standard food regulations to the United States, which reduce or eliminate the excessive use of preservatives and other garbage in our food, which is the number one reason why Americans are fat. It's not because we're a bunch of disgusting gluttons. It's because our food is poisonous and it's causing us to blow up like blimps. If he does that, it's going to be one of the biggest developments of any kind, politically, socially, medically, in U.S. history. It's a huge game changer. And, the story that we just talked about would be a great example of something that could be, eliminated.
Yeah, and to me, it makes sense because one of the problems we're running into with military recruitment is that people are trying to join and they're too unhealthy to serve. So, I mean, it is a national security issue. And if you want to reduce the cost of healthcare, which I don't think that's a goal, but that's the lie, then you try to give people healthy food. I've never been to Europe, so I'm putting myself with your French cuisine expertise. The only French I know is French bread from Walmart. Just saying. But I mean, I like what you're saying, and I hope it's true. And I wonder if the healthcare lobby will actually allow it to happen because they make money off people being sick.
They do. Yeah, I was going to say it's certainly in terms of I don't think this is about the food industry, right? I mean, the food industry, I think, would be fine to get these regulations. I think it's like if you're the CEO of a big Kraft or something like that, you're okay as long as the government says, okay, across the playing field, these are the rules for the entire sector, because you don't want to be like, well, you don't want to have your hands tied behind your back. And, if you have to have a certain percentage of your food rot because it doesn't get to market on time because there's no preservatives, that's got to be the same impact on your competitors. That's okay. You're right. It's big pharma, it's big medicine, it's the health insurance, scammers in Hartford, and in the case of United Healthcare in Minneapolis, it's that. All right, one more story, and then we're going to get into the healthcare. I guess that's here we go. The targeted killing in Midtown Manhattan here in New York of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson has sparked worry in C-suites around the globe as companies, both large and small, are reevaluating. What are they reevaluating? Are they reevaluating the way that they conduct their business? Are they thinking of starting to approve the claims that they're routinely denying? Are they trying to tell their customer service people to pick up the phone more quickly, or maybe make the phone tree easier, or be more compassionate to people who are sick and their loved ones so that they get the care that they need? No. They're reevaluating their security for their top execs. Surveillance video released by the NYPD shows Thompson walking alone on a sidewalk as his killer brazenly ambushed him early Wednesday, shooting him multiple times in front of a witness. In this threat environment with increased attacks on public officials, it's surprising that the CEO of a major corporation would walk around with no security at all, says Don Mahalik, retired senior special agent for the U.S. Secret Service. Retired FBI Special Agent Richard Frankel, founder of RMF Crisis Management, said that he received several calls from companies within hours of the shooting looking to reevaluate their executive security. Some already have security, and so they're deciding if they need to increase it. And others who don't have security are saying, do we need to have some security, or do we need to at least have a policy regarding security in place, says Frankel. During a news conference, NYPD Chief of Detectives Joe Kenny confirmed that the 50-year-old Thompson had no bodyguards with him as he walked to the Hilton for a shareholders meeting. From speaking to other employees that traveled with him to New York, it doesn't seem that he had a security detail, Kenny said. Dave Commandant, president of DS Commandant Risk Management in Seattle, said that the fatal shooting prompted security officers at dozens of Fortune 500 companies to hold a video call to discuss not treating their customers well so that they wouldn't want to kill them, but to boost protection for their executives. Chief security officers around the globe are looking at their executive security programs, either on their own or they're being asked to do so by CEOs and or their boards, and making sure that they have the appropriate resources in place and capabilities in place to identify potential situations like this and then address them appropriately, said Commandant, who's a retired chief security officer at Boeing. He adds, there's a lot of, I think, stepping back and looking internally right now at what do we have in place, how well does it work, where do we feel we have gaps, and what do we need to close that gap, and what are our next steps. You know, I got to say, if I'm in a line of work where that causes everybody to hate me, and then to the point where if someone like me is blown away and the entire country is celebrating, then, you know, I might be rethinking my life, you know, the way I'm doing things, right? I mean, I would, you know, I mean, I'm sure privately they are, you know, you've got to be like coming home to your spouse and saying like, I don't know about this. Is it worth it? You know?
Well, Ted, that's because you got humility. I mean, no, to be able to recognize that maybe the problem is not those dirty peasants. Maybe the problem is how you're treating them would require a little bit of contrition, maybe a little bit of self-awareness. And that's not what our ruling class has. The problem is not them and how they're always punching down and treating people like a product and just basically just crapping all over 350 million people. That's not the problem. The problem is you dirty pleb. Get back in your lane.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that is the approach, right? Whether you're talking about climate change or increasing income disparity between rich and poor, clearly the plan here among the elites is to guard themselves to stay on islands, right? Like as the world collapses, they're in their gated communities. They hopscotch from, you know, it reminds me a little bit of the last few years of Afghanistan under the Ghani regime that was installed by the United States, where 90% of the country belonged to the Taliban. And the elites of Afghanistan would fly, they would hopscotch from one city to the other because all of the in-between was completely Talibanized, right? So they would fly, they'd corkscrew up to try to avoid the Sidewinder missiles, heat-seeking missiles, corkscrew up at high altitudes out of Kabul, fly over to Herat or to Mazar-e Sharif or whatever. There were 5 or 6 cities that the government controlled-ish. And then that's how they kind of view things. I mean, these guys, they're going to have their helicopters come pick them up from their front lawn, from their estate, you know, that's protected by razor wire and high fences and armed guards. And then, you know, they'll fly to the shareholders meeting, land on the roof of the Hilton, then fly away. I mean, you know, you can do that. Security, you know, you can do that. But, you know, you can ask retired President John F. Kennedy, is it really possible to completely avoid an assassin's bullet? Or ask nearly killed former president and future President Donald Trump. I mean, you know, the point is, if someone wants to get, you know, you said you haven't been to Europe, Robbie, but when you drive around in Europe, you see it's very everywhere, like on the side of the highway, you'll see ruined castles, okay? Always, just like walls, random walls. And you're like, so those castles, they were all stormed, right? They were all overrun. Every single last one of them burned to the ground, whatever, the tunnels, the walls were sapped, you know, and that's it. The point is, this, you know, the being a fortress doesn't really work forever. It's a temporary solution. You know, in the long run, you really have to change the system that makes people want to come into your castle and kill you. You know, you can't sustain it.
Well, I mean, isn't the story that we are told is that America is a republic, right? I mean, our leaders are supposed to be public servants. They're supposed to listen to the will of the people. Well, if that's the case, why is it that the elites never come and actually talk to the people? Why is it that Governor Gianforte here in Montana doesn't come here to Kalispell, you know, where I am, and go to the local food bank and say, what is the problem?
That would be huge.
And why is it that that the local Montanans, that local people here are being priced out of their homes. There's no jobs. They're being pushed out by rich Californians who are coming here, fleeing California because of all the drugs and the illegal immigration. So they're coming here, bringing their money, gentrifying everything, pushing up prices, destroying the local economy. But no one here in leadership, and again, I'm just talking about here in Montana. I'm sure that you can say this whole story all over the country.
Sure.
Why are elected officials not coming here and sitting down saying, Robbie, what's your problem? Ted, what's your problem? Vintage, what's your problem? Talk to me. If you would just sit down and listen, maybe you wouldn't have to worry about people getting pissed off and shooting you in the back. Just saying.
Right. I mean, actually, what surprised me about Wednesday, and I think I'm hardly alone, not an original thought, it's surprising to me that this doesn't happen more often. Right. I mean, like, you know, it's surprising when you think about all the people who get fired, deprived of their livelihoods. I mean, and by the way, this mentality hasn't changed. Just yesterday, watching the news, you know, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are going to be in charge of this Department of Governmental Efficiency, the Doge department, right? Or it's really more like a squad. It's not a department. But Ramaswamy, he sounded just like the George Clooney character in Up in the Air. He talked about like laying off federal workers. And he said, oh, you know, we can do it, you know, with dignity. We can, you know, we can do it even to the point where they're going to transition to the private sector and it'll be better for them in the long run. We can do it with dignity. I'm like, do you hear yourself? It's like I mean, this is a guy who's worth billions of dollars. He doesn't ever have to worry about money ever. But like, you know, for normal people, losing your job literally means that you're weeks or months away from becoming homeless. I mean, the clock is ticking. You're fucked. I mean, your livelihood has been destroyed. I mean, you know, it's basically like being a hunter-gatherer and have someone, you know, break both of your arms. So now you're not going to be able to hunt or gather. Although that's different because they lived in communal societies of clans where their friends and their family would help them, right? It's like, so, but with us, there is no safety net really. And it's like, so what happens next? It's I don't know, the mentality, you know, you mentioned like, why don't they come and talk to you? I mean, even in the Middle Ages, right? Kings had most of them had an audience.
Yeah, they had petitioners.
They had petitioners could come and say, listen, I've got a problem with this or that. And could you please help? And, you know, we have swamps and we're dying of malaria. Could you drain the swamps? Could, you know, whatever, could you please deal with, we have food shortages. We need more seeds, whatever. Our feudal lord is an asshole. Could you talk to him? It's like, there's no access, right?
Nothing.
I mean, here in New York, we do have like this, and I've seen this, right? Like a little bit. We have this call-in radio show called Ask the Mayor. And the mayor of the city, he's on the local NPR station once a week, and you can call and say like, hey, I have a problem. I did it one time. It was under Giuliani. I lived across the street from a park that had a steep embankment, and it had these stairs that were all akimbo. And a lot of old people lived in my building, and we used to walk all down. We'd also walk down those crazy broken stairs, and it was rough even for someone like me. And I was pretty spry. I was in my 30s to get down those stairs. And I was like, you know, one of my neighbors is going to fall down those stairs and break their neck. So I called up, got through, talked to Giuliani, explained the situation. He said, stay on hold. We'll get your digits. The next day, the Parks Department is out there fixing these stairs that hadn't been fixed in 30 or 40 years. And I was like, that's a responsive government, right? Yeah. Now, it shouldn't be actually that esoteric. Because, you know, I could have maybe not been able to get through. You know, it shouldn't be it shouldn't be that hard. You should be able to just call a number and just say, hey, I have this problem, and then have it be fixed. But still, that's better than nothing. And nothing is what most people have.
I mean, that's exactly it, right? Because here, the town that I'm in, my town has a population in the wintertime of maybe 8,000 people. In the summertime, it goes up to about 40 because of the tourists coming in. And every wintertime, and we've had so many migrants who were brought in, and there's so much homelessness now, is that this is the middle of nowhere. All right. We have got people who are drunk and stoned out of their minds walking down Main Street in the pitch black. It's dark here at 5 o'clock. Someone's going to get hit and killed by a car, and there's no place for these people to go. And so, I mean, there is a way for them to get here, because these people are not locals. They're just here. They're getting dumped. So somehow they're getting dumped here in the winter here in Montana. They're going to die. And it's just like, there is no one to talk to. And it's a complete joke. It's a complete joke.
Well, I mean, it's terrifying. I mean, it's just like, yeah, I mean, like literally, I mean, the insanity of our society. I mean, I've talked about this many times. There's a homeless lady who lives right in front of my building. Well, across the street from my building. And I'm like, I see her every day. She's been out there for 2 years. I saw her when she first showed up, and she was like smiley and like nice. And it was one of those like, why are you out? Why are you homeless? I don't even understand like why you don't have like a job.
Right.
She's like totally all there. The elevator seemed to be going to the top floor, unlike our elected officials. And then it's like, and I've watched her, of course, deteriorate and decompensate to the point where she's now talking to herself. She's schizophrenic. This is what often happens, right? Like homeless, mental illness does beget homelessness, but homelessness also begets mental illness. I mean, often just house people first and they will get better. And so we all walk by there, and I'm like, the average person in this neighborhood who's walking around there, they're making like $100,000 or more a year. And it's like, we all basically, it's not that we don't care. I think we care. We stop and talk to her. We bring her food. We give her money. It's that we are helpless ourselves, like in this system to help her. I mean, we can't take her in because, who knows what it would be like to take her in ourselves. Although, I've got an extra room. I could. Would be no great shakes, no big problem really. But you've got tons of empty units in the neighborhood, but then the landlords don't know. But it's just like the system is set up that this woman sleeps outside because that's just the way it is. Yep. And it's like not just making her crazy, it's made all of us crazy too.
Sure. And I mean, that's just exactly it. And you're kind of talking about, they're in your situation, they're in your neighborhood. Like here where I live, the median income for people here where I am is $30,000 a year. I mean, that's the average. I live in a very rural, very agricultural community. Most people probably have a high school diploma, but I'd be surprised a significant minority don't. I mean, that's just that is the demographic here. And so now you have all these people who are coming from out of state, buying up all this property. Those people, those developers, those people coming in, getting these $1 million houses with a nice view of the mountains, they get a hearing. But the people who live here, been here for generations, who aren't able to contribute $1,250 to a political campaign, they get nothing. And that's the problem.
So we have a Star Lion on the Rumble, on the YouTube feed, who's been wanting to do a Q&A thing and patiently waiting. Very true. So we should do this. So Star Lion, stay tuned. We're going to do that. I'm going to answer your question. But I want to, it's about the LA Times. So that's a long and involved story, and I promise it's not. I'm going to make it as short and sweet as possible. But let's talk about health insurance horror stories. I mean, I don't think there's anyone who has health insurance who basically. I mean, I think the only way you don't have a health insurance horror story, and I kind of often think, we might be better off as a society just going to a completely free market system where we just all pay for medical care, out of pocket. We don't have, and then doctors would be kind of competing. Presumably there probably would be like some people who would try to like some, the kind of urgent care model, which would cause everybody to, which would make everybody want to, basically try to find a cheaper way to provide healthcare. There would be an incentive in the marketplace because the current system basically is very fucked up. It's like college tuition. With college tuition, the universities know that you can borrow an infinite amount of money from the federal government and go into massive amounts of debt. So they know they can raise their tuition much faster than the rate of inflation. Similarly, big for-profit hospitals and doctors know they can keep increasing their fees indefinitely ad nauseum in order to, because they know people who are insured will be covered. And then the people who are insured, they're kind of like on the hook whether they get the insurance to cover them or not. And it's just like it spirals out of control. But, I think what I really wanted to address is the idea that there's so many people, it's routine in the United States to not go in for any preventative care and to not even seek care when you're sick because the system is so fucked up. Right now, right? Manila Chan, she's out right now. Why? So what happened? Everybody who watches the TMI show has seen her coughing up a storm. She's been sick as a dog for days, right? Why? Because she had a respiratory issue following her immune system was compromised by her cancer treatment. And so anyway, every little thing kicks her ass. So, you heard her here on the show a couple days ago saying, I just need antibiotics, but I can't get them. If she goes to the doctor, she knows her own health. She should be able to honestly, in a lot of countries, you don't even need a prescription to get antibiotics. In Mexico, you just walk into a pharmacy. You're like, I'll take 10 of those, and they give them to you, and that's it. And they're cheap too. They're just like $8 for a bottle or whatever. But she can't get antibiotics. I was literally trying to figure out if we could use dog antibiotics because they are the same, I think. But you need a script from a vet for that. So here's the craziness. We focus on the people who are uninsured, and they have the worst problem. But the people who are insured themselves can't get treatment because of the prescription scam. They can't get payment if they go because of the bullshit. We're just going to deny your claim automatically, and then just keep coming back and over and over. Why are the I'm sorry for the length of this rant, but there was a muckraking left-wing journalist from 100 years ago named Lincoln Steffens, and either he or Robert La Follette are both credited with the following quote. So it's hard to say who it was, but basically they said, if a man is in need of a loaf of bread to survive, you don't want to give him politically half a loaf because it'll dull his appetite, but he'll still starve to death. And I think that's what happens with the Affordable Care Act. People, they got a half a loaf. And so now healthcare is no longer on people's radar. And they think as a political issue, well, that's the most we're going to be able to get out of the system. And so now there's no movement towards actually getting a real healthcare system. I don't know. I keep hoping maybe Donald Trump is watching what happened to Brian Thomas and thinking, I could be a hero just for one day, and I could fix this.
I agree. And what a lot of people don't realize is that a big part of the problem with our healthcare system is that during World War II, the United States government put price controls on what people were able to earn. And so the way that companies, because they could no longer do pay raises, they tried to entice people to come work for them by bundling in benefits. Well, one of the benefits that they started bundling in was health insurance. Before World War II, the majority of your insurance was your responsibility as the individual. You're able to go, you're able to shop around, buy the plan that you wanted to have. It was not tied to your employer. World War II changed all of that. Mm-hmm. And so, that created that created this evil trifecta, in my opinion, of linking a health insurance monopoly to your employment. And then you have government subsidies that comes on top of it, driving the prices up because why wouldn't you, right? It's a way for the company for the health insurance companies to enrich themselves. Best way to protect your profits is go buy some people in Congress. That's the best return on investment you're ever going to be able to make. And so that's the model. And that's why things are so screwed up right now.
Yeah, I agree with that. President Truman, to your point, tried to institute national health care. A lot of presidents have tried to do it since then. For a long time, the AMA, the Doctors Association, was against it. And they pushed against it in a hard way. And so they've kind of been our enemy. And yeah, it's just, and I think, that's probably the biggest problem is that, we don't even talk about it. The typical story is health insurance story is like something like, like what happened to me. I go into a hernia. I'm lying literally on the gurney, ready to be cut open.
That's wild.
And then they're like, yeah, hey, can you fish out your credit card because your health insurance has revoked its pre-authorization? I'm thinking, well, what the fuck is a pre-authorization for if you can just revoke it at the last second like this? It makes no sense at all. Of course, it makes sense from their point of view. It's just profits. But probably the biggest threat is people like, who just decide, like, I'm not going to deal with it. Back in 1985, I was driving a taxi here in New York. I had an accident, and I got, it was pretty bad. Three totaled cars. The ambulance shows up because the parking lot attendant across the street on 11th Avenue called 911 and said, there's no way anyone could have survived this accident. You take your time. But they sent an ambulance anyway, not a morgue truck. And the EMS guys are like, okay, it's going to be $295 just for the ride to the hospital. I didn't have that. So I was like, thanks for coming, guys, but I can't go. And of course, they, from the look on their face, they're totally accustomed to this. This is normal. And and so I just soldiered on, and I had some weird random pains in my knee and in my scalp, but I kind of just lived with it. And a year later, when I finally got a job that had decent health insurance, went in for a full workup. They X-rayed me, and I told them about all this. And they were like, "Yeah, you had a pretty serious concussion. You broke your skull. I had fractured my wrist at the time. I keep thinking that maybe my wrist has been weakened ever since that event. Basically I wasn't properly treated. I guess you could say it didn't really matter because obviously here I am. But come on, there's a lot of people who just don't go to the doctor because they know they can't afford it. And how many people are not being diagnosed? The second you start to feel a little under the weather, you should be encouraged to go see the doctor and get every test. This should be find out what's going on. That's not our system at all. And I don't understand at all. Let me give you a counterfactual. Mexico. So I'm on vacation in Chetumal, which is in southeastern Mexico, right by the border with Belize. And I had been spending a lot of time surfing, and the water reflects the sun. The sun's very intense. It's the tropics, and I got this huge inflammation in one of my eyes. So I'm like, oh God, this is driving me crazy. It hurts so bad. I don't know what to do. The hotel guy goes, oh, you got to go to the clinic, to the government clinic. Being American and completely bigoted about other countries' healthcare systems, I'm thinking, oh God, rural Mexico, medical clinic. It's a national holiday and a Sunday, right? Trifecta of horror. But I'm so miserable, I decided to chance it, right? So I walk in. First of all, zero wait, straight in, whisked away. And then they're like, oh, it's your eye. Oh yeah, we have an ophthalmologist here, waiting. I'm like, what do you mean, on call? No. And when you go down the hall, you realize there's a specialist in every room. Every office has, a urologist and everything. They're there. National holiday on Sunday. They're waiting for people to come in just in case. I get the ophthalmologist sees me. She gives me a patch. She assigns me some medication. She prescribes some medication. She apologizes because her English isn't that great. She shouldn't have to speak English. She's in a Spanish-speaking country. but
Right.
she speaks a little English because there are tourists there. Okay, I mean, what? And then
Hey,
she's
my
like,
English ain't very good either. So
yeah, well, and she gets, then she's like, I'm like, oh God, I have to go to the pharmacy. She's like, I apologize. You're going to have to pay for, you know, at the pharmacy. I'm like, where's the pharmacy? She's like, oh, it's in the lobby of the hotel, of the clinic here. So I'm like, so they have it right there. And the guy's like, I'm very sorry, but because you're not a Mexican national, you have to pay out of pocket. It was $4. And so I'm like, this is a healthcare system.
Yeah.
I like this healthcare system. I want this healthcare system.
you're selling me. You're selling me on it.
Yeah, I'm in. I've gotten sick in other countries. I got sick in Turkey, had a very bad asthma attack. Same sort of thing. The ambulance came to got me. They put me on oxygen. They brought me to the hospital in Istanbul, opposite side of town. They took me to a place that was specialized in pulmonary issues. It's like, they're like, again, they apologize. They're like, this is going to cost like $12. If you were Turkish, of course, it wouldn't cost anything. And I'm like, okay, how is it that a country that's in the middle of an economic crisis with 120% annual inflation rate, how come they can do this and we can't?
Because there's no incentive. I mean, it's like I said yesterday, I work in healthcare. This is my world. Most people go to the emergency room, which is the most expensive form of care that there is, because they cannot afford to go to a primary care. I mean, that's just reality. That's the system that we're in. And whenever I talk to people about this, I am convinced that the entire idea is to trap people with debt. I think that that's what it's all about, because you're going to an emergency room because you cannot pay for the Theraflu that you have to go to at an urgent care clinic, have to pay the deductible and all this other crap. So what you go to the emergency room, you wait there for 8, 10, 12 hours. You get the most expensive form of care that there is. You can't pay the bill, goes onto your credit record. You are completely screwed at that point. They've got their hand around your neck financially. That's our system. I'm convinced of it.
Well,
I'm convinced of it.
It's horror. So, all right, as promised, we're a little bit over here, and I've been trying to get the time of the show down to about an hour. So, as promised, I want to answer Star Lion's question. Star Lion has many questions, and we can only really do one at a time. Hope that's okay. It's going to have to be. So anyway, so Star Lion is I don't know what gender he, she, they are, but here's the answer to your question. They wanted to know, was it true, or I've mentioned many times in the past that when I was fired from the LA Times, that the LAPD owned the LA Times, and it is true. And so let me explain sort of very briefly how that worked. I was the cartoonist at the LA Times from 2009 to 2015. And during that time, I, like any cartoonist would, I did cartoons about the local police. The LAPD is kind of a notorious police force. At that time, they were literally operating under a federal consent decree due to the Ramparts scandal. For people who are from Southern California, they're familiar with what I'm talking about.
What's the Ramparts scandal?
So the Ramparts division was basically part of the LAPD, and they had all sorts of, between quotas and financial corruption, all the cops were basically on the take, and and also they were brutally abusing all people of color that were coming into their clutches. So it was a shit show. It was a giant violation of civil rights. And so the DOJ stepped in and was running the LAPD for a little while there. So anyway, LA Times during that time was spinning out in a big way. At one point, I was getting my paychecks from a holding company because they were in Chapter 11. So the LA Times was owned by Tribune Publishing. Tribune Publishing was a chain that owned 15 newspapers, including the Baltimore Sun, the Tampa Tribune, not the Tampa Tribune, I believe it was the Fort Lauderdale Sun-Sentinel, a bunch of other papers, the biggest of which was the name of the company, Chicago Tribune. So based in Chicago. So Anyway, unbeknownst to me, 1 year before I got fired, in 2014, the LAPD pension fund, which was worth about $16 billion and has lots of investments in lots of things, decided to purchase controlling interest in the parent company of the LA Times, which was Tribune Publishing. And then they installed their own publisher, this guy named Austin Butner, who had previously had an unsuccessful run for mayor of Los Angeles, and is a multi-billionaire. And they installed him as the publisher of the LA Times to basically do their bidding. In 2015, and by the way, they were pretty brazen about this. They had previously purchased controlling interest in the San Diego Union Tribune back in 2009. And at the time that they did it, the LAPPL, the Los Angeles Police Protection League, which is the police union, had issued a statement that appeared in the LA Times saying that since they owned the paper, they reserved the right to fire and replace the editorial board and control the editorial direction of the newspaper, right? So no Chinese wall whatsoever. It's basically the San Diego Union Tribune was to become like the LAPD Times, basically. So they now 5 years later, they buy the LA Times as well as the San Diego Union Tribune, indirectly by purchasing Tribune Publishing. And they basically told Austin Butner, their little butt boy, please get rid of Ted Rall because he makes mean cartoons about the police chief, who was Charlie Beck, who was a corrupt LAPD chief who ended up having to resign in scandal, and they did. And not only, but it wasn't enough to fire me. They also wanted to make sure I never worked anywhere else again. So I'm not going to get into all the details because time is limited, and I could do this someday if people care. I'm not sure they do care, but they decided to smear me in the pages of the LA Times so that my journalistic career would be ruined. I sued them, and it dragged on through the courts all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. I think I won the moral victory, but I didn't win the legal victory because, as lots of people can attest when they've been the victim of lawfare, the system is rigged against people like me. So ultimately, the LAPD pension fund sold their share in the Tribune Publishing to a guy named Dr. Pat Soon-Shiong, who purchased the LA Times completely from Tribune. He's the sole owner now. He also owns the San Diego Union Tribune as well. So that's the ownership. To tell you how elites don't change, Dr. Pat decided to keep the lawsuit going that had started under the LAPD period. And so nothing really changed. And I got to tell you, with God as my witness, watching Austin Butner wants to be mayor of LA or maybe governor of, I could see him making a run for Gavin Newsom's seat as governor of California very easily. He really wants that. And I'm waiting for him. I've got my entire book already written about this whole thing with all the details. I've got the dirt on Gavin. I've got the dirt on Austin Butner. And it's a sordid story. I mean, it involves the guy who was it involves this guy who was a attorney who ended up being corrupt. He was the guy who won the what's that lawsuit? The PG&E suit. Why am I forgetting this? The movie about with Julia Roberts, where she's the lawyer and they sue the
Superfund site.
Yeah, exactly. Why is it not coming to my mind? Anyway, so because I'm still sick and trying to get over it. Anyway, long story short, so I have lots of so the dirt is there, but basically yes. And it's not illegal for a police pension fund to buy a newspaper. There's no law. Yeah, it's Aaron Brockovich. So he represented Aaron Brockovich, and his name was Tom Girardi. Tom Girardi Google him. He was married to Erica Jane, a Real Housewife of Beverly Hills. He stole hundreds of millions of dollars from his clients, and it's pretty gross stuff. He an affair going on with my judge in my case, and he was also best friends with the police chief who I mentioned, Charlie Beck. I mean, LA is so incestuous. It's like run like a small Alabama town. It's there's no opposing interests like in a city like New York where there are different factions among the elites. There's really just one old boys club there.
Do you think that Kamala Harris will make a run for governor of California now that her presidential bid is over? Because I mean, she could slide in. Gavin Newsom, he's in free. He could run in the next election, right?
She could. Yeah, I mean, it would be teed up. It would be pretty easy. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the problem is there's probably more grift to be had. Sort of going the Obama and Clinton route, forming a foundation as your slush fund, and then
But is she smart enough to do
for
that?
$1 million a shot.
Like what you said before is you haven't really seen any evidence of her intelligence, and I haven't seen that either. And it seems like that you have to be at least have a certain amount of smarts to run a con job. Maybe running a state's easier.
Indeed. So I don't know. I mean, running it is a big state, but look, Gavin Newsom doesn't seem like the brightest, hardest working guy in the world, and there he is. He seems to be able to get away with it.
Yeah, who knows?
All right, so we're gonna bring us out here. Let me do all of the closeout and thank everybody so much. Please subscribe to the TMI show on Rumble or on YouTube. If you're on Rumble, you have the option of becoming a paid subscriber for $5 a month, or just doing it for free. On YouTube, it's just for free. So either way, please do it. Please spread it around. Honestly, please go on your socials and either retweet or whatever everything that we are doing. I'm on Blue Sky as well as X. I'm not one of those people who think I went away from. By the way, I don't even understand parenthetically all the lefties who are saying X became shitty under Musk. Under Musk, I finally was able to get dethrottled as a lefty. So I don't know what they're talking about. I think this is not based on anything real. But of course, my experience could just be individuated. So you don't know about that. Anyway, if you like what you see and what you're watching here and you find any value, please, 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 please help us by subscribing and please donate, right? Otherwise, the show just cannot go on. Click on the button right below the Rumble chat to help support the show. And please generally support independent and news and content creators anywhere you find them. Thanks so much to Putinbot Gaming, aka Robbie West, for your support and for moderating the chat. And of course, for co-hosting and filling in for Manila Chan. Manila Chan, if you're listening, or even if you're not, please just get better. Keep sleeping. She's like, why do they sleep? Sleep is the best medicine. Well, I'd say in the United States, it's the only medicine, as we previously said. Anyway, please check out the gaming channel.
And can I say something real quick, Ted?
Please.
So for those of you who are watching on Rumble, if y'all please do me a favor, because I do a lot of the work on the back end. If y'all hop over to YouTube and go through and click that like button and then share the stuff, because the more engagement that videos have, the higher up YouTube is going to start boosting the channel. And so that is a way that you can help Ted Manila out. Doesn't cost you a nickel. And we're almost to the 500 subscriber mark. That's when people could actually start donating on YouTube. The magic number, though, is 1,000 subscribers. That's when they actually start getting ad revenue. So if y'all can do that, it is a huge help. It's really the biggest way that you can help. And if you have multiple YouTube accounts, do it with all of them. That's all I got.
Okay, and that's it. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you Monday. We'll let you know what's going on with Manila. Follow us on X and everywhere else. And see ya. Have a great one.
Bye, y'all.
Good morning, everyone in TMI land. I'm Ted Rall, and that over there is still Manila Chan, still alive and kicking, a little bit more alive and a little more kicking every day.
I'm going to say 25% less phlegm.
Ooh, that's like a, that's good product placement. That's
Yes.
awesome. All right,
Now
well,
25% less phlegm.
that's very appropriate, by the way, for the name of this show. This is the Too Much Information Show, also known as the Ted Manila Information Show. So it's kind of like hitting both on full pistons, where we will be phlegmtastic throughout the show, and we will bring you way too much information about our bodily fluids and excretions and secretions, not to be confusing between the two. You are going to be hearing everything from phlegm to news to politics to lifestyle, culture, fad diets, what the kids are up to, what the kids are not up to, the taboo, the not taboo, the mundane, the inane, the occult, anything and everything goes, because we think you can never have too much information. This is not that straight-laced, button-down news program. Well, really, nobody's watching those anyway, so just watch this one instead. This is stuff that you want to hear about, and also a lot of stuff that you never knew you needed to know, but you are going to need to know, and hopefully we're going to have a few laughs along the way. We're here live every Monday through Friday. That means weekdays, not weekends. I don't know what we've decided to do about the holidays yet, but we'll discuss that and get back to you on that. We'll figure that out. But anyway, Monday through Friday, weekdays, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, 7 a.m. over on the Pacific, 11 a.m. in the maritime provinces of Canada. Please be sure to like and follow this show on Rumble and YouTube, because that's where it shows. Don't bother to like and follow it in places where it doesn't air. The Ted Manila Information Show starts now. Cool. I'm missing those jaws. And today we're going to be talking about the state of the economy. Yesterday, the stock market fell 1,100 points, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, bringing a total loss for the last 2.5 weeks to 2,900 points. We're going to try to figure out exactly what's going on. We'll have Bubba Horowitz joining us to try to bring us up to speed about what the economy is looking like as we head into Trump land. Yeah.
Ted, I'm just going to put this theory out there. Coincidentally, that's about the same amount of time that I've been diagnosed with severe pneumonia.
So you're the economic indicator? It's your fault?
I think so. Like, if I'm not faring well, then the economy's not faring well. I'm just putting that out there.
As goes Manila, so goes the nation. The business of America is Manila.
I mean, what are the chances? The economy, the Dow goes to shit for 9 days straight. I've been in pneumonia hell for 9 days straight. I mean,
well, they say causation. They do say correlation is not causation, but this could be an exception in this case.
Maybe. Just saying. Just putting it out there. Never know.
All right. Bottom of the hour. Keep it with us. We're going to get into exactly what the economy is looking like. There's definitely some jitters. Does that have to do with Trump? Not Trump. What's going on exactly? We'll figure it out. Okay, let's get into the headlines. The suspect in the fatal shooting of United Healthcare Chief Executive Brian Thompson on a Manhattan sidewalk this month will now face federal charges in addition to the state murder indictment brought against him. That, according to 3 people with knowledge of the matter. It was not immediately clear what charges the suspect, Luigi Mangione, would face in the federal case, which is being brought by prosecutors with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. On Tuesday, state prosecutors in the office of Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, who hasn't exactly been kicking a lot of butt lately, indicted Mangione, 26 years old, on 3 murder charges in the shooting of the executive, Brian Thompson, 2 of which branded him a terrorist. Okay, that's federal charges, however, would potentially allow prosecutors to pursue the death penalty, which has been outlawed in New York for decades. It was not clear. Go ahead.
I got to ask, how does Alvin Bragg bring 3 murder charges against the one person, how Brian Thompson wasn't killed 3 times in 3 different manners. So I don't know how does that stack? The New York laws.
No. He could have charged him. He could have probably charged him with thousands of murders. Because listen, you know how how the ancients believed that if you ate an animal or another person, you would possess their soul.
Okay.
Okay, so Brian Thompson, as the head of a murderous healthcare conglomerate that causes the deaths of thousands of its customers, he possesses the souls of all the people his company killed since he was so he had thousands of people were inside of him that he had consumed during his tenure as CEO. So when he was shot, there were multiple people inside him who kind of died a second time.
But wouldn't Brian, if that was the theory, wouldn't Brian Thompson then be charged posthumously with thousands of deaths versus Luigi Mangione being charged with 3 counts of murder?
No, because the law is different. Because Luigi Mangione, though wealthy, was not super wealthy, and Brian Thompson was super wealthy, and thus possessed, and thus completely impervious to prosecution, and cannot be charged with any crime under our system of government, under capitalism. He's innocent of all charges, no matter what.
New York laws are wacky as hell, especially in that Southern District with Alvin Bragg and all these, like the 537 counts that he charged Donald Trump with cooking the books over the same one receipt, like one receipt to Stormy.
Yep.
It's a whole
4 million charges. Yeah. No,
for the same one receipt.
And, I guess, honestly, probably, since they are going for the federal charges, let's go whole hog. And, probably the International Criminal Court should consider this case against Luigi Mangione, and also like courts in other dimensions that are parallel to ours in the multiverse could be also charging him in like slightly askew different version.
Beetlejuice, neither world.
That's right. In the 5th dimension. Yeah, and also in other timelines, he should be charged because
I do get the terrorism though. I get that. I do get the terrorism charge that Alvin Bragg would bring that one. That's one I actually get. I don't know if did you already get to that part, that line?
Yeah, I did. I got to that line.
Yeah, the terrorism. I get that part because I guess he's trying to coerce a Mangione, that Luigi's trying to coerce like a certain
political
outcome.
using violence to try to affect political change.
Right. So I get that one, but the 3 murder charges, kind of weird. Just saying.
Well, yes. I mean, look, it's a fascinating case in a lot of respects, but this really, truly, just again exposes the nature of the system. That when you go after someone who is a representative of big finance capital like this, the system is going to come down on you like a ton of bricks. Whereas if, let's say, you kill, you strangle a homeless dude on the subway, whatever.
Well, that's a whole different conversation.
That's a whole other, and we've had that conversation, and we will have that conversation again.
I'm sure.
Anyway, it's not clear whether federal prosecutors would actually seek the death penalty, and any decision about capital punishment would most likely fall to the DOJ after Trump has taken office. A spokesman for the U.S. Attorney in Manhattan declined to comment. The highest penalty Mangione faces in New York court would be life in prison without parole. The state case will proceed in parallel with any federal case, says Daniel Filson, spokesperson for the Manhattan DA's office. This defendant brazenly shot Thompson point blank on a Manhattan sidewalk, Filson said. The Manhattan DA's office, working with our partners at the NYPD, is dedicated to securing justice for this heinous murder with charges of murder in the 1st degree. I mean, most people don't really think it's a heinous murder. They're kind of like thinking it's maybe like an understandable murder, or in some cases, a cause for great joy throughout the land and celebration.
It's just a murder. I don't. That's not my thing. I don't. Mm-hmm. I do not condone violence of
any sort. But it's not a heinous murder. It's not a heinous murder. He didn't kill like children. He didn't eat children.
Right. It was. I wouldn't qualify.
That's a heinous murder.
It's just a murder. It's a murder.
Yeah,
it's a cold-blooded murder. Like, fine. Just shot the dude in the back. Like,
well,
it's
okay. Anyway, I could go on. I could talk about this case for hours, obviously, but who wants that? Mangione's lawyer, Karen Friedman Agnifilo, says that the Southern District's involvement in the case raises a number of troubling issues. She says the federal government's reported decision to pile on top of an already overcharged first-degree murder and state terror case is highly unusual and raises serious constitutional and statutory double jeopardy concerns, the statement says. We're ready to fight these charges in whatever court they're brought. She's right. I mean, what? Life in prison without parole? And that's not enough for you assholes? Really?
10 lives in prison.
I mean, personally, I think the guy deserves a ticker tape parade down Broadway.
Oh my God,
and to be elected mayor. But that's me. But I mean, it's also me and pretty much everyone else, except for you. But, you know.
No, that is not true. There are plenty of people that do not condone death and violence and even in some form vigilantism. That's kind of why I'm kind of mixed feelings about Daniel Penny. It's same thing.
By the way, yesterday I was totally on team Danny Penny. I was on the subway and a totally crazy man targeted me for no reason at all and started threatening me. And it wasn't nearly as bad as what Daniel Penny dealt with. But he was like way on me and like screaming at me and like,
you're not a little guy.
I didn't do anything.
You can step up to that guy.
Okay, first of all, I broke my wrist. I was wearing a wrist brace, right?
True. I forgot,
and also, I'm 61 years old. I mean, the guy was my size. He was as tall as me. I mean, fortunately, he stayed seated, and then I stayed seated. And then as soon as the train stopped, I skedaddled off the train, just like I said Penny should have done. But anyway, the point is, I had a lot more sympathy for Daniel Penny yesterday when that happened. When I was like, when basically this guy like honed in on me, I didn't do anything. He was like, I was on my phone. Actually, it's funny. I was texting Robbie, and I looked up from my phone. Something Robbie said like made me smile, and I looked up over my phone, and the guy thought I was looked at him or something, but I didn't. And it became one of those like, what are you looking at? I'm coming for you. Like, I don't have to take this anymore. Like, okay, lunatic. And, and there's no one's around. There's no cops ever. Ever. Anyway. All right, let's keep moving. A man has been arrested after being accused of plotting a mass shooting with the female teen shooter who killed 2 at a private Christian school in Wisconsin. Alexander Pattendorf, 20 years old, is accused of texting the shooter, Natalie Rupnow, 15 years old, around the time of the rampage at Abundant Life Christian School in Madison, Wisconsin, on Monday, a couple days ago. Paffendorf was arrested in Carlsbad, California on Tuesday, and court documents seen by local CBS affiliate KFMB-TV reveals that he told Rupnow about a potential attack on a government building. FBI agents say that he admitted he told Rupnow about arming himself with explosives and a gun. Locals said that at least as many as 15 cops swooped down on his house as part of their probe. They had their full guns out all over the street, said resident Alex Gallegos. Gallegos said that he saw the cops carry out a large gun box from the house. A San Diego judge granted an order that mandated Paffendorf to surrender his guns, and he's been banned from buying any more. He's set to appear in court on January 3rd. That arrest comes as the victims of Monday's shooting have now been identified. Ruby Patricia Vergara, 14 years old, was identified as the student who died. She was an avid reader, loved art, singing, and playing the keyboard in a local worship band. A local family obituary says relatives said the teenager had a special bond with her pets. The second victim of the shooting was teacher Erin West. She was 42. West was a substitute at the school. Rupnow was pronounced dead on the way to the hospital. 6 people were injured, 2 students thought to be in critical condition. A teacher and 3 other students suffered non-life-threatening injuries. Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes told the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel he thinks those who were injured are still alive. He said that he doesn't know for sure due to those HEPA laws. So he hasn't been getting... Right. I mean, that's a little weird. He's the police chief of the city. I think maybe we can bend the HEPA laws a little bit to
say, hey, these victims are still alive. They're expected to survive. Like that's.
So I'm unclear on what I mean. Okay, so Manila, you proposed this story. I don't get what happened here. Okay, so the 20-year-old dude is in Cali. He's in touch with the shooter in Wisconsin. And I don't understand the connection at all between like saying that he, there's a potential. So is this
Okay.
basically like, I'll shoot up the government building while you shoot up the school kind of thing?
Well, we don't know yet because his side, this angle of the story, this Perfendorf kid, this 20-year-old boy, young man. I mean, technically he's a legal adult in California, right? This young man.
Anywhere.
We don't know what kind of relationship that he was having, online relationship he was having with this girl. As far as we know so far from all the reports I've read, is that they have some sort of online relationship. Don't know if it's friendly or if it's, like romantic or whatever. But this young man seemed to have kind of influenced this Natalie girl, this Ruppnow girl. And he was apparently, this young man is, from the reports I've seen, seems very disturbed himself and wanted to commit some sort of like domestic terror act. But all the details aren't coming out yet, that he wanted to attack a government building in California, and that somehow they had like some sort of weird online bond about like, hey, let's do these horrific things together. But all those details are not out yet. But this boy is now arrested. So I'm sure there's like, they're combing through his social media, all his tech and all that stuff and his gadgets. But this girl is now dead. So I don't know if this boy somehow convinced her to do it. We don't know if the school shooter, chose this was her idea. All the plans are slowly unfolding. So we don't know anything yet, but certainly I think my gut instinct is this boy played a role in kind of manipulating her mind a little bit, because she's a little girl and her parents are going through a second divorce with each other. She has, like an unstable home, and I think she had an online relationship with a boy, the wrong kind of boy, and he got to her. And I think this is what.
But basically, it sounds like they were egging each other on.
Yes.
To carry out attacks in different states simultaneously, except he didn't do it.
Right. He didn't go through with it. So, I mean, but again, there's quite a difference between a 15-year-old and a 20-year-old mentality, right? I mean, he's still a kid, still making stupid decisions, but there's quite a big leap between 15 and 20.
There is, although obviously she's a girl and he's a boy, and girls are more mature than boys at that age.
But even still, the logical inputs in your brain don't fully work out yet, even as a 15-year-old girl. Is she going to be more emotionally mature than a 20-year-old boy? Very possible, but still the frontal cortex of your brain just isn't that developed yet at 15 years old, whether you're a boy or a girl. So I would say this boy, though, had something to do with this, and I think we're going to see charges coming to him for, I don't know, like inciting. Remember
conspiracy, maybe
conspiracy. Remember that case about I think she was a Japanese girl that convinced her boyfriend to commit suicide or something.
Yes, that's right. And she
here in the US,
and then she did get charged.
Right. So I think there might be something similar there, but I don't know if there's going to be any difference between those two cases, because the Japanese woman college student that did that to the boy here in the US, they had a physical relationship and they were consenting adults, and they were actually in a relationship. These two, from what it seems like so far, are like cross country, no physical, they don't know each other physically. They don't, it's not even known yet if the boy in California even had FaceTime calls or anything with this girl, but they definitely have some sort of online relationship, which is scary. This is where you need to know what your kids are doing, who they're talking to.
You can't
know all of them.
You can't know. You can hardly know any of them, because the kids are on their. You go to sleep. Your kids are on their devices until 2:00 in the morning.
There's ways to clamp down on that.
You
shut down. Shut down the Wi-Fi.
Manila, set an alarm in your phone for 2036. And let's you and me check in with each other and see if you still agree with that point of view. Anyone who's actually had a teenager, I wish you were right, but you're wrong.
There are a lot of measures you can take as far as removing devices, especially if your kid is like a troubled kid like this girl was. Sure, you can.
No, you can't. Not at all. It's like wouldn't even work.
Removing devices?
Not to mention the experts really say that's a bad idea. It's like then you're isolating them and they're going to spin out even worse. It's like, I mean, you can't, why not just lock them in the basement? Nah.
Nope, the smackdown.
You're totally
wrong.
Look,
I came from
you won't do it. You will not be able to do it. 2036, we're going to check in.
I will bet you
a lot of money.
I came from the days of sneaking out through the window, right? And like parents don't know.
Me too.
You have a girlfriend sleep over. I mean, those are the old school, nice and simple ways. Stealing cars, doing normal teenage stuff.
I don't know if stealing cars was really normal teenage stuff.
Well,
I can't judge because I did all sorts of bad things, but
it was where I'm from.
Although I did steal a car once, so never mind.
There are things
and destroyed it too. But the person had it coming, so that's different.
There are things parents could have done, and in which case, my brother, when he got smart to the fact that I was sneaking out, he used to set booby traps with pots and pans and strings for me.
I like your brother's style.
So don't tell me there are no ways that you can't circumvent children from doing bad things.
2036.
Especially shooting up a school. So
okay, well, you can't control them. Okay, anyway, U.S. Marine Corps officials observed 6 drones in restricted airspace over Camp Pendleton in California. That's about 40 miles north of San Diego between December 9th and 15th, according to the base spokesperson. The unmanned aerial systems, or we call them drones, posed no threat to installation operations and no impact to air and ground operations. That, according to Captain James Sartine, talking to the Epoch Times. Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton, that's a U.S. Department of Defense training base that trains the Marines, Army, Navy, and national, state, and local agencies like the National Guard, did not release any details about those drones. Force protection considerations restrict our ability to provide further information to ensure the operational security of the installation and the safety and the welfare of the base population and the surrounding areas, Sartine said, blah, blah, blah. Camp Pendleton has restricted airspace zones that are activated during military training exercises. Drone activity in New Jersey, California, and a number of other states has recently stirred public interest and some panic. On December 9th, federal agents arrested a Chinese national suspected of flying a drone over Vandenberg Space Force Base. So funny that they have a Space Force. Space Force. The suspect allegedly operated the drone from a nearby park on November 30th, taking photos of SpaceX launch pads and other parts of the base. Suspect Yin Piao Zhou, 39 years old, who was a Chinese citizen living in Brentwood, California, was arrested by federal officials before he boarded a flight bound for China last week. Federal agents allege that Zhou flew the drone over the base for about an hour, taking photos of sensitive areas. Authorities also allege that his cell phone contained messages and search histories related to Space Force. We always have to say it that way. National security officials, however, continue to state that the drones do not pose a threat to the public. I love how they say that. They don't know that.
How can you say that?
You cannot know that, but they say it.
Don't know. They say they don't know what it is, but they also tell you it's not dangerous.
That's right. That makes no sense at all.
Okay.
Right. At all. None whatsoever. No. Right. So, and so look, I mean, this could just be a space dork who was like curious and wanted to see things. I mean, I do smell, I mean, it could be espionage, but it could also be just something.
Ted, I smell a lot of copycat.
I smell a lot of xenophobia is what I smell.
That too, but I think this is a lot of like copycat theater happening all across America. Sure, I'm not saying that the New Jersey stuff isn't real. I'm not saying
that is real.
That's real. But a lot of this other stuff that's popping up everywhere else, I think it's just a lot of copycat cases. And I don't know about this dude, this alleged Chinese spy or whatever he is flying over Vandenberg, but
look, the Chinese have sophisticated satellites. They have all the photos.
They don't need a $200 drone.
Yeah, they don't need that. So it's not.
Stupid.
He's not a spy. I mean, if he's a spy, he's like the worst spy ever.
So
All right.
dumb.
This is a depressing story, but here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Dominique Pellicot, 72 years old, admitted to drugging his wife, Giselle Pellicot, 72 years old, and filming the rapes for nearly a decade between 2011 and 2020 in their home in France. The husband, accused of drugging his wife and invading dozens of men to rape her for nearly 10 years, has now been sentenced to 20 years in prison. On Thursday, December 19th, a jury in Avignon, France, found Dominique Pellicot, 72 years old, guilty of aggravated rape against his wife, Giselle, who's also 72 years old. Dominique was also found guilty of the attempted aggravated rape of the wife of one of the other accused men, Jean-Pierre Maréchal, taking indecent images of his daughter, Caroline Durand, and his daughters-in-law, Aurore and Céline, per the outlet. The outlet reported that Dominique showed no emotion as the judge delivered his verdict in court. Giselle and her children, including her daughter Caroline, were present in court for the sentencing. In September, Dominique confessed to his crimes in court, admitting, "I am a rapist," the BBC reported. He's been on trial along with 50 other guys whose ages range between 26 and 74. Among the 50 other men, 48 were given guilty verdicts for various crimes, including Jean-Pierre Maréchal, who was found guilty of attempted rape and aggravated rape of his wife, as well as drugging her. Dominique was arrested back in December of 2020 after the cops seized his electronic devices while investigating him for filming up the skirts of 3 women.
Upskirting.
He was upskirting,
his wife
got
didn't even
busted.
know.
Then they looked at his phone and they were like, huh.
Disgusting.
Giselle had no idea at all about the rapes until the police told her after discovering thousands of photos and videos taken by her husband, who had documented the abuse after recruiting strangers on the internet. So yeah, that case, of course, has been, if you follow international news at all, you're familiar with this case. It's very, I mean, basically she's getting major kudos for being really strong during the trial and refusing to be hidden or back down or not. She had the right to not have her name stated in court under French law, but she chose to be public and to give interviews and to talk about it. She wants to empower other victims to step forward and say there's no shame in being a victim of sexual violence, which is of course true. Well, there shouldn't be any shame. Let's put it that way. And so.
This also brings up the weird definition of rape in France, the rape laws. There's actually no language about consent in France. I don't know if you looked that up. I looked that up last night.
I did.
It's very strange. I mean, it's very different, just like we saw in, was it Sweden or Norway, was it that was trying to bring charges against Julian Assange because one of their consent or rape law terminology was that you needed to use condoms, right? And that's what they were trying to get Julian Assange on for rape because there was no condom. So in France, there's no language about consent. So this, I think, is going to trigger the parliament to re-examine how they define rape, and especially amongst spouses. And I think, it's high time. This is what an egregious and disgusting, weird case. Like kudos to this lady. Like, God bless. Like that guy should never see the light of day.
It kind of reminded me of Bill Cosby, right? Like he was accused of drugging women and then having his way with them when they were passed out.
Yeah,
that's how, and that's obviously a thing for. It's a power and control thing.
Yes,
for
very gross.
obviously.
Very
all
gross.
right. Well,
all
so
right.
anyway, happy that justice was achieved
Agreed.
there. So yeah,
Agreed.
reading between the lines, it sounds like 2 guys may have walked free. 48 out of 50 convicted. The implication there is that there's 2 that may not have been found guilty. But anyway, all right. Donald Trump has made it official. He thinks that Canada becoming the 51st state is a great idea. Manila.
Yeah.
Canada would be, if it was a state, I mean, wouldn't it be like, it would be like every province would be a state, right? I mean, wouldn't it be I don't know. 11 states or something? I don't know how many provinces there are.
I don't
So-
even know. He made it official on Truth Social. Let's just.
All right.
hear about
Anyway,
that.
in a post on Truth Social, Trump repeated his claim that the U.S. subsidizes Canada by over $100 million a year, and mused that many Canadians want Canada to become the 51st state. They would save massively on taxes and military protection. By the way, this is, well, here's what the polling shows. Only actually 13% of Canadians, which is 13% more than I would have expected, say that they would like Canada to become the 51st state of the U.S., while 82% are against it. They'd like to remain members of their own sovereign nation state, as sovereign as Canada is, which is not that sovereign. Conservative voters, 21%, and adherents of the right-wing People's Party, 25%, are more likely to be supportive of this idea. Nevertheless, Ottawa, that's the capital of Canada, is paying attention to Trump's more realistic threats, notably to impose 25% tariffs on all Canadian goods, unless the Canucks crack down on illegal immigration and drug smuggling. I would suspect that most of the illegal immigration and drug smuggling is coming from us to them, actually. But, I don't know what he's talking about there. On Monday, Canada announced 1.3 billion Canadian dollars, that's $4 US, worth of new border security measures, including strengthened surveillance, a joint strike force to target organized crime, and increased coordination with U.S. law enforcement. The idea of organized crime in Canada, it is kind of funny. Like, are they like super polite? Like, hey Holzer, we're gonna make you an offer that you can refuse. if you
can,
like,
really shouldn't.
Well, you shouldn't refuse, but you have to.
You really shouldn't refuse this.
But if you refuse, it's cool, you Holzer. Okay. Anyway,
look. This is so funny to me, Ted, because remember when Donald Trump, the first go around, he wanted to buy, what was it, Greenland? I think he wanted to, he's a, can America buy Greenland?
Well, look, I mean, the U.S. used to buy territory all the time, right? A third of the United States was the Louisiana Territory. Got it for a song from France. We bought Alaska from Russia. I'm sure the Russians miss it.
I'm sure. Look, it's not unheard of. So yes, like it has happened. Maybe not in modern times, but it has happened. Obviously, he wanted to buy Greenland, but now he's proposing somehow that we annex Canada and there.
Well, not forcibly.
I don't know.
Not forcibly.
I know, but it's just crazy to me because with all the talk of DC being the 51st state, if that's not going to happen, there's no way in hell that Canada
Puerto
is
Rico
being
isn't even can't even be
or
the 51st
exactly.
state.
Canada, like Puerto Rico doesn't really have a say. All these other U.S. territories don't have a say. There's no way that Canada is fraught with all of their own problems. They need to cut themselves loose from the crown in England to begin with before they even, begin to figure out whatever's happening with Chrystia Freeland. And, she was like the minister of everything. They've got their own problems. Like, let's not have Canada join anymore.
I mean, I think it would be a boon to the United States. It's just not going to happen. But
no.
I mean, think about it. They have massive natural resources. Also, they have the climate that we all grew up with, and they have it now. I mean, the weather that you had as a kid is now up in Canada. So,
Weird.
I mean, just think about it. Soon it's going to be like 150 degrees in Kansas City. So, it would be good to have a giant.
Montreal would be a nice 80 degrees.
Oh, but Montreal gets hot anyway. People think of Montreal as like, oh, it must not be that hot. I've been in Montreal on 98-degree days. It's actually a much hotter city than you think. And it's humid too. But, once you start getting up into like northern Manitoba or like Inuit territory, like up in Labrador, which I went to fairly recently, and it was fascinating and really cool.
I have not been that far north.
Oh my God. Look, it was cool. I went with my son and it was in August and we saw icebergs. It was so cool.
I remember you were telling me we were on air at the time. Look, I want to bring up Canada to our guest as well because let's
do this.
Because of the whole trade thing. Donald Trump is, like talking about basically like refighting the NAFTA fight after he already fought it the first time, rebranded it, and now there's like talk about tariffs and changing all of that stuff. I mean, so
I don't
like this
blame
whole
him
North
about that.
America,
I hate.
this whole North America
I'm
fight
from
is
Dayton,
starting
Ohio.
all over again.
I hate NAFTA. I fucking hate NAFTA. I hate free trade agreements. I'm against all of them. This is like the most, the areas that I'm sympathetic with the president-elect. That's at the top of my list there.
All
Okay.
right. Well, let's bring in our guests. Let's change
do it.
gears and get the jaws.
Prepares to return to the White House in 1 month, a month from tomorrow. Some economic signals are blinking yellow. Investors unsettled by the Fed's forecast for fewer cuts than previously expected next year pushed the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 1,123 points yesterday. That's 2.6% of total market share, while the NASDAQ Composite dropped 3.6%. The Dow has now lost 2,900 points since it's peaked out on December 4th. It's a tale of two economies. Consumer sentiment among Republican voters is at its highest level since late 2020, when Trump was still president, whereas Democrats feel that the economy is a disaster. They feel as the same way they felt in the summer of 2022 when inflation was raging and gas was $5 a gallon. What are the prospects for a Trump economy during the next few years? Is Doge real? And if so, will austerity prime the pump or tank the economy? Where's the economy going? Where's it at? Where's it going? To help us break it down, we have Todd Bubba Horwitz. He's a market maker, CEO, and founder of BubbaTrading.com. Go check out that website. Bubba, it's been a long time. Thanks for joining us.
It's great to be here. Good morning. How you doing? What's up?
Good to see you. Good to see you. We've got your website up there. People can learn all about all the stuff that you do, your years of experience. So you've been doing this for a little while, Bubba. You've seen some presidents come and go. Now that we have Donald Trump coming back, Jerome Powell, cutting rates for a third time in a row. What does that indicate to you?
That Jerome Powell's an idiot and that the Fed is a moronic institution that does not follow what their actual mandate is, which is price stability and employment. We're not supposed to be mixing with interest rates. We're not supposed to be manipulating rates to help the banks. If we go back to the first rate cut, which was September 18th, the 10-year notes were at 3.5%. Today, the 10-year notes are at 4.5%, and the banks have made another 1% or 100 basis points on their profit, but not the American people. The people that are supposed to be getting these rate cuts that everybody's loving the stock market over is really not factual, because the banks are borrowing from the Federal Reserve, and if they can choose to cut their rates to the public, but they're not. Mortgage rates are higher. We are in a recession. Inflation is storming out of control, yet these morons at the Federal Reserve decide to cut rates once again, which only pushes inflation even higher.
So Jerome Powell says, that he's not going anywhere. Doesn't matter who's in office. He says, I'm not going anywhere. Trump is, they're independent. Trump can't push him out. He says he's now in a position to take his time in cutting the rate and is it helping? Is it hurting us? They say that inflation is slowing. It doesn't mean it's not happening, but it's slowing as opposed to what it was, last fall when we were talking about this on the radio. Are we in a better position?
I could argue with that fact. I don't know that inflation is slowing. I think that it's the way they report numbers. Remember that when you get the inflation numbers, they only count 4% for food and energy. Now, the average person, what is their highest expense other than an emergency? It is food and energy. And when you don't count it, it's easy to have lowering inflation. The bottom line is that these rate cuts were designed to create more inflation because, let's face it, the federal government gets tax dollars on these higher prices because you're paying federal excise tax. Look at your phone bill. Look at some of your bills that have all these numbers on it that you don't see. Those are federal taxes. So it is the hidden tax of inflation that we're having right now. It's a very, very bad sign. And Jerome Powell has done a horrible job. And I thought he would have done a much better job because he came out of the industry. But I guess once you go into the ivory tower of the Federal Reserve, you become an idiot. And that's
guys, I'm afraid we have some breaking news. It's not economic related, but Bubba, please stay with us while I bring us in. This is something Manila and I have followed now for several years. The Court of Appeals in Georgia has just disqualified Fani Willis, the Atlanta prosecutor who brought that election interference case, that RICO case against Trump and his allies. The case is now in total disarray. 3-judge panel has reversed the decision of the trial judge, who in March allowed Fani Willis, the Fulton County DA, to keep the case, despite the fact that she had a romantic relationship with the lawyer that she hired to run it. This decision is likely to be appealed, but if it stands, it will doom the entire case. There are currently charges against Trump and 14 of his allies. According to the New York Times.
Oh, throw it all out. This is just we're just, come on, guys. We're just over this. Like we're over this crap. The election happened. I'm not saying Trump is above the law or whatever, but this has been clear cut.
Isn't he? Isn't he really? I mean, he is, right?
This is just clear cut lawfare. The country has moved on. The people have spoken. Fani Willis is compromised. She's a crooked DA.
That's true.
This is just, it's completely compromised. Throw that crap out.
Agreed.
We're done with it. Let's move on from the last horrible Biden 4 years. What do you think, Bubba?
I'm with you 100%. That was like an absentee president we had. We had nobody in the office for 4 years except the deep state and the cartels that were controlling us and raising prices and costing us a fortune.
Maybe we could save that $500,000 a year annual president's salary. Apparently, we don't need one.
I know.
No, we don't. No, obviously.
You see that. Listen, we only know that Jill and Joe Biden earned in real income $6 million in their career. Somehow they're worth $150 million. It's a wonderful country when you can steal at will.
Bubba, what do you? I mean, I do want to ask you a couple of questions, and I know our producer Robbie has a question for you too, and we'll bring him in, pop him in, so he can ask that when he's ready.
You want to do that
now? Well, let me ask these questions before my 61-year-old brain forgets them. So let's talk about the Democratic and Republican views of the economy. Is that normal in your view that there's such a bifurcated, like partisan view? I don't remember like Democrats thinking the economy sucked under, that Democrats and Republicans had a different view of, say, the Clinton boom or, say, the late 80s under H.W. Bush when the market tanked and there was a recession. Pretty much people had the same experience of the economy. It's not possible to have two economies to this extent, right? Unless you're talking about like different generations or people living in different parts of the country. What's going on?
Well, I mean, if you live in certain states, certainly in blue states, you're paying a lot more taxes. Again, if you live in New York, California, Illinois, you're paying 10, 11, 12% more than anybody else. You can't live in those three states, and there's others, but those are the three main, which I'm from Illinois originally. You can't live there unless you're making $200,000 a year and live a normal life. Now, think about that number. We know that inflation has caused, we know when I started trading in 1980, the Dow was 800, now it's 40,000. But the amount of money you have to make and the amount of money companies can pay, the economy is in horrible shape. But what they've really done, the last administration has systematically destroyed the middle class. Okay, the wealthy love it when these things happen, which is why the wealthy don't care whether you have socialism or not, because if you have socialism, they benefit because they're going to keep their money. Okay?
But isn't the demise of the middle class, though, a long-term trend that goes back for decades? I mean, it seems like things really peaked out in the post-war period before, and the economy was expanding pretty well until the 70s. And then we started to hit the energy crisis and inflation under Carter. And then it seems like the gap between rich and poor like spread, and the middle class got hollowed out in the ensuing decades under both parties.
Well, no, I don't disagree with that at all. I think you've seen a destruction because, again, we've got all these welfare programs. We continue to take the taxpayers' money and give it away to people that don't deserve it and don't have a good concept of what America is all about. We've got away from the free market system. This goes back to the Federal Reserve. Interest rates should not be determined by what the Fed says they should be. Interest rates should be determined by price discovery and what you're willing to lend at and what I'm willing to pay to borrow from you. That is true price discovery, and they've eliminated the price discovery sequel of markets, and that becomes a bigger problem. It destroys competition. We're leaving out a lot of small business. Look at what's happened. Look at all the empty strip malls and every neighborhood you go. It doesn't matter where you go, but all these little guys and those small businesses cannot survive anymore because we've got regulations that allowed Google and Meta and those guys to become monsters, and they requested regulations themselves so that they could force little guys out of business and not have competition in the future. And that is the destruction of the middle class, because middle class either works in a job, manufacturing, whatever, or they become entrepreneurs. We don't have that anymore because those opportunities and that money is not available because you're spending too much just to live and this high cost of inflation. So there's a lot of issues, but I think the middle class took its biggest hit in the last 4 years, percentage-wise, because of all the illegal immigration, all the extra tax dollars that we're paying, and everything else that's going on. So I think that you destroy a free market, you let the Federal Reserve take place, which, again, they should be ended or at least audited, because I don't believe that the banks are not over leveraged. I think we're going to have the same problem we had in 08, that the banks are going to come to the American people for money once again. And my vote in 08, my vote today is let them go out of business. The whole capitalistic system is, if you can't survive, somebody will come in and replace you. And
I'm glad you brought up 2008, because that was, of course, largely triggered by the real estate collapse. And the real estate market is in deep trouble now, and in some ways that are kind of subtle, right? I mean, so the Fed has increased interest rates, which has basically frozen the real estate market. People can't sell, people can't afford to buy, or they feel like they can't afford to buy. And there's hardly any inventory. People aren't moving, things are ossified. People are not taking jobs in other places because they're worried about not being, and entrepreneurship is suffering. All that is true. And at the same time, the New York Times just published this really fascinating piece, I don't know if you saw it, about how insurance companies, home insurance companies, are not insuring houses in areas that are affected by climate change, like Florida, low-lying areas, parts of the coast of Virginia, North Carolina, eastern part of California, where they're subject to wildfires. And so what they're seeing there is that people, unless you can buy a house cash, you can't get a mortgage because you can't get insurance, so you can't get a mortgage. That means if you're trying to sell your house, you're probably not going to get what you want for it because you don't have as many buyers as you would have before all this happened. This is affecting 14 to 15% of the entire nation's real estate price. That's massive. I mean, this could real estate once again drag down crash the whole thing in the next 4 years? And if so, what could a Trump administration do to mitigate the damage?
Well, I think we're headed there already. And I don't think, again, who's in office at any given time is not necessarily what's going to happen to the economy. The economy has been failing going back. Since 08, we had the big boom. And suddenly, through Trump's last term, through Biden's term, things have been slowly getting worse because we've become far more of a service country instead of a manufacturing country. We don't have those jobs that are out available for the average guy. Because listen, when's the last time you called customer service somewhere? They reroute you to India or somewhere else. You don't get Americans working. So we have a big problem with the jobs and the money that is made here. And at the end of the day, Trump can solve a lot of these problems, and the Doge or whatever you want to call them, Ramaswamy and Musk.
Is that real or is that just bullshit?
I think it's real. I think they could cut $2 trillion blindfold. There is so much government.
How do they do it? But how do they get it without? They don't have 60 votes in the Senate. How do they do that?
Well, I think if they can prove a point, I think they can get it done. I do believe they can get it done. I think that Americans spoke up at the last election when Kamala Harris not lost, but when she lost the public vote. She's the first one since 2002 to win the public vote or lose the public vote as a Democrat. I mean, that is saying that American people are sick and tired of all our money being sent to things that don't mean anything. You have this government tomorrow that they're going to close down. I'm hoping they shut it down. We know it won't happen. We know they're fretting right now in public, but behind the scenes, how are we going to tax the American people for more money and keep this government open again? These continuing resolutions got to stop, and I think that this is all part of it.
Yeah, Bub. I mean, in these bills that's supposed to expire tomorrow before the government shutdown, they've tacked on a whole boatloads more bullshit than they would ordinarily do. I mean, there's no other way to put. I mean, honestly, there's a bill in there to build a whole brand new football stadium in downtown DC when the NFL has netted more than $20 billion in profits themselves. Why does the NFL need our tax dollars to build a new stadium, for all the lobbyists?
Washington is a beautiful city with no crime,
great.
No litter, no problems.
Every time I go there, I have to go in full body armor.
That's right. I mean,
they don't have everything's perfect there. That's why they want to waste the money.
They have tacked on all of this extra
bullshit
more regularly.
How about their raises again? They took a raise during COVID. They take nothing but money.
Well, because
AOC
they're doing
is
such a
wonderful
fantastic
example.
job. They deserve it. They add
She's
so much
busted,
value.
now she's worth about $5 or $6 million. It's wonderful.
There's 1,500 pages to this that no congressman has bothered to read, and now they're holding them hostage so that they can't go home to be with their families for Christmas next week. This is incredible. I say, I mean, is it going to hurt temporarily? Sure. Shut it all down. Let it shut down. There's no parks. There's no Christmas tree lighting at the White House. Screw everybody. Let's get this in order. Let's bring the money back. Get it away from Ukraine. Get it away from everywhere else. Bring the money back here. Let's reassess and have Doge cut 50% of the pork spending that we have on all these bodies that are, that are these stupid contractors that are the jobs that are outsourced from the people that should be working for the federal government that don't know what the hell they're doing. So they outsource the job twice as much for the contract. And let's just cut it all. Let it burn down for a couple of months and reassess. That's the only way to start over, I would say, Bob, in 2025.
Well, wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice if they had to live on a budget like you and I have to live on? I mean, you can't go out and print money and spend more money than you have. If you do, you go to jail or bankruptcy court. So wouldn't it be nice if we had a system that they had to live on a real budget and quit paying off everybody? I mean, again, you don't think that there was money involved in illegal immigration? You don't think they were getting payoffs through there? I mean, again, I would like to be, if it was up to me, I'd like to be an island. Okay. We have enough in this country to separate ourselves from everybody and not have to be beholden to anybody. I'm sick of Ukraine. I'm sick of China. I'm sick of everything that goes on because we pay for it. Me, you, and everybody who works in this country has to pay for all this bullshit that is ridiculous, and I can't take it anymore. Fortunately, I'm old, but I'm more worried about my kids and grandchildren that could come in the future because they are turning the United States into a sewer, and I'm hoping that Donald Trump will be able to take care of that and at least go on the right way. The good thing we got with him now is that he's got no second term. There will be no campaigning halfway through. So
that's
we
true.
know he's got a lot of grudges. And I thought that he would go after a lot of people when in his second term last time, which he didn't get. So I'm hoping he goes after him. I'm hoping he takes care of the finances. And I'm hoping we get back to the country that I grew up in, because this is not what I grew up in for the last 67 years.
Manila, why don't we bring in Robbie with this question?
Producer Robbie. Let's add producer Robbie. He's got a question.
Morning, Mr. Bubba. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Hi, Robbie. How you doing?
Doing all right. I have a pretty basic question. First, I need to say I'm right there with you. Let's blow up the Federal Reserve. Let's shut down the federal government. Let's just gut it. Here's my question. A lot of people say that inflation is rising prices. I'm one of those nerds, though. I like to read dictionaries. And as far as I can tell, the definition of inflation is when you expand something, in this case, expanding the money supply. So my question is twofold. One, is that the accurate definition that inflation is the government creating more dollars, just destroying the purchasing value of the monies in existence? And if that's the case, how do you then get deflation? Me and Ted talked about this before. I'm a hick out in the middle of Montana. I'm working 2 jobs just to pay the rent. And so I could use me some deflation right now. He says it's a bad thing. I'm for bring it all in, burn this bastard all the way down. And where am I wrong on this? Is deflation bad for the working class?
The money supply is way oversupplied. I mean, that is, of course, why the markets continue to go up. Okay, you have too much money in the supply. Unfortunately, guys like you, guys like me, don't get the benefit from that overwhelming money supply. The very wealthy, let's say the top 10%, get the benefit from that. But I think deflation is never a good thing, nor is stagflation. What you really need to get, Robbie, is we need to get back into a real, true free market. I mean, look what's going on. You're from farm country in Montana. The farmers are getting crushed. Okay, the grain prices are ridiculously low prices, especially compared to what you pay for them at retail. Okay, so we're not getting the farmers are seeing deflation, the buyers are seeing inflation, and somebody's getting the money in the middle. Okay, and the farmers are getting screwed. And I would think that next year, when it comes back to planting season again, which will be February, March, April, you might have a lot of people that choose not to plant, and we could run into a shortage of food. But again, that's a story for another day. But at the end of the day, you've got too many hands in the pie that don't let the free market work, starting with the Federal Reserve, starting with the government. If you go back to the Constitution, government is supposed to be run city, county, state, And the federal government was never meant to be the largest employer in the world. It was meant to oversee everybody. But yet they're the largest employer in the world that piss away more money than anybody and keep adding to the money supply, not to mention letting the banks add to the supply because, fractional banking, the banks are allowed by law to lend out 10 to 1 for what they have on deposit. But they lend out more because when they borrow from the Federal Reserve, they turn that liability into an asset and then they lend out 10 times that, which is, again, adding to the money supply, adding to the printing of money, making your dollars worth less, making you have to work 2 jobs, and next year it might be 3 jobs if they keep going at this pace.
Oh, it sucks because I was talking to Ted Manila yesterday. I mean, there's a solid chance my family and I might end up having to move this year because if rent keeps going.
I think you have a real shot with the new administration. Listen, it's not going to change tomorrow. No
Sure,
matter what,
no
matter what I think, there's going to be some paying to pay over the next 6 months. No matter what, if he does everything right, the markets are going to collapse. Okay, because you're going to have to cut out all this crap. Okay, the markets will sell off hard, but at the end of the day, I think we come back stronger. And I am a fan of America, not the way it is now, but the way it was. And I think that we will get back to where we were, but it's going to take some hard line. And it's going to take some real punishment to, unfortunately, a lot of the United States people.
Bubba, when do you think was what would you say? What if you had to point to a year? There's one of my favorite punk bands, the Barracudas. They have a song called "I Wish It Was 1965 Again," and they're talking about music. What year do you wish it were again for the economy that you would say is the closest to a Bubba idyll?
I would like to see like 1981, 82, right after Carter. Right after he bombed out and he destroyed everything, that brought in great opportunity.
Unemployment was really high then, though.
What's that?
Unemployment was super high.
Right, but look what happened since then. And then, of course, we got to Reagan, and we got into a reasonable economy. Although Reagan did create a lot of debt, so let's not say that he didn't create a lot of debt. But again, we need to really get back to a real budget. But during the 80s, there was more of the free market capitalism system. That was the floors were still open. The floors died down in the mid 90s, but the free market system is what we're missing. And that's what's really destroyed, I think, our country is the lack of free trade. And I'm not talking free trade with Canada or Mexico. I'm talking about within this country where we don't have price fixing and you don't have a Federal Reserve, because gold should still be backing the dollar. And the perfect example of that is before Alan Greenspan became the Fed chair, he was against getting off the gold standard. Once he became the Fed chair and realized how much money he could print, he said, oh, no, we got to be off the gold standard. No gold anymore. And you got fiat currencies that are worthless. Okay, they're manipulated pieces of garbage that are nothing but worth the paper that they're printed on, which is why dissent, Trump's guy, likes gold and Bitcoin and things like that. I think that's what you're going to see. And I think there's a chance to get back to the gold standard, which would be better for everybody.
I just have one last question, and I'll go away and let you professionals talk. Mr. Bubba, what should the interest rate be to destroy the inflation that's in the system? Like if I was President West, and if Congress appointed you to head the Federal Reserve before we shut it down, what would you set the interest rate to get the dollar at least functional?
Well, I think the interest rate has to be determined. So this is the problem.
Okay,
they're charging whatever the Fed is charging now, but if you go out like to one of those peer-to-peer lenders like Prosper or Cabbage,
okay,
the people who borrow from them are paying 15%. Okay. I think the right interest rate is about 8% in this country. 6% is too low. A lot of young people, they never saw mortgage rates at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12%.
Right.
Okay. They never saw rates that were higher. They never saw a savings passbook. Now you can get CDs for 5 1/4. Until the last couple of years, you couldn't get a CD for 1%. So that's the problem.
This is a joke.
I miss passport savings. I think passport savings is a really strong inducement. You see your money grow. It's like psychologically, it makes you want to put more in.
Right. I agree.
No banks offered anymore. No one. When my kid was, I needed a bank account for him. I was looking around. It says, does anybody still do passport savings? There might be some bank somewhere in the middle of the country, but basically not in New York.
Right.
So, let me ask you this, Bubba, as we're a month out from Donald Trump coming into office, we just as we were bringing you on, we were talking about how Trump, who knows if he's joking, if he means it, if he wants to absorb Canada somehow, but he's picking. I know, but he's picking a fight.
Hold on, Louis.
Or-
Stop here in a minute. Sorry, guys.
Oh, one last thing.
Yeah.
He's picking a fight with basically the NAFTA crowd again. He's picking a fight with Canada and picking a fight with Mexico again. We thought we squared that away in his last term. Why is he revisiting this North American fight again?
Because Biden opened up all the shit again. Okay, we got all the crap going back again. I mean, look at what they did in destruction. Forget about who you like or didn't like. Just look what they did. They opened it up and they brought back the same can of crap that we had before. And I think that we got to finish building the wall. I think we got to do all that stuff and get this. And like I said, personally, I'd like to be an island. The United States of America, an island.
Is that going to affect?
Surrounded by four sides on water.
Well, maybe with rising oceans due to climate change, you'll get your
given
way.
our trade though with Mexico and Canada, if he picks another fight with them and revisits this whole NAFTA thing, isn't that going to drive inflation even higher or the cost of
it might initially, but I think what we're all missing the point is that if we put Americans back to work, they start making more money. The inflation is not a big deal. We got too many people not working.
That's fair. I mean, maybe some pain before we fix.
There's going to be some pain. You can bet on it. But I think the pain will be worth it.
I hope so. So last thing, you bullish or bearish in going into 2025?
I think the market's going to get hammered next year. I think you're seeing the change now. The semiconductors have reached a peak. They're starting to see some trouble. I think yesterday was just the start of what's to come.
Oh boy. All right. Some more pain is what you're saying.
But look at where we're at. You're up 35%. So you could have taken a little pain.
All right. Well, we'll be checking back with you in the first quarter after the inauguration. Thank you as always, Todd Bubba Horowitz. He's a market maker. He is
Happy holidays, guys.
CEO and founder
Thanks
of
for coming on.
BubbaTrading.com. Thank you so much, Bubba.
Appreciate you.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Thank you.
All right.
always a hoot.
I mean, I got to say, I mean, you know, I think I would be, you know, it would be unfair to our Democratic viewers to not point out the fact that maybe the markets don't like Trump. Maybe the markets are like, Trump's coming in, we're getting scared, we think he's going to fuck up the economy. I mean, I don't know.
No, I don't think I don't think that's what we saw. Like, I know the European markets were preparing for him earlier this year. Like the people I know in Germany,
Mm-hmm.
they were telling me that they were predicting a Trump win and that the markets were preparing for that, and that things were better in the European markets when they modeled it out with a Trump presidency.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, yeah,
I don't know.
No, I think nobody knows anything. All right, so let's bring this out
let's
here.
say goodbye.
Or arrivederci.
I got a
All right,
cough.
please subscribe while Manila coughs. Please subscribe if you're on Rumble or on YouTube. Either way, follow, subscribe, whatever it is. On Rumble, you can become a paid subscriber, which we greatly appreciate, $5 a month. That would help us immeasurably if you like what you see and find value in what we're doing. And even if you hate what you see and find no value in what we're doing, either way, please help us. We need the money. We're fully independent. We're relying on you completely. So you want the show to keep going and not just be like, oh yeah, there was this show I used to like, but it's gone now. I don't know why.
Or the show that you like to shit on. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
Me too.
Yeah, that's like sort of like that's like my love-hate relationship with like the New York Times. Anyway, thanks for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock Eastern time. Thanks to PutinBot Gaming for your support and for moderating the chat and for your question, and of course for filling in for Manila. Please go check out the gaming channel. Again, subscribe, share us on the X and on the Facebook and everywhere else. We ask you to please become a paid subscriber. We've done all that. Okay, now we've enough shilling. Thanks everybody. Oh, and by the way, you know, I'm going to show my book. This book came out a few years ago. It's an old book. No, the new book is called What's Left. Never mind the Democrats.
I didn't think it was out yet.
No, it's not out yet, but it's literally in layout phase right now. So, But this book, Political Suicide: The Fight for the Soul of the Democratic Party, is particularly germane if you're a liberal who's upset about the the big defeat, and like basically it'll show you this has happened before and will happen again. There's a structural problem inside the Democratic Party. It lays out the whole history and it details why it happens and what maybe you might be able to do about it. Burning it all down.
I'm in the burn it all down phase.
I'm not really against that. Okay, so thanks everyone. Bye Manila, bye Robbie. Thanks everyone.
Adios amigos. Thank
Mañana.
you.
See ya.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye. Morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Robbie. It is good to be here. I'm Ted Rall. That over there is Robbie West filling in for Manila Chan. In honor of Manila, who's not here today, happy Friday to everyone. Good to have you here. You are listening to the Ted Manila Information Show, TMI for short, where we always bring you way too much information. Today's Friday, December 20th. Tomorrow is the longest night and the shortest day of the year. I bet in Montana there, it's very, very impressively dark and cold.
Oh, yeah.
So
it's not cold today. It's only 32 right now.
Oh, yeah, that's even for New York, that would not be bad. It's going to be down in the teens here over the weekend, which it's nice to finally have some real cold weather. And FYI for everybody, we're going to be talking about the government shutdown fiasco, which this time I think is different. It's not the same as usual. This is about a civil war within the GOP. And we're going to be joined by editorial cartoonist of the Chicago Tribune, Scott Stantis, to talk about that. And we're going to get into that. Manila, in case you're wondering, she's still getting better. It's not like a health setback. She's just had some doctor's appointments that couldn't be rescheduled for later in the day. So she's got to go and make sure everything is recovering nicely for her. We're off Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week in preparation for Christmas. So, just bear in mind, we'll be back on Boxing Day, December 20th, Thursday, December 26th. All right, that's all the housekeeping. All right, the TMI show.
I've got some housekeeping real quick.
Please.
So, since we're going to be off, I'm going to be putting together kind of like what I did for Thanksgiving. I will be putting together a Christmas special. Now, it will be exclusive to YouTube. And the reason for that is that Rumble has a 15 gig limit on file sizes I can upload. YouTube doesn't care. So if you want an overdose of TMI, which who does not want an overdose of TMI, jump over to YouTube, click subscribe on the YouTube link, and you'll get notified. I'll air it as a premiere. I'm suspecting each the Christmas special will probably be about 14 hours in length. So that should be impressive for all of your TMI needs. We'll discuss bodily fluids, GOP civil wars, Luigi. We're going to cover it all. So, but just remember that will be on YouTube only because Rumble won't let me put something that big on their channel.
All right, good to know. Okay, so you are listening. The TMI show, of course, brings you everything from news to politics to lifestyle, culture, fad diets, what the kids are up to, what the tweens are up to. We never talk about the tweens, the taboo, the occult, anything and everything goes because we think you can never have too much info. If you want that straight-laced, button-down, stick-up-your-ass news program, this show is probably not for you. It's stuff you want to hear about, and maybe some stuff you never knew you needed to know. And hopefully we'll have a few laughs along the way. We're here live Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. That would be 9 a.m. Central Time, 8 o'clock Mountain Time over there in Montana. Please be sure to like and follow the show everywhere on your socials. Please share bits and pieces, share the link. Please, consider, if you aren't or haven't already done it, please chime in on the Rumble feed. You can talk to us, ask us questions. You can contact the show at tmishowquestion@yahoo.com. I've mistakenly said it as Gmail, but it's Yahoo, TMI show question, singular, at Yahoo. And you can ask us something that if you want us to play it on the air, that question, we will do that. It's just recorded as an audio clip, but you can contact us to yell at us or whatever you want to do. Today, as I said, we're going to be talking about the Civil War and the GOP, Elon Musk, and all this weird stuff that's going on. Right now, just imagine, if you can, invisible jaws, because Manila is the keeper of the jaws, and so I'm not allowed to use them by law. So now we're going to do some headline news. All right. America is just hours away from a holiday season government shutdown, courtesy of Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Everyone knew the president-elect and his new super disruptor friend were going to cause havoc in Washington, but nobody thought they'd manage it 1 month before the 47th president gets sworn in. Barring a pre-Christmas legislative miracle, the U.S. government will plunge into partial shutdown at midnight tonight, thanks to Elon Musk after he tanked a year-end spending deal and Trump doubled down with a demand for new debt spending authority that he never had a chance of getting through his own Republican caucus. House
Screw Trump.
Johnson put a desperate plan B on Thursday last night, only succeeded in coming up with a bill that sparked a revolt on the House floor against Trump. 38 Republicans and almost all Democrats voted against it. But just to be clear on what happened here, we'll get into that a little deeper. These are not 38 moderate Republicans who agree with Democrats. These are 38 hardcore to the right of Trump Republicans who are just holding the line against what Trump wanted to do, which was mainly get rid of the debt ceiling, which is something that was never going to fly with them. 2 days of chaos on Capitol Hill have upended what had appeared to be a calm transition between and an end to the 118th U.S. Congress. It was a Wednesday social media storm by Musk, who will co-chair DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, which is not really a department at all, and it's maybe not that efficient, as we're already telling, and the return of Trump's congressional wrecking ball that turned everything on its head. Truly, I don't know what's going on, says Susan Collins, senator from Maine, also a Republican, as she said at one point, as Johnson was frantically trying to push through his Plan B plan. Johnson had worked for weeks to try to keep the government open. That's now a strategy that threatens his wobbling speakership, since plenty of MAGA Republicans would be happy to see it go away, although that could inconvenience and economically harm many of their own working class voters. By last night, Johnson's authority was in complete tatters as furious Republicans turned on one another on the floor of the House of Representatives. Democrats suddenly emerged from their post-election funk to warn that the new power in the U.S. was not Donald Trump, but actually the world's richest man, who they called President Musk.
To me,
your people.
Well, hey, I'm right. Listen, I am with the Freedom Caucus on this. Like Matt Rosendale, congressman from Montana, God bless that man. I'd vote for him for president, like right now. I mean, how is it America first to create, at a minimum, $5 trillion of brand new inflationary spending? How does that help anyone? Except, well, let me rephrase. How does that help the working class? I know how it helps the rich people. They get the money first. Their assets get inflated. But how does that help the actual working class people who voted for Trump just 3 weeks ago? I mean, this is just a huge middle finger.
New spending can help. It's all about what the spending is about, right? I mean, new spending can obviously help the working class. You can have anti-poverty programs. You can have jobs. What I keep waiting for the government to do, jobs retraining programs to help people go back to school or get certificates to, if their line of work ceases to be viable, their career shouldn't be over. We should let them, pivot to something else and help them out. There's lots of things that there could be extended unemployment benefits and underemployment benefits, something that I would push through. A Republican budget is not likely to do much for the working class. I'm just saying a lot of government spending is not inherently anti-working class. Look at FDR. The New Deal was very pro-working class.
Well, here's the thing, though, right? I mean, doesn't all that inflation just further reduce the purchasing power of every dollar already in circulation?
Inflation does have the effect of, yes, inflation does that. Yeah. But there's a lot more. But, the thing is, if wages are increasing faster than the prices of
they're not
of goods and services, then you're fine, right? I mean,
but they're not, and that kind of goes back to our conversation on Monday about illegal immigration. I mean, this is all circular, right? I mean, the way that I see it, and we'll talk more about this with Mr. Scott when he comes in. Why can't we just have standalone spending bills? Why does everything have to be pushed into an omnibus? Why can't we just vote on each thing individually?
Well, we could, and that's more about the way it used to be done. The way but that's basically a way of forcing through things that would not otherwise get through, right? So I think the idea was that you'll have fewer arguments if you just load up. Basically, the idea is everybody gets to put in their own spending priorities or their own pork, if you want to look at it that way. Sure. And then because everybody gets to do that, all the wrongs cancel each other out. You all you vote one time, you debate it one time, and you pass it one time, as opposed to having 1,000 different bills. And you're like, Representative West's bill, where he wants to do this particular thing that, me and my friends don't like, we're going to argue against you. And then Representative Rall's bill, you do the same thing to me, and nothing gets done. So I think this is
I'm good with that, though. I mean, I am good with this. I hope the government shuts down. I hope it stays shut down for 6 months. Burn that bastard down. I'm up right there.
We will. You realize that would cause a lot of inconvenience, though. I mean, for example, veterans would not be getting their VA benefits and et cetera, et cetera. That's a lot of pain. Working class people.
100%. And then you know what you do? That's when you have to actually sit down and do this thing called negotiate and start seeing what things what government programs can we cut? What spending can we reduce? You just can't keep running up the credit card in perpetuity.
Well, the problem is nobody can agree on what to reduce. I mean, like whenever
turn it all off.
Republicans always want to cut like the arts and education, but they always want to boost defense spending. Sure. So I mean, it's kind of like and they don't even want to look at defense spending. I mean, actually, Democrats aren't very good on this either.
Oh, right there with you. Hey, I mean, listen, you know what my standard is. Get rid of NATO, close off our foreign military bases, bring our military down to 200,000 man standing army, put on the Mexican border, bam, you're done.
Don't forget the Canadian border. But I'm pretty much with you on that. You'll like my new book, What's Left, which is basically calling to redirect 97. So this is the short version. Brazil. So our defense budget is $916 billion a year. Yeah. Brazil has about the same borders as we do. In many ways, they're harder because they have border disputes with some of their neighboring countries that they don't get along with. They have like very remote borders. We only have 2 countries, both of whom are vassal states of the United States, Canada and Mexico. They're our dogs. They do what we say. So we have no danger. And then we have 2 big oceans on the other side. Brazil's borders are far more dangerous. They protect themselves. Their entire military budget is $20 billion a year. I don't see why we can't spend exactly that. That's 2.5% of ours.
Right there with you.
Okay. All right. Well, let's keep going here. Okay. Alicia Ortiz, I'm fascinated by this story. I'm curious what you're going to have to say about it. She was a high school sophomore when she got her first A on an assignment, a story that she submitted for English class. Before, I would just trace an A and pretend like someone gave this grade to me, she told the Washington Post. Ortiz, 19 years old, did not write or type her story. She spoke it to her computer and used speech-to-text software to transcribe it, like she did with all of her homework at Hartford Public High School in Connecticut. Despite this, Ortiz alleges in a lawsuit that she was never provided any therapy or special education support in elementary and middle school. She exhibited behavioral issues. She was frequently kept in the principal's office instead of going to class. She was ignored by administrators when she asked for more support. And guess what? She graduated with honors last spring, and she's illiterate. I begged people to support me, she said. They told me no. I wanted to know what was going on with my brain. They told me it was too late. Ortiz now studies at UConn, the University of Connecticut, but she's still digging out of the hole she was buried in by over a decade of negligence from one of the state's largest school districts. According to her lawsuit, she's suing the school district for graduating her with honors, even though she's illiterate. Ortiz's experience, previously reported by the Connecticut Mirror, shocked state lawmakers and prompted scrutiny of what some teachers call an overstretched school system in financial crisis. Full disclosure, I actually know someone who teaches in that school district, and she totally verifies that that's how this goes here. I don't think it's unique to Hartford. Anyway, the lawsuit's not seeking big bucks. It's seeking $15,000 in damages and names the city of Hartford, the Hartford Board of Ed, and the Hartford Public Schools teacher Tilda Santiago as defendants. Santiago didn't have any comment about this. The Hartford Education Board chair, Jennifer Hockenhull, said, and the city's top attorney, Hartford Corporation Counsel Jonathan Harding, also refused to comment. Superintendent Leslie Torres Rodriguez didn't respond to any requests for comment, but said at an October Education Board meeting that she was deeply concerned by Ortiz's allegations and was looking into the whole thing. Ortiz was 5 years old when she moved to Connecticut from Puerto Rico, seeking better services for students with disabilities. Puerto Rico, she was diagnosed with ADHD, oppositional defiance disorder, and a speech impediment. A teacher in Hartford said that she struggled with letter, sound, and number recognition. Despite all this, she says that she was never provided any therapy or special ed. She had behavioral issues, and she was just spent all that time at the principal's office. While she was in class, teachers made her trace letters on worksheets, and they basically did not involve her in class. The assignments were either me sweeping the floors, or they sent me around the classroom cleaning, clearing, organizing books to distract myself. School records document all these problems in her education. In the 6th grade, she was reading and studying at a kindergarten level, and she was at a high risk for depression, according to her lawsuit. Still, the schools did not change her academic programming or do anything about her disabilities. In junior year of high school, she was bullied and harassed by Tilda Santiago, she says, the special ed case manager assigned to her. Ortiz says she was not held back at any point throughout middle school, despite not being given any grades for her assignments. Basically, they just shuffled her along. Intent to graduate and attend college, she could only try to make up the difference herself at home. She tried to teach herself to read by doing karaoke and memorizing the letters that appeared with each song. She struggled through high school by recording each class to listen back to teachers and transcribing her assignments with dictation software. I find this absolutely heartbreaking. I mean, this is like, this is an American citizen. This is a person who is entitled under federal law to a public education, and they just didn't give a shit. And she was trying to better herself, and she still is. And she's obviously just trying to make a point here. $15,000 is a token sum in a lawsuit, but she's trying to get attention for a widespread problem that is afflicting, I would probably guess, many hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of American public school students. I mean, what do we do here?
I don't know, because the first question I have is where were her parents? Well, because that's one of the things. For example, my daughter, she struggles some with math. She just, if you write down numbers on a piece of paper, it doesn't really sink in, like what the number 2 means. It doesn't really click.
Mm-hmm.
So the way that we kind of got over that with her was by playing Monopoly with her, and so that way she's actually able to put a physical item and correlate that in her mind with what that number means on a piece of paper. So that's question number 1. Where are the parents?
Parents do have to help. I mean, it's funny. I mean, I ended up being very, very good at math and I went to, an Ivy League engineering school, with those skills. But, when they were teaching fractions in elementary school, I didn't really get it. And I remember it was really great. My mom baked a pie and cut it into pieces to explain fractions to me. And not to mention it was a good pie. So it was
the way we taught my daughter fractions is that we went to a local ranch outside of town, and she worked with the farmer for like a week, because you're dealing with bushels and things. You're dealing with fractions, with fractions.
Yeah.
And so it was a hands-on thing where she was able in her mind to understand, okay, so this is what a quarter is. I understand now. And I just think it just goes to show that the state is a terrible parent. You gotta have parents.
Look, I mean, it's true, and I don't know what the story is. I don't know. I would just be speculating about these parents. I mean, whether they didn't have great language skills, or whether they were both working, or maybe they're just crappy parents. I just don't know. But certainly, I'm gonna say it's nice that, like, my mom, you guys do that with your kid, and my mom was great. She practiced I remember her, like, helping me memorize my multiplication tables and all that. But, I mean, it's still the job of the school. And what she's describing is, a system that has completely stopped trying.
Yeah. I could not agree with you more. That's one of the things I'm so thankful about living in a small town. People crap over small towns all the time, but they do have some benefits, especially if you have a place that has a real functioning economy. Everyone kind of knows each other, and it gives you a chance just to be able to expand that horizon and actually put a real world application into something that can be really abstract for a lot of people.
Let's move on. Speaking of education, 17 elite private colleges and universities allegedly discriminated in favor of super rich students for years. Shocking. According to recent filings from a lawsuit, this one's asking for a little more, $685 million. This motion is the latest development in a legal battle that first started 2 years ago. Former students allege that the 17 colleges, and these are very prestigious, including Penn, MIT, and Notre Dame, violated antitrust law by favoring wealthy students, despite claiming to have need-blind admissions. Need-blind admissions means they look at your grades and your recommendations and your extracurriculars, but they don't consider when they're deciding whether or not to let you in how much financial aid you might have to get. At Penn, for example, some high school students were flagged as bona fide special interests and would get in almost 100% of the time. Sarah Herbison, Penn's former associate dean of admissions, testified in her deposition. She added that the admissions team could rarely reject these students, even if the student was incredibly weak, even if the student had a major issue in the application. Penn disputes these allegations in a statement to the New York Times. They say the lawsuit was intended to embarrass the university about its purported admission practices on issues totally unrelated to this case. The plaintiffs argue that by giving wealthy students special preference, the universities were violating a now defunct provision that allowed them to collaborate with one another by sharing financial aid formulas. The students' lawyer, Robert Gilbert of Gilbert Litigators and Counselors, alleges that the plaintiffs have very substantial evidence supporting our claim that the defendants colluded with one another for 20 years on financial aid, and that the illegal collusion resulted in the defendants providing far less aid to students than would have been provided in a free market. Of the 17 universities named in the lawsuit, 12 have already settled with the students, according to the Wall Street Journal. The 5 remaining are Cornell, Georgetown, MIT, Notre Dame, and Penn. Full disclosure, I used to work at the Columbia Office of Financial Aid. And certainly we weren't, this was a long time ago, it was before 20 years ago, and we didn't collude with any other universities at all.
That's when you met Rotunda, wasn't it?
With them. That's when I met Rotunda. That's right. But we didn't collude, but there were some pretty foul practices that turned me against affirmative action. There was a very wealthy, let's just say, a daughter of a very wealthy Black female TV personality who applied, and we gave her a full free tuition ride, I guess because they thought that she needed, that they wanted that name, they wanted that famous name, among their students, and they were hoping, obviously, that the mom, who was very wealthy, might be grateful enough to, make a donation as a wealthy alum later on that would more than pay for this. And literally at the very same time that we were doing this, and I was like really choking on my own vomit, when they did this, we literally rejected an actual coal miner's daughter in West Virginia, who had straight A's, impeccable extracurriculars, was a star athlete. We had to turn her down because we were giving the money to this rich kid. These colleges definitely do that, and need blind admissions. It's kind of a fraud.
Yeah, I grew up just dirt floor poor, as they say back in the South, and there are a couple of times where I applied to different things, and for vocational school, I never went to college, but I applied for some vocational schools for computer programming, that kind of thing. And true story, I went in this place called Georgetown and applied, went in, aced the test. The dean called me back, he had tears in his eyes, and he says, Robbie, you passed. I would love to bring you in, but I can't because you're a white male. But he was honest enough to at least to tell me. He's like, I would do everything I could. And then he was nice enough. He put me up with a couple of teachers who that I worked with on their own time. So that was a blessing. But in this world, though, if you don't have that piece of paper with some letters to say that, yes, you know what you know, doesn't really matter a whole lot because you can't get inside the door. Yeah, no, the entire system sucks.
It sucks. There's just no question about it. All right, so let's keep moving on here. Okay, what do we got here? I hate my small little computer here. At the time, the yacht's capture, this is a great story, was touted as a major prize in President Biden's economic war against Putin's invasion of Ukraine. The U.S. said that this big yacht was owned by Russian gold magnate Solomon Karimov, who was sanctioned since 2018 as part of a broader U.S. sanctions campaign against people who are friends of Vladimir Putin, and pushed for its quick sale. The proceeds were supposed to be transferred to Ukraine for its defense, but the yacht named the Amadea has so far produced no funds for Ukraine, and its capture came with a surprising drawback: tens of millions of dollars in maintenance costs. And who's paying for it? Guess. Who do you think is paying for it?
I want to assume the taxpayer is.
Bing. Just so. Until now, those costs have largely been hidden from public view. But new records obtained by the Washington Post, coupled with federal court filings, show that the U.S. has spent $30 million to maintain the Amadea since it was seized, a figure that the DOJ has confirmed. The counterintuitive outcome underscores the shortcomings of sanctions. The effort has yielded just $6 million in aid to Ukraine so far, a tiny share of what the U.S. has sent its ally, a sum that now exceeds $170 billion. Again, $6 million out of $170 billion. U.S. officials have seized roughly $650 million in Kremlin oligarch assets, according to the DOJ, but a majority of that stems from the Amadea and the Tango, another Russian-owned super yacht that U.S. taxpayers are currently paying to maintain. The government hasn't been able to sell that one either, and this story just gets better. As the war began, no item appeared to better epitomize the extravagance of Putin's allies than those super yachts. Floating resort hotels that include, in the case of the Amadea, a grand piano, mosaic pool, silk carpets, wine cellar, and an outdoor cinema. Shortly after the invasion, Biden said that the U.S. would lead an international effort to take Russian assets, liquidate them, and use the proceeds to give to the Ukrainians. The U.S. government is putting more sanctions on foreign governments, companies, and people than ever before, but these powerful tools of economic warfare apparently have some unintended consequences, hurting civilian populations, and it turns out costing a lot of money. Under federal law, U.S. authorities can't take ownership of the Amadea or any other big-ticket item seized by sanctioned Russian oligarchs unless a court says that the assets were actually used as part of a federal crime. Adjudicating that question can take years and is hard to prove. Until litigation is resolved, taxpayers are legally required to pay for the ship's upkeep. Federal law specifies that the government can't liquidate the assets, any assets worth more than $500,000, until a judge gives it permission to do so. If federal prosecutors lose in court, taxpayers will have shouldered the cost of the Amadea's maintenance without any compensation, and in the end, the government will probably just be forced to give it back. So, hilarious.
Yeah, that's just funny. Now, I would like to get at least some kind of return on the investment since we're in the hole for this. I'm going to assume that you and me will not be given a ticket to be able to go sail on this shot. So if we can't do that, can we at least
sail with me?
Yeah, I mean, can we at least then use it kind of like as a floating homeless shelter for homeless American veterans?
I like that idea. Yeah,
or can we do something with
just random people? Yeah, or
I mean, we're paying for it.
There could be a national lottery, right? We all apply through a website, AmadeaLottery.com, and like if you get it, like hey, I want to take the Amadea out for the day. You know, just I don't even know where it's being kept. I'm imagining probably like in Miami or someplace like that, but who knows?
Who knows?
All right, and finally, sloths or sloths. I think these are sloths. We're not always slow-moving, furry tree dwellers. Did you know that sloths are so slow that moss grows on like one side of them?
I did not know that.
It's a true thing. Anyway, their prehistoric ancestors were enormous. They weighed up to 4 tons, and when startled, They brandished immense claws. They have a skeleton of one at the Natural History Museum here in New York. So when you come and hang out here, I'll take you. It's really cool. Anyway,
Sounds good.
For a long time, scientists thought that the first humans to come to the Americas soon killed off these giant ground sloths through hunting, along with many other massive animals like mastodons, saber-toothed tigers, and dire wolves that once roamed North and South America. But new research is starting to suggest that people actually came to the Americas a lot earlier than we previously thought. A lot earlier. These findings hint at a remarkably different life for early Americans, one in which they may have spent many millennia sharing prehistoric savannas and wetlands, living at the same time side by side with these enormous animals. There was this idea that humans arrived and killed off everything very quickly. That's called the Pleistocene overkill, says Daniel Odess, archaeologist at White Sands National Park in New Mexico. But new discoveries suggest that actually humans were existing alongside these animals for at least 10,000 years without causing them to go extinct. Some of the most tantalizing clues are coming from an archaeological site in central Brazil called Santa Helena, where bones of giant ground sloths show signs of having been manipulated by humans. Sloths like these once lived from Alaska to Argentina, and some species had bony structures on their backs called osteoderms, a bit like the plates of modern armadillos, that may have been used to make decorations. In a lab at the University of Sao Paulo, researcher Miriam Pacheco showed in her palm a round penny-sized sloth fossil. She noted that its surface is surprisingly smooth. The edges seem to have been deliberately polished, and there's a tiny hole near one edge. We believe it was intentionally altered and used by ancient people as jewelry or adornment, she said. 3 similar pendant fossils are visibly different from unworked osteoderms on a table. Those are rough surfaced and without any holes. These artifacts from Santa Helena are 27,000 years old. That's more than 10,000 years before scientists thought that any human being ever stepped foot in North, Central, or South America.
That's almost as old as Nancy Pelosi.
or Biden or Trump. Pacheco was taught in high school the theory that most archaeologists had held throughout the 20th century. What I learned in school was that Clovis was first, she said. Now, Clovis is my cat, but Clovis is also a site in New Mexico where archaeologists in the 1920s and 1930s found distinctive projectile points and other artifacts dated between 11 and 13,000 years ago. It's called the Clovis culture because of where it was found, not because it was actually called that. This date happens to coincide with the end of the last ice age, a time when an ice-free corridor probably emerged in North America, giving rise to an idea of how early humans moved into the continent after crossing the Bering Land Bridge from Alaska. And because the fossil record shows the widespread decline of American megafauna starting around the same time, with North America losing 70% of its big mammals, South America losing more than 80%, many researchers surmised that human survival led to mass extinctions. So, in other words, human arrival did result in mass extinctions, but it took a while. People were living side by side with these like saber-toothed tigers and all this stuff, for a while before we killed them all off.
Well, I just wonder because, like, for example, when Columbus came over, most of the Indians here didn't have the wheel, didn't have horses, so transportation was kind of hard. I wonder how much the extinctions were impacted by humans versus a change in the climate. Because if you don't have as much rain, it's going to be warmer. You start getting swamps in the south, that kind of thing. You lose the savannas. I'm not sure how much.
But also human beings affected the climate too. I mean, it's now understood that like early Native Americans, 20 and 15 and 10,000 years ago, they clear-cutted forests, they burned things, so they impacted the climate as well.
Oh, sure. I'm don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that humans didn't contribute. I just wonder, like on the grand scale of things, how much was it a changing planet versus a dude with a spear and a travois being pulled by dogs?
Right. Well, no. I mean, that's the thing is we just don't know. That is a long time ago, right? I mean, 27,000 years. It's almost incomprehensible. All right, so let's bring in our guest joining us for the rest of the show. is my friend Scott Stantis. He's the cartoonist for the Chicago Tribune, creator of the comic strip Prickly City, and a contributor to Center Clip. He's the winner of the Sigma Delta Chi Journalism Award and the co-host of the DMZ America podcast with yours truly, Ted Rall. Yesterday and this morning, depending on which feed you're looking at. The latest DMZ America podcast just went up, and I'll bring in our topic. Scott, Trump 2.0 is still a month away, and he's causing chaos in Washington already. After negotiating a budget deal with the Democrats, Doge Master Elon Musk, either acting alone or with Donald Trump's backing, Spaz tweeted the deal away, spooking frightened House Republicans into reneging. Then, with Speaker Mike Johnson's head on the chopping block, Republicans attempted to cut a new deal, but then the Democrats refused to renegotiate. In the end, deficit hawk Republicans voted with Democrats to turn down the Trump deal because it would have abolished the debt limit for at least 2 years. Another government shutdown looms, probably will happen, mainly because there are two Republican parties, or there's a schism in the Republican Party. Do you agree with that overview?
Yes and no. I mean, this is Donald Trump coming in. I mean, he's a deal maker. This is a guy coming in showing that he's the big swinging, Johnson in the room, and that he's large and in charge. He killed this deal. But if you look at the details of the deal, it sucked. I mean, really. I mean, other than just kicking the debt can down the road, as it was wont to do, it also, I mean, among other things, the sides that are bemoaning the end of this deal are saying it was a deal, it was a bipartisan compromise, and all this. It included things like pay increases for Congress, which they say we haven't had a pay increase in 10 years. Well, welcome to the minimum wage, guys.
I haven't gotten a raise in, I don't even know.
I haven't either, and neither has most of America, at least in real terms. They make $180 now base salary. That's not including additional funds being paid to these guys for additional responsibilities, which they all crave, the chairmanship of this committee or that committee. Anyway, it was.
Wait, they get paid more if they're like a committee chairman or something?
Sure. Yeah. Well, that's.
I didn't know that.
That's actually something like
run for Congress.
Well, I've told you that, Rall, for Congress now more than before.
Which wasn't much.
I think y'all should both run for president. Just saying.
Ted had a great idea, and he didn't do it because, he's Ted. But he was talking about running for president 4 years ago. And I thought just going up to New Hampshire, find enough followers to help pay for the fees, and go up there and see what happens and run as the bat crap crazy socialist that he is, right, and see how that would play. Now because Ted has a theory. Ted has a lot of theories, but Ted's theory is that America's socialist, and that a socialist running would do quite well. Now,
no, my theory is based on the Gallup poll, which currently shows that 38% of Americans favor socialism over capitalism. Now, my theory further would say that most of those people are probably Democrats, not Republicans.
Oh, I would. Yeah, you're.
And if you go look further, it does seem 54% of Democratic voters are self-described socialists. So my theory is, you give the people what they want, as the Kinks used to sing, and you might just get something. The only thing I don't like is that New Hampshire is a conservative state, so that's a problem.
It is, but you have Democrats voting in that state and voting in.
Sure.
I'm not sure what they're open, but I thought that would have been a wonderful experiment. It would have been a lot of fun to do. I was all in. I came up with a graphic that was snappy.
That's true.
And
there's always next time.
If you come here to Montana, like the very first woman ever elected to Congress was from Montana, and she was a socialist. So Montana has a very strong libertarian, screw the DC bend. So come out here. It's a little bit
Robbie, did you see the article in today's New York Times about how America's fairly libertarian, but that's not such a good thing?
Yeah,
I'm not kidding. It's like,
I did not see that.
I'm not. We can curse on this, right? We can.
Fuck yeah!
Because I'm reading this article. I'm literally going, "Fuck you, New York Times." I'm literally saying this.
Well, what about we could also say "fuck you, Wall Street Journal"? We should talk about that too. About the
oh my god! I called Ted in this kind of state. Ted, take it, because I'm just going to look ridiculous.
Well, so basically, the article said, basically was like breathlessly saying, by the way, it turns out from White House insiders that Joe Biden really has never been all there, and we've been faking it all along, and he's cognitively impaired, and we've had to lie to the American people and to members of Congress and foreign dignitaries repeatedly about it, and we've basically just been faking it, and it's been Weekend at Bernie's the entire time. And take it away, Scott.
No, it was infuriating because Ted and I had been saying that since the campaign. The fact, and my point was, we never saw the guy. We never saw Joe Biden on the campaign trail. He wasn't, you can say what you will about Donald Trump, but he has energy and had 2-3 rallies a day. Mm-hmm. Biden in 2020 had the cover of COVID, so he couldn't go out. So he did his basement campaign, and for the mainstream press now to come out and report the stuff that Ted and I had been saying since 2019, that Joe Biden wasn't there. We know what we know. We saw what we saw, and we heard what we heard. And Robbie, I cannot begin to tell you the raft of crap that Ted and I had to take from our Democratic friends. How dare you? He's the best president we've ever had. And I'm not making this up. Ted, back me up. People were telling us that.
I'm getting it right now from the MAGA types. Back in 2016, I was one of the biggest Trump supporters. All right. I donated to his campaign. I was on the phones. I was actively campaigning for the guy because I wanted somebody who said, DC sucks. I want to burn it down. And then Trump gets in, and then he immediately does what he's doing right now. Instead of draining the swamp, he deepens it, goes after civil liberties. You take the guns first, do due process second. Huge supporter of red flag laws. The bastard bankrupts casinos now, and I see why, because he has no idea how to balance a freaking checkbook. And now, if you point that out, people just start saying, "Oh, Robbie, that means you want a Democrat in." It's like, we have one. Look at the damn spending bill. He's pushing the freaking omnibus that is going to create at a minimum $5 trillion of new inflation that my kids are going to pay for. My grandkids, who I don't even have yet, they're screwed. And you have all these damn boomers wanting to mortgage the future right now for their freaking empire, just for the sake of because it's President Trump. Screw that. Screw you. That's my take.
Well, let's talk about what's going on in Washington. I mean, I think we've seen these shutdown dramas so many times that frankly I think it's the most boring story in the world. I kind of hate covering it, but I think this time we can't avoid it because this time's serious. And I mean, we have the transition was proceeding relatively smoothly until the last couple of days, and basically I'm not a Republican. From the outside, this looks like an old-fashioned party schism between the sort of America First, Pat Buchanan, MAGA, Trump wing, and the old-fashioned, hardcore right-wing deficit hawks, but with a twist, right? Which is that a lot of the MAGA people are, basically have carved off a sort of a 2.5, like a 2.5 kind of faction where they're part of the Pat Buchanan America First thing, but they are deficit hawks also, first and foremost, those 35 to 38 House members who split off to vote for the Democrats. So basically it's a big tent that seemed not fractious. Now it's fractious. Are Republicans, I'm not sure about this because it's like, normally I'm pretty sure about my analyses, but I'm not sure about this. I mean, am I right here?
I think it's populist versus establishment. I mean, really, I don't think that, that's how I see it.
An establishment in my mind is not a dirty word. And I recognize that to a lot of people it is, because establishment gets things done. That's how, that's how the trains run. That's how that's how the heat, starts up every morning. But by turns, they've done nothing to show that they are fiscal conservatives. I mean, this is where Robbie and I are absolutely on the same page. Neither side has shown any proclivity towards wanting fiscal responsibility and looking at the budget and recognizing that schmucks like the three of us here and the people watching right now are paying this bill and going down. I mean, we're talking about a $30 trillion deficit now. I mean, that's mind-boggling. It's beyond mind-boggling. It's beyond human comprehension. Maybe that's why they can keep doing it, because it's so huge, so massive, so beyond what we could tangibly think, that, tangentially think rather, that that so this is a fight in the Republican Party-ish. It's between, like you said, it's between the establishment or just the people who want the government to run. But they want things, they want to go along, get along, to go along, to get along, to just get things moving the way they are. So Nancy Pelosi's can make her, and the others can make their stock trades and build their portfolios, make a gazillion dollars, and, give the rest of us the finger. That's what we're looking at here. Is this a fatal break in the Republican Party, or the death throes of what has been painted as rhinos? I don't see that. I mean, I think there are people in Congress who take the job seriously and want to do the job seriously. And then there are flamethrowers, bomb throwers, and that's where the battle is right now. And Donald Trump, like I said, he stepped in because he wanted to say, I matter. Now, the other question, we touched on this, Ted, is where's Joe Biden? Wasn't he president of the United States?
Not according to the Wall Street Journal.
Well, this comes into that story. He should be stepping up and saying, wait a minute, this guy, I have never seen a president-elect act like this before. The closest historical context would be FDR coming in 1933, following Herbert Hoover. We're deep into the Great Depression. Unemployment is 25% or more. The economy's in a spiral, housing costs, everything is just down the crapper. He comes in with his platform. He came in and wrote it and publicized it and promoted it, the first 100 days agenda. Ted can probably help me with more of the specifics, but things like Social Security came later, but relief for farmers, relief for workers, increasing unemployment,
Civilian Conservation Corps.
Yeah, just dumping a lot of money into the economy, which, but that's the last time I can think of. And we're not in an emergency at the moment, although the stock market would differ. 10 straight days of losses, which hasn't happened since the early 1970s.
Yeah, that's good for me, though, because I'm buying dividend stocks, so please keep going down.
Are you really? Smart man.
Yeah.
Wow. You Montana boys.
They don't get eaten by bears.
No, we talk slow, but think fast. That helps.
That's brilliant. Anyway, I'm kind of babbling on a little bit, other than to say, we're entering historic waters that we've never entered before. We're having a president-elect dictate policy, which has never happened in my lifetime. And that's what we're looking at here, Ted. More than anything else, we're looking at Trump cleaning house, getting rid of the remnants of any kind of opposition, and certainly within his party.
Well, but the thing is, he can't purge members, although he did threaten, right, to primary anybody.
Well, Elon Musk did. Yeah.
Yeah. So is Elon Musk rogue, or is he speaking for Trump in this whole thing?
I mean, who knows? I think they are on the same page at the moment. I mean, we all know that that's going to come into a screeching halt, but at the moment,
it will.
They speak with one voice. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene last night says that she would support Elon Musk for Speaker of the House,
which would be allowed.
Of course it is. You and I could be Speaker. Robbie would be a good Speaker. Actually, he'd be,
or Clovis.
Well, I have a question, because Speaker of the House is third in line to the president. So can a non-foreign-born person be Speaker?
They talk about that because they're talking about having Doge be elevated to a cabinet position, which would mean that the cabinet officers are in line for the presidency. It would leapfrog Elon Musk. You have to be a native-born American. So let's assume something terrible happens to President Trump and Vice President Vance, leaving Speaker Musk. How weird is this? Oh my God.
You skip over to the Secretary of State, right? At that point?
No. Then it goes to the President Pro Tem of the Senate.
Okay.
Then it goes to the cabinet.
And then the Secretary of State is first, right?
Yes.
Followed by Treasury, I believe. It's in the order of it's in the order of the creation of the cabinet department.
Oh, is that it? Okay.
That's how it is. Yeah. So I mean, whatever the most, I guess that would be, what was the most recent one? Probably Homeland Security, right?
Yeah.
Is the last one.
Yeah, that was. So poor.
Yeah, I think that what I'm hoping for is that we're seeing right now with Republican Party, and even to a smaller degree with the Democrats, is the birth of an actual new third party. Because what Mr. Scott was saying is that establishment's not necessarily a bad thing. They make things work. Mm-hmm. Well, normally that's a good thing. But if the things that are actually working are the things that are screwing over the vast majority of the people, then the default position is I don't want anything to work. That's where I am. When people are able to, like me and Adrian just talking on the Rumble chat, if I'm able to go out and buy bacon and I can afford my rent and I only work 2 jobs instead of 3, yeah, go ahead and get your million. Go ahead and get your stock options. Go ahead and indulge yourself in your corruption. It's fine, whatever. It sucks, but it is what it is. But whenever you can't buy eggs or bacon and you're being priced out of your rental because rent prices keep going up, at that point, you don't want the system to work anymore. You want it to stop. And so I think that's probably where we are now.
That's brilliant. No, that's absolutely. I mean, that's Ted and I talk about when will revolution happen, and you're absolutely talking about that's when it comes up. That's when people feel hopeless.
Yeah,
you're right about rent. You're right about housing costs.
I'm living it right now.
What's that?
I'm living it right now. I work 3 jobs. My full-time job, every dime of it just goes to pay the rent. That's before anything else. Wow. And so, I mean, it's wild. So I'm like doing a 70-hour work week. And I would love to actually be able to stay at home, spend time with my kids, do things I want to do, work on my gaming channel. But I just don't have the time because I'm paying someone else because I can't afford to live here. And the problem that I have is that you're going to have a lot of people who, when they feel that it's hopeless and the system is rigged against them, I'm afraid they're not going to feel hopeless anymore. I think they're going to start getting pissed off, and you're going to start seeing more Luigis. And I'm really worried is that we just start seeing tens of thousands of Luigis in a very well-populated and a very well-armed society. That's what I'm concerned about. And I don't understand why these douchebags in D.C. don't get that.
Because they're insular, they don't have to, and they're making money and they're living comfortable lives. Well, look at Russia. Before the revolution. The czar was like, things are good. Things are okay. I don't know what they're complaining about. I have food. I show up in my dining room and there's food. What's the big deal? God, Robbie, he's way smarter than we are, Ted.
It's a low bar.
I would not go that far at all.
No, you are absolutely correct. And people are feeling, when there's this question, especially from our, Chardonnay swilling, limousine liberal friends, how could people have supported Donald Trump? Oh my goodness. Well, because their lives aren't great.
No,
they're struggling. And so when you had a candidate in Kamala Harris, the next governor of California, come forward and say things like, well, statistically, things aren't as bad as you think they are. Well,
the hell they ain't.
Yeah, fuck you. Of course. Yeah, I'm struggling. I'm lucky. I'm at the, end game, frankly. Stuff is paid for. But I'm looking at my kids and I'm looking at my friends' grandkids who are now dealing with rent when housing is now 60% of income. And you drop $100 at the grocery store and you walk out with one bag.
Yeah.
I always mention, I went out to dinner with some friends last night. Janine and I, no alcohol. I did have Coke Zero, and we had two.
That's
rolls.
where cancer lives, is in.
I know. Well, you got to die from something. It might as well be delicious.
Coke Zero tastes weird.
I choose
Anyway.
bacon. That's my answer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go. I mean, you choose something. You choose Clovis. Clovis is his choice is rodents.
That's right. And rodents are a time-honored classic.
But what I'm saying is we're faced with now, and I think, are we on the precipice of revolution? If you look at how Marx, Lenin, all of them delineated when that happens, and Ted reminds me of this a lot, it's not when things are at their absolute worst. It's when they're starting to get better. And
yes. And also when you have a very weak and sometimes and usually a liberal reformist as the ruler. I mean,
well,
Louis
we had that for 4
was
years,
actually
sort of.
was a liberal weak reformer. The French Revolution would never have occurred under Louis XIV. He would have sent the troops out to kill all the revolutionaries. It's like Tsar Nicholas II, who you referred to, who was dumb as a bag of hammers. He was also not really a reformer, but he was weak, and he just sort of and he had a weak personality.
Did you ever see the picture of all the kings of Europe got together, and they all look exactly the same?
Oh yeah, they're all inbred.
It's bizarre. It's like, oh, that explains the part of the royalty. Go on. I'm sorry, Ted.
Yeah, no. I mean, so anyway, I guess, and I think also, there's kind of like different metrics for assessing like how people are feeling about a society. I mean, there's the whole question of, are you worse off than you were? There's kind of like the objective standard. Are we all like poor as shit? Like we're living in Mali and there's no natural resources and objectively everything sucks hard? Or are you in the United States where that's not the case, but you can feel the downward trajectory, and that's got people upset, particularly young people who, normally would have their whole lives to look forward to and would hope to live better off than their parents, but are not. They don't feel that way. And then there's the question of, Scott, you alluded to this. Is it possible that you can get any kind of help through the existing system? I mean, what suggests to me that Americans are not yet ready for revolution is the fact that they vote. They vote in very high numbers. If they weren't turning up to the polls, it would indicate to me that people were done and through with it. On the other hand, I agree with Robbie in that I don't know if we're going to have thousands of Luigi Mangionis, but we may have dozens. And that would be, you can see the system is absolutely terrified of a Luigi Mangione, right? I mean, when he would, I don't know if you saw the imagery of him being extradited and arriving here in New York City. He was being guarded like by giant soldiers with AR-15s. He's in shackles. There's like 50 of them. I mean, it's like, I don't know what they thought he was going to do. Like suddenly spring into like, T-Rex mode or something. He's a guy. Okay. He's not going anywhere. You could have just had one marshal grab him and walk with him.
Do you know what I think that is? I think that they're afraid that the people in New York, at least a certain segment of the population, might try to free them.
Well,
not just that. I also think there's, to Robbie's point, I think they're sending a message, Ted. They're sending a message saying that, this guy had the temerity to stand up against the system. This is what happens to people like him.
Right, which is also why they've overcharged him with, for example, terrorism. And also they've larded on these crazy federal charges on top of the state charges. I mean, the guy's facing life in prison without possibility of parole, but that's not enough for the system. They want to execute him too. They want to charge him. They want to give him the death penalty in federal prison. They're insane. They've just, and there's like, that's the message. Like, and I think it's going to be counterproductive. I think what it does to me is it raises his profile. It makes it clear what he's up against. If anything, it just makes them look worse. The system is what Luigi Mangione says it is.
I think I see kind of a correlation between Luigi and Timothy McVeigh, because they both went after a symbol of a system that they believed is a murderous system, like in the case of Timothy McVeigh, when he blew up the federal building there in Oklahoma City, he said it was in retaliation for what happened in Waco. And I went back and I watched his interview. He said the only regret that he had is that he didn't know there was a daycare there. So if he had known that, he would have picked a different target.
That's horse crap. He watched the kids go in. He was sitting in his car in that truck.
Gotcha.
He knew it. He knew it. That's a lie.
I have no doubt about it.
I mean, that's what makes me furious about him is he watched those children go in. He watched the people go in.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm right there with you. But I
Okay.
guess that the point I'm trying to make is that he was just trying to is that they both went after what they perceived as a symbol of a system.
Yeah.
And we know that going after symbols is impactful. I mean, that's one of the reasons why they're tearing down Confederate memorials in the South is if you remove that symbol, you're demonizing something. So that's just how I kind of see it is Luigi went after a symbol of the healthcare system, the way that McVeigh went after what he perceived as a murderous federal government.
I think McVeigh was more of a tantrum, though. That's the thing is it wasn't a focused. It was blew up the Murray building in Oklahoma City, and it was kind of like this wild swing, right? Luigi, I love that we're first name basis with this guy.
Luigi
Mangione. I love Italian. Every word you have to say like you're angry. Luigi Mangione.
Just aggravated. Was
very specific, and I think that's why the reaction to him has been wildly different than the reaction to McVeigh. McVeigh was seen as a murderess because they had images of babies being removed from the rubble.
Sure.
Mangione very specifically attacked what inarguably was the head of in his perception, the perception of a lot of Americans, of a very poisonous snake.
Yep.
And that's why his trial is he's going to get a hell of a lot more sympathy. McVeigh didn't have sympathy when he was being tried, and shouldn't have. And I oppose murdering people. I think it's a bad thing to do. Is killing each other bad. My faith tells me, bad. But by turns, I totally understand a large number of American people saying, yeah, you know what? This could be the start. I have to admit, that was my first thought in my head when I heard what had happened. I said, what do you call a murdered health insurance executive?
A good start.
A good start.
Well, yeah, I mean,
That's the problem.
I mean, here's the thing, right? I mean, Brian Thompson was the CEO, and therefore the buck stopped with him, of this multi-billion-dollar conglomerate that profiteers off misery, pain, and death of very sick Americans, and not very sick, but also it's just sick people, and it cheats them, right? It basically says, we're going to sell you a service, but we're not actually going to deliver that service. Like, the whole deal is, if you're not sick, you have to pay the premiums anyway. But if you get sick, we have to pay. It's like, oh, well, no, actually, we're just not going to uphold our end of the bargain. So it's a fraud, right? I mean, it's a giant fraud. I guess the thing is, I have a hard time distinguishing between a guy like Brian Thompson and, say, a high-ranking officer in the German SS. Both of them are murderers. The one kills with Zyklon B and a Luger. The other one kills with a pen and a laptop and an Excel spreadsheet. But they're killing people. If you kill someone like that, isn't that just an act of resistance? I mean, that's obviously what Luigi Mangione thinks.
And I think back to Robbie's point, the fact that, and your point, the fact that, Mangione is surrounded by, 50, 75 thugs to protect him. That's the message. And that's what the system fears. Coming down to, what we mentioned earlier about, and Robbie's support of Trump, for instance. I mean, let's burn it to the ground and begin again. There's a real sense, and there was, and I know we're over time, so I'll keep this short. Yeah. In debate, there's a thing called attitudinal inherency. And what that was is like, you can, for instance, you can pass a law, but it won't mean anything because of the attitude that it's going to run against it. Civil rights legislation is a good example in the 50s and early 60s. you can pass civil rights legislation, but will that change the attitudes of the soul? There's an attitude inherency in our culture right now, which is angry and frustrated and ready to lash out. And that's when you see people like Mangione, and I think you're going to see more. I would not be surprised.
And Scott,
and so the system is going to make a statement. You fight us, we're going to come down on you with everything we have, and we have a hell of a lot more than you do.
I have a quick question for both of y'all, because y'all are real super smart. Y'all been plugged in this longer than me. With Congress as divided as it is right now, why it's showing that the power that just a small number of Congress people can have. Why can't well, do y'all see the Freedom Caucus and maybe a few of the more traditional liberal Democrats getting together and say, we will shut everything down until we force a vote on Medicare for all? Because they have the power. The Congress is divided as it is right now. They could force any issue that they want or shut it off. You can kill the train right now.
Scott,
will it happen?
No, it won't happen because the insurance companies are a multi-billion-dollar business, and guess what multi-billion-dollar businesses do? They go and they buy and they collect the whole set of Congress people they need to make sure what you suggest does not happen.
Not to mention the Freedom Caucus is not pro Medicare for all.
Yeah. No, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's just throwing a roadblock. But that, by just kind of circling back to my original point, if we can't have a government that actually works for the people, turn it off, burn it down, blow it up.
Well, that's my cartoon today for Smirkonish, Michael Smirkonish, who's on CNN, and it's just like, you know, the legislator is saying, "Oh my God, we might have a shutdown." He said, and someone says, "Well, it could be worse." He goes, "What could be worse?" He says, "It could start up again."
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, whenever I did, we've all done a lot of cartoons about shutdowns over the years, and the one that I would love to just keep rerunning is basically like, you know, people in the Middle East looking up in the sky, and the drones are falling out of the sky because they're running out of fuel due to the U.S. government shutdown, or like at Guantanamo, like you know, torturers going home, like you know, the torture has been furloughed. Sorry, no waterboarding today.
Darn.
You know,
we shut down the water because we didn't pay the bill.
Yeah, that's like when Obama came in and I showed that like the waterboarding, they were going to start using Perrier instead.
Happy on.
So, Scott, before I let you go, I'm gonna put you on the spot on DMZ America podcast. I asked you the other day about Luigi Mangione, and I said, you know, you said, well, you have to work within the system to improve the healthcare situation.
We argued about that.
But we've thought about, obviously you've had a few days to think about that. I don't know if I'm sure you've thought about other things also during that time. But, you know, I'm just wondering if it's running in the background. Do you still want to say that? Because I feel like there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever that either the Democratic or Republican parties has any interest whatsoever in reforming the healthcare system or the health insurance business in any way, shape, or form. And therefore, there is no way to reform it and fix it within the system.
I feel like I can't remember his name all of a sudden. He was the delegate at the second Congress that wrote the Declaration of Independence. And there was a delegate from the Pennsylvania delegation who said, we have to exhaust every possible avenue with the king. And he's the one who sent and insisted that the Congress send a note to the king saying, listen, we have these grievances. Can you address them? And the king wrote back saying, shut up or I'm going to hang you. And the Congress, of course, said, okay, well, that's our answer. I feel a little bit like him. I feel like I want to exhaust in a peaceable way, but we're getting close. We're getting close.
I mean, what more do you need?
I mean, I've worked for a hospital here in Montana for the last 3 years. They said they couldn't give us pay raises because finances were tight, but they just went off and bought another healthcare system. So they're doing a merger. So you can't pay your people, but you can go buy another hospital. And by the way, we're going to stop doing outpatient or inpatient rehab for stroke and cancer patients, but we're going to have more surgery beds, so that way we can just start churning out more patients that we can no longer provide rehab for. Now, burn
Robbie,
it down.
you sound cynical.
I am. There's a reason for
You
that.
should
It's
be.
because I
There's
am.
reason. There's
Oh, it
very
sucks.
good reason to be.
It sucks balls. I'm tired of working 3 jobs. I
No,
am.
that
I don't
sucks.
blame you. And well, make Rall pay you better and Manila pay you better for crying out loud.
Good plan. Yeah, it's like go after the big bucks here and those big
Yeah, look.
TMI bucks.
He's got the fancy rug over his head. You can
Oh,
sell
so
it.
true, so true, and
I
the
mean-
fancy cat.
No, it was wild. In the short tenure with Sputnik before it got shut down, I made more from that part-time job working for a foreigner than I made at a full-time job working here in the United States.
That's
How the
outrageous.
fuck does that work?
Wow.
And with that,
And I don't cuss, but
seems
I'm
like a good
pissed.
place to wrap it up. And Scott, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having
Much
me, guys.
appreciated.
Was the
And,
audio?
Yeah, sounds good.
Everything
Okay.
sounds good. Scott Stantis is the cartoonist for the Chicago Tribune, creator of the comic strip Prickly City, contributor to Center Clip, winner of the Sigma Delta Chi Journalism Award, and the co-host of the DMZ America podcast. There's a new episode up right now. Go check it out. And you can go to rall.com and get a link to that and many other places. Just search for DMZ America podcast. Anywhere podcasts are sold. Scott, thank you so much. And
Thanks for having me,
I'll be
guys.
talking to you
No,
soon.
thank you.
Okay. All right. So that's Scott. And just a reminder to everybody, we are not here Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of next week, which is to say the 23rd, 24th, and 25th, otherwise known as pre-Christmas Eve, and Christmas Day. Please, we will be back on Boxing Day, the 26th of December. For a long time, I didn't know what Boxing Day was. I thought it was
I have no idea what it is.
pugilism. You see it on the calendar, though, Boxing Day, right?
Yeah,
So-
I don't know what it is. Is it just for boxes or is it for
It's
postal
an English,
service?
it's a UK thing, and it's like basically, people. It's about you take your Christmas gifts and you box them and either give them to the servants or you return them to the store. I think it's something about that. It's something about gift boxes. It's not about.
I just want to point out, this is my very first F-bomb ever on the TMI show.
Ooh, see, well, it's appropriate to the name of the show, TMI.
I
All right,
guess-
so
I guess I got a little pissed off.
yeah, indeed. All right, thanks, Robbie. Okay,
course.
Robbie is also known as Putinbot Gaming. Please support his gaming site and go check it out. And of course, thank you also for filling in once again for Manila. Please subscribe to the show on YouTube or on Rumble. On Rumble, you can become a paid supporter, but you got to do that. You got to hit that subscribe button while we're still streaming. If you're not streaming and you're watching it on after the fact when we're not live, you're not going to be able to do that. But if you watch the rerun, you can do that. Anyway, if you like what you see, find value in what we're doing, you like what you hear, please help us continue. We're fully independent. There's no agenda whatsoever other than to try to keep it as real as possible and to try to get Robbie to curse as much as possible. Thanks so much for following us. Help support independent news and content creators. Have an awesome weekend. Have a great holiday. If you're like me and you're a godless secularite, still
I'm going
have
to
a
work
good
on
holiday.
that. I'm going to work on that with you.
All right. Thanks, everyone, and talk to you later. See you Thursday. Good morning. Good morning. I am Ted Rall, and that over there is not Manila Chan. That is Robbie West, our producer, sitting in. Manila Chan is out again today. She's really sick as a dog. So it sort of fits in with the theme of today's show, which is about health insurance horror stories, and we'll be getting into that. But Manila, for those who are wondering, and she's going to hopefully be okay. She has pleurisy, which is a very painful infection of the area between your lungs and the sort of muscle lattice that protects your lungs, as well as pneumonia. So it's like a pair. Hopefully it won't become a trifecta, but she's finally on some antibiotics, and hopefully those will do the trick, and maybe with some luck, she'll be back on Monday. We're just telling her to sleep very well. You're tuned in, of course, to the Ted Manila Information Show, TMI for short, where we will bring you way too much information. Everything from the news, politics, lifestyle, culture, plants, animals, what the kids are up to, insurance, non-insurance, subways, buses, the taboo, the occult, cats, dogs, anything and everything goes, because we believe you could never have too much information. If you do want that straight-laced button-down news program, go away. We don't want you. This show is not for you. It's stuff that you know you want to hear about, and maybe some stuff you never knew you needed to know, and hopefully we'll have a few laughs along the way. We are live here Monday through Friday at 10 a.m. here in the Eastern time zone, but don't worry, you can stream us all day long, all weekend long. So it's, don't get confused by the whole live thing. I think people don't realize that these live shows are also available. This is not just ours. They're all available for streaming later. Anyway, the Ted Manila Information Show starts now. Now, we at this point, we would normally have the Jaws, Robbie, but we don't have the Jaws. We are going to be talking about health insurance horror stories. So if you are in the Rumble or the YouTube chat and you have a health insurance horror story, hey, come on, you do, because you live in the United States, probably, if you're watching us. Put it in succinctly and clearly, and we'll read it and react to it on the air here in just about 25 minutes or so. So it gives you a little bit of time to get your writing chops up, and away we go. All right, so let's do some headlines here. All right, so it's headline news. Okay, first of all, following up our story from earlier this week, South Korea's ruling party leader says President Yoon Suk-yeol needs to be removed from power. That's for trying to impose martial law for about 6 hours, increasing the pressure on him to quit, even though members of his People Power Party late Friday reaffirmed its formal opposition to his impeachment. On Saturday, lawmakers will vote on the main opposition Democratic Party's motion to impeach. Yoon, of course, shocked the nation on Tuesday and late at night when he gave the military emergency powers to root out what he called anti-state forces to overcome obstructionist political opponents. Yoon rescinded his declaration about 6 hours later in the middle of the night, 4 o'clock in the morning, local time there in Seoul, after the parliament, including some members of his own party, voted against it. That's in the Korean constitution, that the president's martial law order has to be approved by parliament. The conservative PPP vowed to oppose the impeachment bill, a position it reaffirmed on Friday following a lengthy meeting of its lawmakers, at least some of whom would need to back it for the motion to succeed. Acting Defense Minister Kim Seon-ho said reports that had swirled throughout Friday that there might be another attempt to impose martial law over this coming weekend are not true. PPP leader Han had earlier added fuel to those rumors and suggested the party's stance on impeachment might be shifting when he said there was a high risk of extreme actions, such as this emergency martial law being repeated while Yoon remains in power. He also cited credible evidence that Yoon had on Tuesday intended to arrest and detain political leaders at Gwacheon, that's just south of Seoul, and called for Yoon's immediate suspension. He did not explicitly call for impeachment or respond to reporters when asked for clarification. Robbie, I'm not an expert on South Korean politics, but I don't think, as Bob Dylan said, you have to be a weatherman to know which way the wind is blowing. And I think it's pretty clear that, he's toast.
No, I agree. And one thing is kind of throw this out there. My dad was a Korean War veteran. He was actually there in Korea through the 3 years of that particular conflict. And, as you know, the entire purpose is to defend South Korean democracy from the dictatorship of North Korea. And after the Korean War, South Korea promptly became a dictatorship of the South Koreans. And so my dad was just kind of like, I really don't know what we were doing fighting for. It made no sense to me whatsoever.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting question. Well, it wasn't about freedom versus a dictatorship or authoritarianism. as we're so often told, right? Very clearly, it was about socialism versus capitalism,
Sure.
and nothing terrifies, or at least during the Cold War. I mean, I think it's still true. I don't think really anything's changed. I think what terrified the powers that be in the West and in the United States in particular about socialism was the idea that here, in the form of communist China and the USSR and all of their allies, Cuba and so on, was this idea that the world could be a different place, that like it could have a completely different model where the elites would truly be working for the people, or at least that would be the theory, right? That's what we hope happens. And that it would be and that we would have a society where the ideal is that everybody's created equal, and like if things get corrupt, they get corrupt from there, as opposed to the capitalist system, which is you start with the ideal that we are all unequal and don't deserve the same things out of life, and then it gets corrupt from there. I would argue, as a lefty, of course I'm biased here, but I would argue that the socialists have the better ideals. Even now, you can talk about execution. That's a different question.
Sure. Well, I mean, no, I think that's completely right. I mean, even in the founding documents of this country, I mean, the entire concept is that all men are created equal, and the man who penned those words owned human beings who are less than human. So, I mean, there's always some kind of hypocrisy that's always baked into anything that people do. That's just, I don't know. I guess just probably a part of the human condition. And just kind of going back to my dad real quick, not long before he died, I had the chance of going back to Pensacola and visiting him, and we were at McDonald's, talk about the nice capitalist system, that model, and we were sitting there and we were having a breakfast, and this little Korean lady came up. She was maybe 20. She's in her early 20s, and my dad was wearing a Korean veteran hat. And one of the times I ever saw my dad cry, she came up and said, "Sir, may I give you a hug? Thank you." And so, I mean, that was, for him, I think that helped solve, I think that helped him kind of just smooth over some of those rough patches. Because when you're told you have to go fight, you got to go fight the other person over there, or you be fighting them over here, and then you see what happens. But then you actually have just a normal person come and say, "Hey, thank you." That, at least for him, that helped him a lot.
I mean, that's a cool story. My grandfather, who was in the French Resistance, I was with him when a Jewish guy approached him in the streets of Paris and thanked him for saving his life too. That's amazing moment. The Korean War is a super interesting conflict. I mean, aside from the TV show MASH, it's kind of like totally falls between the cracks of our popular consciousness, right? We don't talk about it really much at all. And yet it's so important because it's sort of the template for all, World War II being the quote unquote good war, where certainly we may not have set out to do a lot of good, but we did do some good inadvertently by liberating, Western Europe and so on. It's after that, kind of every war that follows is like Korea, right? It's like we go somewhere very far away where really there's no threat whatsoever to us. Yep. We get involved in a culture in a political situation that we don't know much about. We choose sides. Maybe it's the right side, maybe it's the wrong side. The war ends ambiguously without a clear victory. Means literally, technically, North and South Korea are still at war legally to this day. I don't think it's safe to say that America won that war, really. We didn't lose it either, but sort of you'd have to ask, well, what was the point of this? I think you'd be hard pressed to find even a Korean War historian who'd be able to tell you that it was anything other than just a chapter in the Cold War. And it's a proxy war. It's a classic kind of in many ways, how is the Russo-Ukrainian conflict really different from the Korean War? They're kind of very similar.
Well, it's not. They're trying to make Ukraine, by their own definition, trying to make Korea into trying to make Ukraine into Korea 2.0, trying to freeze a conflict, trying to just control it there. And a lot of people don't realize World War III almost started in Korea. I mean, MacArthur wanted to nuke the Chinese. So I mean, it was just. So I mean, it could have been really. It could have been a lot worse than what it turned out to be.
Well, that's for sure. I mean, there was after the Tet Offensive in Vietnam in 1968, General Westmoreland wanted to nuke Hanoi, and until it was pointed out to him that would probably be a bad idea because North Vietnam, had a mutual defense treaty with the USSR, which would have required the USSR to attack the United States with nuclear weapons in such an event. So it would have been unwise.
No, completely agree. And okay, just real quick. One of the things I think that Trump really did. That I don't like Trump. I'm far to the right of Trump. But whenever he went to North Korea and actually tried to make peace, I mean, massive kudos for him on that.
Oh, I agree with that. I mean, I don't understand this whole concept that seems to be mainstream in American diplomacy, particularly on the Democratic Party. That it used to be the Republicans who talked this way, but now it's the Democrats. That like talking or diplomacy is like a reward for quote unquote good behavior. No, you talk in order to talking is as Churchill said, better to talk to jaw than to war. It's like you talk because that's smart, and you should always have, we should have open relations. Well, that's right. We should have open lines with every single country and every entity on the planet. Believe it or not, I think it would be a good idea for the State Department to have a line to ISIS. I mean, we should be talking to everything and everyone all the time.
Yep, I'm right there with you.
Okay, speaking of which, they took Aleppo in less than 3 days. Now the city of Hama, a crucial point on the road to Damascus, and the regime of President Bashar al-Assad has also fallen. Who are the Islamist rebels of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, the driving force between a lightning offensive that has caught the Syrian regime so utterly off guard? The Organization for the Liberation of the Levant, by the way, is the area which currently comprises Syria and Lebanon, more commonly known by its initials HTS, was the Syrian branch of Al-Qaeda before dissociating itself in 2016. By the way, before that, that was ISIS. The group owes much to its strategically minded leader, Abu Muhammad al-Golani. This Syrian fighter, a former member of the Islamic State in Iraq, which later expanded into the Islamic State group, aka ISIS. ISIS stands for Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, founded the al-Nusra Front in 2012 before pledging allegiance to al-Qaeda in 2013. The two groups reportedly severed ties by mutual agreement 3 years later. You do you, we'll do us. On January 2017, the former al-Nusra Front began trying to remake its image, declaring that it had undergone an ideological transformation and adopted its new name, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. The group also began to rid itself of some of its most radical figures, or not. At the start of 2019, HTS fighters took control of most of Idlib province, that's in Syria's northwestern part of the country near the border with Turkey, to the detriment of other rebel groups active in the area. In a 2013 interview with France 24's Wassim Nasser in Idlib, the leader Abu Muhammad al-Golani said that he was working to ensure that the areas under his control wouldn't be used as rear bases for preparing any attacks against the West. Abu Maria al-Khatami, one of the group's leading figures, also interviewed in Idlib, said that the group was doing all it could to stop the youngest men from joining al-Qaeda or ISIS by showing them that another path was possible with what had been put in place in Idlib. Not only has the HTS group broken ties with al-Qaeda, but it's been fighting al-Qaeda and the Islamic State group on an equal footing for years, Nasser says, describing HTS as a rigid, conservative Islamist group. It was even their fighters who killed the Islamic State group's fourth caliph, Abu al-Hussein al-Husseini al-Qurashi, in August 2023, he says. Speaking on France 24, Arthur Kesnay, PhD candidate in political science at Paris's Pantheon-Sorbonne University, says HTS, which is now almost all Syrians, had become a group that is fighting a war and to wage a global jihad and strike at overseas targets, but is here just to take Damascus. According to Nasser, Al-Ghalani maintains that he has put global jihad and international terror behind him, believing that these things bring nothing but destruction and failure. For the Islamist leader, his group has no problem with the West. His problem was with the Syrian regime of Bashar al-Assad, as well as the Iranians and the Russians that support it. HTS and its leader are still designated as terrorist organizations by the UN, the US, and some European countries, which of course puts a crimp into al-Ghani's ambitions. One of his objectives is to be taken off the international list of terrorist organizations so he can travel and become a leading Syrian political player. So, you know, this story is very interesting for a number of reasons. But to me, it's very analogous, going back 24 years, to the situation in Afghanistan, when after 9/11, the United States attacked the Taliban. And the Taliban, much like HTS, claimed to have absolutely no interests in international affairs whatsoever. They said, all we want to do is rule Afghanistan. This was Taliban 1.0, who ruled from 1996 to 2001. The US, the Bush administration, claimed not to believe that. They said that, you know, you guys harbored Al-Qaeda, you harbored international terrorists, you had training camps for radical jihadi groups like radical Uyghurs, like the East Turkestan Islamic movement, which was active in Western China, the Islamic movement of Uzbekistan, which was active, to be confusing, in Uzbekistan as well as Tajikistan. And the truth is, the Taliban were pretty much telling the truth. When we invaded, there were fewer than 100 members of Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. All of the training camps were closed. The training camps that still existed were in Pakistan, not in Afghanistan. So, I mean, what basically the US was describing a Taliban from 1998, but it was 2001 and things had changed. How likely is it that, you know, this guy is going to get, is HTS is going to be able to convey their message, hey, we just want Syria, is that cool, to the West, or is it likely to fall on deaf ears again?
It's hard to say, right? Because I mean, from everything that I have seen, everything that I've read, they are getting support from Turkey, which is a Western ally. So I mean, that is a statement of fact. And so you got to be able to kind of just see who's writing the checks to see what ambition it is that they're going for. I think that the reason why they're making this play over Syria, I think it's twofold. One, I think that Israel just really wants Assad to go away right now, and whatever Israel wants, Washington D.C. does. I mean, let's just be honest. That's just the fact. I think that they would very much like to have a Islamic religious regime in Damascus. And as a Christian, I got to say personally, I am opposed to that, because Assad, like him or hate him, he has done more to protect my brothers and sisters who are Christians than anywhere else in the western part of the Middle East. I mean, that's just a fact. And I think really what this is they're just trying to put pressure on Russia, which kind of leads to the question, where is the Syrian army? I mean, they do have one somewhere. I don't know where it is.
They did have one. They seem to have gotten lost.
Yeah, I mean, did they take a left turn? They're at the 7-Eleven or what? I mean, what happened? Where are they?
It's a good question.
So I don't know. It's just weird. But I mean, to your question,
by the way, what's up with the Israelis? I want to follow up on your question. I mean, are the Israelis fucking stupid? I mean, it's like, I mean, literally, I think Bashar al-Assad is like their best friend, and they don't they don't appreciate him. They should appreciate what they have. The last
they like
thing
him so much that they bomb him.
Yeah, but I mean, they should. I mean, are they? I mean, they're idiots, right? I mean, they're not going to be. I mean, their security situation, which is of course what they're obsessed with, is like it's going to deteriorate radically if HTS comes to power.
I think that what it is, and I don't have any proof to back this up, it's just my gut from studying the history of the region. I think that they want this HTS group to go in, take out Assad, kick out the Russians, and then I think that what Israel has have happen, because they have such good relations with the Kurds, I think they're going to try and make Syria into a Kurdish state. I think that's probably the math that they're going with. The HTS and Syria are going to weaken themselves enough, kick the Russians out. The Kurds are going to come in, pick up the pieces, and all of a sudden say, "Hey, look, we have Kurdistan. We have our own Kurdish state now."
I mean, but the thing is, there's not enough Kurds to make that work, right? I mean, in Syria, they already have like an autonomous zone, sort of a de facto autonomous zone that's being propped up by the West.
I wonder if the idea could be then, like in your situation, if you're right, because after they finish the genocide in Gaza, they're going to do something about the West Bank. Might be pretty easy just to move those Palestinians up to southwest Syria.
Now that sounds more like it, right? Because obviously part of the ethnic cleansing of Gaza, which we had talked about on our previous show with Sputnik, it looked like they wanted to. The Israelis planned to expel the Palestinians out into the desert in the Sinai, but the Egyptians aren't having it. They refortified the border. They've made it very clear, like, we are just not taking these people in. We're not going to validate what you're doing. We're not on board with that. Doesn't work for us. You're going to need to come up with something else. But I agree that they're going to turn their. I think under the Trump administration, the Israelis are going to be. They're going to have to wrap things up in Gaza. Trump does not want this hot war. So now the West Bank is already carved up into cantonments. Right. So that's a whole different matter. I mean, you kind of don't have to bomb the hell out of the West Bank in order to annex it.
Yep, and that's I agree. And one of the things I was thinking, here's a little bit of a curveball for you. Since the U.S. is playing these games that is in Syria, do you think that Russia could start trying to play nice with the Greeks, playing with that tension between Greece and Turkey to try and distract the Turks?
Maybe. I mean, I keep thinking that, man, that is such a incredibly long-standing conflict. And,
they hate each other.
Thinking the Turks are going to want to bring it in for a soft landing, but it never goes away. Up until fairly recently, I've really, been impressed with Erdogan's leadership. And I felt like, I'm not a huge fan of, the idea of Islamic nationalism in Turkey. But overall, I felt like he was a pretty canny leader. Now I'm not so sure. It seems like things are a little wobbly.
Yeah, I think I think that he is. He's looking at the collapse of his currency. He's trying to play the fence. He's just trying to straddle it, trying to have his cake and eat it too. I mean, he helps the Israelis attack the Armenians. Then he plays this crap over in Syria. And meanwhile, you got the Greeks sitting over here off the west coast of Anatolia. And if I was Putin, I'd be looking like, "Hey, Greeks, how'd you like to get Constantinople back? Let's see what we can do here. Let's see if I can escalate vertically, just like what the United States is trying to do right now in Syria."
Yeah, no, fair point. All right, let's keep going here. Nearly 100 former national security officials signed a letter to Senate leaders raising concerns about Trump's nomination of Tulsi Gabbard to serve as Director of National Intelligence. She's, of course, a controversial pick. Her biggest controversy was her 2017 trip to Syria when she hung out with President Assad. She subsequently declared that Assad was not the enemy, which, of course, what are the words that's true. In a letter addressed to incoming Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republican of South Dakota, and current Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Democrat of New York, the officials said that they were alarmed by the Gabbard nomination. The former officials urged Thune and Schumer to hold closed-door hearings to review all information available to the U.S. government about Gabbard. Several of Ms. Gabbard's past actions call into question her ability to deliver unbiased intelligence briefings to the President, Congress, and to the entire national security apparatus, the letter says. The letter highlights both the trip to Syria as well as her statements about Ukraine. Her sympathy for dictators like Putin and Assad raises questions about her judgment and fitness, the letter says. As DNI, of course, she would be in charge of 18 agencies, including the CIA and the FBI. The former officials add that, if confirmed, Gabbard would be the least experienced person to hold the position since the role was ever created. Well, the role has only been created fairly recently, I think under Bush, if memory serves, noting her lack of executive branch and managerial experience. You know, I always feel like I'm living in bizarro world when I look at the way that the nominations are being responded to. You know, for the mainstreamers, people like Marco Rubio, that's a reasonable choice. You know, or Ron DeSantis possibly stepping up to be the DOD head. That would be a reasonable choice. Sure. You know, but they're both crazy warmongers. I mean, you know, Ron DeSantis apparently sat in the room and laughed and smirked while watching rectal feeding at Guantanamo. So to me, I'll tell you, that raises questions about the fact that the guy's a fucking psychopath. Okay.
Agreed.
So, but then like Tulsi Gabbard, or like for that matter, RFK Jr., the ones that the mainstreamers are so obsessed with being like, well, those can't go through. Those are the crazy ones. I'm like, no, those are the sane ones. So Tulsi Gabbard, I mean, isn't she like a major in like in the military right now? I mean,
she is.
So if she's a threat to the national security of the United States, why is she a high-ranking officer in the military?
Well, my whole thing is, the last time that you and Manila talked about Tulsi and just all this hubbub, I pointed out that they are accusing her of treason, which is a death penalty offense. I mean, what they are accusing this woman of, they can literally hang her for.
Right.
And so, I mean, I'm going to show just how ignorant I am, you know, being just a dumb inbred redneck. You know, my family tree goes straight up. It doesn't have any forks. I know all the jokes, right? If going and talking to someone and trying to figure out a way to stop a war is unreasonable, then in this this Orwellian world we live in, that means that I have to go to Israel or go to a weapons plant in Alabama, sign an artillery shell, and then that's a reasonable act. I mean, that is completely upside down. Assad is not my enemy. If Assad is my enemy, then Mr. Thune, why is it that you're not asking Congress to declare war? It's Congress's purview.
Right. I have to thank you for bringing that up, Robbie. It's always been something that bothered me. You know, the way that the casual way that the word enemy is tossed around, both in the media and by the foreign policy establishment of this country. And I'm talking about both parties. I mean, you know, like an enemy, like you said, an enemy is someone that you are literally involved in an armed conflict with, and a legal one, right? Like technically, even if you have a covert war, they're not really the enemy, or at least you're not supposed to admit it. You know, these are, you know, basically Assad's not even an adversary, right? I mean, Syria is not an adversary of the United States. I mean, what are they on? What are they trying to do? How are they, you know, how they are in our grill? They're not. I mean, you could say Russia's an adversary, although that's completely in your mind. They don't have to be. I mean, during World War II, they were an ally, and they should be again. It's just like, it's very, very messed up. By the way, as one of the Rumblers points out in the chat, Tulsi Gabbard is actually a lieutenant colonel in the military. So
gotcha.
So she, you know, I mean, this is absurd, and I love the fact that she, you know, like they did the same thing to Jill Stein, right? Like Jill Stein attended an event where she sat at the same table. I don't even think she sat next to, but she was at the same table as Putin. You know, it's like sitting at a table next to someone does not mean that you're like butt buddies. Okay, it just doesn't.
No, one thing I want to point out is, for those of you who are watching, I'm sharing a screen with Ted. Ted is a communist. I am not. So, I mean, it is possible to have a conversation with somebody and not be just joined at the hip with them.
Right. Exactly.
It is possible.
It is possible. You know, Donald Trump shook hands and talked to Kim Jong-un. I seriously doubt that Kim Jong-un's communism rubbed off on Donald Trump. I wish it had. That would have been awesome if it worked that way, but it doesn't.
Have you ever read the little booklet by Smedley Butler, War is a Racket?
Mm-hmm. I sure have.
That's what this is. America has America is not on a gold standard; it is on a lead standard. And the only thing that America has going for it economically is the exportation of war. And that's one of the things. Like every Friday I go to my local church and we get together for an hour and we pray. And they're talking about how great it is that these Islamists are pushing south against Assad because he's our enemy. And I had the tenacity to ask them, how has Assad ever hurt you? And the Christian minority in Syria, who's been protecting them? It's not the Islamists. So these people, they're so mentally retarded. If you can say that word, maybe that's insensitive. It's a case of cranial rectal infusion, just pure stupidity. I mean, these people will applaud. Well, it's kind of like what you said yesterday. You got these Zionist Christians who will come out and applaud the person who's putting a rope around your neck because Fox News tells you that they're the good guy, and it's sickening.
It's very strange. All right, let's keep going. Life expectancy here in the United States is expected to go up for the first time in a while, from 78.3 2 years ago to 80.4 in 2050. That, according to forecasting models from the University of Washington's Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation. The analysis, published in The Lancet, assesses the impacts of hundreds of diseases and other health risks in the U.S. as well as in the individual states and compared them to a set of 200 other countries. They found that the U.S. lags in life expectancy gains, putting the country behind most other high-income nations and some middle-income nations. In terms of overall life expectancy, the U.S. is expected to fall to number 66 out of 204 countries assessed in 2050. That's down from 49th in 2022. Life expectancy among women is predicted to improve less than men's, shrinking the gap in life expectancy by gender. The U.S. would drop from 51st to 74th in life expectancy for women in 2050, and from 51st to 65th for guys. The slight increase in life expectancy that's forecast for 2050 is driven by a predicted decline in mortality due to a few causes of death: heart disease, stroke, and diabetes. But addressing a few key risk factors could make even more significant improvements, according to these forecasting models. Lower rates of obesity, smoking, and drug use disorders could each lead to about half a year increase in life expectancy by 2050. In spite of modest increases in life expectancy overall, our models forecast health improvements slowing down due to rising rates of obesity, which is a serious risk factor to many chronic diseases and forecasted to lead to levels never before seen, says Christopher Murray, director of the IHME and co-author of the new research. The rise in obesity and overweight rates in the U.S., with IHME forecasting over 260 million people affected by 2050, signals, wait, what? 260 million Americans out of 330 million total of the population that's currently, would signal a public health crisis of unimaginable scale. I should say so. GLP-1 medications are booming in popularity with promising outcomes. You know, we're talking about like Ozempic and stuff like that. But the future of uptake remains uncertain. And IHME does not include a scenario that includes these treatments as a factor. Recent data from the CDC also suggests that drug overdose deaths have started to decline after peaking out at record levels, but the group notes that the levels of drug overdoses remain high and will likely continue to go up over the next few decades. It estimates that the rate of age-standardized mortality due to, that's going to be the name of my new punk band, age-standardized mortality, due to drug use disorders in the US will be the highest in the world and more than twice as high as in Canada at second highest. Canada and the United States, both in North America. What's the difference between them? Don't know. What don't they? They have a different approach to healthcare to ours, right? Oh, but they have to wait in line sometimes to get an appointment. So that's why we're willing to die earlier or something.
Well, I mean, to kind of paraphrase Sarah Palin, I can see Canada from my house. So it's, I don't know. You know, one thing I have a question, and maybe you know, Ted, I don't. Whenever they're doing these mortality figures, do they count everybody that's here, or just American citizens and not illegals?
I don't know the answer to that question, but it would seem to me that you would just count people, right?
I would think so. But
one interesting, like I used to work for the traffic engineering department of my city in Ohio, And one of the things that you try to do for traffic is ideally you drive down the street and and then the light will turn green as you arrive, so that you're not like constantly stopping and starting. That's the ideal traffic engineering standpoint. And I was fascinated when they trained me. They said, oh, we went with a radar to figure out how fast cars were actually going. I said, well, shouldn't you do it to the speed limit? Because, we're the city. So shouldn't you calculate it so that if someone's going 35 and a 35, they hit the light perfectly? And they said, no. We want to know what the real world conditions are. And if people really go 42 and a 35, we want to have them hit that light at 42. That's the real world, right? I suspect if you did this correctly, you would go with the real world. You'd have to count undocumented people as well.
I would think. I just don't know.
No, I mean, I would definitely think so. I mean, the obesity thing. Look, we come back to those Trump nominations. I'll repeat this. I'm going to say this millions of times. If RFK Jr. succeeds in bringing EU standard food regulations to the United States, which reduce or eliminate the excessive use of preservatives and other garbage in our food, which is the number one reason why Americans are fat. It's not because we're a bunch of disgusting gluttons. It's because our food is poisonous and it's causing us to blow up like blimps. If he does that, it's going to be one of the biggest developments of any kind, politically, socially, medically, in U.S. history. It's a huge game changer. And, the story that we just talked about would be a great example of something that could be, eliminated.
Yeah. And to me, it makes sense, because one of the problems we're running into with military recruitment is that people are trying to join and they're too unhealthy to serve. So, I mean, it is a national security issue. And if you want to reduce the cost of healthcare, which I don't think that's a goal, but that's the lie, then you try to give people healthy food. I've never been to Europe, so I'm putting myself with your French cuisine expertise. The only French I know is French bread from Walmart. Just saying. But I mean, I like what you're saying, and I hope it's true. And I wonder if the healthcare lobby will actually allow it to happen, because they make money off people being sick.
They do. I was going to say, it's certainly in terms of I don't think this is about the food industry, right? I mean, the food industry, I think, would be fine to get these regulations. I think it's like if you're the CEO of a big Kraft or something like that, you're okay as long as the government says, okay, across the playing field, these are the rules for the entire sector, because you don't want to be like, well, you don't want to have your hands tied behind your back. And if you have to have a certain percentage of your food rot because it doesn't get to market on time because there's no preservatives, that's got to be the same impact on your competitors. That's okay. You're right. It's big pharma, it's big medicine, it's the health insurance scammers in Hartford, and in the case of United Healthcare in Minneapolis. It's that. All right, one more story, and then we're going to get into the healthcare. I guess that's here we go. The targeted killing in Midtown Manhattan here in New York of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson has sparked worry in C-suites around the globe as companies, both large and small, are reevaluating. What are they reevaluating? Are they reevaluating the way that they conduct their business? Are they thinking of starting to approve the claims that they're routinely denying? Are they trying to tell their customer service people to pick up the phone more quickly, or maybe make the phone tree easier, or be more compassionate to people who are sick and their loved ones so that they get the care that they need? No. They're reevaluating their security for their top execs. Surveillance video released by the NYPD shows Thompson walking alone on a sidewalk as his killer brazenly ambushed him early Wednesday, shooting him multiple times in front of a witness. In this threat environment with increased attacks on public officials, it's surprising that the CEO of a major corporation would walk around with no security at all, says Don Mahalik, retired senior special agent for the U.S. Secret Service. Retired FBI Special Agent Richard Frankel, founder of RMF Crisis Management, said that he received several calls from companies within hours of the shooting looking to reevaluate their executive security. Some already have security, and so they're deciding if they need to increase it. And others who don't have security are saying, do we need to have some security, or do we need to at least have a policy regarding security in place, says Frankel. During a news conference, NYPD Chief of Detectives Joe Kenny confirmed that the 50-year-old Thompson had no bodyguards with him as he walked to the Hilton for a shareholders meeting. From speaking to other employees that traveled with him to New York, it doesn't seem that he had a security detail, Kenny said. Dave Commandant, president of DS Commandant Risk Management in Seattle, said that the fatal shooting prompted security officers at dozens of Fortune 500 companies to hold a video call to discuss not treating their customers well so that they wouldn't want to kill them, but to boost protection for their executives. Chief security officers around the globe are looking at their executive security programs either on their own or they're being asked to do so by CEOs and or their boards, and making sure that they have the appropriate resources in place and capabilities in place to identify potential situations like this and then address them appropriately, said Commandant, who's a retired chief security officer at Boeing. He adds, there's a lot of, I think, stepping back and looking internally right now at what do we have in place, how well does it work, where do we feel we have gaps, and what do we need to close that gap, and what are our next steps? You know, I got to say, if I'm in a line of work where that causes everybody to hate me, and then to the point where if someone like me is blown away and the entire country is celebrating, then, you know, I might be rethinking my life, you know, the way I'm doing things, right? I mean, I would, you know, I mean, I'm sure privately they are, you know, you've got to be like coming home to your spouse and saying like, I don't know about this. Is it worth it? You know?
Well, Ted, that's because you got humility. I mean, no, to be able to recognize that maybe the problem is not those dirty peasants. Maybe the problem is how you're treating them would require a little bit of contrition, maybe a little bit of self-awareness. And that's not what our ruling class has. The problem is not them and how they're always punching down and treating people like a product and just basically just crapping all over 350 million people. That's not the problem. The problem is you dirty pleb. Get back in your lane.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that is the approach, right? Whether you're talking about climate change or increasing income disparity between rich and poor. Clearly, the plan here among the elites is to guard themselves to stay on islands, right? Like as the world collapses, they're in their gated communities. They hopscotch from, you know, it reminds me a little bit of the last few years of Afghanistan under the Ghani regime that was installed by the United States, where 90% of the country belonged to the Taliban. And the elites of Afghanistan would fly, they would hopscotch from one city to the other because all of the in-between was completely Talibanized, right? So they would fly, they'd corkscrew up to try to avoid the Sidewinder missiles, heat-seeking missiles, corkscrew up at high altitudes out of Kabul, fly over to Herat or to Mazar-e Sharif or whatever. There were 5 or 6 cities that the government controlled-ish. And then that's how they kind of view things. I mean, these guys, they're going to have their helicopters come pick them up from their front lawn, from their estate, you know, that's protected by razor wire and high fences and armed guards. And then, you know, they'll fly to the shareholders meeting, land on the roof of the Hilton, then fly away. I mean, you know, you can do that. Security, you know, you can do that. But, you know, you can ask retired President John F. Kennedy, is it really possible to completely avoid an assassin's bullet, or ask nearly killed former president and future President Donald Trump? I mean, you know, the point is, if someone wants to get, you know, you said you haven't been to Europe, Robbie, but when you drive around in Europe, you see it's very everywhere, like on the side of the highway, you'll see ruined castles, okay? Always, just like walls, random walls. And you're like, so those castles, they were all stormed, right? They were all overrun. Every single last one of them burned to the ground, whatever, the tunnels, the walls were sapped, you know, and that's it. The point is, this, the being a fortress doesn't really work forever. It's a temporary solution. In the long run, you really have to change the system that makes people want to come into your castle and kill you. You can't sustain it.
Well, I mean, isn't the story that we are told is that America is a republic, right? I mean, our leaders are supposed to be public servants. They're supposed to listen to the will of the people. Well, if that's the case, why is it that the elites never come and actually talk to the people? Why is it that Governor Gianforte here in Montana doesn't come here to Kalispell, where I am, and go to the local food bank and say, what is the problem?
That would be huge.
And why is it that the local Montanans, that local people here are being priced out of their homes? There's no jobs. They're being pushed out by rich Californians who are coming here, fleeing California because of all the drugs and the illegal immigration. So they're coming here, bringing their money, gentrifying everything, pushing up prices, destroying the local economy. But no one here in leadership, and again, I'm just talking about here in Montana, I'm sure that you can say this whole story all over the country.
Sure.
Why are elected officials not coming here and sitting down saying, Robbie, what's your problem? Ted, what's your problem? Vintage, what's your problem? Talk to me. If you would just sit down and listen, maybe you wouldn't have to worry about people getting pissed off and shooting you in the back. Just saying.
Right. I mean, actually, what surprised me about Wednesday, and I think I'm hardly alone, not an original thought, it's surprising to me that this doesn't happen more often. Right. I mean, it's surprising when you think about all the people who get fired, deprived of their livelihoods. I mean, and by the way, this mentality hasn't changed. Just yesterday, watching the news, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are going to be in charge of this Department of Governmental Efficiency, the Doge department, right? Or it's really more like a squad. It's not a department. But Ramaswamy, he sounded just like the George Clooney character in Up in the Air. He talked about laying off federal workers. And he said, we can do it, with dignity. We can do it even to the point where they're going to transition to the private sector and it'll be better for them in the long run. We can do it with dignity. I'm like, do you hear yourself? It's like this is a guy who's worth billions of dollars. He doesn't ever have to worry about money ever. But for normal people, losing your job literally means that you're weeks or months away from becoming homeless. I mean, the clock is ticking. You're fucked. I mean, your livelihood has been destroyed. I mean, it's basically like being a hunter-gatherer and have someone, break both of your arms. So now you're not going to be able to hunt or gather. Although that's different because they lived in communal societies of clans where their friends and their family would help them, right? It's but with us, there is no safety net really. And it's so what happens next? It's I don't know, the mentality, you mentioned why don't they come and talk to you? I mean, even in the Middle Ages, right? Kings had most of them had an audience.
Yeah, they had petitioners.
They had petitioners could come and say, listen, I've got a problem with this or that. And could you please help? And, we have swamps and we're dying of malaria. Could you drain the swamps? Could, whatever. Could you please deal with, we have food shortages. We need more seeds, whatever. Our feudal lord is an asshole. Could you talk to him? It's there's no access, right?
Nothing.
I mean, here in New York, we do have this, and I've seen this, right? A little bit. We have this call-in radio show called Ask the Mayor. And the mayor of the city, he's on the local NPR station once a week, and you can call and say hey, I have a problem. I did it one time. It was under Giuliani. I lived across the street from a park that had a steep embankment, and it had these stairs that were all akimbo. And a lot of old people lived in my building, and we used to walk all down. We'd also walk down those crazy broken stairs, and it was rough even for someone like me. And I was pretty spry. I was in my 30s. To get down those stairs. And I was one of my neighbors is going to fall down those stairs and break their neck. So I called got through, talked to Giuliani, explained the situation. He said, stay on hold. We'll get your digits. The next day, the Parks Department is out there fixing these stairs that hadn't been fixed in 30 or 40 years. And I was like, that's a responsive government, right?
Yeah.
Now, it shouldn't be actually that esoteric. Because, I could have maybe not been able to get through. It shouldn't be it shouldn't be that hard. You should be able to just call a number and just say, hey, I have this problem, and then have it be fixed. But still, that's better than nothing. And nothing is what most people have.
I mean, that's exactly it, right? Because here, the town that I'm in, my town has a population in the wintertime of maybe 8,000 people. In the summertime, it goes up to about 40 because of the tourists coming in. And every wintertime, and we've had so many migrants who were brought in, and there's so much homelessness now, is that this is the middle of nowhere, all right? We have got people who are drunk and stoned out of their minds walking down Main Street in the pitch black. It's dark here at 5 o'clock. Someone's going to get hit and killed by a car, and there's no place for these people to go. And so, I mean, there is a way for them to get here, because these people are not locals. They're just here. They're getting dumped. So somehow they're getting dumped here in the winter here in Montana. They're going to die, and it's just like there is no one to talk to, and it's a complete joke. It's a complete joke.
Well, I mean, it's terrifying. I mean, it's just like, yeah. I mean, like literally. I mean, the insanity of our society. I mean, I've talked about this many times. There's a homeless lady who lives right in front of my building. Well, across the street from my building. And I'm like, I see her every day. She's been out there for 2 years. I saw her when she first showed up, and she was like smiley and like nice. And it was one of those like, why are you out? Why are you homeless? I don't even understand like why you don't have like a job. Right. She's like totally all there. The elevator seemed to be going to the top floor, unlike our elected officials. And then it's like, and I've watched her, of course, deteriorate and decompensate to the point where she's now talking to herself. She's schizophrenic. This is what often happens, right? Like homeless, mental illness does beget homelessness, but homelessness also begets mental illness. I mean, often just house people first and they will get better. And so, we all walk by there, and I'm like, the average person in this neighborhood who's walking around there, they're making like $100,000 or more a year. And it's like, we all basically, it's not that we don't care. I think we care. We stop and talk to her. We bring her food. We give her money. It's that we are helpless ourselves, like in this system to help her. I mean, we can't take her in, because, who knows what it would be like to take her in ourselves. Although, I've got an extra room. I could. Would be no great shakes, no big problem, really. But you've got tons of empty units in the neighborhood, but then the landlords don't know. But it's just like the system is set up that this woman sleeps outside because that's just the way it is. Yeah. And it's like not just making her crazy, it's made all of us crazy too.
Sure. And I mean, that's just exactly it. And you're kind of talking about, they're in your situation, they're in your neighborhood. Like here where I live, the median income for people here where I am is $30,000 a year. I mean, that's the average. I live in a very rural, very agricultural community. Most people probably have a high school diploma, but I'd be surprised a significant minority don't. I mean, that's just that is the demographic here. And so now you have all these people who are coming from out of state, buying up all this property. Those people, those developers, those people coming in, getting these $1 million houses with a nice view of the mountains, they get a hearing. But the people who live here, been here for generations, who aren't able to contribute $1,250 to a political campaign, they get nothing. And that's the problem.
So we have a Star Lion on the YouTube feed who's been wanting to do a Q&A thing and patiently waiting. Very true. So we should do this. So Star Lion, stay tuned. We're going to do that. I'm going to answer your question. But I want to, it's about the LA Times. So that's a long and involved story, and I promise it's not. I'm going to make it as short and sweet as possible. But let's talk about health insurance horror stories. I mean, I don't think there's anyone who has health insurance who basically. I mean, I think the only way you don't have a health insurance horror story, and I kind of often think, we might be better off as a society just going to a completely free market system where we just all pay for medical care, out of pocket. We don't have, and then doctors would be kind of competing. Presumably there probably would be like some people who would try to like some, the kind of urgent care model, which would cause everybody to, which would make everybody want to, basically try to find a cheaper way to provide healthcare. There would be an incentive in the marketplace because the current system basically is very fucked up. It's like college tuition. With college tuition, the universities know that you can borrow an infinite amount of money from the federal government and go into massive amounts of debt. So they know they can raise their tuition much faster than the rate of inflation. Similarly, big for-profit hospitals and doctors know they can keep increasing their fees indefinitely ad nauseum in order to, because they know people who are insured will be covered. And then the people who are insured, they're kind of like on the hook whether they get the insurance to cover them or not. And it's just like it spirals out of control. But, I think what I really wanted to address is the idea that there's so many people, it's routine in the United States to not go in for any preventative care and to not even seek care when you're sick because the system is so fucked up. Right now, right? Manila Chan, she's out right now. Why? So what happened? Everybody who watches the TMI show has seen her coughing up a storm. She's been sick as a dog for days, right? Why? Because she had a respiratory issue. Following her immune system was compromised by her cancer treatment. And so anyway, every little thing kicks her ass. So, you heard her here on the show a couple days ago saying, I just need antibiotics, but I can't get them. If she goes to the doctor, she knows her own health. She should be able to honestly, in a lot of countries, you don't even need a prescription to get antibiotics. In Mexico, you just walk into a pharmacy, you're like, I'll take 10 of those, and they give them to you, and that's it. And they're cheap too. They're just like $8 for a bottle or whatever. But she can't get antibiotics. I was literally trying to figure out if we could use dog antibiotics because they are the same, I think. But you need a script from a vet for that. So here's the craziness. We focus on the people who are uninsured, and they have the worst problem. But the people who are insured themselves can't get treatment because of the prescription scam. They can't get payment if they go because of the bullshit. We're just going to deny your claim automatically, and then just keep coming back and over. I mean, why are the I'm sorry for the length of this rant, but there was a muckraking left-wing journalist from 100 years ago named Lincoln Steffens, and either he or Robert La Follette are both credited with the following quote. So it's hard to say who it was, but basically they said, if a man is in need of a loaf of bread to survive, you don't want to give him politically half a loaf because it'll dull his appetite, but he'll still starve to death. And I think that's what happens with the Affordable Care Act. People, they got a half a loaf. And so now healthcare is no longer on people's radar. And they think as a political issue, well, that's the most we're going to be able to get out of the system. And so now there's no movement towards actually getting a real healthcare system. I don't know. I mean, I keep hoping maybe Donald Trump is watching what happened to Brian Thomas and thinking, I could be a hero just for one day, and I could fix this.
I agree. And I mean, what a lot of people don't realize is that a big part of the problem with our healthcare system is that during World War II, the United States government put price controls on what people were able to earn. And so the way that companies, because they could no longer do pay raises, they tried to entice people to come work for them by bundling in benefits. Well, one of the benefits that they started bundling in was health insurance. Before World War II, the majority of your insurance was your responsibility as the individual. You're able to go, you're able to shop around, buy the plan that you wanted to have. It was not tied to your employer. World War II changed all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, that created that created this evil trifecta, in my opinion, of linking a health insurance monopoly to your employment. And then you have government subsidies that comes on top of it, driving the prices up because I mean, why wouldn't you, right? I mean, it's a way for the company for the health insurance companies to enrich themselves. Best way to protect your profits is go buy some people in Congress. That's the best return on investment you're ever going to be able to make. And so that's the model, and that's why things are so screwed up right now.
Yeah, I agree with that. President Truman, to your point, tried to institute national health care. A lot of presidents have tried to do it since then. For a long time, the AMA, the Doctors Association, was against it, and they pushed against it in a hard way. And so they've kind of been our enemy. And yeah, it's just, and I think, that's probably the biggest problem is that, we don't even talk about it. The typical story is health insurance story is like something like, like what happened to me. I go into a hernia. I'm lying literally on the gurney, ready to be cut open.
That's wild.
And then they're like, yeah, hey, can you fish out your credit card because your health insurance has revoked its pre-authorization? I'm thinking, well, what the fuck is a pre-authorization for if you can just revoke it at the last second like this? It makes no sense at all. Of course, it makes sense from their point of view. It's just profits. But probably the biggest threat is people like, who just decide, like, I'm not going to deal with it. Back in 1985, I was driving a taxi here in New York. I had an accident, and I got, it was pretty bad. Three totaled cars. The ambulance shows up because the parking lot attendant across the street on 11th Avenue called 911 and said, there's no way anyone could have survived this accident. You take your time. But they sent an ambulance anyway, not a morgue truck. And the EMS guys are like, okay, it's going to be $295 just for the ride to the hospital. I didn't have that. So I was like, thanks for coming, guys, but I can't go. And of course, they, from the look on their face, they're totally accustomed to this. This is normal. And and so I just soldiered on, and I had some weird random pains in my knee and in my scalp, but I kind of just lived with it. And a year later, when I finally got a job that had decent health insurance, went in for a full workup. They X-rayed me, and I told them about all this. And they were like, "Yeah, you had a pretty serious concussion. You broke your skull. I had fractured my wrist at the time. I keep thinking that maybe my wrist has been weakened ever since that event. Basically I wasn't properly treated. I guess you could say it didn't really matter because obviously here I am. But come on, there's a lot of people who just don't go to the doctor because they know they can't afford it. And how many people are not being diagnosed? The second you start to feel a little under the weather, you should be encouraged to go see the doctor and get every test. This should be find out what's going on. That's not our system at all. And I don't understand at all. Let me give you a counterfactual. Mexico. So I'm on vacation in Chetumal, which is in southeastern Mexico, right by the border with Belize. And I had been spending a lot of time surfing, and the water reflects the sun. The sun's very intense. It's the tropics, and I got this huge inflammation in one of my eyes. So I'm like, oh God, this is driving me crazy. It hurts so bad. I don't know what to do. The hotel guy goes, oh, you got to go to the clinic, to the government clinic. Being American and completely bigoted about other countries' healthcare systems, I'm thinking, oh God, rural Mexico, medical clinic. It's a national holiday and a Sunday, right? Trifecta of horror. But I'm so miserable. I decided to chance it, right? So I walk in. First of all, zero wait, straight in, whisked away. And then they're like, oh, it's your eye. Oh yeah, we have an ophthalmologist here, like waiting. I'm like, what do you mean, on call? No. And when you go down the hall, you realize there's a specialist in every room. Every office has, like a urologist and everything. They're there. National holiday on Sunday. They're waiting for people to come in just in case. I get the ophthalmologist sees me. She gives me a patch. She assigns me some medication. She prescribes some medication. She apologizes because her English isn't that great. She shouldn't have to speak English. She's in a Spanish-speaking country, but she speaks a little English because there are tourists there. Okay, I mean, what? And then
hey, my English ain't very good either. So
yeah, well, and she gets. Then she's like, I'm like, oh God, I have to go to the pharmacy. She's like, I apologize. You're going to have to pay for, at the pharmacy. I'm like, where's the pharmacy? She's like, oh, it's in the lobby of the hotel of the clinic here. So I'm like, so they have it right there. And the guy's like, I'm very sorry, but because you're not a Mexican national, you have to pay out of pocket. It was $4. And so I'm like, this is a healthcare system.
Yeah.
I like this healthcare system. I want this healthcare system.
You're selling me. You're selling me on it.
Yeah, I'm in. I've gotten sick in other countries. I got sick in Turkey, had a very bad asthma attack. Same sort of thing. The ambulance came to got me. They put me on oxygen. They brought me to the hospital in Istanbul, opposite side of town. They took me to a place that was specialized in pulmonary issues. It's like, they're like, again, they apologize. They're like, this is going to cost like $12. If you were Turkish, of course, it wouldn't cost anything. And I'm like, okay, how is it that a country that's in the middle of an economic crisis with 120% annual inflation rate, how come they can do this and we can't?
Because there's no incentive. I mean, it's like I said yesterday, I work in healthcare. This is my world. Most people go to the emergency room, which is the most expensive form of care that there is, because they cannot afford to go to a primary care. I mean, that's just reality. That's the system that we're in. And whenever I talk to people about this, I am convinced that the entire idea is to trap people with debt. I think that that's what it's all about, because you're going to an emergency room because you cannot pay for the Theraflu that you have to go to at an urgent care clinic, have to pay the deductible and all this other crap. So what you go to the emergency room, you wait there for 8, 10, 12 hours. You get the most expensive form of care that there is. You can't pay the bill, goes onto your credit record. You are completely screwed at that point. They've got their hand around your neck financially. That's our system. I'm convinced of it.
Well,
I'm convinced of it.
It's horror. So, all right, as promised, we're a little bit over here, and I've been trying to get the time of the show down to about an hour. So, as promised, I want to answer Star Lion's question. Star Lion has many questions, and we can only really do one at a time. Hope that's okay. It's going to have to be. So anyway, Star Lion is I don't know what gender he, she, they are, but here's the answer to your question. They wanted to know, was it true, or I've mentioned many times in the past that when I was fired from the LA Times, that the LAPD owned the LA Times, and it is true. And so let me explain sort of very briefly how that worked. I was the cartoonist at the LA Times from 2009 to 2015. And during that time, I, like any cartoonist would, I did cartoons about the local police. The LAPD is kind of a notorious police force. At that time, they were literally operating under a federal consent decree due to the Ramparts scandal. For people who are from Southern California, they're familiar with what I'm talking about.
What's the Ramparts scandal?
So the Ramparts division was basically part of the LAPD, and they had all sorts of, between quotas and financial corruption, all the cops were basically on the take, and it was a and also they were brutally abusing all people of color that were coming into their clutches. So it was a shit show. It was a giant violation of civil rights. And so the DOJ stepped in and was running the LAPD for a little while there. So anyway, LA Times during that time was spinning out in a big way. At one point, I was getting my paychecks from a holding company because they were in Chapter 11. So the LA Times was owned by Tribune Publishing. Tribune Publishing was a chain that owned 15 newspapers, including the Baltimore Sun, the Tampa Tribune, no, not the Tampa Tribune. I believe it was the Fort Lauderdale Sun-Sentinel, a bunch of other papers, the biggest of which was the name of the company, Chicago Tribune. So based in Chicago. So anyway, unbeknownst to me, 1 year before I got fired, in 2014, the LAPD pension fund, which was worth about $16 billion and has lots of investments in lots of things, decided to purchase controlling interest in the parent company of the LA Times, which was Tribune Publishing. And then they installed their own publisher, this guy named Austin Butner, who had previously had an unsuccessful run for mayor of Los Angeles, and is a multi-billionaire. And they installed him as the publisher of the LA Times to basically do their bidding. In 2015, and they, by the way, they were pretty brazen about this. They had previously purchased controlling interest in the San Diego Union Tribune back in 2009. And at the time that they did it, the LAPPL, the Los Angeles Police Protection League, which is the police union, had issued a statement that appeared in the LA Times saying that since they owned the paper, they reserved the right to fire and replace the editorial board and control the editorial direction of the newspaper, right? So no Chinese wall whatsoever. It's basically the San Diego Union Tribune was to become like the LAPD Times, basically. So they now 5 years later, they buy the LA Times as well as the San Diego Union Tribune indirectly by purchasing Tribune Publishing. And they basically told Austin Butner, their little butt boy, please get rid of Ted Rall because he makes mean cartoons about the police chief, who was Charlie Beck, who was a corrupt LAPD chief who ended up having to resign in scandal, and they did. And not only, but it wasn't enough to fire me. They also wanted to make sure I never worked anywhere else again. So I'm not going to get into all the details because time is limited, and I could do this someday if people care. I'm not sure they do care, but they decided to smear me in the pages of the LA Times so that my journalistic career would be ruined. I sued them, and it dragged on through the courts all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. And I think I won the moral victory, but I didn't win the legal victory because, as lots of people can attest when they've been the victim of lawfare, the system is rigged against people like me. So ultimately, the LAPD pension fund sold their share in the Tribune Publishing to a guy named Dr. Pat Soon-Shiong, who purchased the LA Times completely from Tribune. He's the sole owner now. He also owns the San Diego Union Tribune as well. So that's the ownership. To tell you how elites don't change, Dr. Pat decided to keep the lawsuit going that had started under the LAPD period. And so nothing really changed. And I got to tell you, with God as my witness, watching Austin Butner wants to be mayor of LA or maybe governor of, I could see him making a run for Gavin Newsom's seat as governor of California very easily. He really wants that. And I'm waiting for him. I've got my entire book already written about this whole thing with all the details. I've got the dirt on Gavin. I've got the dirt on Austin Butner. And it's a sordid story. I mean, it involves the guy who was it involves this guy who was a attorney who who ended up being corrupt. He was the guy who won the God, what's that lawsuit? The PG&E suit. Why am I forgetting this? You know, the movie about with Julia Roberts where she's the lawyer and they sue the
Superfund site.
Yeah, exactly. God, why is it not coming to my mind? Anyway, so because I'm still sick and trying to get over it. Anyway, long story short, so I have lots of so the dirt is there, but basically yes, and you know it's not illegal for a police pension fund to buy a newspaper. There's no law. Yeah, it's Aaron Brockovich. So he represented Aaron Brockovich, and his name was Tom Girardi. Tom Girardi is Google him. He was married to Erica Jane, a Real Housewife of Beverly Hills. He stole hundreds of millions of dollars from his clients, and it's pretty gross stuff. He an affair going on with my judge in my case, who happened, and he was also best friends with the police chief who I mentioned, Charlie Beck. I mean, LA is so incestuous. It's like run like a small Alabama town. You know, it's there's no opposing interests like in a city like New York where there are different factions among the elites. There's really just one old boys club there.
Do you think that Kamala Harris will make a run for governor of California now that her presidential bid is over? Because I mean, she could slide in. Gavin Newsom, he's in free. He could run in the next election, right?
She could. Yeah, I mean, it would be teed up. It would be pretty easy. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the problem is there's probably more grift to be had. You know, sort of going the Obama and Clinton route, forming a foundation as your slush fund, and then you know,
but is she smart enough to do
for
that?
$1 million a shot.
I mean, like what you said before is you haven't really seen any evidence of her intelligence, and I haven't seen that either. And it seems like that you have to be at least have a certain amount of smarts to run a con job. Maybe running a state's easier.
Indeed. So I don't know. I mean, running it is a big state, but you look, Gavin Newsom doesn't seem like the brightest, hardest working guy in the world, and you know, there he is. He seems to be able to get away with it.
Yeah, who knows?
All right, so we're gonna bring us out here. Let me do all of the closeout and thank everybody so much. Please subscribe to the TMI show on Rumble or on YouTube. If you're on Rumble, you have the option of becoming a paid subscriber for $5 a month, or just doing it for free. On YouTube, it's just for free. So either way, please do it. Please spread it around. Honestly, please go on your socials and either retweet or whatever everything that we are doing. I'm on Blue Sky as well as X. I'm not one of those people who think I went away from. By the way, I don't even understand parenthetically all the lefties who are saying like, you know, X became shitty under Musk. Under Musk, I finally was able to get dethrottled as a lefty. So I don't know what they're talking about. I think this is like not based on anything real, but of course my experience could just be individuated. So you don't know about that. Anyway, if you like what you see and what you're watching here and you find any value, please help us by subscribing and please donate, right? Otherwise the show just cannot go on. Click on the button right below the Rumble chat to help support the show. And please generally support independent and news and content creators anywhere you find them. Thanks so much to Putinbot Gaming, aka Robbie West, for your support and for moderating the chat. And of course, for co-hosting and filling in for Manila Chan. Manila Chan, if you're listening, or even if you're not, please just get better. Keep sleeping. She's like, why do they sleep? Sleep is the best medicine. Well, I'd say in the United States, it's the only medicine, as we previously said. Anyway, please check out the gaming channel.
And can I say something real quick, Ted?
Please.
So for those of you who are watching on Rumble, if y'all please do me a favor, because I do a lot of the work on the back end. If y'all hop over to YouTube and go through and click that like button and then share the stuff, because the more engagement that videos have, the higher up YouTube is going to start boosting the channel. And so that is a way that you can help Ted Manila out. Doesn't cost you a nickel. And we're almost at the 500 subscriber mark. That's when people could actually start donating on YouTube. The magic number, though, is 1,000 subscribers. That's when they actually start getting ad revenue. So if y'all can do that, it is a huge help. It's really the biggest way that you can help. And if you have multiple YouTube accounts, do it with all of them. That's all I got.
Okay, and that's it. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you Monday. We'll let you know what's going on with Manila. Follow us on X and everywhere else. And see ya. Have a great one.
Bye, y'all.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. And if you bore with us or tried to bear with us yesterday during the tech issues, thank you for coming back and giving us another chance. In our defense, not that we're not capable of messing up our own technology. This had nothing to do with us. There was a general outage from the StreamYard streaming platform, which affects a lot of shows like this one that are on YouTube and Rumble. And a lot of them were down yesterday with audio problems. And otherwise, anyway, thank you again. I am Ted Rall. Joining me over there is guest co-host and producer here on the TMI show, Robbie West. Manila Chan is still out sick. She has pneumonia and pleurisy. We're really kind of hoping, I'm kind of assuming she's out for the week. I think, Robbie, you and I are both kind of thinking that, and she'll probably be back on Monday. But look, she has to take the time that she has to take to get better. So this is the Ted Manila Information Show, TMI for short, where we bring you way too much information. Everything from news to politics to lifestyle, culture, fad diets, what the kids are up to, what the middle-aged people are up to, the taboo, the occult, anything and everything goes, because you can never have too much information, really, truly. If you're looking for that straight-laced, button-down news program, the show's probably going to disappoint you. But hey, life is full of disappointment, so stick around anyway. It's stuff you know you want to hear about, and maybe some stuff you never know you needed to know. And hopefully we'll have a few laughs along the way. We are here live Monday through Friday, every single day, Monday through Friday, from 10 a.m. Eastern time. We usually run about an hour, but we also stream anytime, including archived episodes. So if for some reason you wake up and you have a hankering to listen to something from back in October, it's up there in the clouds, and go into the YouTubes and the Rumbles, and you can find it. Please, 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 please be sure to like and follow this show. The Ted Manila Information Show starts now. And Robbie, we are still Jawsless, but that's in week. I think it would be wrong to bring back the Jaws until Manila comes back. We'll go Jawsless without Manila. No,
well, I agree,
Manila,
because
no Jaws.
I mean, wouldn't that be like a copyright infringement on Manila?
True. It would seem like it would be vicious and gross and mean.
Well, it'd be colonizing, right? Because she goes in, she uses the claws, and they just go in. That's kind of like her trademark, her signature thing. And if I did that as a white man, and yes, I am a white man, I am a male, then that could be considered a microaggression. So I don't want to do that.
No, I mean, yeah, it could be. I mean, it's always funny, right, about microaggressions. There's aggressions, there's microaggressions. Are there like middling aggressions or mediocre aggressions?
I don't know. It's hard to say.
I want to be guilty of mediocre.
I'm a kind of a shallow guy. Ask my wife; she will tell you. I really have a problem sometimes struggling with the feelings of other people, especially people who just assume I'm a Klansman because of my accent. So piss on them.
Yeah, you tell them like, hey, listen, leave that down at the Clavern. You know,
exactly.
Yeah, that's how that is. All right. So anyway, so now we're gonna go. Imagine in your mind's eye that there was Jaws, and they would go.
Here, let me help. There we go.
There you go. Okay.
As soon as I can get
All right. All right. So let's see. Okay, so I want to have the proper banner here, and now we do for the news. Okay, here we go. Luigi Mangione has been charged with murder Monday night in New York in the death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, as well as separate charges, including forgery and possession of a weapon in Philadelphia. In Pennsylvania. Sorry. He was denied bail in Pennsylvania yesterday and did not waive extradition, meaning that he's contesting extradition to New York. I kind of wish we had a legal expert to talk about this, but I kind of think he's just basically saying, I'm not going to make anything easy for you, assholes. I'm belligerent, and I'm not going to make it easy. Wait, what's your take on that?
Well, I'm right there with him. I mean, if that was me personally, I don't think I would have the intellect to do what he did, just to track this dude down and just do what he did. I gotta be careful because I don't want to offend our community guideline managers over on YouTube. That being said, if I did have the mental acuity to do what this man did, I would fight them every step of the way. And if I had a really good friend who was a troll, maybe someone who kind of styled himself as a Russian bot named Putin bot, maybe then I would launch it. Maybe then I would launch an online crusade, sharing memes, T-shirts, pictures, and I would tell Josh Shapiro, "Sorry, sir, your opinion about having different political opinions does not mean you get to commit violence." I would retweet pictures of him signing bombs every freaking day.
Yeah, I love that, right? I mean, it's so amazing to hear, high-ranking members of the United States government, like Senator Shapiro, and you'll hear like Kamala Harris and Joe Biden say this too. To his credit, Trump doesn't say it, and I give him props for this. But those guys, they'll always say, "There's no place in America for violence." Do you even hear yourself talking? I mean, there's plenty of place for violence in America, and it mostly comes out of the United States government.
You ain't gonna get no argument from me.
All right, moving along. New York Governor Kathy Hochul says that she will issue a governor's warrant for Mangione's extradition. That Pennsylvania judge gave prosecutors 30 days to get the warrant to ensure Mangione is tried and held accountable. His lawyer, Thomas Dickey, who's a high-profile Pennsylvania attorney, says Mangione will plead not guilty to the charges in Pennsylvania. Those are basically just bullshit holding charges, is what those are. Basically, they came up with stuff like, presenting fake ID to law enforcement and stuff like that. Those are going to probably be dropped so that he can be extradited to New York. And he is expected to do the same in New York, to plead not guilty. Mangione wrote online of the devastating effect that a chronic back condition had on him as a young man. I mean, he's still a young man. He's 26 years old. In a series of archived posts from a now deleted Reddit account with the username Mr. Cactus, the 26-year-old wrote posts spanning several years that said that he suffered from spondy, a reference to I hope I get this right, spondylolisthesis, a condition caused by a vertebra that slips out of place and puts pressure on the bones below. I guess that's just a slipped disc, right? In one post, he said, "It's absolutely brutal to have such a life-halting issue." Shooting suspect did complain of moving on. Sorry, that's just the subhead. He said that he aggravated the condition in a surfing accident that caused his back and hips to, quote, lock up. In a 2023 post on the subreddit or chat room dedicated to spondylolisthesis, Mangione wrote, "When my spondy went bad on me last year, it was completely devastating as a young athletic person. Seemingly all I could read on the internet was that I was destined to chronic pain and a desk job for the rest of my life." He went on to say, however, that representation was terrifying, inaccurate, and completely destroyed me until I realized the silent majority of fusions are highly successful. Spinal fusion surgery is what he's talking about. That's where vertebrae are joined with metal plates, screws, or rods to prevent the painful effects of them moving against each other. That, according to Mayo Clinic. Investigators say that they were looking into whether an X-ray image uploaded to Mangioni's X account showing metal screws inserted where was actually belonged to him. Mangioni wrote in February earlier this year of having spinal surgery 6 months earlier after failed conservative treatment. Elsewhere, he suffered from sciatica and lower back pain as well as numbness in his right toe. He said his toe used to go completely numb anytime I walked, though he went on to say the symptom had improved. He also posted about suffering from restless sleep as well as bladder and genital pain. That's not good. In other posts from the now deleted account, Mangioni shared detailed tips on what kind of backpack and other gear to go traveling with, as well as fantasy football and the mobile game Pokemon Go. Obviously what's going on now is there's speculation about the personal motives, right? We had kind of thought, a lot of people, including me, thought, well, we're probably going to find out that he lost a loved one due to a health insurer's failure to cover them. That does not appear to be the case. If it is the case, we just haven't found out. He's from a very well-off family. He was a very successful, privileged guy. He went to a private school where he graduated near outside Baltimore, where he graduated at the very top of his class as valedictorian. He went to the University of Pennsylvania, which is an Ivy League school, where again he graduated cum laude. So he did well in school. By all accounts, he was very likable, charismatic, kind, thoughtful, and popular. I guess. And so people are kind of like, the presupposition is that he may have lost his mind, maybe due to the back pain and medications that he was on. And he was reported missing by his mother in November, just I guess about a month ago. And so he kind of went off the grid. That can go either way. It might be that he just went off the grid in preparation, in training for what he allegedly did in New York to Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare. And they just kind of like, I'm not going to be calling my mom while I'm working on, murdering this guy. It's just hard to say, but it was very interesting to me that he yelled to the reporters, right? Yeah. When he was being transferred, sort of Jack Ruby slash, style from between institute from one facility to the next, very briefly. And he yelled to the reporters, "This is an insult to the American people."
And it is.
They have, this is their lived experience, obviously talking about the healthcare situation.
Yeah. Well, one of the things, as you know, I work for a hospital, and one of the things that'll happen is that, let's just say, for example, if you're a cancer patient, every time that there's a new procedure needs to be done, or if a doctor wants to try a new medication, or if you have to go in and get a new surgery, every single time you have to get a pre-approval from the insurance company. Every single time. And it is time consuming, it's expensive, it's stressful as hell. I mean, I completely see why this guy did it. And tell you, if I was the president, I would pardon this man 100%.
Well, the problem is that these are going to be state charges. There's some speculation that there would be federal charges, although I don't really know what basis there would possibly be for federal charges. But a president cannot pardon. We would need that pardon to come from Governor Kathy Hochul, who basically seems to be on the wrong side of most political matters. And it would be very audacious for a public, person like Governor Hochul to say, look, I'm going to pardon this person. I understand what they did. I mean, there would have to be, I just can't imagine in our system anyone having the balls to do that.
I wish I could say that you're wrong, but I don't think that you can. And that's interesting because I thought that the feds were going to get involved because it was across state lines, but maybe not.
Well, he didn't commit the crime across state lines, right? He just the crime was committed in New York. So I think that's where we're at. All right, let's keep going. Syria's new interim prime minister says that he wants to bring back millions of Syrian refugees, protect all citizens, and provide basic services. But rebuilding is going to be hard because the country is out of foreign currency. In the coffers, there are only Syrian pounds worth little or nothing. $1 buys 35,000 Syrian pounds. Mohammed al-Bashir told the Italian newspaper Il Corriere della Sera, "We have no foreign currency, and as for loans and bonds, we are still collecting data. So yes, financially we are very bad," said Bashir. who ran a rebel-led administration in a pocket of northwest Syria before the lightning offensive swept into Damascus and toppled President Bashar al-Assad. The new administration is trying to win funds to rebuild Syria, a colossal task following a civil war that has killed hundreds of thousands of people. Cities have been bombed to ruins. And I guess the United States and Israel are determined to keep that going because they're still bombing Syria even as we speak. Swaths of countryside are depopulated, and the economy is completely gutted by international sanctions. Thank you, U.S. Millions of refugees still live in camps after one of the biggest displacements of modern times. U.S. officials are warily engaging with the former rebels, although they are led by Syria's former al-Qaeda affiliate, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, also known as HTS. The new government must uphold clear commitments to fully respect the rights of minorities, facilitate the flow of humanitarian assistance to all in need, prevent Syria from being used as a base for terrorism or posing a threat to its neighbors, says Secretary of State Antony Blinken. All sounds so reasonable. I wish he would also ask Israel to uphold its clear commitments to fully respect the rights of, well, I guess majorities in that case. HTS has lately downplayed its jihadist roots, but remains designated as a terrorist organization by the UN, the US, the EU, Turkey, and many other countries. This story reminds me, we're going to get into the winners and losers out of Syria at the bottom of the hour in about 14 minutes. But I had the privilege to meet with Fidel Castro of Cuba back in 2000 when I went on a cartoonist's junket. And I sat in his office with one other cartoonist, and it was kind of amazing. And at one point, he would go on and on and on and on, just keep talking. And at one point, I asked him a question that I think he had never been asked before, and he completely didn't have a prepackaged answer. And he perked up, and it's relevant to this dilemma that the Syrians HTS find themselves in. He said, I said, what did you do when you took over? When you arrived in Havana with the successful revolution, the Batista regime had taken all of the gold reserves with him, right, and his family. All the money was gone. The treasury was empty. How did you govern? What did you do? How did you get cash going? And he said, oh my God. He said, he pointed to a chair in the corner and he said, Che Guevara was sitting in that chair. And he and I had this conversation about that very thing. And there was like $50 in the Cuban treasury when we got here. And he said, we looked at each other and we smoked cigars and we were like, we're fucked. And Che Guevara pointed to a lamppost across the street and said, we're going to be hanging from those lampposts right, within a week or two, because we have no way to pay the police, soldiers, teachers, anyone, right? The whole country is going to collapse. And he said, we stayed up all night just smoking and thinking. And then early in the morning, Che said, I've got it. We're going to nationalize the bastards. We're going to take the sugar plantations. We're going to take the casinos from the foreigners. We're going to take it all. Within 6 months, he said, they had so much money once they expropriated the money that was being sucked out of Cuba and redirected to the Cuban people. They were able to start establishing national health care, free schools for all, and they even created free international phone calling in the late 1950s, early 1960s. You can't even imagine that free international calling. I mean, even in the 80s, that would have never happened here, right? I mean, so you don't even have that now. I mean, you can do it through WhatsApp or whatever, but it's not the same thing. I mean, they had more money than they knew what to do with. Anyway, I just think it's an interesting dilemma when you take over a country and there's no money.
So, what was Castro like? I mean, you sat in a room with the guy. I mean, what was he like?
3 hours.
Like was it the kind of person that you bring over your house to have dinner with?
Well, he was obviously very used to being the smartest person in the room. And so he wasn't, I think, usually very challenged, not to mention it was a dictatorship. So people were probably not likely to question him very much. Right. But he struck me as brilliant, but easily bored and sort of like on autopilot a lot of the time. And I think that's why he enjoyed his conversation with me and my colleague, because we came at him with some left field questions that he'd never heard of. I liked him a lot. I thought he was fantastic. You know, I mean, obviously, that is not what his brand of socialism is not the socialism I would like to see come to power, which would be more democratic. But I mean, you know, this is a visionary. This is a guy who, you know, he's interesting as hell, and he was brilliant.
Gotcha.
All right,
Gotcha.
let's
You're the only person. You're the only guy I've ever that I know that's ever sat down and talked to him before he left his mortal coil. So I just had to ask.
Well, it was no. I mean, he was a famously long-winded guy, and I got to say, I was a little bit worried about that. But it was also a real privilege. I was there with about 20 cartoonists from the United States, and basically the government minders said, you know, Fidel just wants to meet you and your friend. And I'm like, what about the other ones? And they're like, yeah, not so much. Fidel's more into your work. And I'm like, yay, I like Fidel likes my cartoons. All right, let's move on here. Strong winds continue to fuel the fast-moving 3,000-acre Malibu wildfire that has destroyed homes and forced the authorities to issue evacuation orders to about 20,000 people in LA County. The National Weather Service warned last night that there remained a very extreme fire danger across SoCal, Southern California, as thousands of first responders work to control the flames. Evacuees from Malibu include several famous people who live in the sought-after beachside community. Actor Dick Van Dyke, who turns 99 on Friday, happy birthday, Dick, wrote on Facebook that he and his wife Arlene escaped safely on Tuesday with their animals, except for a cat named Bobo. Okay, Dick, you don't leave your cat behind. Better to burn to death at the age of 98.99 than to let your cat behind. Your cat is your most precious possession, right, Clovis? Yes, Clovis.
Oh crap! So Clovis just heard this. He's going to go to California and take him out. You know that, right?
Clovis is not happy about this shit. This is not right.
Clovis is going to channel his inner Luigi.
All right. Well, I mean, you know, Dick Van Dyke, I was going to say he seems sharp, but how sharp can you be and leave your cat? Anyway, Cher also evacuated to a hotel Monday night along with her pets. Apparently she got all her pets out, Dick Van Dyke. That, according to her publicist, Liz Rosenberg, according to the New York Times. Students at Pepperdine University in Malibu, it's right on the Pacific Coast Highway, you see it when you're driving there, have spoken about the terrifying ordeal of being told to shelter in place in the campus library and other buildings. I don't know if sheltering in place in a place full of paper seems like a really good idea. Am I missing something here?
I wouldn't feel comfortable doing it.
All right.
I mean,
no,
I'd pass.
We were supposed to be taking finals this weekend with the students that I talked to. We'd much rather be taking finals than living through this experience, says Rachel Flynn, senior at Pepperdine. Tonight, it's on Drescher Hill, which is the opposite side of campus than it was last night, she said. So that's definitely concerning for me because that's where my dorm is located. That's where my car is parked. I'm watching the flames expand and go, just get your cat. Resigned to their temporary home, Flynn said some people had put couches together as makeshift beds. You know, I would be normally rant about climate change right now, but in fairness, they've always had lots of wildfires in Malibu.
Yeah, and speaking of climate change, I don't know how relative this is, but I mean, here today it's steamy. It's in the 20s. Normally it's around 0 this time of the year. So.
Oh, okay. Well, here it's a very warm day. It's meant to be. It's rainy and blustery. It's 58 degrees going, with an expected high in New York of 61 degrees, going down to 41. So a little bit cooler, but it's still warm for, mid-December.
Hey,
all right, let's move on. A suicide. Sorry, go ahead.
So that's trade weather.
yeah, I would do that in a second. A suicide bombing in the Afghan capital of Kabul has killed the Taliban's refugee minister and 2 other. That, according to the Interior Ministry, the death of the minister Khalil Haqqani is the highest profile casualty of a bombing in Afghanistan since the Taliban returned to power in 2021. There's been no immediate claim of responsibility for the blast, which officials said struck inside the ministry in Kabul. There's no further details offered by the Taliban government, who spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak to the news media. If you recognize that name, Haqqani from the Haqqani network is the uncle of Sirajuddin Haqqani. He's the acting interior minister who leads, of course, a very powerful network in what used to be called the tribal areas of Waziristan in western Pakistan, and now also inside Afghanistan. And IS, the Islamic State affiliate known as ISIS Khorasan, ISIS-K, a major rival of the ruling Taliban, has carried out a lot of previous attacks across Afghanistan. So the speculation is that this is their work as well. In early September, a suicide bomber in Kabul, a different person, killed at least 6 people and wounded 13 others. ISIS-K did claim responsibility for that attack. I mean, this is interesting that a story about a bombing in Afghanistan or violence of this sort is actually unusual, right? That's why it's news. I mean, that's sort of how much things have changed in 3 years since the U.S. withdrew. And obviously, Afghanistan has lots of problems, mainly due to U.S. sanctions. And their money's been stolen by the U.S. Treasury, by the U.S. government. But, for the most part, it's pretty peaceful. But obviously, there's factionalism in Afghanistan that has not gone away.
Sure. Well, my question is, you've been there, I never have. I mean, how much control does the Taliban actually have over its territory? I mean, what does it actually control? Does it have an economy to even build?
The control is considerable. I think it's fair to say that the Taliban are in control of easily 95% of the country at this point. And the reason I say that is because even before they came to power, they controlled 90% of the country. The only thing they were missing were the big cities like Kabul and the central parts of places like Mazar-e Sharif and Kandahar and Herat. But now they're completely, they really do run the entire country. ISIS and these other factions are in places like the Panjshir Valley that used to be like holdouts of the Northern Alliance back in the 1996, the early 1996 to 2001 Taliban 1.0 period. They're going to be, the Taliban are definitely running the show. In terms of revenue, which you kind of alluded to, the main thing that they have to, the main source of revenue is basically taxes on goods that travel through Afghanistan. So the Taliban's model is they basically have made the highways safe. You can drive now from a truck, for example, full of goods from one end of the country to the other. And, the roads suck. But if you don't break an axle, or you're going to make it without being blown up by an IED or shaken down by thugs or raped or killed or whatever. And so then you can, there's a lot of goods that originate in places like India and Pakistan, cheap manufactured goods, and they make their way, for example, to the western border with Iran, or they go north to the former Soviet republics of Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan. And Tajikistan. So it's a trade route.
Toll road. Gotcha.
It's a toll road. Yeah. So they charge tariffs, and that's how. It's a major source of revenue, really.
Hey, maybe Trump should reach out to him and ask, hey, how does your tariff strategy work? Because let's sit down and talk.
Yeah, no, it's not true that tariffs don't work at all. That's kind of some pro-corporate propaganda there. All right, let's move on. It can be tricky to see sponges as animals, and I don't mean like sponges in your kitchen, but I mean the ones in the ocean, stationary and plant-like as they are. But they represent apparently some of the longest living animals anywhere. Arguably, the most impressive is found in Antarctica. Now scientists say that one specimen is 11,000 years old. This sponge belongs to the species Monorhapis chuni, and they spend their lives anchored to ocean substrata via a single giant spicule. Their body is then wrapped along the spicule, forming a continuous cylinder, holding its body on a spike above the seafloor, which inspired the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's description of a Monorhapis species as maybe the inspiration for corn dogs. The incredible longevity of these animals was revealed in 2012 when scientists investigated the isotopic and elemental composition of a giant M. chuni specimen skeleton. That sponge was already a big dude. He was 2 meters long and 1 centimeter thick. They say size doesn't matter, but that's wrong. But when they looked at the fine silicon dioxide lamellae that make up its glass fiber-like rod, which grow like the rings of a tree, the result of his age was absolutely staggering. At around 11,000 years old, The sponge had lived to see a lot of change as it quietly grew at a depth of 3,600 feet in the East China Sea. Over 25 years later, a team of scientists were able to glean some precious information about the climate it developed in by looking at the silicon dioxide's rod growth patterns. And so they're getting all sorts of information, Robbie, about climate and how it's evolved since the last ice age. I mean, that sponge has been here since before the rise of ancient Egypt and the pyramids. It's been here since before the rise of the Khmer civilization in Southeast Asia, modern day Cambodia. I mean, basically, it goes back to ancient Mesopotamia. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it was around when the wheel was invented, which is staggering to me.
Yeah, that sponge has just been hanging, just chilling.
Yep. And one thing I've got to admit, I always thought the sponges were plants. I mean, this is why this is TMI, because we get too much information.
Okay. So I've got to send our guest a link. So don't do this. Don't. Okay. It's annoying when the phone does things you don't want it to do, but here we go. All right. I'm just sending our guest a link. Okay. Just sent it.
You are good. Hey, but no, listen, I mean, as good as annoying as technology is, at least what we have going for us now is that if you're doing a talk show, being able to actually have sound and being able to talk is huge. And I learned yesterday I need to develop a redundancy so that way the next time that StreamYard is down, we can just jump right in, go into Rumble Studio, and hopefully avoid that annoying ass echo that we had yesterday. Because I
still don't really know what the cause of that was. That might have been a microphone issue on our side, maybe.
That's the only thing I could figure.
So I've sent the link to our guest. Yeah, well, I mean, it could have just been one of those things. It's kind of like you just get a clusterfuck where everything is going wrong all at the same time, and that definitely seemed to be the case yesterday.
100%.
And so, yeah, it's I don't know. We can just get into it and talk to, I mean, oh, by the way, there was some kind of talk about doing about some alternative Steam to StreamYard that was in the chat yesterday on the Rumble feed.
Yep.
So, or maybe it was in YouTube. So we should look at that because we do need like a plan B and a plan C.
No, 100%. And kind of going through yesterday, but I was thinking about it, just kind of doing the autopsy. I think that the issue probably was on my end because as people who are watching know, I stream a gaming channel. I am PutinBot. I'm PutinBot Gaming. And so when I tried to use OBS to make it tie into Rumble Studio, it was trying to go through my channel. And so that very well could have been the problem. So I may just need to build an entirely different profile just for the TMI show. That way, if and when this happens again, it'll just be a more of an easy and seamless transition over. Besides, I like Rumble Studio more, but that's just my personal preference.
Yeah.
But the fonts in Rumble Studio suck. You're a font guy. I'm not. You're a cartoonist. I'm a dumb redneck. I don't care about fonts, but you do.
I do like fonts. Fonts are important. You'd be my font book is crazy. I have like hundreds and hundreds of fonts, but we're not here to talk about the size of my fonts or even how I use them. Let's move on to the situation in Syria. We're going to go ahead and bring in our guest and add him to the stage. Hi, George.
How are you, Ted?
How's it going?
Good. How about you?
Good. All right. Let me go ahead and tee up the topic and introduce you. Ties between Syria and Russia go back not only through the Soviet Union, but even back to Tsarist Russia. Now, presumably, because Russia is so focused on Ukraine, it was unable or unwilling to save its ally, President Bashar al-Assad, from getting deposed by Islamist insurgents, also known as HTS. Assad is safely in Moscow, but Damascus, what happens there next is an entirely different matter. As we talked about in the news headlines before we brought you on, George, the new government or the insurgent government is worried terribly about the fiscal situation and says that they don't have enough hard currency in order to run the government. Americans who remember the optimistic coverage of the fall of Baghdad to U.S. troops in 2003 and the toppling of Saddam Hussein know better than to take similar images and coverage as pure optimism in the way that they're being presented. So we're bringing in Dr. George Zamuli. He's a senior research fellow at the Global Policy Institute, author of the books Bombs for Peace, NATO's Humanitarian War on Yugoslavia. George, thanks for joining us.
Well, it's very good to be with you, Ted.
So, George, what are your thoughts broadly? I guess first of all, let's talk about how quickly this happened. I think 2 weeks ago, if I had told you, oh, the government of Bashar al-Assad is toast, this HTS group is going to be able to march into Aleppo basically without any resistance whatsoever, and they're going to be able to drive all the way to Damascus in under a week and topple Assad, and he's going to have to fly off to Russia, never to be seen or heard from again. Would you have believed me?
No, I wouldn't have, but there's nothing so astonishing about that. I think clearly Bashar al-Assad and his Syrian Arab army could only survive by the grace of its protectors, which is, of course, Russia, Iran, and Hezbollah. Now, Russia is very preoccupied in Ukraine. It doesn't really have anything to spare. Iran has, I think, taken a beating from Israel. Hezbollah obviously has taken a severe beating from Israel. So without that kind of support, really, the demoralization was going to kick in very quickly. I mean, we saw that, Americans have experience of that in Vietnam in 1975. Once it became clear to the Saigon government that the United States was not coming in, even with air power, or even with providing them with some kind of weapons, then it was over, and the army just collapsed and ran away. So it's not so surprising. I think as far as the Western powers are concerned, and that means United States, Great Britain, Israel, and Turkey, I think it's mission accomplished. I think they've created a chaos, and I think chaos was always the goal there. And now they've got a dysfunctional state. And when you've got a dysfunctional state, then you can put it to all sorts of uses. And the Americans are actually very good at doing that.
What kind of uses do you mean?
Oh, to become a center for global terrorism. You just send people out to create problems for your adversary states. Russia obviously is going to be targeted for terrorists. I think there's going to be, the terrorists infiltrating into Russia. I think Iran obviously will be targeted. And I think China is going to be targeted. So here you've got a whole bunch of people who don't have very much money. They don't really have any jobs in Syria, so the United States can provide them. That's relatively cheap, give them enough money, and send them on their way. It's kind of what happened after the fall of Afghanistan in the late 1980s.
Hezbollah in Lebanon took a huge hit from those from that Mossad and Shin Bet pager attack a few months ago. They don't seem to have ever really fully recovered, not to mention the bombing campaign by the IDF. Is that next? Is Hezbollah now in real trouble? The old joke in the 1980s was, if you take Syria, you get Lebanon for free. Is Lebanon now on the ropes?
Well, I think Lebanon, yes, it is on the ropes, and I think the Israelis can go on pounding Lebanon, particularly pounding Hezbollah, to their heart's content. This is what the Israelis do very well. They don't do particularly well in hand-to-hand combat. They're not going to send their forces into Lebanon, but they can go on bombing and bombing and bombing, and they do have an effect. And we've seen that Israel has been bombing Syria pretty much on a daily and nightly basis for many, many years, and it's had an effect. I mean, without question, it's weakened Syria fatally. It weakened the Iranians. I mean, there was an Iranian presence in Syria from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. They've taken a pounding from Israel, and of course, Hezbollah's been weakened. So it does have an effect after a time, the Israeli bombing, and of course the brutal sanctions imposed by the United States. All of that weakened Syria fatally. So by the time the the HTS under Turkish auspices, who've been receiving very substantial financing from Turkey, so much so that the people in Idlib were living much better than the people living in Syria proper. By the time they mounted their offensive, really, Syria had already taken such a beating that it wasn't able to provide any kind of resistance.
So HTS is. Go ahead, Robbie.
All right. Just that's what I say. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. George. Been following you on the Gaggle for years. Now, my question to you is, with the fall of Syria, is Iran's proxy network in the West, is it dead?
I think so. I mean, I can't see very much, left. I mean, there's the Houthis, but they've minimal impact, and whatever impact they have, I think the Houthis will be targeted. I think Iran has got a more serious problem on its hands. I think Iran will be next. I think Iran will be targeted by the incoming Trump administration and by Israel, because Israel was saying, hey, we've been really successful. We've dealt with the axis of resistance. We've dealt with Hezbollah. We've dealt with Syria. We're about to wipe out Hamas. This is our golden opportunity to deal with the Iran problem once and for all. And of course, the United States has never really forgiven Iran for throwing out the Pahlavis in 1979. So America has been eyeing Iran for 45 years. So absolutely, Iran it's not going to be involved in a fight for its survival, let alone axis of resistance. It's really a question of whether Iran itself can survive.
Gotcha.
George, let me ask you about it's one thing for the United States, for example, to have helped to turn to help to have turned Afghanistan into a terrorist state in the early 1990s after supporting the Mujahideen in the 80s. Afghanistan was and still is on the other side of the planet. But from the standpoint of Turkey and Israel, why on earth would they be willing to have an HTS come to power and basically have a ragtag group of former Islamic State, Al-Qaeda, and other, Al-Nusra Front and other radical Muslim fundamentalists come to power right smack on their border? Why on earth would they want that? Why weren't they happy with Assad? I mean, I would have been, if I were the Israelis, I would have been like, we can work with this guy. We know who he is. He's not dangerous to us. He's not going to attack us. I mean, there's some pretty nutty people in HTS.
Well, it's a long-standing Western and Israeli tradition of hating and undermining and destroying the Arab nationalist secular regimes and supporting the Islamists. And this goes back, we know, of course, how Netanyahu supported Hamas, but this goes way back, in the 1950s when the British were seeking to overthrow the Nasser regime in Egypt. They were plotting against the Baathists in Syria. Again, this is back in the 1950s. And then he goes even further back in the days of the British mandate of Palestine. The British were supporting the Islamists. Not with any great success, but nonetheless, that was their support. They, the one that the Israelis always go on about, the Mufti of Jerusalem, who then eventually collaborated with Nazi Germany. But the Mufti of Jerusalem was hoisted into power as a very young man because the British saw him as a religious leader and therefore a much more reliable person to deal with than an Arab nationalist. And I think that's why, over and over again, when we had a global war on terror, but who was targeted in the global war on terror? Saddam Hussein, a secular leader, Muammar Gaddafi, secular leader, and of course Bashar al-Assad, secular leader. So that's the tradition. And so you're absolutely right. You would think this is the person that you want to work with, but that's not really what the Americans, the British, want. Now, the one problem they have, which is sometimes these Islamists, they go off their leash and then they turn against their owners. That's blew up in the Americans' faces, obviously on 9/11. So I think the instructions to them is, hey, focus on Russia, focus on the Central Asian states who are Russia's allies, they're members of the Collective Security Treaty Organization. Focus on China. Don't start moving towards Europe or the let alone the United States. They stay the hell away from that. And I think that's what the message will be also to Turkey. That Turkey, hey, your task is to make life difficult for the Russians in Central Asia. You want to create this some kind of a Turkic civilization. You do it, in Central Asia, where it's going to be a pain in the neck for the Russians. Leave Syria to us, and I think that's what's going to happen. I think the Americans and the Israelis are just going to largely carve up Syria among themselves.
Now, obviously, this is a huge blow to Russia, right? I mean, so two-part question. Did Russia let Assad go basically like in a chess game saying, we've got to focus on Ukraine. We're close enough to something that feels like victory that we can taste it and we don't want to redirect any resources? Or were they just not up for it? Did they just not have the resources to protect Assad? Like, which one was it? And and also Russia's not really quite done, are they? Right? They still have two bases in Syria. There's Russian warships are currently anchored nearby. So is there going to be some sort of effort on the part of the Russians to keep a foothold there? And if so, is that likely to succeed? Would they bring in Wagner from Africa, from the Sahel to do that? Or is Russia pretty much just finished in Syria?
I tend to think Russia is finished in Syria. I don't see it likely that they're going to be able to keep the Tartus naval base or their Khmeim air base. I think that the Americans, who I think will have some leverage over the HTS, I think they're going to pressure them to, hey, get the Russians out of here. I mean, that's it. We want that naval base. We want that air base. Get them out of here. And I think they will. And once they ask the Russians to go, then they'll go. I mean, there's no means for the Russians to stay there. So I don't see it. Russia has no friends now in Syria, so there's no mechanism there to allow them to keep their base. And of course, that is a major blow. I mean, I think you said in your intro that this goes all the way back. Certainly, in the case of the Soviet Union, they signed that friendship treaty with Bashar al-Assad's father, Hafez Assad. That was in 1971, so that's more than 50 years. It's the one warm water port that the Soviet Union and then Russia retained. So it's a big deal. And then it goes back even further into in the days when the Russian Empire was the protector of the Christians. I mean, that's what it did. It protected the Christians in the Balkans, and it protected the Christians in the Middle East. So it goes back a long way. Now, why didn't they do anything? I think that they're really stretched. I just don't think they have anything to spare. I mean, I think that that must have been what they told Assad, is that we just don't have anything. That would be a major operation for us, major air power and everything. We just don't have it. I mean, everything is tied up in Ukraine.
Yeah, so I agree with that. Oh, go ahead, Ted.
Sorry, Robbie. Yeah, you come after me. Volodymyr Zelensky, he might. If I'm him, I'm not taking any comfort in any of this, right? Because the troops that were in Syria, where are they going to go? They're now available for service in Ukraine, right? So this is, if anything, going to accelerate the outcome in Ukraine. No.
Well, it may be. I don't know how many troops they really had in Syria. I doubt whether it was a huge military presence. I mean, Russians already have a substantial military presence in Ukraine. So I don't know whether, in terms of numbers, it's going to be particularly significant. I think.
The air power, I think, was significant.
I think the air power, it may be of significance, but I think Russia already has quite a bit of air power at his disposal, but Russia is using its air power in a very constricted way for whatever reason, but it could have used it in far more devastating or effective way, but it hasn't. No, I think Zelensky's problem, maybe a problem, we'll have to see, is what happens when Trump takes over on January 20th.
for sure.
Because Trump will, without doubt, put forward a peace plan, and then who knows what's going to happen to that peace plan? Who's going to accept it, who's not going to accept it, and then what happens if it's not accepted? So I think that's the Zelensky's immediate focus. But without question, I mean, this is a big blow to Russia's reputation. Anytime you go in and you say, "Hey, we're here for you. We're going to protect you. We're going to support you. We're going to defend you," and now you don't, then your credibility around the world is lost. And particularly when the rationale that Putin presented in 2015, which is, "Hey, we don't want the black flag of ISIS flying over Damascus because we are afraid. We're very close. We're afraid of jihadis coming into our country." Well, the black flag is flying over Damascus, and the jihadis are going to be coming into your country. So that objective has not been accomplished.
Yeah. So just two quick questions. One, when it comes to the Russians, the way I kind of look at it is that the Russians were prepared to assist the Syrian army, but not to replace it. And the Syrian army, I mean, they didn't even show up to fight. They just kind of melted away. So I think that probably played into the Russian rationale. I mean, when I look at it, if your army refuses to even defend its home, why should I defend you? I mean, that's just me. And the other thing is, I think it also shows the danger of a frozen conflict, because after the first Syrian war, the rebels, they kept the north. They had their little buffer zone. The conflict was frozen. Well, look how that turned out. Now the neocons in Europe and here in America are all like, look, Russia could be beaten. We just punch them in the face. Let's freeze this conflict in Ukraine. Trust us, we're not going to do anything. Are the Russians foolish enough, in your opinion, to fall for that trick again? Will they settle for a frozen conflict in Ukraine, or will they just, or do they realize that's a trap?
That's a very good question. Now, just going back to your first question, when you have a military that is completely dependent upon its foreign sponsors, and then the foreign sponsors say, "Look, we just simply can't do it. We're not going to be here for you," then of course the military just collapses. I mean, it fought reasonably well when the Russians were there to provide the air power, and so that's why I was talking earlier about the South Vietnamese. The South Vietnamese fought reasonably well, like let's say in 1972 when the North Vietnam mounted their Easter offensive. They did okay, but they had the American air power there to provide support. Once in 75, the Americans said, "Nope, no air power, no weapons." Quickly, the morale just collapsed. I mean, that's just an inevitability. So it's easy, I think, in retrospect, to blame Bashar al-Assad, but given the circumstances, and again, not to mention all the effect, this devastating effect of the sanctions. I mean, these were really brutal sanctions. The United States were providing, so that everything just takes its toll after a time. But in terms of your second question, I completely agree with you, because I think that was an unfinished conflict, and I think you've defeated ISIS. You've managed to keep Bashar al-Assad in power, but he's not really the government. That's not really the government of Syria. You've got the northwest, the Idlib province, which is under the control of it was first Jabhat al-Nusra, then it was HTS. That was them. Is the Turks retain their presence. Then you have the Kurdish part of Syria, and they kept the oil fields, they kept the wheat fields. They're there under the sponsorship of the Americans. So essentially, it was an unfinished conflict. And when you have an unfinished conflict, then sooner or later it's going to blow up in your face, because of course they were using that time to build up their forces, and then it was inevitable they were going to mount an attack. I mean, that's what happened. It's unfinished. I mean, and they had an opportunity to finish it in 2018 to 2020, but Erdogan rushed to the UN Security Council in New York and said, "Oh, this is so horrific what Russia and Syria are planning to do. They're going to kill all these babies. It's going to be a humanitarian crisis." And then Trump he sent out a tweet saying, well, if Russia mounts an attack on Idlib, we're going to hit the Russians. So whether they would have done it or not, I don't know. But he directly threatened to use force against the Russians if they attacked Idlib, and Russia decided not to do it. They didn't want to risk a war with the United States. But what that meant is that the Americans had the escalatory dominance. They were able to essentially push Russia aside and say, "Don't do it because you'll have us to deal with." Now, in terms of what happens with freezing the conflict in Ukraine, I really do hope that Russia won't fall for it, that they won't accept
Me too.
something like what I think Trump will propose, a frozen conflict, which is let's have a ceasefire along the current lines of contact, and then we'll deal with all the problems down the road. Okay, we'll postpone NATO membership for a few years, but let's just freeze things in place. I think that's going to be the offer from Trump, and I hope very much that that Russia doesn't accept it. But the chances are, knowing the United States, that they'll probably just go, they'll be so unreasonable that Russia will just eventually say, no, we really can't accept it. But it's like, if you think of the Istanbul Agreement, which is a terrible agreement. It was a terrible agreement for Russia, but Russia was willing to accept it. It was only because the NATO powers got so greedy with Boris Johnson saying, no, we don't want this, we want more. We want to really inflict a defeat on Russia. It was only because of that we were saved what would have been an absolutely catastrophic agreement.
Gotcha.
George, we have a question from someone who was kind enough to contribute to the show. Well-dressed nerd, thank you for your cash donation, $5, much appreciated. Question for George: if war between Iran and the U.S. and or Israel becomes a reality, he wants to know, how would this affect Russia and China's involvement with BRICS?
I think Russia and China will stay out. I think they will provide some kind of support, probably. Again, depending on what they've got to spare. I mean, they're very heavily tied up in Ukraine, but whatever they have to spare, they will provide. Well, Russia certainly will provide it to Iran. I don't know about China. China likes to keep its powder dry. The real question then is, what is Iran going to do about, to protect itself? Which is it finally going to make the decision to develop nuclear weapons? Now, you would think that, given the high stakes, that it will basically say we need nuclear weapons. But that's only the start of their problems, because if for one moment the United States and Israel suspected that Iran does now have nuclear weapons, even if Iran hasn't made an official announcement, then the United States and Israel would attack. They would launch a preemptive attack to take out Iranian nuclear facilities. So Iran clearly needs it because it's in the crosshairs. But if it's going to develop nuclear weapons, it's going to have to be very, very clever, very subtle about it. And so present it to the world. Well, not only do we have many nuclear missiles, we have the means of launching them. We have launches, intercontinental launches. In other words, we can reach the United States, and they are thoroughly dispersed around the country. So if you try a preemptive attack, you're not going to be able to take out everything. So that's it's not enough just to have nuclear weapons. You've got to actually lay the groundwork to thwart a preemptive attack.
Would Pakistan help Iran?
I doubt it. I think they're going to stay out of it. I mean, it's they don't really want to get themselves involved in a war with the United States.
Yeah, Pakistan has never had good relations with Iran.
No, not really. Exactly. They're Sunni, and they don't have anything like that.
George, one last question. Let's talk about, a lot of it. We've been talking about the foreign policy implications, but what about the people of Syria? I mean, what is this governance going to look like? I mean, is it going to be an ongoing civil conflict with the factions that still haven't come under HTS control? Are they going to be able to find some revenue source that's going to make up for all the money that apparently Assad spirited out with him? Is this going to be a radical Islamist regime that looks like something like Afghanistan or Saudi Arabia, or is it going to be like sort of Taliban light? Is it more like Jordan? I mean, I mean, what's it going to feel like, for women and ethnic minorities like Christians and even the small community of Jews in Syria?
I have to think that they will move towards some kind of a radical Islam. I think the minorities are just going to be pushed out. I think it's going to be so intolerable for them. And not to mention anyone who was involved with the previous regime. I think they're just going to be pushed out. I think it's going to be, they're going to be dumped on someone else. And I think that'll be the end for the sort of ancient Christian communities in Syria, but also in the Middle East. I think it's kind of, we're seeing the last days of this Christian community as I go all the way back to the birth of Jesus. So that's going to be that. But I think, yeah, it'll generally be an Islamist state. But at the same time, there's going to be, it's not going to be a unitary state. I mean, there's going to be this Kurdish region. They're not going to come under the rule of HTS. I think the Americans are going to carve out a land strip for themselves, so where they're going to keep. This is going to be their way of projecting power in the Levant. Israel is obviously already carving out space for itself, and then it's going to be bombed on a regular basis. I think it's like, well, hey, like Israel pretty much feels that it has a right to bomb anything at any time and proclaim that, hey, this poses a threat to Israel. So, bombing factories, entire sort of urban conurbations, and say, hey, those, we had a threat here. So I just think that this is going to be a failed state, worse than Libya is currently, whether, again, there's still no government there. And again, worse than the state of Iraq during the 1990s. So I think minorities are gone, and then I don't think there's going to be any kind of a unitary government for the foreseeable future.
What happens to the Palestinians now? I mean, do they have a prayer?
I don't think so. No, I think Gaza is gone. To be honest, I think that's it's hard to see what can be salvaged in Gaza. Maybe they're going to cram the Palestinians into just the southern tip of Gaza, whereas the northern part will just be annexed by Israel. And I think the West Bank is probably next on the agenda. I think Israel will annex, if not the whole of the West Bank, but it will annex the major settlements, that just become part of Israel. So I really think this is as bleak as a time as any.
Terrible.
It is awful. But George, we really appreciate your analysis. Very much appreciated. Dr. George Zamuli is a senior research fellow at the Global Policy Institute. He's also the author of the book Bombs for Peace, NATO's Humanitarian War on Yugoslavia. George, thank you so much for joining us. Really,
thank you very much for inviting me. I really enjoyed it.
Bye-bye.
It's a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
All right. So that was really enlightening and, as George said, very bleak.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, that sucks. I mean, I feel so bad. As a Christian, I feel so terrible for the plight that Christians in Palestine and Syria are going through right now, to the sickening applause of American Zionists. It is sick.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's an implication here in Trump's election. The Israelis obviously feel very emboldened,
Well, I mean, it's the best government that money can buy, right? I mean, they own him.
Yeah, well, it does look that way. All right, well, we're going to leave that there. Thanks, everybody, for listening today, and we hope you'll come back tomorrow. Please, please, please subscribe if you haven't already done so. I know we're always bugging you to do that. And for those of you who already have, thank you, and we're not asking you to do it again. But please, if you haven't already, do become a paid subscriber, or at least an unpaid subscriber. You can do unpaid either on YouTube, or on Rumble, and it really does help us out. And as always, in this modern era of the disruption of classical print and broadcast media, if you enjoy what you see and find value in what people are doing, and that includes us, you got to support it any way you can. Don't forget also to share us on the socials. That makes a huge difference too. We're fully, completely independent and completely reliant on you. So please click on that button right below the Rumble feed and help support the show, and as well on YouTube. Thank you to Robbie West, aka PutinBot Gaming, not only for your support, but for co-hosting this week as Manila is out, and for moderating the chat. Please go check out PutinBot Gaming, the gaming channel. And so that's about it. We're really appreciative, and we're looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Bye, everyone.
Bye, y'all.
Oh, and I got to do the outro. Got to do it, dude.
Click it. Here, I'll do the jaws.